A meteor struck the blue planet, bringing with it extreme heat, torrential rains, thick fog, otherworldly creatures, zombies, and evolved beasts, with even plants undergoing mutations at the onset of the apocalypse. The protagonist stumbled upon a meteorite and gradually began his ascent to power. In the course of his empowerment, he also rescued numerous enchanting women. The goddess next door, a celebrity, a business mogul, a stunning police officer, a pure campus beauty, and a lovely doctor. Chapter 1. The Meteor. The impending cataclysm approaches. A meteor will collide with the blue planet, unleashing extreme heat, torrential rains, fog, otherworldly beings, zombies, and evolved beasts. Even the flora will mutate. Yet, as spiritual energy revives, the door to evolution will soon open, awakening latent abilities within people. The world shall enter an era of great evolution, where the future belongs to the evolved. We must prepare for the impending disaster. Zhuang Dao, the prophet Liamo, a strikingly handsome individual, proclaimed, "Indeed, I can assure you that what the original poster states is true. I have returned from the future, where the blue planet is overrun with ferocious beasts, and even plants have become bloodthirsty. Ordinary people can only survive by hiding behind high walls. It is an arduous existence." A bystander remarked, "Yes, yes. It is said that this meteor was detected by the observatory tonight." A steel furniture company interjected, "Is that so? Then chaos is surely on the horizon. You will need a solid security door to ensure your safety. If you require one, contact me, and I shall offer you a 20% discount. Phone number, 1812.4455. A boutique knife shop chimed in. "Behold this 1.2-meter-long watermelon knife. In the apocalypse, it will surely slay gods and extinguish Buddhas. Those interested may place orders online. Hey, race the link. FHHHB. Truly, the person above is remarkable. You've transformed a mere watermelon knife into a divine weapon. Why not ascend to the heavens?" That is splendid. My neighbor is a stunning beauty whom I have admired for a long time, but her family has vehemently opposed me. At last, I may have my chance. Brother upstairs, I can discern with my skills that the one opposing you is certainly the beauty's husband. I concur. Your insights are quite astute. Brother, do share a picture. I am curious to see what kind of beauty has ignited such desire. Likewise, I wish to see. Yes, show us. At that moment, Gao Tianyu lay in bed, nestled under the covers, idly browsing his phone when he stumbled upon the hottest post. He was taken aback by the netizens' ingenious replies. The transformation of a post about an impending apocalypse into a forum brimming with love, hatred, and emotional turmoil was astonishing. Gao Tianyu scrolled down and reopened a news article that a reporter from the planetarium has revealed that tonight a meteor, measuring over 100 meters in diameter, will reach Earth around 10 o'clock, landing in the region of 40 degrees north latitude. The exact impact location remains unknown. Everyone must prepare for a potential collision. Wow, so the meteor is truly heading to the blue planet. Upon reading this, Gao Tianyu was momentarily astonished, struggling to believe it. He had thought it mere bravado from the forum participants. However, upon noticing that the news had been released 5 hours prior, he quickly realized the truth. It appeared the participants had seen the news and subsequently shared it on the forum. Glancing at the time on his phone, which read 9:10, he thought, approximately 50 minutes remain. The back mountain offers a wide expanse and a good view. I shall go and take a look. Gao Tianyu grabbed his phone, donned a jacket, picked up his keys from the table, laced up his shoes, and stepped outside. Ding! Gao Tianyu pressed the elevator button and waited patiently. Bang! At that moment, the door of his neighbor swung open, revealing a stunning woman clad in a white lotus dress, tall and voluptuous, with fair and delicate skin, breathtakingly beautiful. She stepped out into the hallway. Han Qingru, a reference image. Upon seeing Gao Tianyu, the woman slightly inclined her head in acknowledgement. Gao Tianyu returned the gesture with a nod, and they exchanged no further words. This woman was his neighbor across the hall, married to her husband in a recently formed union. Her surname seemed to be Han. Gao Tianyu had encountered this couple a few times and exchanged a few pleasantries, so their relationship was not particularly close. As the elevator arrived, he stepped inside, and the beauty followed suit. Instantly, Gao Tianyu was enveloped by the scent of her exquisite perfume, a fragrance that was luxurious yet not overpowering. Standing behind her, he discreetly admired the enchanting woman, noting her height at approximately 1.7 meters, just a tad shorter than his 1.82 meters. Although her dress obscured her figure, her waist hinted at a pair of long, slender, and fair legs. Gao Tianyu had once been fortunate enough to see her in a short skirt, while taking out the trash. Her legs were straight, long, and as white as jade, with skin smooth and delicate. Such beautiful legs. I could admire them for a year without growing weary. This was his silent praise and affirmation for those exquisite legs. Alas, they belonged to her husband. Gao Tianyu sighed inwardly. As he pondered. The elevator reached the ground floor, and the beautiful woman exited first. He followed closely behind, entering a convenience store to purchase a chilled bottle of mineral water. He then meandered towards the back mountain of the community. The residential complex where he lived was built at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by 24 buildings, each 30 stories high, housing thousands of residents. With a decent occupancy rate, the back mountain of the community remained undeveloped, teeming with snakes, rodents, and venomous insects, and the path was treacherous, deterring many from venturing there. However, Gao Tianyu was different. He relished climbing mountains and often trekked to the large stone at the summit to take in the view. Although it was night, having traversed this path dozens of times, it was etched in his memory, allowing him to reach the peak swiftly. He settled upon a large stone, pulled out his phone, and checked the time 9:55. Then he activated the video function on his phone, aiming it at the sky. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, scanning the starry expanse while waiting for the meteor heralded in the news to make its appearance. Alongside him, countless others mirrored his actions, all eager to witness the rare meteor that graced the skies once in a century. It was the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, a time for reunion, with the moon hanging round and bright in the sky for all to admire. Numerous families gathered together, filled with anticipation as they gazed upward. Simultaneously, countless astronomy enthusiasts and professionals set up telescopes and various instruments to observe and record the impending meteor. The wait felt interminable, each moment slipping away its coming. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the meteor finally succumbed to the gravitational pull of the blue planet, penetrating the atmosphere at last. It then ignited upon friction with the atmosphere, burning fervently. Soon, it radiated a brilliant light, captivating the gaze of all who beheld it. Boom! After traversing a considerable distance, the meteor abruptly erupted, shattering into countless fragments, each emitting a dazzling brilliance that rendered the onlookers momentarily blind. The entire sky seemed illuminated by the force of this explosion. Zing! Zing! In the wake of the explosion, a multitude of intricate electronic devices began to emit a series of beeping sounds. Mobile phones and computers instantaneously succumbed to darkness, as the power supply was simultaneously severed, plunging the entire city into an abyss of shadow. Automobiles in motion hummed ominously, their displays plunging into a blackout, resulting in a loss of control as they careened into their surroundings. Simultaneously, aircraft soaring through the skies experienced a complete failure of their instruments, plummeting directly toward the earth below. Chapter 2. The Discovery of a Meteorite. Ah! Gao Tianyu exclaimed, his eyes stinging painfully from the blinding white light, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. No matter how hard he tried to stop them. Damn it, my eyes won't be blinded, will they? It hurts so much. Gao Tianyu endured the discomfort, forcing his eyelids to narrow into a slit, yet all he could see was a vast expanse of darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. Suddenly, amidst the shadows, he perceived a beam of light swiftly cutting through the darkness, heading straight towards him. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the beam of light struck a hillside over 100 meters away. A meteorite! Fragments of a meteorite have fallen here. Fortunately, it didn't hit me, or I would be finished. Gao Tianyu's head rattled from the impact of the sound, a flicker of relief washing over him. Wait a minute, this meteorite is so close to me. Could it mean a fortune? A windfall from the heavens. Quickly, Gao Tianyu regained his composure, excitement sparkling in his eyes. This is a meteorite, possessing immense collectible value. Finding just one could lead to wealth. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, eager to turn on the flashlight, but was astonished to find that the phone, which had been recording just moments before, suddenly went black. No matter how he pressed, it remained unresponsive. Ultimately, he restarted the phone, which then emitted a faint glow. Once the phone powered on, he activated the flashlight and cautiously made his way in the direction where the meteorite had fallen. It was night, and being on a mountain, the terrain was rugged, thick with bushes, making his progress particularly arduous. After several minutes, he finally spotted the meteorite nestled in a small depression on the hillside. The impact of the meteorite had created a modest crater around it, wisps of white smoke rising, clearly a result of the meteorite burning upon entering the atmosphere. As Gao Tianyu approached the meteorite, he was greeted by a rock the size of a 10-year-old child's head, embedded in the soil. I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. Excitement gleamed in Gao Tianyu's eyes as he muttered to himself. He poured the remaining half bottle of mineral water over the surface of the meteorite. Hiss! A plume of white vapor erupted as the water made contact, instantly transforming into steam and dissipating into the air. It's so hot. The temperature is unbearable. I must find a way to cool it down. Gao Tianyu surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was on a gentle slope, yet there was no water source in sight. After observing for a while, he found nothing but trees, weeds, and vines in the vicinity. He suddenly focused his attention on the vines. He tore off several lengthy vines and then picked up a branch to excavate the meteorite, which subsequently rolled onto the vines. He then bound the meteorite securely with the vines multiple times before finally lifting it. It was remarkably heavy. As he hoisted it, Gao Tianyu's expression subtly shifted. Although the meteorite appeared small, it weighed around 40 to 50 pounds, making it cumbersome to carry down the mountain. Nevertheless, he felt an exhilarating thrill within, for such a hefty meteorite would undoubtedly fetch a considerable price if sold. After much effort, Gao Tianyu successfully transported the meteorite down the mountain and placed it in the goldfish pond of his community to cool it down. To avoid detection, he wrapped the meteorite in his jacket. During the time Gao Tianyu returned to the community with the meteorite, the power outage caused by the meteorite explosion had been restored. Thankfully, otherwise he would have had to climb the stairs, and, considering he lived on the top floor, ascending 30 stories would have left him utterly exhausted. Cradling the meteorite, Gao Tianyu took the elevator back to his room. He then carefully extracted the meteorite and washed it with clean water. To his surprise, this meteorite appeared unlike any he had encountered before. Upon closer inspection of its unique features, he let out a soft gasp, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Common meteorites are categorized into 3 types: stony meteorites, iron meteorites, and stony iron meteorites. Additionally, there are rarer varieties such as glass meteorites, Martian meteorites, and lunar meteorites. However, the meteorite in his possession was of an earthy hue, resembling crystal, exceptionally solid, and somewhat transparent. Could be a glass-type meteorite. Such specimens are rare and undoubtedly valuable. As Gao Tianyu caressed the meteorite, his admiration grew, and he felt an exhilarating excitement. Previously, he had thought it could be worth several million, but now he believed it could be valued at over 100 million. After all, rarity bestows value, and a meteorite of such quality would surely attract many admirers. After admiring it for a while longer, he finally set the meteorite down and picked up his phone to check the news. Soon, an official news report popped up on his screen, featuring a female presenter addressing the audience. Due to the violent explosion of the meteorite in the atmosphere, a strong electromagnetic wave was generated, causing many electronic devices to temporarily malfunction and resulting in circuit failures. The authorities are diligently working to resolve the situation, so there is no need for concern. After viewing this video, Gao Tianyu opened a short video platform, which was now much more active than before, with many users uploading their content. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a video posted by a middle-aged man. The elderly man in the video wept, recounting how an aircraft plummeted from the sky, crashing into the orchard behind him, resulting in a tremendous explosion that incinerated his entire grove. Soon after, Gao Tianyu stumbled upon numerous videos depicting vehicles losing control and colliding. These incidents were all attributed to the electromagnetic waves generated by the meteor's explosion. Gao Tianyu continued to scroll through several news reports, most of which revolved around this meteor and the repercussions it had caused. Brothers, today, fortune smiled upon me as I discovered a piece of meteorite. Just moments ago, while I was engrossed in my phone, this meteorite shattered my window, damaged my floor, and invaded my home. This calamity from the heavens leaves me pondering whether to weep or to rejoice. Suddenly, Gao Tianyu encountered a short video featuring a young man, proudly displaying a meteorite no larger than 2 fingers, beaming with delight. Oh, someone else has found a meteorite, albeit much smaller than mine. A flicker of surprise crossed Gao Tianyu's eyes. He then delved into the comments section beneath the man's video and was met with a flurry of messages. Wow, this isn't a calamity from above. It's a windfall. Brother, you've struck it rich. Why didn't this stroke of luck befall me? Is this truly a meteorite? It resembles crystal. Brother, if this is genuine, it could fetch millions. I'm a stone enthusiast. I'll offer 5 million for that meteorite. Within a brief span of time, This video captivated countless viewers, eliciting a plethora of comments. Even Gao Tianyu liked the video and followed the creator, eager to learn about subsequent developments and to estimate the worth of the meteorite he possessed. Chapter 3. The heat arrives. The following morning, Gao Tianyu arose from his slumber, glancing at his phone to find it was only 7:30. Why is it so early? A growl of hunger emanated from his abdomen. He hadn't awakened naturally, but rather due to hunger pangs. As a homebody, he typically rose around 9. Gao Tianyu hastily brushed his teeth, opened the refrigerator to retrieve the last bottle of milk, and took out a few slices of bread, consuming them with fervor. After a while, he had devoured both the milk and the bread. What's going on? Having eaten so much, I still feel hungry. Could it be that I expended too much energy last night? The sensation of hunger lingered in his stomach, albeit slightly alleviated. Without delay, Gao Tianyu seized his phone and descended the stairs. It's so hot. As soon as Gao Tianyu stepped out the door, he was greeted by a wave of heat that caused his brow to furrow in disbelief. Remarkably, it was barely past 7 in the morning, yet the temperature had already soared to over 30 degrees. Quite astonishing. He made his way to a breakfast shop, purchasing 4 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk, and quickly devoured them. However, he still felt unsatisfied. Why am I so ravenous today? He pondered, slightly perplexed. Ordinarily, a few slices of bread and a bottle of milk sufficed for his morning meal. Yet, having consumed the additional buns and soy milk, he still felt far from full, which struck him as rather unusual. He turned back to buy a few more buns and 2 additional cups of soy milk. Only after finishing these did he finally experience a semblance of satiety. What on earth has caused this sudden spike in temperature? It's barely morning, he thought, recalling the complaints of 2 elderly gentlemen strolling nearby. Dismissing their grumbling, he returned home with a carton of milk and a box of bread. Lying on the sofa, he immersed himself in games for several hours, and before he knew it, it was 11 o'clock. It's so stifling. What is wrong with this weather? He muttered, sitting up from the sofa. Despite having set the air conditioning to its lowest setting and employing a fan, he was drenched in sweat. Checking the news, he was astounded to discover that the outdoor temperature had reached over 50 degrees, nearly blinding him with disbelief. Dachang City, where he resided, was situated in the south and inland at an elevation exceeding 600 meters, typically enjoying a temperate climate where temperatures above 35 degrees were rare. Such a scorching heat of 50 degrees was simply unbearable. Even with the air conditioning working tirelessly, the interior felt akin to a furnace. Opening a chat application on his phone, he found numerous groups inundated with messages. His unread notifications had surged to 999. As he perused the messages, he noted that everyone was lamenting the dreadful weather, voicing various opinions. Some suggested that the government should deploy rain-inducing shells to alleviate the heat, while others countered that such measures were futile. The intense heat would cause any rain to evaporate upon contact, possibly turning Dachang City into a steamer under the combined conditions of extreme heat and humidity. There were even whispers of an impending apocalypse, questioning how such anomalies could occur. He then opened a video application to check for official news updates. A beautiful and dignified female host stands before the camera, engaging in a live broadcast. Due to the explosion caused by a meteorite in the sky last night, the Earth's magnetic field has been affected, resulting in unusual high temperatures across various regions. Furthermore, with the evaporation of water vapor, heavy rain is expected to follow. However, there is no need for alarm, according to expert predictions. This anomalous phenomenon will not last long and will dissipate within a few days. Residents are urged to remain calm, avoid going outdoors, and stay indoors to prevent sunburn. Additionally, owing to the high temperatures, all but essential services will be granted a holiday for the next few days, allowing everyone to seek refuge from the heat at home. It is imperative that the public refrain from believing in doomsday rumors, avoid spreading falsehoods, and refrain from hoarding supplies. Trust in the government, which will not abandon any of its citizens. Meanwhile, beneath the official live broadcast account, a flurry of comments emerged. No wonder it's so hot. It turns out the Earth's magnetic field has shifted, so that's the reason. I thought the apocalypse was upon us. Support the nation. Trust the government. So that's the explanation. No wonder the weather is so sweltering. After listening to the host's clarification, Gao Tianyu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Since this was the opinion of the experts, he felt compelled to stock up on provisions. He then muttered to himself, "What era is this? Who still believes what the experts say? Their words are hardly credible. One should interpret them in reverse." He glanced outside and observed that the previously sunny sky had become overcast. Dense raindrops cascaded from above, creating a mist that reduced visibility to less than a meter. As the rain fell, the oppressive heat began to subside, dropping to a more comfortable 20 degrees, allowing those who had suffered from the sweltering temperatures to breathe a sigh of relief. The downpour continued for an hour, nearly overwhelming the drainage system, before gradually tapering off and finally ceasing. Gao Tianyu gazed at the halted rain, suddenly recalling a post he had stumbled upon the day before. With the meteorite, extreme heat, and torrential rain all occurring in succession, could it be that terrifying entities like otherworldly beings, zombies, or evolved beasts would soon appear? Surely not. Such phenomena are confined to the realm of television. It is likely that the authors simply sought to attract attention, leveraging their knowledge of science to concoct fanciful tales. As a youth of the 21st century, who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education, Gao Tianyu may not trust the words of experts. Yet he has always maintained faith in science. The explosion of a meteorite generates powerful electromagnetic waves that alter the Earth's magnetic field, leading to global high temperatures and heavy rain, a phenomenon that could be explained through scientific reasoning. However, the existence of the White Walkers, zombies, evolved beasts, and mutated plants seems to defy the laws of science. It would be rather peculiar if one were to believe in them. Chapter 4. The catastrophe begins. After the rain ceased, Gao Tianyu made his way to the supermarket within the community. At this moment, the supermarket was bustling more than usual, perhaps due to the recent news announcements, as many people flocked to purchase groceries after the rain had stopped, filling their bags to the brim. He headed straight to the rice section, grabbing a 50-kilogram bag of rice, followed by 2 boxes of instant noodles, a box of ham, and some cured meats and sausages, items that could be stored easily. Subsequently, he procured various seasonings, frozen meats, vegetables, fruits, canned goods, bottled water, and even a water purification device. The total cost of these items amounted to several thousand yuan, which left him feeling quite pained. Nevertheless, these were all consumables with a long shelf life. And regardless of whether his intuition was correct, they would not go to waste. It was merely a matter of having purchased them in advance. However, transporting these goods back proved somewhat challenging. Conveniently, he borrowed a small cart from the supermarket to haul his purchases home. By coincidence, while in the elevator, he encountered his neighbor, the beautiful woman surnamed Han. What a stroke of fate to meet her again. Gao Tianyu mused to himself and smiled, nodding in her direction. Han Qingru, upon noticing Gao Tianyu, greeted him with a slight nod in return, as they were neighbors and thus familiar faces. Yet, she was taken aback by the sheer quantity of his purchases, enough to last several months. Typically, people only buy enough food for a day or a few days to ensure freshness. It was rather uncommon to see someone buy so much at once. Despite her curiosity, Han Qingru refrained from asking further questions. Her demeanor was somewhat reserved, and she was not adept at conversing with others for fear of saying something amiss. Consequently, a silence enveloped the elevator once more. Both individuals were rather introverted and not well acquainted, leading them to forego further conversation. Once Gao Tianyu moved all his items into his home, he exhaled a sigh of relief, though his clothes were already drenched. Unbeknownst to him, the temperature, which had just recently dropped, had now risen again to over 50 degrees, truly unbearable. He stepped into the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, and lay down within it. Due to the ambient temperature, the water was also quite warm, around 30 degrees, but it felt refreshing compared to the heat outside. He reclined in the bathtub, seeking to cool down. After soaking for a while, his stomach began to grumble. "It is time to dine. My stomach growls with hunger." Gao Tianyu emerged from the bath, making his way into the dining room to begin his meal. He consumed an impressive 6 bowls before finally feeling satiated, at which point he paused his eating. What is happening? How have I become so voracious? My appetite has doubled. After setting down his utensils, Gao Tianyu fell into contemplation. Ordinarily, he would feel full after just 2 bowls, yet today he had devoured 6, which seemed quite abnormal. Moreover, his physique appeared to be somewhat unusual. He felt significantly stronger and more alert. Reflecting on the day's events, he realized that his strength had indeed increased and his constitution had improved. He had carried numerous items back and forth without experiencing any fatigue, only feeling a bit warm. At this moment, his mind inexplicably wandered back to the content of that post. Spiritual energy is about to revive. The future belongs to the evolved. Could it be that the claims made in such posts are true? Gao Tianyu could not help but feel a twinge of doubt, muttering to himself. Otherwise, how could his physical condition have suddenly improved? It seems implausible, Such mythical occurrences as the revival of spiritual energy could never happen. One must trust in science. Shaking his head, Gao Tianyu, a staunch materialist, dismissed the fanciful notions that only appeared in novels and television. Thus, amidst the sweltering weather, the day swiftly passed. The following morning, he awoke once more to hunger. Glancing out the window, he noted the torrential rain outside, with visibility at an abysmal low. Under such conditions, venturing outdoors was impossible. Consequently, he resorted to the milk and bread he had purchased the previous day. This weather is rather peculiar, despite the rain. The temperature remains above 30 degrees Celsius. Checking his phone, he frowned at the weather forecast, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. Such temperatures might be bearable for a few days, but if prolonged, chaos is certain to ensue. The forecast even predicted that noon's temperature might approach an astonishing 60 degrees Celsius. Quite alarming indeed. Furthermore, this phenomenon is not isolated. Many regions globally are experiencing similar extreme heat followed by torrential downpours. Some areas have even reported bizarre cold snaps, with temperatures plummeting to minus 30 degrees. Many individuals across various regions have ceased working, confined to their homes, while numerous large factories have shut down, granting workers a reprieve. Gao Tianyu opened his messaging app, delving into the discussions within his building's residence group, which comprised over 200 members, filled with a flurry of messages. However, everyone is engaged in discussions about the peculiar heat wave, with incessant complaints echoing through the air. Even during their time off at home, they find it exceedingly difficult to endure the sweltering temperatures. Despite the air conditioning working at full blast, it remains a challenge to lower the heat, causing immense discomfort. After a brief period of reflection, Gao Tianyu began to scour through the software, attempting to locate the apocalyptic post he had encountered that day. Upon accessing his browsing history, he was dismayed to discover that the post had long since vanished. It seemed that this post had been deleted. Who could have authored it? Did this individual possess some unique channel for information, or perhaps an uncanny ability to foresee the future? Although Gao Tianyu remained skeptical about the content of the post, this did not deter him from speculating. In the past, he would have dismissed such a post entirely, but now he found himself inclined to believe it to some extent. The extreme heat and torrential rains it predicted had indeed materialized, and this occurred even before any official announcements were made, as the information had been shared in the post ahead of time. Chapter 5. Self-Comfort. As Gao Tianyu pondered deeply, his phone suddenly slipped from his grasp and plummeted towards the floor. The unexpected incident startled him, prompting an instinctive attempt to catch it. Yet his hand grasped nothing but air, leaving him to witness his phone's descent helplessly. He had spent 4,000 yuan on this device not long ago, and the thought of it shattering upon impact filled him with dread. However, to his astonishment, the falling phone abruptly halted mid-air. Am I imagining things? How could this be possible? Rubbing his eyes, Gao Tianyu focused again, only to hear a loud thud as the phone finally dropped to the ground, producing a sharp sound. He quickly picked it up, relieved to find it unscathed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Had I truly been seeing things, or had I awakened some latent ability? Lost in contemplation, he resolved to test whether he had indeed unlocked some extraordinary power. He grasped a plastic water bottle, lifted it, and let it go. Stay still, he whispered, pointing a finger at the bottle. Thud! The water bottle crashed to the ground with unabated force. Disheartened, Gao Tianyu repeated the experiment several times, ultimately resigning himself to the conclusion that he must have merely imagined the earlier phenomenon. There was no such extraordinary power at play. Meanwhile, as Gao Tianyu engaged in his disappointment by playing games, his elegant and poised neighbor sat at her table, enjoying lunch with a handsome and refined young man. Dear, once the rain subsides and the temperature drops, let us venture to the supermarket to procure some additional provisions. Yesterday, I observed our neighbor acquiring a substantial amount of supplies. Given the peculiar weather, I ponder whether we ought to stock up as well. At the dining table, Han Qingru spoke softly to Qin Zhong after taking a bite of rice. Initially, she was indifferent when she saw Gao Tianyu purchasing an abundance of items. For in this era of economic prosperity, one can acquire anything with sufficient funds. There seemed no necessity to hoard such a surplus. Furthermore, the news suggested that this unusual weather would soon pass, indicating that a week's worth of supplies would suffice, as any excess would inevitably go to waste. However, after surveying the situation outside today, her unease began to grow. The aberrant weather rendered outdoor excursions nearly impossible, and without provisions, survival would be precarious. Indeed, my dear, you are right. This weather is indeed anomalous. It is prudent to prepare more food, for it is better to be prepared than to find oneself wanting, Qin Zhong acknowledged. Nodding in agreement. Both he and Han Qingru hailed from affluent backgrounds, having received excellent education and possessing a heightened sense of awareness regarding potential crises. The abrupt changes of the previous day had caught them off guard, leading them to take little thought or action, assuming the irregular climate would soon revert to normalcy. However, upon witnessing today's conditions, which were even more severe than yesterday's, a sense of urgency began to take root. What of our parents? Should we not inform them to prepare additional food as well? Han Qingru inquired softly, seemingly recalling something. There is no need for concern regarding my parents. They have provisions at home. I shall call them to remind them, Qin Zhong replied, gently shaking his head. His parents, being of an older generation, had a habitual tendency to stockpile supplies, with rice bought in bulk and replenished as needed, reflecting a deeply ingrained mentality of preservation. In contrast, modern youth typically purchase only for immediate consumption, while the older generation tends to keep a significant reserve at home, aside from fresh vegetables. The heavy rain persisted well into the next day before finally ceasing. Once it stopped, the steam rapidly evaporated, enveloping the surroundings in a thick fog that obscured visibility to less than a meter. Goodness, the fog has appeared. This signals a chilling turn of events, Gao Tianyu lamented, gazing at the rising mist, his unease intensifying. This marked the third natural disaster phenomenon mentioned in the posts. One could attribute the first two occurrences to mere chance. Could this third one also be dismissed as mere coincidence? Perhaps this too can be rationalized, he mused. High temperatures cause water vapor to evaporate and subsequently form fog. This is a normal occurrence, scientifically explicable. The formation of a third phenomenon from the first two is not surprising. It is likely just a coincidence. Gao Tianyu reflected deeply, seeking solace in his thoughts. It seems to be a form of self-consolation, which proved effective. He swiftly cast aside the chaotic thoughts and retrieved his phone to indulge in a game. Outside, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the sunlight. Yet the temperature remained exceedingly high, hovering around 40 degrees Celsius. The combination of such heat and humidity rendered the atmosphere akin to a steam room, leaving one in a state of discomfort, sticky and languid. Before long, the dense fog dissipated and the sun ascended once more, causing the temperature to surge to over 50 degrees. Even with an umbrella in hand, no one dared to venture outdoors, as the sun blazed overhead, transforming the environment into a furnace-like experience. A torrential downpour ensued, relentless until the nightfall. Honey, with such heavy rain, we simply cannot go out, Han Qingru exclaimed, gazing at the torrential downpour outside, particularly noting the visibility of less than a meter. In such weather, the prospect of going out to shop was utterly implausible. They likely couldn't even see the road clearly, and the supermarket might not even be open. Do not worry, we have some food in the fridge. There is no need for haste. Let us assess the situation tomorrow, Qin Zhong reassured her gently, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Time flowed slowly, and soon it was the third day. On this day, Gao Tianyu was once again awakened by hunger, and he was astonished to discover that his appetite had increased. Were it not for his good spirits and the perceived enhancement of his physical condition, he might have doubted the state of his health. He took out his phone to check the weather forecast, and his expression darkened instantly. It indicated that the maximum temperature for the day could reach a staggering 65 degrees, a rise of 5 degrees from the previous day. This was utterly life-threatening. Gao Tianyu sighed in resignation. It was still early morning, the rain continued to pour, and the temperature showed no signs of abating, with even the rainwater being a sweltering 30 to 40 degrees, truly terrifying. Moreover, he had seen numerous short videos illustrating that in various regions, rivers were swelling dangerously, and lower areas were inundated by floods. Rescue efforts were immensely challenging during the downpour. Rescue boats were rendered immobile, while thick fog obscured visibility, and in the glaring sunlight, those venturing out to assist risked sunburn. It was a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Chapter 6, Mental Power. Following this, Gao Tianyu turned his attention to the news. A female anchor, resplendent and radiant, sat before the camera and began to report. Dear viewers, due to the recent abnormal weather characterized by extreme heat and heavy rains, numerous areas have experienced floods and landslides. Among other natural disasters, rivers have overflowed their banks, submerging many cities along their paths. displacing millions. Additionally, vast tracts of fertile land have been inundated, resulting in severe losses across various regions. Simultaneously, due to various circumstances, rescue efforts are proving to be quite challenging. However, regardless of the difficulties, the nation remains steadfast in its commitment to its people, organizing rescue teams to rush to the disaster-stricken areas to assist the local populace. Concurrently, many livestock farms have been compelled to shut down due to the sweltering heat, resulting in the tragic loss of numerous animals. Many farmers are suffering significant losses. After absorbing this news, Gao Tianyu found himself lying on the sofa with a vacant gaze, his mind adrift. Through these reports, Gao Tianyu keenly sensed that something monumental was about to transpire. Perhaps the post he had inadvertently stumbled upon was indeed a harbinger of the impending apocalypse. The mere thought of confronting zombies, otherworldly beings, evolved beasts, and mutated flora filled him with a profound sense of despair. His parents were small business owners, and while their modest savings placed them within the middle class, neither excessively affluent nor destitute, they led a reasonably comfortable life. However, tragedy struck when he was 17. His parents perished in a car accident while on a business trip, leaving him utterly alone. The loss of his parents dealt a devastating blow to him, prompting him to drop out of school and retreat into solitude at home for an extended period. Fortunately, they had left him with a substantial compensation in this house, ensuring he would not find himself homeless. Although this existence was somewhat monotonous, it was infinitely preferable to facing an apocalyptic scenario. By nature, he was an introverted individual with little resilience against adversity. If a calamity were to unfold, how could he possibly survive? Lost in such thoughts, he suddenly felt an overwhelming thirst, likely exacerbated by the heat and excessive sweating, which prompted an incessant desire for water. Reclining on the sofa, he reached for the water cup on the table, but it was just out of reach. As he prepared to rise and retrieve it, an astonishing event occurred. The cup seemingly soared directly into his hand. Could it be that my eyes are deceiving me? Gao Tianyu swallowed hard, staring in astonishment at the cup in his grasp. He gently released his grip, and to his disbelief, the cup hovered in midair, defying the laws of gravity. Subsequently, he willed it to circle the table twice before it gracefully landed in his palm. What sort of extraordinary ability is this? Is it telekinesis? Gao Tianyu gazed, bewildered, at the cup before shifting his attention to a small knife nearby. With a mere thought, the knife slowly ascended into the air. Whoosh! The knife shot forth like an arrow, embedding itself into the wall with a resounding thud, leaving only the handle protruding from the surface. I feel as though I am on the brink of greatness, destined to rise above the ordinary. Gao Tianyu stared blankly at the knife handle, murmuring to himself, "This is an extraordinary ability, a phenomenon that exists solely within the realms of film and literature, yet it has manifested within me. With this power, my path to prosperity is assured." At that moment, vivid images flooded his mind, embracing beautiful starlets, all subservient to his whims. He had awakened a psychic ability, one that, if properly harnessed, could unleash terrifying destructive potential. With such power at his disposal, even in the face of apocalypse, he could navigate life with grace and ease. However, the revelation of his newfound ability must remain concealed. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a subject for dissection and experimentation. He muttered to himself, "Throughout history, the innocent have suffered for possessing treasures. Although I have awakened this power, my strength is still lacking. If exposed, I would inevitably attract unwanted attention, leading to my capture for various research purposes." As the apocalypse was just beginning, chaos had yet to ensue. The government's authority, bolstered by capital, remained formidable. A single bullet could easily claim his life. At this moment, he was fully convinced of the assertions made in that post. Any semblance of scientific skepticism had long since evaporated from his mind. From now on, he would consider himself a disciple of the divine, believing in a higher power. After all, how else could such extraordinary abilities exist? Gao Tianyu approached the knife handle, grasped it firmly, and with a gentle tug, withdrew the small blade from the wall. His strength had surged, and his physical prowess had remarkably improved. He felt an influx of vitality coursing through him, though he could not ascertain the exact degree of his enhancement, as he lacked the tools to measure such strength. He subsequently practiced his psychic ability multiple times, directing objects to fly around the room. However, he soon halted his efforts, his complexion paling and a sharp pain piercing through his head. The continuous use of this power was exhausting. He would need to exercise caution moving forward. In his heart, he acknowledged that his ability remained feeble, and his psychic energy was insufficient. It depleted rapidly with minimal exertion. Should his psychic energy be exhausted, he would be utterly vulnerable. Moreover, employing this psychic force demanded substantial energy, which could only be replenished through sustenance. Thus, not long after finishing his meal, he felt a wave of hunger wash over him. He hastily retrieved a bottle of milk and devoured slices of bread voraciously, even consuming several sausages. Yet it was still not enough to satiate his hunger. He quickly set about washing rice and preparing a meal, tossing in several pieces of cured meat to cook. After finishing his meal, he was astonished to discover that his appetite had once again increased. This time, he consumed a staggering 8 bowls of rice, along with several pieces of cured meat, before finally feeling satiated. Alas, at this rate, the provisions he had purchased would scarcely suffice. He would run out of food in less than a month. Gao Tianyu, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. If he were to ration the supplies, they could last him half a year. However, given his current consumption, lasting a month seemed rather optimistic. He decided to make do with what he had, taking it one day at a time, and resolved to venture out only once his food supplies were depleted. Glancing at the harsh weather outside, he felt a twinge of helplessness. He could not go out now and could only take each step as it came. This day felt particularly arduous, especially after the rain ceased and the sun hung high in the sky, causing outdoor temperatures to soar above 60 degrees. Even those sheltered indoors, with air conditioning running and soaking in bathtubs, felt the relentless heat. Most shops had long since closed, leaving no one to attend to business. Cursed be this wretched weather. It was unbearable. Suddenly, a shout echoed from downstairs, the oppressive heat aggravating tempers. Even sitting bare-skinned in silence, one would still be drenched in sweat, a torment indeed. Fortunately, the power supply remained uninterrupted, and the residents still had some food. Otherwise, chaos would have erupted by now. Yet, if this continued for a few more days without any improvement in the weather, trouble would inevitably ensue. It was only the 3rd day, and already some were nearing their breaking point. Moreover, Gao Qianyu had come across troubling news. The polar ice caps had begun to melt, and it would not be long before sea levels rose significantly. Most coastal cities would soon find themselves submerged, and in such extreme conditions, escape would be nearly impossible. However, there was a glimmer of hope. Gao Qianyu resided in Dachang City, which boasted a relatively high average altitude, providing some temporary relief from immediate concern. Chapter 7. The Crisis Unfolds. Amidst this torment, the 4th day finally arrived. The temperature remained steady, neither lowering nor rising. A rare piece of good news. Help! I'm on the 12th floor. Is there a doctor in our building? My husband is gravely ill, suffering from a severe fever, and he is experiencing violent vomiting and diarrhea. Even his eyes have turned blue. I've tried calling for an ambulance multiple times, but no one answers. Please, if there's a doctor, I implore you to save my husband. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help resonated through Gao Tianyu's building. The message sent shockwaves throughout the entire complex. Don't panic, sister. We will inquire and see if there are any doctors residing in our building, responded Lan Yuan, a fellow resident. In the bustling market, old Zhang expressed his concern, stating, given the current circumstances, even if we have a doctor, there are no medicines available. We must hastily find a way to transport the patient to the hospital. Enthusiastic old Wang responded, but in this weather, driving is utterly impossible. Visibility is so poor that even if we reach the hospital, we may not find a doctor. Many are trapped in their homes, unable to venture out. Soon, a flurry of compassionate individuals emerged in the chat, offering an array of suggestions to the distressed owner on the 12th floor. Yet, these recommendations proved futile in alleviating her immediate predicament. Was there yet another case of heat stroke? In such oppressive conditions, enduring heat stroke could be exceedingly arduous. Gao Tianyu, upon seeing the messages, furrowed his brow. This was not the first incident of heat stroke in their building. However, he pondered, heat stroke shouldn't cause one's eyes to turn blue. Though perplexed, he dismissed his concerns, recognizing that he was not a doctor and thus chose not to delve further into the matter. Yet, the situation was undeniably deteriorating. Many lives had already been lost. At around 1 o'clock in the early hours of the 5th day, anguished cries reverberated from the 12th floor, piercing even the torrential downpour outside, reaching the ears of many. What was happening? The harrowing cries emanated from the 12th floor. What calamity had unfolded there? Countless residents were jolted from their slumber, faces etched with confusion and anxiety, uncertain of the events transpiring above. "My dear, those sounds are coming from next door." "It's Luli. What'll be wrong? Has old Chin passed away?" A female resident from the 12th floor queried her male companion. The tone of the cries seems more akin to a desperate plea for help. He replied, furrowing his brow at the distressing sounds that suggested a possible attack. "Should we investigate? After all, we are neighbors. What she is in peril. We might be able to assist." The woman's face bore a look of concern as she softly urged her partner. "Very well. Let us don our clothes and take a kitchen knife with us, just in case we encounter any danger." The man contemplated before agreeing to his wife's suggestion. He quickly dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, retrieved a knife from the kitchen, and stepped outside. Upon reaching Luli's doorstep, they found several others gathered there, including some from their own floor and others from above and below. They stood outside her closed door, gazing anxiously at the unyielding barrier, helplessly knocking, for without a key, entry was impossible. The anguished cries within were incessant, accompanied by a chorus of guttural roars akin to those of wild beasts. No, Daddy, please. Help!" The agonizing wails of a little girl soon pierced through, intermingled with her sobs. "This is terrible. It must be little you in peril. We must find a way to break down the door and rescue him." A female homeowner from the adjacent unit grew frantic upon hearing the distressing sounds, pounding relentlessly on the security door, yet to no avail. "I have a large iron hammer at home. Wait a moment, I shall retrieve it," a middle-aged man exclaimed, hastily ascending the stairs to fetch the tool. "Hey, does anyone know what is happening downstairs? Why does it sound so terrifying on this rainy day?" Suddenly, a message erupted in the previously tranquil chat group. "Indeed. What is going on upstairs? Why are there cries for help? It sounds so dreadful, and I can even hear a little girl weeping." Others chimed in, expressing their concern. "What on earth is happening? Is anyone on the 12th floor? Could you please come out and enlighten us?" Those hesitant to venture outside began typing their inquiries in the group chat. The harrowing screams from the 12th floor even roused Gao Tianyu, who resided on the top floor. Awakened and attuned to the resonant energies around him, he was acutely aware of even the faintest sounds, let alone the commotion occurring below. He opened the building's chat group and quietly observed the flood of messages. "Everyone, I have the link to the surveillance footage of the 12th floor corridor. You may all take a look." At that moment, a user named Cyber David shared a message along with a link. Upon seeing this, Gao Tianyu promptly clicked on it, and the scene of the 12th floor corridor unfolded before his eyes. A burly man stood outside, furiously striking the security door with a large hammer, seemingly intent on breaking in to rescue someone. Although the door was of decent quality, it quickly became battered under the assault of several adults. Before long, the door was breached, and the group outside, armed and determined, surged inside. "Help! Murder!" But shortly thereafter, the intruders emitted screams of their own, and several figures rushed out in a state of panic. Each face bore an expression of terror, as if they had encountered something truly horrific. The last to emerge was a young man, who, in his frantic flight down the corridor, stumbled and fell. At that moment, a figure, drenched in blood and clad in tattered clothing, lunged toward him with remarkable agility. Do not come near me. Help!" In the next moment, through the surveillance footage, onlookers could clearly see the young man struggling desperately, his eyes filled with terror and a hint of defiance. Yet, the figure that had pinned him to the ground began to gnaw at him frantically. In an instant, the young man succumbed to his fate. Dragged into the room like a lifeless dog, the door was then secured with a deadbolt. Chapter 8. The Abomination. "Oh, a murder! Who is that madman? How dare he commit such an atrocity in front of so many witnesses?" After witnessing the gruesome scene, the crowd erupted in a frenzy of panic. Living in an era of peace, they had never before encountered such a horrifying spectacle. Shockwaves rippled through them at the sight. It was Zhao Dachu, now utterly deranged. He had not only slain his wife, Lu Li, but also his daughter, Zhao Xiaoyu, dismembering them into several pieces. When we entered, he was still tearing at his daughter's corpse, and upon seeing us, he charged at us with ferocity. Old Li from upstairs was immediately injured, and several others rushed to assist, but they were no match for him. In mere moments, he had killed 2 of them. He was no longer human, his expression a terrifying mask of struggle, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Truly horrifying. "Call the police. Unless they arrive, we stand no chance against him. If help does not come, we will all perish at his hands. None can withstand him." A resident from the 11th floor, his face pale with fear, incessantly sent messages in the group chat. From his words, it was evident how frantic he felt at that moment. It's futile. The emergency line is unreachable. Even if we get through, they surely won't arrive. The rain is torrential, obscuring the roads, and many are submerged, making travel impossible. What then? Are we to coexist with this lunatic on the first floor? You haven't seen his terrifying visage. I am certain that if he encounters us, he will certainly kill us. He resembles not a human, but a feral beast, a demon emerging from the abyss. Messages flooded the group, as many shared their thoughts and offered various suggestions. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Within the building, numerous residents dared not close their eyes, fearing that the deranged Zhao Dachu would come for them. Particularly those 3 households on the 12th floor were gripped by terror, too frightened to even make sound. Zhao Dachu's actions had left them with profound psychological scars. His abnormal behavior and astonishing speed were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Gao Tianyu gazed at the series of text messages, lost in contemplation. Zhao Dachu's swift and powerful actions far exceeded those of an ordinary person. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a single strike to render that young man defenseless. Could he have transformed into a zombie or a wraith? Gao Tianyu pondered silently. The notion of him being a zombie seemed implausible, for he exhibited remarkable agility, entirely devoid of the clumsy demeanor typically portrayed in films. Moreover, after committing murder, he had dragged the victim into a room and even closed the door behind him. This indicated a certain level of intelligence or behavioral pattern. Despite his madness and bloodlust, he possessed a territorial instinct. The young man was likely pulled inside to serve as a food reserve, akin to a beast bringing its prey back to its lair. Could he truly be the wraith described in the posts, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell? Gao Tianyu speculated in his mind, as the post provided no information regarding such apparitions, leaving him to hypothesize based on the environment at hand. According to the sequential disasters outlined in the post, it was undoubtedly the wraith that had recently manifested. But what about the zombies? Was there some sort of virus in the air? Or perhaps a contagion lurking within the torrential rain, currently lying dormant within the populace? Gao Tianyu furrowed his brow in analysis, for the matter pertained to his very existence. Thus he regarded it with utmost seriousness. However, the clues provided in that post were alarmingly scant. Not only could he not derive a conclusive analysis, but even if he could, was he equipped to resolve such a dilemma? Could he prevent the impending calamity? The answer was a resounding no. Not only could he not, but even if the leading nations on Blue Star united, they might still be unable to halt it. What weighed heavily on Gao Tianyu's mind was his own safety. If the emergence of zombies stemmed from some mutated virus, and if that virus lingered in the air, it was conceivable that he had already been infected, with no means of remedy in sight. How could he not be concerned? No, he must expedite the strengthening of his physique. Possessing a robust body would enhance his resistance to the virus. Thus, even if he were to contract it, he would stand a significant chance of survival. After much deliberation, Gao Tianyu could only conceive of this rudimentary solution. Soon enough, the night passed, ushering in the dawn of a new day. Following a night of turmoil, tranquility had settled over the residents of their building. No one sent messages within the group chat. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Throughout the entire building, doors remained tightly shut, and no one dared to venture outside. Yet, a few households, unable to withstand the oppressive ambience, had hastily packed belongings during the night and braved the pouring rain to seek refuge in nearby buildings. They had relatives and friends within those structures who were willing to shelter them, and in order to evade the murderous maniac on the 12th floor, they were naturally inclined to relocate. Gao Tianyu and his neighbors reside in a newly constructed community perched at a higher elevation. Consequently, despite the incessant torrential rains, they remain unscathed by flooding. Venturing out amidst such perilous weather is undeniably risky. However, if the destination is nearby, it remains feasible. Aside from a few households that have relocated, the rest of the residents in their building are paralyzed by fear, too terrified to step outside or even use the elevator, apprehensive of encountering the notorious murderer from the 12th floor. The daytime hours pass in eerie tranquility, devoid of any disturbances. Yet, in the early hours of the following morning, a piercing scream shatters the silence, awakening the entire community. This harrowing cry emanates from the 12th floor, specifically from the apartment opposite Zhao Daju's. The residents, too frightened to venture outdoors, remained confined to their homes, having no acquaintances in the neighboring buildings that could offer solace or support. What has transpired? Has the madman on the 12th floor resumed his killing spree? The unsettling scream ignites a flurry of inquiries among the residents, yet fear keeps them rooted in their abodes. Doors firmly locked. Chapter 9. The Spread of Panic. The 12th floor, once bustling with residents, now sees two families vacate in haste, terrified of Zhao Daju's potential for violence. A resident from the 13th floor, having heard the distress from below, confirms the dreadful reality. Indeed, the madman has begun his rampage again. The occupants downstairs are calling for help. What? How did Zhao Daju manage to open the door? Another resident questions, having checked the surveillance footage of the 12th floor corridor. Both doors were securely closed, and upon reviewing the recordings, there is no sign of Zhao Daju exiting his apartment. Suddenly, a message appears, leaving all who read it momentarily bewildered. The sender, a savvy tech expert known as Cyber David, resides in the same building and specializes in cybersecurity. His credibility is unquestionable, prompting the others to follow the link he shared to the surveillance footage. Upon viewing, they observe two locked security doors. Zhao Daju's entrance appears dilapidated, while his neighbor's door remains intact. The footage offers no evidence of Zhao Daju emerging. Under such circumstances, how could he have gained access to the apartment across the hall? Could it be that he possesses the ability to walk through walls? Or perhaps his neighbor has succumbed to some madness, turning against their own family? This theory gains traction, especially considering that during their previous encounter with Zhao Daju, he had inflicted injuries upon one of them, leaving a mark on their arm. Could that be the moment of infection? The notion that a mere scratch could lead to such a transformation raises unsettling possibilities. Has Zhao Daju morphed into a creature akin to the zombies depicted in films? It seems plausible. Otherwise, how could he have dismembered his own wife and daughter? Moreover, his mouth was stained with blood. When we entered, we saw him feasting upon his daughter's flesh. The scene was utterly horrifying. How perilous! Since we reside in the same building, could we also be infected? Soon, the crowd became lively again, yet not a single person mentioned the need to rescue anyone. Instead, they were consumed by apprehension. Everyone, look at the surveillance footage. Someone is emerging. Soon, a voice in the group exclaimed. Before our eyes, the once tightly shut door of Zhao Daju's home suddenly swung open, revealing a figure slowly dragging a corpse. From the outline of the body on the ground, it was evident that it was a male corpse. This was Zhao Daju, and he appeared to be dragging the male resident from across the hall. How could this be possible? Boom! With this revelation, the minds of the crowd erupted in chaos. Initially, they speculated that the male resident across had been infected by the virus, transforming into a maniac like Zhao Daju, engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. However, their assumptions were utterly shattered. Zhao Daju had evidently employed some method to evade the surveillance in the corridor and had brutally massacred the residents of the opposite apartment. Under the horrified gazes of onlookers, Zhao Daju dragged out two more corpses from across the hall, bringing all three bodies back to his own residence. He had annihilated the entire family of three next door, exhibiting an unfathomable cruelty, sparing even the child. What was he dragging the bodies back for? Was he truly intent on consuming human flesh? How had he managed to cross over to the opposite apartment? Will he ascend to our floor as well? What should we do? Should we relocate to another building? If we remain, we are surely at risk of becoming his next meal. A torrent of panic-laden messages flooded the chat. These messages vividly illustrated the profound terror that gripped their hearts. No one dared to coexist with a demon who could kill at any moment. All were contemplating escape. Gao Tianyu observed the messages in the chat group, his brow furrowing as unease flickered in his mind. Had Zhao Daju awakened some wall-passing ability? Otherwise, how could he have evaded the surveillance and appeared in the neighbor's home? What was his motive for murder? Was it merely a desire to kill? Or was it for sustenance? If it was solely for bloodlust, he would have surely targeted the people on the upper and lower floors by now. If it was for food storage, then after killing these three, he would likely cease his rampage. Should I leave? Although I'm on the top floor, there is no guarantee he won't come up. Do I stand a chance against him? Yet, even if I wish to flee, where could I possibly go? In this weather, I cannot travel far, and I lack any friends or relatives in the nearby buildings to take me in. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts raced through Gao Tianyu's mind. As for the notion of leveraging his awakened abilities to rid the world of evil, he had never even entertained such an idea. Due to his complete lack of understanding regarding his own capabilities, he remained oblivious to his current strength, which rendered him equally unaware of Zhao Daju's prowess. What if he were to find himself outmatched? Would that not spell his demise? Hence, for the sake of his own safety, he would prefer not to engage. If the peril became too great, he would have no choice but to flee. Knowing he could not prevail, he could hardly remain and await his end. How did Zhao Daju manage to reach the opposite residence? Might he also suddenly appear in our home? Abruptly, a message surfaced in the homeowners group, articulating the collective anxiety. Everyone was preoccupied with this very question, until it was resolved. They likely wouldn't dare to sleep. Indeed, who could fathom how he had so suddenly arrived at the neighbor's abode? His ability to traverse to their neighbor's house implied he could just as easily reach theirs. Without clarity on this matter, sleep would elude him. The group was incessantly buzzing with inquiries. Their urgency to comprehend Zhao Daju's presence next door was palpable, for it pertained to their very safety. Outside, the weather was sweltering, compounded by torrential downpour and thick fog, rendering any escape impossible. Even if they could venture out, they would not go far, utterly disoriented about where to head. Thus, they were compelled to remain indoors, biding their time until the inclement weather passed. Could he have scaled the window? Suddenly, a text appeared in the group, leaving everyone momentarily taken aback. A window? This conjecture roused them from their stupor. In their community, the exterior windows lacked security grills. The distance between two windows could stretch 4 or 5 meters, and the walls were smooth, devoid of any footholds, which had not crossed their minds. Yet, upon reading the message, they immediately pondered the possibility and ventured outside for a closer inspection. They discovered that their window was indeed in close proximity to that of their neighbor, and if one possessed strong leaping abilities, it was quite plausible to jump across. In Chapter 10, with minds wandering in different directions, a recollection struck me. When the agonizing cries erupted from below, I believe I heard the shattering of glass. At that moment, a resident from the 13th floor sent a message. If this were true, it could be surmised that Zhao Daju had climbed through the window to the adjacent unit and subsequently shattered the glass to gain entry. The two households were relatively close, and crossing through the window would not pose a significant challenge, though our floors did not align, making his passage to our residence rather difficult. Upon hearing this conclusion, the group collectively exhaled in relief. The walls outside were exceedingly smooth, making it improbable even for a monkey to scale them, let alone a human. What if he had utilized a rope to descend? Suddenly, yet another individual in the group sent forth this message. The residents beneath Zhao Daju's apartment were in a state of utter panic. If he could scale the opposite building, it was not unfathomable that he might descend by rope. What were we to do? I reside directly below him. Should he choose to descend in such a manner, my fate would surely be sealed. I share the same plight. Drowning in despair, I must leave this place. I cannot bear to remain here for even a moment longer. With the torrential rain pouring outside, where could we possibly relocate? Aside from a few surrounding buildings, we are effectively trapped within the confines of our community. Surely, it is preferable to remain elsewhere rather than await our demise here. Damn it, he is but one man. Whether deranged or mutated, he remains flesh and blood. If we all band together, armed, we can confront him. I refuse to believe he can withstand our collective force. One irate resident vented his frustrations in the group chat. Brother, I stand with you. Let's take him down. We can testify for you at the police station and ensure you receive a reward. Brother, I too support you. I have faith in your abilities. I will lead the charge. Who among you will join me? The residents' rallying cry echoed in the chat. However, after a lengthy silence, no one responded. None wished to confront the terrifying Zhao Daju. Even those willing to lead hesitated to act, preferring to reap the benefits without risk, a lamentable aspect of human nature, nearly unavoidable. It was not as though no one had attempted action, yet those who did had met grim fates, lying lifeless in the adversary's abode. They were merely ordinary people, and perhaps it was wiser to remain cautious, for Zhao Daju was indeed a figure of dread. Inhuman, after a considerable time, witnessing the lack of support for his cause, the agitated resident sighed and ceased his messages, realizing further appeals would be futile. Zhao Daju's reign of terror had already instilled fear in their hearts, robbing them of the courage to confront him. Does anyone have food at home? Could you sell me some? My supplies are nearly depleted, and I have elderly and children to feed. Suddenly, a resident from apartment 2002 on the 20th floor sent a message. On the first day of the heat wave, having received official notifications, They had stocked up on provisions and were not initially anxious about their sustenance. However, the official announcement had also indicated that this bizarre weather would soon pass, prompting most to purchase only about a week's worth of supplies. Now, many were on the brink of running out of food. Brother, I do have some surplus provisions I can sell you, though not much. It should suffice for another 2 or 3 days. However, I reside on the 5th floor, so please contact me privately if you are interested. Shortly thereafter, the resident received a response, expressing willingness to sell food and assist another in navigating this crisis. Although the weather outside remains harsh, the temperature has surprisingly dropped a few degrees, signaling a positive change. It indicates that the outside world has begun to cool down, and it is likely that this dreadful weather will soon come to an end. Had it not been for the presence of the notorious murderer Zhao Daju in their building, they would have already been celebrating. Thank you, my friend. I will come to find you first thing tomorrow morning. Upon hearing that someone was willing to sell food to him, the man expressed his gratitude. Do you have any extra food? My supplies at home have run out. Could you sell me some? Shortly after, another message appeared in the homeowners group, where he tagged the owner on the 5th floor who was selling food. Gao Qianyu raised an eyebrow upon seeing the WeChat notification, which indicated that the message was from Qin Zhong, the owner of Unit 3002, directly across from him. His own unit number was 3001. It seemed that his neighbors were quickly depleting their food supplies, and the calamity appeared to be just beginning. Gao Qianyu recalled the couple living opposite him. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman was tall and beautiful, as if they were a match made in heaven. However, in this apocalyptic scenario, possessing such beauty might not be advantageous, as it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. At this moment, Gao Qianyu had his sights set on the woman. Should an opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to take advantage of it. Nevertheless, he preferred a more transactional approach rather than resorting to force. Currently, he no longer doubted the impending disaster mentioned in the post, as the events described were unfolding in rapid succession. Moreover, not only Gao Qianyu, but many others who had seen the post were convinced of its authenticity. This post had even caught the attention of high-ranking officials within the country, with many seeking out the author to glean information. However, the post had been published anonymously, the address was incorrect, indicating a location abroad, and it had already been deleted, making it difficult to trace back to its origin. I'm sorry, but I don't have much food left. What I've sold has already been squeezed from my reserves. The seller of the food on the 5th floor hesitated momentarily upon hearing this, but quickly declined. His own food supplies were limited and would only last about 10 more days. If the disaster persisted beyond that time frame, his household would also face starvation. Thus, it was unwise to part with any more food, were it not for the slight improvement in the weather, suggesting that this bizarre phenomenon might soon pass. He would not have considered relinquishing even 3 days' worth of provisions. Qin Zhong felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing the refusal from the 5th floor owner, knowing that their own food supplies were dwindling. Originally, they intended to venture out to purchase provisions the day after the sweltering heat. However, due to torrential rain and supermarket closures, they were unable to procure any sustenance. Now, the food supply in their household is sufficient for merely 1 more day. Once it is consumed tomorrow, they will face starvation. Is there anyone in the group who still has food at home? I am willing to pay double the price for it. Subsequently, Qin Zhong crafted another message and sent it to the group, expressing his desire to acquire some food through WeChat. Chapter 11. The Onslaught of the Virus. I have a 5-kilogram bag of rice available. If you wish, I can sell you half. However, it will cost 100 yuan. At this moment, a message emerged from the group. A resident on the 23rd floor indicated he could sell some rice to Qin Zhong, but the price was inflated several times over. Brother, what you're doing is rather excessive. It is merely 5 kilograms of rice, and you demand 100 yuan. This is outright profiteering. Indeed, selling 5 kilograms of rice for 100 yuan. Why not resort to robbery instead? This pricing is utterly outrageous. You, a profiteer, are shamelessly inflating prices and capitalizing on this national calamity. Such actions will surely invite retribution. It is well known that the current price of rice hovers around 2 or 3 yuan per kilogram. Thus, half of a 5-kilogram bag equates to 5 kilograms. Selling for 100 yuan means you are charging 20 yuan per kilogram. This price is nearly tenfold the norm. This is unequivocally exploitation. Consequently, many individuals in the owner group rose in indignation, vehemently condemning the resident from the 23rd floor. Zhang Hao, the resident in question, was enraged upon hearing the group's outcry, his face darkening with fury. Nonsense. Is 100 yuan for 5 kilograms of rice exorbitant? How can it be too much in these dire times? It is merely my surplus rice that I am willing to part with. Who else would be inclined to sell? Truly despicable, what a bunch of meddlesome fools. In a fit of rage, he hurled a book from the table across the room, cursing vehemently. Under ordinary circumstances, selling 5 kilograms for 100 yuan would indeed be excessive. However, these are extraordinary times, and the calamity outside shows no sign of abating. Every grain of food counts, and could be a matter of life and death. Selling rice at 20 yuan per kilogram. What is so outrageous about that? Believe me, if this disaster persists, even at 1,000 yuan per kilogram, people will still be clamoring to buy. Very well, since you all feel this way, I shall no longer sell. Zhang Hao, in a fit of anger, sent a message and promptly closed the chat application. Wait, brother, don't. If it's 100 yuan, then I'll pay it. I'll buy. Upon hearing that Zhang Hao had drastically inflated the price of rice, Qin Zhong frowned in discontent, feeling quite displeased. The other party was clearly attempting to fleece him. Although 100 yuan was not a significant sum for him, it still left him feeling discontented, allowing the group to unleash their verbal assaults on Zhang Hao. However, Zhang Hao's words swiftly brought him to a realization. While the other party was indeed taking advantage of the situation, purchasing the goods would satiate their hunger. Otherwise, they would face starvation soon. Thus, spending that 100 yuan was not a loss. Should the seller refuse to sell, they would be left without provisions the day after tomorrow. Upon receiving Zhang Hao's message, he became acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation and hurriedly attempted to retain the deal. Yet it was already too late. The other party had long since closed the chat application and succumbed to slumber. Brother. Qin Zhong sent several messages in quick succession, yet received no reply. Instantly realizing that the transaction had fallen through. Sighing, he set his phone down, lamenting how a near-concluded deal had unraveled so abruptly. He chided himself for hesitating. He should have solidified the transaction without delay. Moreover, if he had taken the time to explain, perhaps matters would not have escalated to such a standoff. Husband, don't be disheartened. We could try again tomorrow. There should still be others in the group with food to sell. It shouldn't be too difficult to procure some. If all else fails, we could buy from our neighbors. I recall seeing them bring back a substantial amount of supplies last time, so they likely have leftovers. Han Qingru offered her gentle encouragement upon noticing Qin Zhong's dejected demeanor. Just then, a notification chimed from Han Qingru's phone. She picked it up to find a message from her dear friend, Lin Ruoshi. Eagerly, she opened it, and a message appeared. Qingru, do you have no food left at home? We still have some that can last us a few more days, and we'd be happy to share. Han Qingru's eyes brightened at this news, and she quickly typed back, how much food do you have left? How many days can it last? If we ration it, we can manage about 5 days. However, our appetite has increased significantly lately, so if we share with you, it would only suffice for 2 days. The reply came swiftly. Understood. Let us first try tomorrow to see if we can buy food from the group. If that fails, we will have to trouble you. Han Qingru pondered for a moment before responding. You're being too polite. What kind of relationship do we have? How could I stand idly by when you are in need? The intimacy of their bond was evident in their exchange. Indeed, though I must still thank you, Ruoshi. Upon hearing these words, Han Qingru could not help but smile. She and Lin Ruoshi had been inseparable since childhood, residing in the same neighborhood. From elementary school through university, they shared the same educational journey, and their families were closely acquainted, fostering a deep bond akin to that of sisters. Over the course of more than 2 decades, their relationship had blossomed into an unbreakable sisterhood. When Lin Ruoshi and her husband purchased their home, they deliberately chose the same building, albeit one on the 29th floor and the other on the 30th. Ruoshi still has some food at her place. If we are unable to procure any tomorrow, I can fetch some from her. However, her supplies are dwindling and will not last long. Han Qingru gently informed Qin Zhong after concluding her conversation with her friend. Do not worry. The temperature has already begun to drop. It is likely that normalcy will soon return, and we shall not suffer from a lack of provisions. Qin Zhong reassured his beautiful wife, his tone imbued with tenderness. The night soon passed, giving way to daylight, which brought a further decline in temperature compared to the previous day. Although rain persisted and the heat remained oppressive, the sustained cooling after 2 consecutive days brought immense excitement to those who had endured the sweltering conditions. On the 7th day of the heat wave, Zhang, who had been holed up on the 12th floor, exhibited an unusual quietness, refraining from his usual violent outbursts, which relieved everyone. Meanwhile, News outlets across the internet broadcasted the welcome announcement of the temperature decrease. However, the joy was short-lived as a chilling report emerged. Everyone's mobile devices buzzed with an alarming notification. A mysterious virus had suddenly appeared on Blue Star, its origin unknown and seemingly transmitted through air and rainwater. Those infected exhibited symptoms of fever, coughing, vomiting, extreme fatigue, bloodshot eyes, and visibly distended veins, presenting a ghastly spectacle. The virus was highly contagious, with virtually no preventive measures in place, leading to a rapid increase in infections. Every moment saw new cases emerge. Most terrifyingly, the majority of those afflicted found themselves without recourse for aid. Due to adverse weather conditions, they were unable to venture outside, and ambulances could not navigate the streets. Consequently, many were trapped in their homes. Chapter 12, Evolution. The online community erupted in chaos. Whether on messaging platforms or short video applications, countless individuals were posting pleas for help. In a matter of moments, the hospital system became overwhelmed, with many doctors stranded at home, unable to reach their workplaces. Even those still stationed at the hospital found themselves among the infected. The virus had struck with alarming suddenness, leaving no warning signs. And no one could ascertain how the contagion spread. Even the nation's scientists are unable to ascertain the origins of this virus, nor have they devised any effective containment measures, leaving them helpless as the virus relentlessly assaults the populace. In an instant, the systems of countries across the globe have succumbed to paralysis. Even those soldiers sheltered deep within air raid bunkers are not spared from the virus's onslaught. Every passing moment witnesses individuals succumbing to infection, only to lie helplessly in bed. The building where Gao Tianyu resides, along with the entire community, is not immune to this viral invasion. One after another, residents collapse, frantically dialing for help, desperately seeking assistance online, yet receiving no response, forced to endure their suffering in silence. Time swiftly advances to the 9th day, and the number of infected individuals has become unfathomable. Worldwide, chaos reigns supreme. Estimations from relevant national agencies suggest that a significant portion of the population may have contracted the virus. In the span of a single day, billions have been infected, with the virus's terrifying transmissibility far surpassing that of smallpox in human history. An alarming reality indeed. Cough, cough. Even Gao Tianyu has fallen victim. Upon awakening in the morning, he notices a rise in his body temperature, followed by a persistent cough and an overwhelming sense of nausea. His symptoms mirror those of the infected with uncanny precision. How unjust fate seems. I, Gao Tianyu, a prodigy blessed with extraordinary abilities, have only just awakened my latent powers and have yet to leave my mark on this impending apocalypse. And now I'm afflicted by this virus. I cannot accept this. Lying in bed, despair and bitterness etched across his face, Gao Tianyu senses the severity of his condition escalating. His temperature continues to climb, rendering him utterly incapacitated, as though swarms of ants were relentlessly biting at him, a torment beyond measure. Alas, death holds no terror. After all, I am but a solitary soul, and living has lost its allure, especially when faced with the impending apocalypse. The mere thought fills him with desolation. Gao Tianyu muses inwardly, as the waves of nausea intensify and his fever rises. The veins in his hands begin to bulge, and the crimson hue in his eyes gradually becomes more pronounced. Soon, overwhelmed by unbearable agony, he loses consciousness. In his stupor, his body breaks into a cold sweat, followed by intermittent convulsions, his perspiration soaking the sheets. His complexion twists in agony, alternating between shades of red and white, suffering immensely. After a day and night of unconsciousness, Gao Tianyu weakly awakens. I'm so hungry. Water. I need water, he murmurs as he slowly opens his eyes, instantly beset by a wave of hunger. His stomach growls incessantly, and he feels an overwhelming sense of weakness. At the same time, his lips are parched, and a thirst accompanies his hunger, rendering him utterly uncomfortable in his plight. I'm still alive. A flicker of incredulity crossed Gao Tianyu's face, followed by a subtle smile gracing his lips. Who would willingly embrace death when life remains? Even in the face of dire circumstances, such as an apocalypse, the future, fraught with uncertainty, holds no allure for demise. The instinct to survive is inherent in all living beings. With great effort, Gao Tianyu struggled to rise from his bed, finally managing to exit his room and slowly opening the refrigerator door. He retrieved a bottle of milk inserted a straw, and drank ravenously. Upon finishing the milk, he hastily grabbed several pieces of bread, devouring them with abandon, followed by several sausages, yet his hunger remained insatiable. He quickly fetched some rice, rinsed it briefly, and placed it in a pot to cook, casually adding a few eggs and a pound of cured meat. Simultaneously, he employed an electric kettle to boil water and tore open 4 packets of instant noodles, placing them in a bowl to await the boiling water. Meanwhile, he nibbled on bread to ease the hunger gnawing at his stomach. Once the noodles had softened, he eagerly dug in, consuming all 4 packets in swift succession. It was only at this point that his hunger began to subside slightly. After the rice was cooked, he devoured an entire pot along with the eggs and cured meat, stopping only when he could eat no more. Feeling a warm sensation enveloping him, a comforting flow surged within. He had survived. He had indeed endured this virus. An astonishing feat. Gao Qianyu patted his round belly, leaning weakly against the sofa, reflecting on his ordeal. Upon learning of his infection yesterday, he had feared the worst, yet here he was, alive. He pondered the fate of the beautiful neighbor next door. It would be a great loss if she had succumbed to the virus. Satiated, his thoughts turned to her, validating the age-old adage that a full stomach fosters desires. As he mused, his mental energy seemed to penetrate the walls, allowing him to sense 2 figures within. Though their features remained obscured, their steady breaths and strong heartbeats indicated they were very much alive. He could even faintly hear their conversation. His mental acuity appeared to have significantly intensified. Previously, he would have been incapable of such a feat. Witnessing this development, Gao Qianyu was astounded. His mental prowess had drastically enhanced, enabling him to perceive events within a radius of several meters. This ability was nothing short of extraordinary, suggesting that in confrontations, he could anticipate his adversary's every move, positioning him to gain the upper hand effortlessly. He then endeavored to manipulate the cups resting on the table with his newfound mental energy. Soon, 5 cups began to hover in the air, dancing gracefully under his command. In the past, I could only manage to levitate a single cup, and even that was for a fleeting moment. Now, I found myself effortlessly controlling 5 cups simultaneously, with the duration of my control having increased 2 or 3-fold. My mental prowess must have augmented by at least 5 times. It appeared I had undergone a form of evolution. Could it be that these so-called evolved beings were awakened by this mysterious virus? Gao Tianyu pondered silently. Yet, from whence did this virus originate? Was it perhaps brought by that meteorite? If so, did that mean the piece of meteorite in my possession was teeming with viruses? Upon regaining clarity, Gao Tianyu felt his mind becoming increasingly lucid, seemingly more agile than before. He returned to his bedroom, scrutinizing the meteorite he had placed on the table. Ever since he had brought it home, it had remained there, occasionally taken out for close examination and contemplation. Previously, he had failed to discern any peculiarities within the meteorite, only thinking of seizing the opportunity to sell it for a handsome sum. Chapter 13. The Mysterious Meteorite. However, as he now re-examined the meteorite, he discovered through his mental force that it emanated an imperceptible glow. This radiance was faint yet undeniably present. When Gao Tianyu held the meteorite in his hand, meticulously caressing it, he sensed, through his mental acuity, that his cells were rejoicing within him. The meteorite was emitting radiation that could induce the evolution of human cells. From this brief contact, Gao Qianyu quickly grasped the meteorite's significance. It was extraordinary, seemingly a crystallization of energy, continuously radiating some enigmatic power. This energy held immense benefits for the cells within the human body, fostering their evolution. What a treasure! I never anticipated that I would stumble upon such a remarkable gem. With this precious possession, if I can survive the impending apocalypse, I am sure to become one of the world's most formidable beings, capable of establishing a grand lineage. However, this treasure must remain concealed. Otherwise, I would inevitably become a target, and with my current strength, I could not possibly protect it. In an instant, a multitude of questions flooded his mind, and he considered the situation with great comprehensiveness. It was imperative to hide this meteorite well, ensuring that no one could uncover its mysteries. Apart from myself, none must know. Of course, he was not the only one who had found a meteorite. The secrets of these meteorites would eventually come to light, merely a matter of time. Those who possessed meteorites experienced a much quicker awakening and evolution than ordinary individuals, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they were galloping ahead of the rest. Henceforth, it is paramount to conceal one's strength, refraining from indiscriminate exposure. It is prudent to present oneself as somewhat ordinary, thus avoiding undue attention. After a brief contemplation, Gao Tianyu promptly resolved in his mind. The apocalypse had arrived, and the malevolence within humanity would be unleashed in its entirety. Apart from oneself, no one was worthy of trust. This included even blood relatives. Should anyone discover the remarkable treasures he possessed, it would inevitably attract the covetous eyes of many. The powerful factions and affluent individuals would inevitably become involved, and even high-ranking government officials and state leaders would find it impossible to resist such overwhelming temptation. A piercing scream erupted from downstairs, jolting Gao Tianyu from his reverie. He approached the balcony and gazed down, where, under the relentless sun, several figures were viciously tearing into the body of a young man. The youth was not yet dead, his mouth issuing wails of agony, blood gushing forth as his tattered clothing was stained crimson. The figures above relentlessly stripped flesh from his body, consuming it on the spot in a gruesome spectacle that was nothing short of horrifying. Since awakening, Gao Tianyu had discerned that not only had his mental prowess significantly enhanced, but his physical constitution had also improved considerably, his strength magnified beyond measure. His senses of sight, smell, and hearing had become extraordinarily acute, even from a considerable distance. The anguished visages of the struggling figures were vividly etched in his mind, and he could faintly hear their desperate cries. Upon recognizing the identities of those figures, his pupils constricted in shock. Were these zombies? Such grotesque entities from films had truly manifested in reality. Gao Tianyu stood in stunned silence, despite his prior preparations. The sight of these zombies still left him momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, a gasp from next door broke his trance. He turned to see Han Qingru, the stunningly beautiful young woman, staring in horror at the terrifying scene outside. She let out a shriek, her delicate hand covering her mouth, her exquisite face etched with terror. Her husband held her closely, whispering words of comfort. Observing Han Qingru's woeful, tear-streaked countenance, even Gao Tianyu, who considered himself unyielding, felt a flicker of compassion stir within him, a yearning to embrace and console her. Alas, her husband stood nearby, certain to disapprove, prompting him to relinquish that thought. Qin Zhong seemed to sense Gao Tianyu's gaze and turned to look as well. "Brother, do you know what is happening outside? Why has everything descended into chaos?" Qin Zhong asked, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of relief upon seeing his neighbor still alive. "Indeed, I do have some knowledge," Gao Tianyu replied. Gao Tianyu, upon hearing Qin Zhong's inquiry, nodded slightly and pondered for a moment before articulating in the most straightforward manner. "As you can see, the apocalypse has arrived. These individuals appear to have contracted a mysterious virus, transforming them directly into zombies, attacking anyone they encounter with a ferocious hunger, much like the zombies depicted in films." "What?" Both Qin Zhong and Han Qingru gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape in astonishment. "Brother, you must be joking. How could this be possible?" Qin Zhong exclaimed, his incredulity evident. "Do I seem like I'm jesting?" Gao Tianyu retorted, rolling his eyes with irritation. He gestured towards the scene below. "You must have seen the news. The sudden outbreak of this mysterious virus yesterday has likely reached your ears. Those infected have become like the individuals down there, bloodthirsty and violent, relishing in the consumption of flesh. Their movements are stiff and lifeless, reminiscent of zombies." Upon hearing Qin Zhong's disbelief, Gao Tianyu couldn't help but express his annoyance. He continued, "If you remain skeptical, feel free to take out your phones. I suspect the news has already spread like wildfire. The world is likely engulfed in chaos right now, and soon we may face water shortages, power outages, and a loss of internet connectivity, possibly reverting to a bygone era." Having said this, an idea struck Gao Tianyu. He hurried into the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, and proceeded to fill every available container in the house with water. He then opened his phone and computer, downloading various single-player games alongside dozens of novels, dramas, and films. He anticipated that it would not be long before water, electricity, and internet services would cease, and without prior preparation, enduring the ensuing hardships would be exceedingly difficult. Chapter 14. Will you keep me company? Help! Is there anyone who can save me? My wife has gone mad outside, relentlessly attacking me and even attempting to bite. She is currently kicking down my door. A resident on the 4th floor sent a desperate message to the group. My husband has also lost his mind, incessantly pounding on the door. The moment I opened it, He lunged at me. If I hadn't reacted quickly and locked him up, my daughter and I would likely have perished. Another message echoed in the group, filled with pleas for assistance. My parents are also exhibiting troubling behavior. They are frantically banging on the door, their eyes bloodshot, and they attack me upon sight. They resemble the zombies from movies. They must have transformed into zombies. Please, show some compassion. What are we to do? Is there any hope for my father? A never-ending stream of messages flooded in. Yet, compared to before, there was a noticeable decline in their frequency, as many had succumbed to the zombie virus and perished. Gao Tianyu observed the chat group, repeatedly scrolling through short videos. He had witnessed numerous scenes of zombies attacking humans in short videos, most of which were filmed indoors, leaving the victims with no chance of escape. Due to the weather conditions, many perished within their homes, and, upon transforming into zombies, they remained trapped inside as they lacked the ability to open doors. This, in turn, reduced the dangers outside. However, the situation was not entirely secure, for the corpses that succumbed outside had also undergone mutation, wandering through the city as the undead. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed through the room as the air conditioning unit overhead came to an abrupt halt. Following this, the hotspot on his phone lost connection. Had the power truly gone out so swiftly? Gao Tianyu let out a sigh upon witnessing this scene. Although he had mentally prepared for such an eventuality, the reality of the power outage weighed heavily upon him. The temperature outside still hovered above 40 degrees Celsius, and with the sun's ascent, it could potentially reach over 50 degrees. The discomfort of enduring such heat without electricity was unimaginable. Has the power been cut in the community? This is it. It seems we are truly doomed. The government is unreliable. The apocalypse has indeed arrived. What am I to do? There are several zombies lurking in the corridor on my floor, and my food supplies are dwindling. I am terrified to venture out. What are we to do? Will there be any national rescue? This sudden calamity left everyone in a state of shock. They had always lived under the protection of law. Who had ever encountered such a dire situation? With order collapsed, society in chaos, and no government to lead, many found themselves engulfed in despair. Following the power outage, the indoor temperature surged, accompanied by an unbearable humidity. Even Gao Tianyu, who had bolstered his physical constitution, found the heat intolerable and stepped out onto the balcony, shedding his clothes to seek relief from the sweltering air. This wretched world truly offers no respite, he lamented, gazing at the relentless downpour outside. The torrential rain continued unabated, having already submerged many cities downstream, while numerous dams had exceeded their limits and collapsed under the excessive rainfall. Had it not been for the elevated altitude of Dachang City, they too might have succumbed to the floods. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from the side. Turning his head, he was met with the sight of his neighbor, the beautiful Han Qingru, clad in light attire, as she joined him on the balcony. "Hello, do you have any food left? Could you sell us some?" Han Qingru inquired, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Gao Tianyu. "Sell? My dear, do you honestly believe that money holds any value at this moment? It is merely worthless paper, and you intend to barter it for food?" Gao Tianyu shook his head slightly, refusing without hesitation. In the current circumstances, the currency system had long since collapsed. In the past, no matter how abundant the wealth, it has now turned to mere ashes in this moment. At this juncture, food has become an invaluable treasure, one that cannot be exchanged for any amount of money. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Han Qingru immediately reacted, her cheeks flushing slightly. Indeed, in this situation, money has lost its significance, and no amount could procure anything of value. "We can exchange items with you. Tell us what you need, and if we possess it, we shall trade." Han Qingru paused briefly before continuing earnestly. "Is that so? Anything can be exchanged?" Gao Tianyu's eyes brightened at her response, and he inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Yes. Just name it, and if we have it, we shall provide." Han Qingru nodded affirmatively. "I'm feeling quite bored and lonely after eating and sleeping all day. Would you care to keep me company?" Gao Tianyu stroked his chin, his gaze roaming over Han Qingru, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. He had long desired this beautiful woman. Had it not been for his principles, he might have already taken drastic measures. Hearing Gao Tianyu's words and witnessing his lecherous expression, Han Qingru's demeanor immediately turned cold. "Scoundrel, disgusting, pervert, you should abandon such thoughts. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow someone like you to take advantage of me." Han Qingru berated Gao Tianyu vehemently before huffing away from the balcony. Quite the spirited one, I must admit. I find it appealing. However, spirit alone won't fill your stomach. When your provisions run low, you will surely seek my assistance. Gao Tianyu shrugged, chuckling softly, unfazed by her tirade. He understood that her current bravado stemmed from the food still in her possession. Once that ran out and they dared not venture outside, they would inevitably come seeking him. Yet, if her husband were more resolute, they might attempt to procure food elsewhere, potentially targeting him. After all, he possessed the precious sustenance. Moreover, the current laws and moralities held no sway over them. Facing him was far preferable to confronting the terrifying undead below. "Wife, what troubles you? Why the angry face?" Qin Zhong inquired, noticing Han Qingrou's furious expression, which had even lent a slight blush to her exquisite features. "It's that loathsome neighbor next door. I wanted to trade some food with him, but he refused and even suggested I keep him company. It's utterly revolting." Han Qingru clenched her delicate fists, her face aflame with indignation, her eyes brimming with disdain. In her view, he was akin to a toad aspiring to court a swan, treating her as if she were a mere harlot for a meager morsel. She was not so cheap. What? That audacious scoundrel, daring to cast his eyes upon you, truly possesses remarkable gall. Does he not take a moment to reflect upon his own appearance? Does he believe himself worthy? Qin Zhong, upon hearing Han Qingrou's words, was similarly filled with indignation. Any man of decency would find such an affront intolerable. "I shall confront him," Qin Zhong declared, rising from his seat, intent on storming out. "Stop. It is not worth instigating a conflict over such a trivial matter, especially with the dangers that lurk outside." Han Qingru quickly grasped Qin Zhong's hand, halting his advance. In her view, engaging in a confrontation over a few lewd remarks was an endeavor devoid of merit. "Must we allow him to bully you without consequence?" Qin Zhong, momentarily subdued by her intervention, expressed his reluctance. "He has not truly bullied me. He merely uttered an unkind word. I have encountered such remarks countless times before. Must we confront everyone who offends us?" Han Qingru soothed him gently. Due to her beauty, she had frequently faced unsolicited advances and had grown accustomed to the occasional rogue's taunts. Thus, once she regained her composure, her earlier fury dissipated. "Should he seek retribution? Does he believe he can best me? He should beware, lest I shatter his arrogance." Meanwhile, Gao Tianyu quietly absorbed the couple's exchange from the adjacent room, muttering to himself. His senses were heightened, and even through the wall, the dialogue reached his ears. If Qin Zhong truly dared to cause trouble, he would seize the opportunity to retaliate. Why, you may ask? Out of jealousy. Qin Zhong was young, affluent, strikingly handsome, and possessed a wife of remarkable beauty. As a reclusive individual, Gao Tianyu could hardly suppress his envy. In the past, his jealousy had been futile. He could not simply assault someone out of spite. However, circumstances had shifted. Should the other party come seeking justice, he would undoubtedly exploit the situation to deliver blow. Gao Tianyu entered a room, rummaging through drawers until he unearthed a book inscribed with the words Bejiquin. Who among us has not harbored dreams of martial prowess in our youth? Inspired by martial arts dramas, Gao Tianyu had longed to practice combat, saving diligently to purchase this volume of martial techniques. After a few days of practice, he abandoned the endeavor, unable to endure the rigors of training and lacking the perseverance to continue. Now, over a decade later, he had forgotten nearly all of it. Were it not for his desire to improve his physical fitness and perhaps hone his unarmed combat skills, he might never have recalled it. In literature, the tranquility of Tai Chi governs the world. In martial arts, Bejiquin asserts dominion. Renowned throughout China, Bejiquin is a formidable martial art, known for its raw power. Mastered to perfection, a single punch can be lethal, embodying sheer ferocity. Gao Tianyu initiated the 8 Extremes fist while simultaneously employing his mental prowess to levitate books before him, perusing them page by page, all the while executing various movements of the martial art. After practicing thrice, he firmly etched all the motions into his memory. It appears my memory has significantly improved. Although I have not achieved photographic recall, I am not far from it. The enhancement of my mental faculties has greatly amplified my retention. Techniques that once eluded my grasp after numerous readings now reside effortlessly in my mind. As he practiced, Gao Tianyu felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within him, capable of delivering a blow powerful enough to fell a bull. The precise extent of his newfound strength eluded even his understanding, yet he effortlessly lifted a bed with both hands. He surmised that his strength had undoubtedly surpassed 1,000 pounds, as he could easily raise objects weighing hundreds of pounds. After merely a few rounds of practice, hunger struck him anew. Thus, he commenced preparing a meal, fortunate that his household utilized a combination of electric and gas cooking methods. Even amidst a power outage, his gas remained operational, though it would not last indefinitely. After consuming 10 bowls of rice and a pound of cured meat, he finally felt a sense of satiation. Alas, my appetite now rivals that of 5 ordinary individuals. While there is still some rice left, the cured meat is dwindling. I must be judicious in my consumption. Post-repast, gazing at the scant remaining meat, Gao Tianyu furrowed his brow. The energy derived from rice and that from meat are entirely dissimilar. Rice may provide fullness, yet its energy is fleeting, dissipating rapidly and necessitating subsequent trips to the restroom, unlike the more sustaining meat. As the 10th day dawned, it unfolded much like the previous ones, with torrential rain, thick fog, and scorching sun appearing in succession, reminiscent of a cyclical pattern. Darling, what troubles you? You feel so hot. On this day, the neighboring Han Qingru looked anxiously at Qin Zhong, who was engulfed in a high fever, coughing incessantly and vomiting, with prominent veins coursing beneath his skin, creating a rather alarming sight. Ruashi, do you have any fever-reducing medicine? My husband is ill. Han Qingru frontikalu misasht lin ruyoxi. What? Qingru, your husband is also feverish? Is that so? Upon receiving her message, Lin Ruashi was immediately taken aback and sent back a photograph. In the image was a young man, bare-chested and muscular, exuding vitality, yet his veins were starkly visible, lending him an unsettling appearance. Ruashi, how has your husband come to look this way? Upon seeing the photograph, Han Qingru was immediately struck with astonishment and quickly replied to the message. The man in the image was none other than her best friend's husband, a remarkably sunny, handsome young man who also hailed from a well-off family. They had met during their university years, a perfect match of talent and beauty, and their relationship had naturally blossomed, with her matchmaking playing a significant role. Chapter 16. The heavens do not favor me. This morning had taken a turn for the worse. It did not appear to be a mere fever, but rather seemed to indicate an infection by that mysterious virus. A stunning woman with an alluring figure, cascading waves of long hair, and a remarkably developed bust promptly responded, saying, "Listen to me. Check if you have any ropes at home. Bind your husband's hands and feet. He might very well be on the verge of becoming a zombie." She followed this with another message, urgently advising Han Qingru. What? Upon reading her best friend's message, Han Qingru's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling slightly. Deep down, she comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet she was reluctant to accept it, clinging to a flicker of hope. However, this fragile hope was ruthlessly shattered by her friend's words, forcing her to confront the reality. "Please, husband, don't die. You can't leave me alone in this world." Han Qingru cried out in agony, covering her face. After weeping for a while, she reluctantly followed her friend's advice and retrieved a sturdy strip of cloth, binding Qin Zhong's hands and feet. She then fetched some water to wipe his body, attempting to lower his temperature. The sound of Han Qingru's sobs clearly reached Gao Tianyu's ears next door. What? Her husband is dying? This is indeed a fortunate turn of events. Rest assured, my friend, after you depart, I shall take good care of your wife. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianyu felt an unexpected surge of joy. His mood slightly lifted as a sense of anticipation arose within him, envisioning a future filled with happiness. However, he swiftly cast aside these thoughts and began training in the living room. After yesterday's regimen, he sensed a significant enhancement in both his physical abilities and mental control. This indicated that training could indeed augment one's strength and enhance one's extraordinary capabilities. Even with that enigmatic meteorite by his side, he recognized the necessity of constantly improving himself to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Training required substantial physical exertion and inevitably led to hunger, necessitating a considerable intake of food to replenish energy. Among all foods, candy and meat proved most effective, while bread and rice provided the least energy, followed closely by instant noodles. Through his relentless training, a day swiftly passed, marking the arrival of the 11th day of the apocalypse. The neighbor, Qin Zhong, seemed to have an uncanny ability to perceive the thoughts of Gao Tianyu. In a bid to prevent him from attending to his beloved wife, he struggled painfully to rise from the depths of despair. "Qingru, what has happened to me? Why are you binding me?" Qin Zhong weakly inquired of Han Qingru. who had stayed awake all night tending to him. My dear husband, you have finally awakened. You frightened me terribly. I thought you might be on the brink of death. Han Qing-ro exclaimed, throwing herself upon him, overwhelmed with tears. Cough, cough. My dear, please refrain from weeping for now. First, untie me. Also, do we have any food? I feel quite famished, Qin Zhong said, a flicker of concern in his heart upon hearing her cries. All right, I shall help you. Han Qing-ro wiped her tears and immediately set to work unbinding him. I will fetch you something to eat. As she approached the container of rice, she was struck by the meager amount within. Even if she cooked it all, it would scarcely suffice for a single bowl of porridge, certainly not enough to satiate their hunger. How on earth did he survive? It seems the heavens do not favor me. Meanwhile, the conversation between the two filtered into Gao Tianyu's ears, eliciting a sigh and a pang of disappointment within him. Now that Qin Zhong had pulled through, he no longer had the need to assist Han Qing-ro, the beautiful young woman. Could he help but feel disheartened? Just then, a series of knocks echoed upon his door. With a mental sweep, Gao Tianyu discerned the identity of the visitor. Just as I thought, what did you want from me? He pondered, perplexed, yet proceeded to open the door. Is there something you need? He asked, regarding the strikingly beautiful neighbor with her fair skin, long legs, and graceful figure, her waist delicate and her curves alluring. Do you have any food left? Might I borrow some? I promise to return it. Han Qing-ro stammered, biting her lip with a hint of embarrassment. Ever since he had teased her on the balcony, she had developed a distaste for him. Under normal circumstances, she would not have sought his assistance. Return it? Are you certain you can? Moreover, food is precious and can be a matter of life and death. We are not related. Why should I lend you anything? What benefit would that bring me? Gao Tianyu replied, arms crossed, a smile playing on his lips. I could offer you something in exchange. Han Qing-ru Hargeis. Fully aware of the value of food in these times, and recognizing that her request was indeed rather audacious. Exchange? The only thing that piques my interest about you is yourself. If you're willing to keep me company, do not overthink it. I will never agree to that. You should give up on this idea. Before Gao Tianyu could finish his sentence, Han Qing-ru interrupted him, her face flushed with anger. If she were not still considering borrowing some food from him, she would have turned and left immediately. Oh really? What do you have to offer now? Money and gold jewelry? I have no interest in such trivialities. However, if you possess a large watermelon knife, a fire axe, or a hefty hammer, we might have something to discuss. Gao Tianyu shrugged, spreading his hands in a display of impatience. Besides food, what he desperately needed at that moment were weapons. All he had at home was a kitchen knife and a small blade, both of which were woefully inadequate for any confrontation. He could not possibly fight those zombies with bare hands. I do not possess any of that, but I do have a samurai sword that my husband collected. It is said to have originated from the wartime period. Would that suffice? Upon hearing Gao Tianyu mention those items, Han Qing-ru shook her head. Yet, suddenly recalling something, she gazed at him with renewed focus. She understood that the items he mentioned were the most common weapons, and although they were prevalent, she had none of them. The only formidable weapon in her home was her husband's samurai sword. Chapter 17, The Exchange. Your household possesses such a fine item? Very well, I shall trade with you. How much food do you seek in exchange? Gao Tianyu's eyes brightened at Han Qing-ro's words. He was quite intrigued by the samurai sword. Far more appealing than wielding a watermelon knife. I wish to exchange for enough food to sustain 2 people for a month. Han Qing-ru pondered carefully, then extended a single finger, biting her crimson lip. Enough food to sustain 2 people for a month? Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes at her expectation, thinking she believed food was as abundant as cabbage. You are quite the negotiator. Just 8 packets of instant noodles. If that does not suffice, then so be it. 8 packets? That is far too few. I require 16. Han Qing-ru was clearly dissatisfied, as 8 packets would barely last 2 days. For packets, Gao Tianyu yawned, cutting the amount in half. How can you bargain in such a manner? Han Qing-ru exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration at his audacity. 8 packets it shall be. I will accept your offer. I will fetch the sword now. Han Qing-ru said with a hint of resignation, fearing that if she continued to negotiate, he might reduce the offer to 2 packets. Before long, Han Qing-ru emerged, holding a gleaming samurai sword. What about the food? However, upon seeing Gao Tianyu standing empty-handed, her brows furrowed in suspicion, and she eyed him warily. Could he have reconsidered? Gao Tianyu remained silent, swiftly reaching behind the door to retrieve a large box of instant noodles, placing it before him. Show me the sword. If all is in order, we can proceed with the transaction. As he spoke, Gao Tianyu extended his hand toward Han Qingru. Here. Seeing this, Han Qingru promptly handed over the katana she held. Gao Tianyu accepted it, weighing the sword in his hand. What should have felt heavy was as light as a feather, suggesting it would be effortless to wield. He then drew the blade from its sheath, running his fingers along its smooth surface, a satisfied expression crossing his face. This sword was sharpened and exceedingly sharp, its craftsmanship exquisite, feeling delightful in hand. Not bad, this sword is quite good. Here, this is the food I promised in exchange. Gao Tianyu extracted 8 packets of instant noodles and placed them into Han Qingru's hands. Should you find your rations depleted, you are always welcome to return for more. I am willing to trade at the price of 4 packets of noodles. After completing the transaction, Gao Tianyu spoke solemnly to Han Qingru. Go to hell. I would never accept such shameless terms. Han Qingru, incensed by Gao Tianyu's words, felt her fair face flush with anger. She hurled a curse at him before turning and storming back into her house, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. That wretched man, a lecherous scoundrel, a vile opportunist. Even upon returning to her home, Han Qingru continued to vent her frustration. Gao Tianyu, bemused by her reaction, thought to himself, you still have food, so your resolve remains unyielding. Just wait until you've consumed it all, then we'll see how you plead. He then began to practice his sword techniques in the living room, familiarizing himself with his new weapon. Meanwhile, Han Qingru, once inside her room, immediately boiled water and retrieved 2 packets of instant noodles to prepare. Once the noodles were ready, she served them to Qin Zhong, feeding him bite after bite. In a short while, the 2 packets vanished into Qin Zhong's stomach. I still feel quite hungry. Is there more? Qin Zhong inquired after finishing, his hunger still unabated despite consuming the noodles, merely alleviated momentarily. Yes, I will make more right away. Although surprised by Qin Zhong's request, Han Qingru nodded and went to prepare 2 more packets of instant noodles, which she then brought to him. After consuming another 2 packets, Qin Zhong felt a slight restoration of his energy. Though his hunger remained, he refrained from asking for more food. In her own home, she was well aware of the food situation. If she continued to eat, she would likely consume everything herself. Darling, how are you feeling? Still hungry? Would you like me to prepare another 2 packets for you? Han Qingru inquired with concern as soon as Qin Zhong set down his bowl and chopsticks. No, let's leave it at this for now. Have you eaten? If not, you should go have something. Your complexion doesn't look too good. Qin Zhong replied, shaking his head and expressing his worry. All right, you take a good rest. I'll go get something to eat right now. Han Qingru nodded slightly and then went to devour the bowl of freshly cooked congee. She simply couldn't bring herself to touch the remaining packets of instant noodles. Ding ding. Just as Han Qingru settled down to rest, her phone buzzed. Upon checking, she saw a message from her close friend, Lin Ruoshi. Qingru, my husband has awakened, but he keeps saying he is hungry. I've cooked all the food left at home, yet it's still insufficient. Do you have any supplies? Really? That's wonderful. My husband has also woken up with the same symptoms. After eating a little, I let him rest. I still have a few packets of instant noodles left. I will send them over to you right away. Han Qingru felt genuinely happy for her friend and without any hesitation, decided to take out the few packets of noodles she had just received, not feeling the slightest reluctance. After all, without the support from her friend's family, she and her husband might have already perished from hunger. One should always be grateful and reciprocate kindness. She took 3 out of the 4 remaining packets of noodles from the table and carefully made her way down the stairs, trying to avoid making too much noise. Fearful of attracting zombies, as there were indeed zombies wandering in the corridors of her building. Any loud noise might draw them upwards. Upon reaching the door of room 2903, she gently knocked twice, and soon the security door swung open to reveal Lin Ruoshi, who pulled Han Qingru inside. Lin Ruoshi was stunning, her figure reminiscent of a ripe peach, exuding a captivating aura of sophistication. Due to the weather, she wore only a thin yellow blouse, the neckline loosely undone, revealing ample fair skin. Between her 2 elevated peaks lay an alluring valley, soft and delicate, akin to peeled white jelly, utterly enchanting. Moreover, she wore an ultra-short skirt that showcased her long, slender, and fair legs, which were both full and smooth, undeniably eye-catching. Chapter 18. A first taste of skill, Ruoshi. Haven't you dressed like this to open the door? Aren't you afraid of being seen by others? Han Qingru exclaimed, pulling her friend inside immediately. Her friend was always so carefree, exuding warmth while possessing a hint of cunning. During their university days, many of her suitors had fallen victim to her playful tricks. Even after marriage, her character remains largely unchanged, still retaining that familiar essence. Hee, is it not true that you are the only one here? Who else would notice? Besides, with the weather being so sweltering, I am merely dressing comfortably at home, which is hardly a concern. Lin Ruashi secured the door and, with a playful smile, remarked nonchalantly, "How is your husband doing? I brought you 3 packets of instant noodles, which I traded with the neighbor next door. Why don't you prepare them for him?" Han Qingru chuckled helplessly and handed over the 3 packets of noodles to Lin Ruashi. "Kiss. Qingru, you are simply too kind to me. If I were a man, I would have long since pledged my heart to you." Lin Ruashi exclaimed excitedly, giving Han Qingru a quick peck. She then placed all 3 packets of noodles into a pot and began to cook them. Once the noodles were ready, Lin Ruashi carried them into a room to personally feed her husband, only emerging slowly after she had finished. Ruashi, given the chaotic state of the world, living in separate floors seems rather inconvenient. Why don't you consider moving in with us? It would at least provide some measure of mutual support. Han Qingru suggested as Lin Ruashi stepped out. The world outside had descended into utter turmoil, and both she and Lin Ruashi were strikingly beautiful. Women of their caliber would undoubtedly attract unwelcome attention in such dire times. Without the constraints of law, many would undoubtedly set their sights on them, much like their neighbor, who, had he not adhered to certain boundaries, might have already acted upon his intentions. Hence, self-preservation was paramount. The more individuals present, the greater the strength. Once her best friend, as husband, fully recovered, they could venture out together to search for resources, ensuring enhanced safety. All right, I'll pack my things and move upstairs with my husband. Honestly, having just the 2 of us here raises some concerns. Being in a larger group would undoubtedly provide more security. Lin Ruashi replied almost instinctively, understanding the wisdom and unity as they could support one another through the challenges ahead. That is splendid. You should gather your clothes and essentials. I'll help you move upstairs. Han Qingru said, her voice laced with joy upon hearing her friend's agreement. Meanwhile, upstairs, Gao Tianyu, after practicing with his katana for a while, found himself restless. Training alone was rather dull. He decided to seek out a couple of zombies to test his strength and gather supplies. After days of rigorous training, Gao Tianyu felt a significant enhancement in his abilities and resolved to venture out to gauge his skills against the undead, knowing that confrontation was inevitable. He retrieved the small knife he had been using for mental training from the kitchen, grabbed a piece of iron wire, and armed himself with a sharp katana before heading out the door. He arrived at the entrance of 3024 and sensed 4 zombies within. Previously, this residence housed a young couple and their son, along with an elderly woman, the man's mother. However, they had all succumbed to the undead affliction, now wandering next door and creating a cacophony that plagued Gao Tianyu's head. Determined to take action, he decided to confront the zombies first. He retrieved a piece of iron wire and, with a surge of mental energy, deftly inserted it into the keyhole. With a gentle flick, the security door swung open. Roar! The 4 zombies, previously aimlessly roaming the living room, were startled by the sound of the door creaking open. They let out a furious growl and lunged toward Gao Tianyu. The first to attack was the young male zombie, who had once sported glasses and a genteel demeanor, now grotesquely transformed, his eyes bloodshot and vacant. With a swift slice of his katana, Gao Tianyu severed the creature's neck, encountering little resistance. He then kicked the headless corpse back, sending it crashing into the female zombie and the child zombie. Only the elderly zombie remained, advancing towards Gao Tianyu with relentless intent. With another swift motion, he dispatched the elderly zombie in the same manner, its round head rolling to the ground, still gaping in a futile attempt to bite, clearly not entirely lifeless. Next, Gao Tianyu employed his mental prowess to launch a small knife like a dart, piercing through the child zombie's skull, eliminating it with precision. At that moment, the female zombie broke free from the weight of the fallen bodies and charged towards him. Gao Tianyu recognized her. Her name was Lu Lijuan, a once graceful young woman, who, on a scale of 1 to 100, could have scored around 70. Yet now, her delicate features had twisted into a horrifying visage, instilling a deep sense of dread. With a precise strike, the knife pierced through her skull, shattering her brain and ending her existence instantly. This mental attack proved effective, not only swift but also elusive, promising a lethal outcome if wielded skillfully. Through this encounter, Gao Tianyu gleaned a deeper understanding of his own capabilities. These ordinary zombies posed little threat to him. He dispatched them with remarkable ease, warranting no excessive concern. He pondered whether, akin to the depictions in films and novels, there might exist a crystalline core within the heads of these zombies in reality as well. Gao Tianyu murmured to himself, then utilized his mental prowess to probe the severed heads. Yet he found no trace of any crystal cores, which left him somewhat disheartened. Indeed, the tales spun in films and novels were mere fabrications. The so-called zombie crystal cores did not exist. Subsequently, Gao Tianyu resolved to dispose of the corpses. After all, if these bodies were left unaddressed on the 30th floor, it would not be long before the stench of decay permeated the entire level. He had no desire to slumber amidst such foul odors night after night. He scanned the living room and picked up a piece of clothing to wrap around his hand before opening the window. One by one, he hurled the corpses outside. Chapter 19. Gathering Supplies. After clearing away the bodies, Gao Tianyu meticulously searched the home, collecting anything he deemed useful. From this residence, he discovered over 30 pounds of rice, some noodles, a few eggs, as well as various seasonings, oil, and salt. He also found several kitchen knives and smaller blades, which could serve as weapons. However, there was little else that caught his eye. Next, Gao Tianyu retrieved a blanket from the family's wardrobe, spread it on the floor, and packed up his finds before heading back to his own home. Thud, thud. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the stairwell, and the door to the stairs was pushed open. Gao Tianyu looked ahead and saw 3 figures appear in the corridor. Among them was a strikingly beautiful neighbor, Han Qingru, dragging a suitcase along the ground. Beside her stood another stunning woman, slightly less attractive than Han Qingru, but possessing a remarkably voluptuous figure. In terms of looks, Han Qingru would score a 93, while her physique would earn a 91. The other woman, however, could be rated a 91 for her appearance and a 95 for her physique, surpassing Han Qingru in that regard. Gao Tianyu had seen this alluring woman from a distance on a couple of occasions, but he had not expected her to reside in the same building, nor to be acquainted with Han Qingru. Such was the serendipity of fate. At that moment, the voluptuous woman was struggling to support a robust young man, whose sun-kissed appearance was marred by an evident illness, as he appeared to have difficulty walking. Oof, what are you staring at? What is so interesting? Han Qingru remarked coldly upon noticing Gao Tianyu's gaze lingering on her friend. She stepped in front of Lin Ruoshi, knowing full well that her neighbor was not a man of good intentions. Her beautiful friend would surely attract his attention. What? Is this corridor your domain? You are blocking my way. Am I not even allowed to take a glance? Gao Tianyu chuckled lightly, speaking in a nonchalant tone. You. Hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Han Qingru was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. You went next door? And you took their belongings? It was only then that Han Qingru noticed the large package in Gao Tianyu's hands. Upon realizing he had just emerged from the neighboring residence, she was instantly taken aback. I did indeed go next door, but it was not theft. Their entire family has turned into zombies. These items are of no use to them and would only go to waste. So I brought them back, Gao Tianyu explained, waving his hand dismissively. Without further ado, he produced a metal wire and deftly inserted it into the keyhole of the door across the way. With the aid of his mental prowess, the door was swiftly unlocked. He stepped inside, discovering that the interior of the house was still quite new, yet had never been inhabited. After a thorough inspection, he found no food or useful items, and with a sense of disappointment, he exited. Meanwhile, Han Qingru returned home with Lin Ruoshi and her husband, Zhao Tianheng. Qingru, who was that just now? You seem to dislike him immensely. Lin Ruoshi inquired as she assisted Zhao Tianheng onto the sofa, turning her attention to Han Qingru. Having grown up together, she understood her friend well. Qingru's demeanor was typically aloof towards strangers, seldom engaging in conversation, let alone responding with harsh words. Unless provoked to the point of irritation, she would simply choose to disregard them. He's my neighbor across the way, a lecherous man. You should keep your distance. He is certainly not a good person. Han Qingru retorted, her tone laced with disdain as she recounted the encounter. Gao Tianyu had left such a negative impression on her that her words dripped with contempt. From what you've said, it seems your neighbor is indeed despicable, a base and shameless lecher. It's utterly revolting. Lin Ruoshi nodded in agreement, feigning understanding. However, in her heart, she held a contrasting view. While she acknowledged his lecherous tendencies, she believed he still adhered to certain boundaries. At least he had not resorted to force. In this chaotic world, rife with peril, where the worst of humanity was laid bare, it was commendable that he had restrained himself, especially considering how strikingly beautiful her friend was. On the other hand, after transporting his spoils back home, Gao Qianyu armed himself with a knife and ventured downstairs to gather resources. Although the food in his home could sustain him for a while longer, the supply of nutritious meat and eggs was dwindling. Relying solely on rice would provide insufficient nourishment. Therefore, he resolved to seek out high-energy food options to support his training endeavors. He arrived on the 29th floor, where he attentively sensed his surroundings and discovered that one apartment still housed living occupants, while the other two were filled with zombies, and one remained entirely vacant, devoid of any life. Approaching the door of the zombie-infested apartment, he deftly manipulated a piece of wire with his mental prowess, inserting it into the security door and effortlessly unlocking it. In an instant, as the door swung open, a male and a female zombie lunged towards him. However, Gao Qianyu had already anticipated the situation within. Thus, as the zombies charged, he reacted swiftly, wielding his katana to deliver a powerful strike forward. In the blink of an eye, the two approaching zombies found their heads severed from their bodies. Stepping boldly into the room, he began to collect any useful supplies. It had appeared that the household had not adopted a habit of stockpiling food. He managed to find only half a box of egg noodles, some seasonings, cooking oil, and a few snacks, nothing of substantial value. Nevertheless, he did not disdain these finds and gathered them nonetheless. Next, he opened the final apartment that also contained zombies, revealing 5 of them, 2 elderly, 2 middle-aged, and 1 youth. Among these 5, the youth and one of the middle-aged zombies bore tattered clothing, their bodies marred by bites and tears, drenched in blood, presenting a particularly grotesque sight. Although these 2 had been slain by the other 3 before succumbing to the transformation, it indicated that the zombies harbored the zombie virus within them. Anyone they had bitten could potentially contract this virus and ultimately become a zombie themselves. This served as a cautionary reminder for Gao Qianyu to exercise greater vigilance in future encounters. He must avoid being wounded by these creatures, lest he too fall victim to the virus. Chapter 20. Embracing the Fair Maiden. Gao Qianyu effortlessly dispatched the 5 zombies and commenced his search within this household. To his delight, this residence had a considerable stock of provisions, dozens of pounds of rice, an ample supply of peanut oil and seasonings, and several pounds of noodles. He also discovered a tray of uneaten eggs, along with some sausages and cured meats, marking a successful haul. It seemed that households with elderly individuals tended to stockpile food, while younger residents often preferred dining out or ordering takeout, resulting in scant provisions. Most surprisingly, he stumbled upon a toolbox filled with various tools he could utilize, including a handy hatchet, which served as an excellent weapon that he also decided to take with him. After packing these items, he proceeded to open the vacant apartment, entering with ease as the security door yielded to his mental control. He stepped into the room, surveying it intently before directing his gaze toward a large photograph adorning the wall. This was a wedding portrait, showcasing a pair of newlyweds whose radiant smiles and charming demeanor made them appear perfectly matched. Remarkably, the bride in the photograph was none other than the enchanting woman he had recently encountered, the alluring and graceful Lin Ruoxi, who exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. Clad in a pristine, ethereal wedding gown, her face was adorned with a blissful smile, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks, radiating an aura of purity. The lightweight fabric of her gown accentuated her exquisite figure, highlighting her ample bosom, slender waist, and long, graceful legs. Beneath the gown, one could glimpse the sheer, translucent stockings, reminiscent of a celestial angel. It struck him as a serendipitous coincidence that she resided just downstairs. He had not anticipated discovering such beauty within his own building. Aside from Han Qinru, gazing at the stunning bride in the photograph, he couldn't help but express his admiration with genuine astonishment. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor, and the mistress of the house appeared at the door. "What are you doing in my home? What brings you here?" Lin Ruoxi had come down to retrieve some clothes and was taken aback to find several doors ajar, including her own security door. Upon peering inside, she immediately spotted Gao Tianyu's figure and questioned him sharply. "I noticed the door was open and thought I might find something useful," Gao Tianyu replied with a smile, displaying no hint of embarrassment at being caught. "Who do you think you are to say we have a connection? This is my home, and I kindly request that you leave," Lin Ruoxi retorted, rolling her eyes in irritation. It was only natural that no one would appreciate finding a stranger casually entering their home and rummaging through their belongings. Well, I took a look around, and it seems your household is quite bare, not a grain of rice in sight. How impoverished, Gao Tianyu remarked with a hint of malicious glee, aware that Han Qingrou's home was devoid of provisions, and their luggage contained little sustenance. It was evident that they were on the brink of starvation, which, he admitted to himself, brought him a small measure of satisfaction. What business is that of yours? Lin Ruoshi snapped, her annoyance intensifying at Gao Tianyu's gleeful expression. She retracted her earlier favorable impression of him, realizing her friend Han Qingrou's assessment was accurate. This man was not to be trusted. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached from the corridor, signaling that someone was racing towards them. Lin Ruoshi was startled by the commotion and turned her gaze towards the entrance. Soon, she beheld a youth, grotesquely disheveled and bearing a fearsome countenance, resembling a terrifying zombie, appearing before them. Without hesitation, he lunged towards Lin Ruoshi, who stood frozen in place, her mind blank, unsure of how to escape. Helplessly, she watched as the undead approached her, fear gripping her heart, causing her to tightly shut her eyes and tremble uncontrollably. What a timid woman, unable to flee. Could she possibly be paralyzed with fear? Gao Tianyu, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of exasperation. He stepped forward, grasping Lin Ruoshi's arm, pulling her away and wrapping his arms around her waist, shielding her from the zombie's assault. In a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick to the creature, sending it sprawling, before securely closing the security door. It was only after Gao Tianyu had completed his actions that Lin Ruoshi emitted a piercing scream, the shrillness resonating painfully in Gao Tianyu's ears. He quickly covered her mouth with his hand, urging her to silence her cries, exclaiming how unbearable the noise was. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's voice, coupled with the absence of any biting pain, Lin Ruoshi promptly opened her eyes. It was only after she was behind Gao Tianyu that she exhaled a sigh of relief. The earlier scene had been utterly terrifying, still sending chills down her spine. Had it not been for the intervention of the man before her, she might have met her demise at the hands of that zombie. Seeing Lin Ruoshi regain her composure, Gao Tianyu lowered his hand from her mouth. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the zombie relentlessly battering against the security door echoed, accompanied by its guttural roars. It had discovered their presence and was attacking the door with fervor. Could this door withstand such an assault? Hearing the incessant thuds from outside, Lin Ruoshi's heart, which had just settled, began to race again, and she looked at Gao Tianyu in terror, seeking reassurance. Rest assured, the quality of this security door is quite commendable. Not to mention one zombie. Even if 5 or 6 were to attack, they would struggle to breach it. And remember, I am here to protect you. Gao Tianyu reassured her, one arm firmly around Lin Ruoshi's waist while the other gently caressed her cascading, warm waves of hair, soothing her with his words. It seemed Gao Tianyu's comforting presence was effective, as Lin Ruoshi gradually calmed from her earlier fright. Time appeared to freeze as the two embraced in an unusual pose. The living room filled solely with the sound of their breaths. Chapter 21. How dare you slander me behind my back? A captivating scent of perfume wafted into Gao Tianyu's nostrils, prompting his body to involuntarily react in subtle ways. Lin Ruoshi seemed to have sensed Gao Tianyu's reaction. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she lightly bit her crimson lips, indignantly exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Just how long do you intend to hold me? Release me at once." Truly ungrateful. I not only saved you, but also offer my concern and comfort when I saw your fear. To repay my kindness with insults is beyond comprehension. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianyu reluctantly released his embrace around Lin Ruoshi, muttering with a hint of dissatisfaction. He certainly could not admit to any wrongdoing. Doing so would only expose his vulnerability. Instead, he chose to cast the blame back upon her. You scoundrel! Who asked you to comfort me? You were merely taking advantage of me." Lin Ruoshi was incensed by Gao Tianyu's words, pointing an accusatory finger at him, her teeth clenched in fury. His shameless assertions regarding her supposed exploitation were utterly outrageous, leaving her exasperated. "Oh, if you believe that, then let it be so. Consider it me taking advantage of you. What, do you wish to strike me?" Gao Tianyu retorted without contradiction, crossing his arms and lifting his chin slightly, regarding Lin Ruoshi with a condescending gaze, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "You!" Lin Ruoshi confronted with his mocking demeanor and audacious remarks, was rendered speechless, her face flushed with anger, unsure of how to respond. Throughout her life, she had never encountered a man so brazen and arrogant. She vowed that had she the strength to best Gao Tianyu, she would gladly unleash her fists upon his smug countenance. Forget about me. You ought to first consider how to escape. There are zombies lurking just outside. How do you plan to leave? Gao Tianyu disregarded her furious expression and casually seated himself on the sofa, gazing at Lin Ruoshi with an air of indifference. To him, a mere zombie posed no challenge. It was a problem easily remedied. Yet, Gao Tianyu deliberately chose not to eliminate it, instead kicking it out of the house, thereby trapping Lin Ruoshi within, creating an opportunity for them to interact. Lin Ruoshi was taken aback by Gao Tianyu's words, quickly realizing that although she was currently safe, the zombies still awaited outside the door. With it blocking the entrance, how could she possibly escape? Aren't you quite formidable? There's just one zombie outside. Surely you can deal with it? Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath, striving to compose herself as she addressed Gao Tianyu. This man had managed to clear the zombies from the neighboring houses, suggesting he possessed considerable strength. A single zombie should be a trivial matter for him to handle. The zombie outside is unlike any other. Its speed surpasses that of a typical undead creature, and its ferocity is unparalleled. Had I not been adequately prepared, I might have struggled to repel it. Gao Tianyu waved his hand dismissively, exaggerating the capabilities of the seemingly ordinary zombie outside, emphasizing the peril it posed and suggesting that it was a formidable adversary. After making his point, he opened the package he had brought and approached the stove in Lin Ruoshi's home. Upon discovering that she was using gas, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He retrieved a pot from Lin Ruoshi's kitchen and took some rice from his bag, rinsing it thoroughly. Having just returned from an extended bout of exercise, he felt a pang of hunger and decided to cook a meal before resuming his activities. What do you think you're doing? Who gave you permission to cook in my house? Lin Ruoshi exclaimed, feeling quite displeased that Gao Tianyu was treating her home as if it were his own. Ignoring her protest, Gao Tianyu finished washing the rice, tossed in a few sausages, and lit the stove to begin cooking. He then cleaned the pot again, added some cooking oil, and proceeded to fry eggs while also sought some bacon. Suddenly, a phone rang from Lin Ruoshi's pocket. She checked the caller ID and saw it was Han Qingru. Without hesitation, she answered the call. Ruoshi, have you finished packing? Why are you taking so long? Do you need me to come down and help you? Han Qingru's concerned voice resonated in Lin Ruoshi's ear as soon as she picked up. No, Qingru. You mustn't come down. There's a zombie outside my house, and it would be dangerous for you. Lin Ruoshi quickly interjected, alarmed at the thought of her friend coming in a harmless way. Han Qingru, like her, was utterly defenseless. Her presence would only serve to attract the zombie's attention. What? There's a zombie outside your door? Aren't you in grave danger? What should we do? Han Qingru's voice filled with anxiety upon hearing Lin Ruoshi's words. Rest assured, the zombie is trapped outside, and I am quite safe for now. Moreover, the neighbor next door is here as well. Once he deals with the zombie, I will come upstairs. Please don't worry and definitely don't come down. Lin Ruoshi glanced at Gao Tianyu before advising Han Qingru, determined not to let her friend fall into peril due to her own circumstances. What? That rogue is there with you? He hasn't done anything to you, has he? Rather than feeling relieved, Han Qingru's concern deepened upon hearing Lin Ruoshi's words. In her eyes, Gao Tianyu was nothing more than a scoundrel, a lecher, and certainly not a good man. Given her friend's beauty, how could she not worry about her safety in his company? Although Lin Ruoshi did not activate the speakerphone, her words were still captured by the keenly perceptive Gao Tianyu, causing his lips to twitch in exasperation. Was he truly so unappreciated? Being labeled a rogue was an utter slander against his character, igniting within him a fierce indignation. How dare this young woman defame me behind my back? One day, I shall repay this insult with a sharp reprimand. Despite Gao Tianyu's calm demeanor, he harbored such vengeful thoughts deep within. Rest assured, it's nothing serious. We simply cannot leave for the moment. Once that zombie departs, I will ascend, so do not fret. Lin Ruoxi softly reassured Han Qingru, soothing her agitation and allowing her to relinquish her impulsive sentiments. Chapter 22. I can introduce you to my close friend before long. The rice in the pot was fully cooked. Gao Tianyu, without hesitation, fetched a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen and began to dine in the dining room, showing no inclination to invite Lin Ruoshi to join him. The enticing aroma of fried eggs and stir-fried cured meat wafted into Lin Ruoshi Tianyu's nostrils, causing her stomach to emit a low growl. She had not eaten all day, and the 3 packets of instant noodles which Han Qingru had brought had already been devoured by her husband. She was famished. The delightful scent of the food made her swallow hard. How infuriating! How could this insufferable man act so selfishly? Eating alone, without a thought to ask her to join. Lin Ruoxi stomped her foot in indignation. Moments ago, he had taken advantage of her, yet now, at the dinner hour, he turned his back on her. Truly despicable. Moreover, Gao Tianyu consumed his meal with remarkable speed. In no time, he had polished off 1 bowl. Then a second, and a third. Lin Ruoxi watched in dismay as the rice in the pot dwindled and the dishes on the table diminished, all while Gao Tianyu showed no sign of inviting her to partake in the meal. Panic began to set in. Earlier, when she had not seen or smelled the food, she could endure the hunger, but now, with the meal so tantalizingly close and someone devouring it voraciously, she could no longer bear it. This is my home. The pot he used, the gas stove, and the utensils are all mine. This food belongs to me as well. I cannot allow him to indulge alone. Lin Ruoxi reasoned with herself, promptly making her way to the kitchen to retrieve a pair of chopsticks. To Gao Tianyu's astonishment, she scooped rice from the pot and seated herself opposite him, reaching for the dishes. Hey, what are you doing? This is mine. If you wish to eat, you should gather your own supplies. Gao Tianyu interjected, blocking her descending chopsticks with irritation. Although he was tempted by this woman's presence, he found it unreasonable to share his food with someone else's wife. How absurd. This is my home. The chair and table upon which you sit are mine. The pot in which you cook is mine, the gas stove is mine, and even the chopsticks and bowl you use belong to me. If I take a morsel of your food, what is the harm? Lin Ruoxi gazed defiantly at Gao Tianyu, deftly pushing aside his hand before lifting a piece of egg to her crimson lips. Gao Tianyu fell silent, realizing that Lin Ruoxi's argument held merit. He was, after all, in her home, utilizing her possessions. Taking a bite of food from her was hardly excessive. Contemplating this, he ceased to impede her and instead began to eat with great enthusiasm. On the other hand, while Lin Ruoxi was quite hungry, she maintained her composure at the table, merely eating at a pace slightly quicker than usual. Consequently, her speed paled in comparison to Gao Tianyu's voracious appetite. In no time, the dishes on the table and the rice in the pot had vanished in a Gao Tianyu's stomach, while Lin Ruoxi had barely finished a single bowl of rice. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated, consuming food so rapidly? Witnessing the majority of the meal disappear into Gao Tianyu's belly, Lin Ruoxi's brow furrowed in displeasure. Is it not because of you, shameless woman, vying for my food that I must eat so quickly? After satisfying his hunger, Gao Tianyu reclined on the sofa without even washing his bowl, responding languidly. Who are you calling shameless? Lin Ruoxi's face flushed with anger upon hearing his words. As she retorted through gritted teeth, she had merely eaten a bowl of rice, and that was under the condition of using her household utensils. Was that truly outrageous? Huh. Gao Tianyu did not reply, instead pulling out his phone to resume watching a show. What? How are we supposed to get out of here? Lin Ruoxi, noticing Gao Tianyu's demeanor, felt a surge of frustration but suppressed her anger, opting to inquire instead. There is no way. If I want to leave, I must rely on this man before me. Thus, despite her irritation, she had no choice but to refrain from venting. Where there is a will, there is a way. No matter, I have food and drink here. It matters not where I stay. Whether I go out or not is of little consequence. Gao Tianyu said nonchalantly, not lifting his gaze from his phone. Of course, this was a fabrication. With so much food stashed at home and that Meteorite still residing in his bedroom, he could hardly bear to leave. He spoke this way merely to exert a bit of psychological pressure on Lin Ruoxi to keep her in check. This is unacceptable. This is my home, and I will not permit you to stay here. You must think of a way to leave. Lin Ruoxi, now exasperated, had no viable options and could only insist that he depart. I shall remain indoors, for the outside world is fraught with peril. To venture out would be to court death. Only a fool would do so. Should you insist upon forcing me outside, do not blame me for resorting to drastic measures. How could Gao Tianyu possibly be threatened? He disregarded Lin Ruoxi's words and boldly retaliated with a threat of his own. Do you dare? Do you think I'm a mere pushover? He declared, I have trained in Taekwondo, and I shall not hesitate to unleash my strength upon you. Taken aback, Lin Ruoxi stumbled back a couple of steps, yet her spirit remained unyielding. With her fists raised, she defiantly responded, Is that so? As a black belt in Taekwondo, do you truly believe my fist can be matched against the sharpness of your katana? Gao Tianyu unsheathed his sword, blowing lightly upon the blade and casting a sidelong glance at Lin Ruashi. You have no shame, threatening a weak woman with a weapon, she retorted, eyeing the katana in his grasp, feeling a twinge of intimidation, yet her pride would not let her concede. You wield a sword and possess remarkable skill. There is but a single zombie outside. Must you be so cowardly? After a moment's pause, Lin Ruashi steadied her breath and spoke in a hushed tone. Of course, I am frightened. Have you not seen how ferocious that zombie is? Engaging it could lead to my demise. I am yet to marry. I have yet to experience the pleasures of life. How can I risk such danger? Gao Tianyu replied gravely, I have several beautiful friends who remain unmarried. Should you manage to dispatch the zombie outside, I would be willing to introduce them to you. Lin Ruashi, taken aback by Gao Tianyu's unexpected offer, found herself momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, in a bid to motivate him, she proposed to introduce him to a potential partner should he assist her. Chapter 23. Do not resort to violence. How can you be certain your friends are still alive? Your promises are but empty words. What if I venture out to confront that zombie and meet my end? Would that not be an enormous loss? You think I would risk my life for your empty assurances? However, if you were willing to keep me company, that would be a different matter. Gao Tianyu scoffed, his disdain evident. He then turned his gaze back to Lin Ruashi, noting her alluring figure, accentuated by her shirt, which clung to her form due to the oppressive heat. In that moment, he decided to cast aside pretense, contemplating whether he could compel this woman to acquiesce to his desires. Do not even think about it. I am a respectable woman and shall not barter my dignity. Lin Ruashi retorted sharply, immediately rejecting the notion without a second thought. Since you are unwilling, so be it. I am quite content in my current circumstances, with food and drink aplenty. It is uncertain how long your husband and your friends will endure without sustenance. Gao Tianyu waved his hand, a smirk of schadenfreude playing on his lips. He was aware that there was hardly any food left in Han Qingrou's household across the way. And now, with an additional mouth to feed, they would likely run out of provisions today. Without sustenance, one would grow weak, and once weakened, they would be unable to fend off the zombies, rendering them incapable of foraging for food. This would create a vicious cycle. Venturing out for food meant risking death by zombie bites, yet remaining indoors would lead to starvation. The pangs of hunger are indeed unbearable, and he was certain that within a few days they would yield. Lin Ruashi, upon hearing this, felt a tightening in her chest. She was well aware of Han Qingrou's dire situation. There was virtually nothing left to eat. Although her husband had consumed 3 packets of instant noodles upon waking today, he was still clamoring for more, clearly unsated. Presently, both her husband and Han Qingrou's spouse remained bedridden, yet the two of them, being frail women, had no means to scavenge for food. Contemplating this, Lin Ruashi instinctively cast her gaze toward Gao Tianyu's package, which she had noticed contained a substantial amount of food, enough to last for quite some time. What? Do you intend to seize my food? She thought. If you dare, you may certainly try. Gao Tianyu caught the direction of her stare and immediately donned a half-smile, half-sneer. Who would covet your meager provisions? We will gather our own supplies. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's retort, Lin Ruashi turned her eyes away, yet stubbornly responded, Is that so? Gathering food entails facing zombies. Once you have dealt with that zombie outside, then you may speak again. Gao Tianyu chuckled derisively. A woman who quakes at the sight of zombie and shuts her eyes tight when faced with danger. Who would believe such words? Just then, the chilling howl of the zombie echoed from outside, followed by a series of violent thuds against the door. At the sound, Lin Ruashi felt her heart race and turned to observe Gao Tianyu, who remained unfazed, calmly engrossed in his phone. Frowning, she crossed to the other side of the sofa and sat down, softly speaking. Do you possess a method to deal with the zombie outside? Gao Tianyu replied without lifting his gaze, a mere sound escaping him. What will it take for you to act? Lin Ruashi, after inhaling deeply to suppress her rising frustration, steadied her tone and asked gently, You're already aware of my terms, are you not? Gao Tianyu raised his eyes to scrutinize Lin Ruashi, his gaze lingering on certain aspects of her. That condition is unacceptable. Propose another. Lin Ruashi felt a shiver run through her as Gao Tianyu's predatory gaze bore in her. Clutching her chest with both hands, she resolutely asserted, Change it. Gao Tianyu, upon hearing these words, instinctively stroked his chin, succumbing to deep contemplation. At this juncture, Lin Ruashi had not yet found herself in a dire predicament. Thus, his proposal seemed rather presumptuous, likely difficult for her to accept. It was imperative that he prompted her to lower her standards first. If you allow me a kiss, I shall venture out and confront the zombie, clearing the path for you. Gao Tianyu's gaze shifted to Lin Ruashi's vividly red lips. Yet, this too was unacceptable. She would not allow him to take advantage of her. Lin Ruashi retreated slightly, still refusing to acquiesce to Gao Tianyu's condition. Very well, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I shall retire for now. Inform me when you are ready to discuss further. Rising, Gao Tianyu stifled a yawn and ambled towards her bedroom, displaying no signs of hesitation. Wait, I will agree to your condition, but throughout this process, you must not act recklessly or take liberties with me. Observing Gao Tianyu's demeanor, Lin Ruashi felt urgency surge within her. Biting her crimson lip, she struggled to arrive at her decision. Upon hearing her words, Gao Tianyu halted, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he fixed his gaze upon her. Have you made up your mind? Are you certain you won't backtrack? Lin Ruashi felt her cheeks flush with warmth, yet she resolutely nodded. Seeing her affirmation, Gao Tianyu hesitated no longer, striding toward her with purpose. He enveloped Lin Ruashi in his embrace, admiring her delicate visage, her skin smooth and radiant, a perfect blend of ivory and blush. With a delicate nose and captivating, expressive eyes, she exuded an enchanting allure, complemented by her temptingly vivid red lips. Hurry up, you are moving far too slowly. I have pressing matters to attend to. Lin Ruashi, enduring the rapid cadence of her heart as Gao Tianyu's gaze lingered on her face, clenched her teeth and voiced her impatience. Hardly had Lin Ruashi uttered this when Gao Tianyu silenced her with a kiss. Moments later, she suddenly extended her hand to strike his face. Slap! Yet, predictably, Gao Tianyu intercepted her movement, firmly grasping her wrist. You despicable rogue! What do you think you are placing your hands? How dare you take advantage of me? I shall make you pay for this. Lin Ruashi's face flushed a deep crimson as she berated him, her tone imbued with indignation. Rogue, release me. Lin Ruashi tugged at her hand with all her might, but to no avail. Do not be so petty. I merely brushed against you by accident. Is it truly necessary to be so angry? If it matters so greatly to you, I could reciprocate. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, I might just retire for the night. Gao Tianyu shrugged nonchalantly, his expression indifferent. Chapter 24. Always preoccupied with that matter. You dare. I've already paid the price in advance. If you dare to retract your agreement, I shall not hesitate to confront you. Lin Ruashi was instantly incensed by Gao Tianyu's words, resembling an enraged female leopard, her fierce gaze fixed upon him as though she wished to tear him apart. If you persist in this foolishness, remain here. I will confront that zombie, no matter the cost, and clear the path for you. Gao Tianyu released Lin Ruashi, wiped the remnants of saliva from the corner of his mouth, adjusted his attire, and strode purposefully towards the door, wielding his katana. Evoking the spirit of Jing Ke's ill-fated assassination attempt on the Qin Emperor, Lin Ruashi was momentarily taken aback by his declaration, a complex expression of concern flickering in her eyes. After all, the zombie outside was truly horrifying. A mere glance had left her trembling and immobile. Could Gao Tianyu, facing such a terrifying foe, prevail in battle? As worry clouded her gaze, the security door creaked open, and the zombie, prowling in the hallway, was immediately drawn to the sound, lunging towards them. In an instant, it appeared at the threshold, and Lin Ruashi caught sight of its grotesque visage, repulsive and terrifying, sending her heart racing to her throat. With a swift motion, a flash of light cut through the air, accompanied by the faint sound of a blade slicing through space. The advancing zombie was instantly cleaved in two. Propelled by its own momentum, the body and head rolled forward before coming to a halt. Lin Ruashi could not contain herself, letting out a piercing scream as she beheld the head rolling perilously close to her. Shoo! Gao Tianyu quickly covered her mouth. Do you wish to attract every zombie in the building with that racket? His irritation was palpable. Women, he mused, could be such a hassle with their timidness. Were it not for her modest beauty, he might have already departed. Nodding vigorously, Lin Ruashi silenced herself. Did you not say that the zombie was dangerous? How is it that you dispatched it so easily? After regaining her composure, she furrowed her brow, questioning Gao Tianyu, feeling deceived. His earlier words had painted the zombie as a formidable adversary, one that would require considerable effort to overcome, fraught with peril. Yet, witnessing Gao Tianyu's swift and decisive action, it seemed almost effortless. Where was the danger? Because I was well prepared, Gao Tianyu replied coolly, his demeanor unflinching. This zombie is replete with the zombie virus. Being scratched by it could lead to infection and transformation. Is that not perilous? Is it? Lin Ruashi's face still bore traces of skepticism, clearly unconvinced by Gao Tianyu's reassurances. However, Gao Tianyu paid no heed to her suspicions. Instead, he retrieved a piece of clothing from the house, donned it, and unceremoniously tossed the lifeless body out the window. Once this was accomplished, he lifted his bundle and addressed Lin Ruashi, asking, "Are you coming along or not? If you choose to stay, I shall ascend first. Wait, just a moment. Let me gather my belongings so we can ascend together." Lin Ruashi, upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, immediately discarded her earlier concerns and spoke to him anxiously. Her possessions were not yet ready, and the thought of being left alone to encounter a zombie was daunting. Hurriedly, she entered the room, grabbed several articles of everyday clothing, and collected some toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, and other toiletries. Once she had assembled her essentials, she made her way to the door. "I'm ready. Let us go," Lin Ruashi said softly, clutching her bag. "All right," Gao Tianyu replied with a slight nod, leading the way. He had already scanned the surroundings with his mental prowess, confirming that the stairwell spanning the 2 floors was devoid of any zombies, thus alleviating any fears of danger. Before long, they descended the stairs and returned to the 30th floor. At that moment, Lin Ruashi seemed to recall something important. We've exhausted our food supplies here. Could you possibly lend me some? I assure you that once we acquire more food, we will return it promptly." She spoke to Gao Tianyu, a hint of embarrassment coloring her tone. It was only upon returning to the 30th floor that she remembered this crucial matter. Without food, they would face hunger, especially since her husband was unwell. How could they endure without sustenance? Not a chance. Gao Tianyu chuckled, categorically refusing her request. Once food is lent, it is akin to water poured out. It cannot be reclaimed. Given the current scarcity of provisions, it was even less feasible to lend any. "Why are you so stingy? It's merely a bit of food, and I promise to return it," Lin Ruashi exclaimed, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot upon hearing his unwavering denial. It was clear that lending was out of the question, but they could still negotiate. "How about this? Let me kiss you again, and in exchange, I'll provide you with some food." Gao Tianyu licked his lips, his gaze drawn to Lin Ruashi's crimson lips. The delightful sensation from their previous kiss still fresh in his memory. "You shameless rogue. Why do you always think of such things?" Lin Ruashi responded, her irritation flaring as she stamped her foot in indignation. "Just tell me whether you agree or not. If not, I shall take my leave." Gao Tianyu glanced at her, then turned away, feigning an intention to depart. "Wait, I can agree, but I require 20 pounds of rice, as well as the cured meats and eggs from your pack." Lin Ruashi was taken aback by Gao Tianyu's audacity and hurriedly grasped his arm, continuing to negotiate. "You must be dreaming. 2 kilograms of rice, while I keep the preserved meat and eggs. You can forget about it." Upon hearing this, Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes, thinking that the other party was asking for an exorbitant price. A mere kiss could not possibly be worth such a bounty. The preserved meat and eggs were even more precious. While he could spare some rice, he would never part with meat. "What? Only 2 kilograms? That is unacceptable. We consume that in a day. It's far too little." Lin Ruashi exclaimed in shock, immediately voicing her discontent. "Just 2 kilograms, take it or leave it. If you miss this opportunity, you won't find another chance. Next time, I might only offer half a kilogram." Gao Tianyu remained unmoved, displaying a readiness to walk away if an agreement could not be reached. 10 kilograms, along with more meat and eggs. Lin Ruashi pressed on. Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes again and turned to leave. In his view, a kiss was hardly worth that price. Perhaps a Knight-S company would make more sense. "Wait, 2 kilograms is fine, but you must refrain from any further advances." Seeing him about to depart, Lin Ruashi grew anxious, swiftly grasping his arm and biting her lip in distress. Gao Tianyu offered no response, placing his parcel on the ground before drawing Lin Ruashi into his embrace, sealing her vibrant lips with his own. Moments later, Lin Ruashi leaned against Gao Tianyu, feeling somewhat breathless, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "I have strong feelings for you. If you ever find yourself short on provisions, feel free to seek me out for a trade. As long as the price is right, I can supply you with eggs and preserved meat without issue, Gao Tianyu whispered into her ear, the allure of this enchanting young woman making it difficult for him to maintain his resolve. Afterward, he retrieved approximately 2 kilograms of rice from his parcel, and the two tidied their attire before stepping into the corridor of the 30th floor. Ruashi, you finally returned. I was so worried. Are you all right? Did you deal with that zombie? As soon as Lin Ruashi arrived at Han Qingru's home, Han Qingru seized her hand, asking anxiously while inspecting her for injuries. Upon confirming that she was unharmed, she let out a sigh of relief. I'm fine. Your neighbor has taken care of that zombie, so there's no need to worry. Lin Ruashi reassured Han Qingru, feeling warmth in her heart at her friend's concern. What about my husband and Qinzhong? Are they still asleep? Lin Ruashi glanced around the living room before softly inquiring. Yes, they haven't woken up yet. They're still quite weak from their illness. Han Qingru nodded upon hearing this. A trace of concern etched on her face. Both of these individuals were gravely ill, devoid of any strength, and coupled with a lack of food. What were they to do? Ruashi, our pantry is nearly bare as well. Shall we venture out to seek some sustenance? Perhaps we might discover something to bring back. Han Qingru suggested, turning to Lin Ruashi, seemingly resolved. If they failed to find food soon, they might truly face starvation. Qingru, do not be hasty. Your neighbor across the way just gifted me 2 pounds of rice. We can make do with that for now, and once they feel better, we can search for food together. Lin Ruashi interjected swiftly, aware of the terrifying nature of the zombies she had encountered. They were exceedingly frightening and remarkably swift. As 2 frail women without suitable weapons, how could they possibly contend with such monstrosities? Venturing out would only invite danger, and unless absolutely necessary, she advised against it. Really? Han Qingru's expression brightened at the mention of food, but soon her brow furrowed in confusion. But that person across the way isn't exactly benevolent. Why would he willingly provide us with food? I assisted him in gathering some supplies. This is merely his token of gratitude, Lin Ruashi calmly replied, having already formulated her answer in her mind, remaining unruffled in the face of Han Qingru's inquiries. Qingru, please prepare some porridge. My stomach feels as though it might collapse from hunger, and I suspect they will awaken soon and require nourishment as well. Lin Ruashi patted her belly, looking pitifully at Han Qingru. All right, I shall do that at once. Han Qingru responded, ceasing her questions, and took the rice from Lin Ruashi's hands. Heading into the kitchen, with a sigh of relief, Lin Ruashi felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Had Han Qingru pressed further, she might have inadvertently revealed her secret. It was unfortunate that Gao Tianyu had left such a poor impression on Qingru that even a simple gift of rice was met with suspicion. Meanwhile, Gao Tianyu returned to his room, ascended to the balcony, opened the window, and indulged in a refreshing rainwater bath before retreating to his chamber. Curling up with a meteorite for a nap. After a day of exertion, he felt quite fatigued, and the meteorite served to rejuvenate his energy. The following morning, after breakfast, Gao Tianyu descended the stairs armed with his katana. He intended to seize the opportunity to gather more supplies, particularly meat, eggs, and sugary items. These high-energy provisions were precisely what he required. This time, he headed directly to the 28th floor, where only 2 households were occupied. One had been transformed into a zombie. Gao Tianyu carefully sensed his surroundings and discerned that there was but a single zombie inside. As he opened the security door of the house, a female zombie lunged at him without hesitation. With a swift motion of his katana, he severed her head cleanly. After disposing of the corpse, he began to search the interior of the house. The owner was a solitary urban beauty, and Han Tianyu found little in the way of sustenance. Only some leftover instant noodles and a few snacks, meager in quantity. He then ascended to the 27th floor, where 3 of the 4 apartments had succumbed to the zombie plague. In the remaining apartment, 1 zombie was trapped inside, but it was clear that there were still living occupants. Observing this, Han Tianyu chose to ignore the situation. His objective was to gather supplies, not to rescue anyone, and he had no desire to involve himself in such matters. Although the 27th floor was rife with zombies, they posed little threat, and he swiftly eliminated them. However, the spoils were scant, primarily consisting of rice and snacks, with essentials like eggs and cured meat having been long consumed by the previous inhabitants. Continuing his descent, he methodically cleared each floor, collecting supplies until he had amassed a sufficient quantity to transport back upwards. After securing his haul, he returned to dispatch more zombies. For ordinary people, These creatures were indeed troublesome, but for him, it was an effortless endeavor. One strike was often all it took to decapitate his foes. With his mental prowess, he felt no fear of being overwhelmed. He could sense the positions of the zombies with clarity, enabling him to respond effectively. As he fought his way down, he quickly reached the 16th floor. Along the way, he had gathered a considerable amount of provisions, yet most were mere grains and flour. While there were some meats and eggs, they were in short supply. This left Tianyu feeling a sense of resignation. But he understood the circumstances. After being confined for so long, any remaining food was a blessing. Had it not been for the zombie virus transforming them into the undead, many would likely have perished from starvation. After clearing the 16th floor, he proceeded to the 15th. Just as he prepared to continue his mission, he sensed a menacing presence that heightened his alertness. He extended his mental awareness, meticulously scanning his surroundings, yet the source of the danger remained elusive. On the 15th floor, only one apartment housed the living. The other two were filled with zombies, while another stood vacant, devoid of both life and death. As he reached the 14th floor, he felt no signs of life, only an intensifying aura of danger. Realizing that peril lay below, he decided it prudent to retreat and ascend instead. After Gao Tianyu sensed the looming danger, he ascended without hesitation. His supplies were nearly sufficient. Although he lacked some meat, he had enough provisions to last him several months, thus rendering further descents into peril unnecessary. He decided to focus on cultivating his skills, intending to enhance his strength before proceeding with any further actions. Soon, Gao Tianyu returned to his abode, where he piled his collected items into a room. After a meal, he engaged in some exercise and then retreated to his chamber, cradling a meteorite as he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, at Han Qingrou's home, Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng had also experienced a marked improvement after a day's rest, shedding the pallor of illness that had plagued them previously. To their astonishment, they discovered that they had seemingly awakened special abilities. Qin Zhong manifested a fiery power, conjuring a fireball that scorched a substantial area of the wall upon impact. Zhao Tianheng, endowed with a strength-based ability, crushed a cup effortlessly in his palm, his might having increased several-fold. He estimated his current strength to exceed 1,000 pounds, a truly formidable feat. When they revealed their newfound powers to Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi, the latter's eyes widened in disbelief. "Darling, you truly awakened your abilities?" Lin Ruoxi exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. "Is there any doubt? Just watch." Zhao Tianheng replied with a calm smile, brimming with excitement as he effortlessly lifted a table above his head with one hand. The two women stood agape, for the table weighed several dozen pounds, an arduous task for an average person to lift with both hands, let alone with one. Qin Zhong, eager to showcase his talent, summoned a sphere of flame that hovered above his palm. He then directed it toward the vase. With a resounding crash, the vase shattered upon contact, igniting the fragments into a brilliant blaze. "What do you think? My fire ability is quite impressive, isn't it?" Qin Zhong declared, elated by the revelation of his extraordinary powers. "A serendipitous turn of fortune indeed. This is wonderful. With your awakened abilities, we need not worry about food any longer. Our supplies are dwindling. Barely enough for one more meal," Han Qingru remarked, her face lighting up with joy. If the two men had not recovered, they would have been left to fend for themselves, relying solely on the two women to forage for sustenance. Thankfully, both had fully regained their strength and acquired abilities, granting them a newfound capacity for self-defense. On the other side, Lin Ruoxi felt immense joy as her husband awakened his power-type ability, significantly increasing his strength, which should enable him to confront the zombies lurking outside. This meant she would no longer need to borrow food from the person across the way. If she were to approach him again, she feared she would be completely devoured. "My dear wife, you have worked so hard. If it weren't for you, I doubt I would have endured. Rest assured, the task of finding food will now fall to me. After we finish our meal, I will join Tianheng in scouring for supplies." Upon hearing Han Qingrou's words, Qin Zhong's eyes softened with affection, and he gently reassured her, "Yes, Qingru, do not worry. I will descend with Qin Zhong shortly. We will certainly bring back some provisions." Zhao Tianheng, hearing Qin Zhong's words, pounded his chest in affirmation. Ever since awakening his ability, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him, instilling unwavering confidence in his prowess. He firmly believed he could obliterate a zombie with a single blow. Their conversation, despite the thick walls separating them, reached Gao Tianyu's ears. Damn it! How could these two have recovered just now and awakened their abilities as well? Gao Tianyu's expression darkened upon hearing their exchange. The sudden resurgence of both individuals, coupled with their newfound powers, had completely disrupted his plans. He had manipulated Lin Ruoshi with food, successfully lowering her defenses, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could seize her entirely. Once he had Lin Ruoshi in his grasp, it was likely the Han Qingru would not escape his clutches either. It was as if he had begun to dig the foundation, only to find that the owner had returned, complicating matters significantly. With their abilities awakened, it was clear that ordinary zombies would pose no challenge to them. Collecting supplies would not be overly difficult. However, currently, most of the resources on the 15th floor and above lay within his control. If they sought food, they had but two options. The first was to engage in a struggle with surviving individuals like himself to seize their resources. The second was to continue their search for supplies on the floors below the 15th. Should they choose the first option, they would undoubtedly meet their demise at his hands. For their awakening had occurred much later than his own, and they were still fresh to their powers, making them no match for him. Once he eliminated them, neither Lin Ruoshi nor Han Qingru would escape his grasp, yet they would become ticking time bombs. Once their usefulness expired, he would have to eliminate them to prevent future troubles. Chapter 27 Husband. Please be cautious. Should they opt for the second choice, they would then face the perilous Zhao Dacha below. This individual had already transformed into a monstrous being, and judging by the aura he exuded, his strength was formidable, so much so that even he could not guarantee victory against him. It would be an opportune moment for them to test the strength of that creature below. Of course, they had a third option, to vacate the building entirely. However, this would not be an easy feat either, as they would still need to traverse the 12th floor, with no assurance that the creature below would not attack them. This is the predicament faced by the residents above the 12th floor of this building. An otherworldly creature resides on the 12th floor, perceiving all inhabitants of the building as prey. While those on the lower levels may fare slightly better, the higher floor residents find it considerably challenging to escape. Even if Gao Tianyu wishes to leave, he would opt to circumvent the 12th floor and make a swift exit from the exterior of the building. However, at this moment, he harbors no intention of departing, for he possesses a substantial supply of food and feels his strength augmenting with each passing moment, an acceleration that is remarkably swift. Once he has consumed the provisions, his power will undoubtedly surge, rendering him unafraid even in the presence of that creature. Even now, he possesses the capability for self-preservation. He simply prefers to avoid a bloody confrontation with the creature, as sustaining injuries in this apocalyptic world is far from desirable. Meanwhile, Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng, having hastily consumed 2 bowls of porridge, are eager to descend and gather supplies. Since their awakening, they have noticed a significant increase in their appetite. The 2 bowls of porridge are quickly digested, leaving them still hungry. However, their home is devoid of surplus food, and with their wives still needing sustenance, they have no choice but to make do. Before venturing out, they take a moment to organize their weapons. Unfortunately, Han Qingru's home is devoid of any arms. The only weapon, a katana cherished by Qin Zhong, has been bartered away for instant noodles. Thus, the only usable items they can muster are a hefty wooden stick and a kitchen knife. Prepared for action, they are ready to embark. Be careful, dear. These zombies carry a virus. Being scratched or bitten could lead to infection. Lin Ruoshi suddenly recalls Gao Tianyu's warning and specifically reminds Zhao Tianheng, "Rest assured, I want to allow them to come close. I'll send them flying with a single strike." Zhao Tianheng responds with a nod, wielding the wooden stick with a spirited demeanor. "You must also take care and avoid injury." Han Qingru whispers beside Qin Zhong, offering her caution. "Do not worry. We shall be fine. If danger arises, we will certainly choose to flee." Qin Zhong replies with a carefree smile, then adds, "You both stay at home and await our good news." With that, he and Zhao Tianheng descend the stairs, Zhao Tianheng leading with the wooden stick, while Qin Zhong follows closely behind with the kitchen knife, ready to respond at a moment's notice. According to Ruoshi, the 29th floor has already been thoroughly scavenged by the neighbors across the way, so we must search the lower levels. Observing 2 open doors on the 29th floor, Zhao Tianheng promptly addresses Qin Zhong. "Let us investigate the floor below." "Indeed, let us take a look at the next level down," Qin Zhong concurs. Soon, he arrived at the 28th floor, where he beheld 3 open doors and one that was firmly shut. Had this floor also been thoroughly searched? A sense of foreboding flickered within Qin Zhong as he gazed at the three ajar doors. It was quite possible that another door remained closed, and they should investigate further. Zhao Tianheng shared the same sentiment. He glanced at the closed door and approached it. Knock, knock. Is anyone inside? Knock, knock. Is anyone there? Zhao Tianheng called out twice toward the room, yet silence enveloped them with no response. If there is no one inside, we might have to force the door open. Qin Zhong, seeing the lack of reply, called out once more. There are people here. Please do not break the door. There are still living souls in this room. A voice, tinged with urgency and a hint of panic, soon resonated from within. The realization that someone was indeed present, explaining the closed door, caused Qin Zhong to furrow his brow deeply. Let us proceed downward. This floor seems to have been thoroughly scavenged, he stated. Zhao Tianheng mirrored his expression as they continued their descent to the 27th floor. Here, they encountered a similar scenario, aside from the occupied room. All other doors stood wide open, and the premises had been stripped of all consumables. Even tools that could serve as weapons were completely cleared away. They continued their search floor by floor, discovering that most had already been rummaged through. Damn it, could that individual have looted the entire building? Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng's faces darkened at this realization. After traversing so far, nearly all resources had been collected by others, leaving them in a state of discontent. Upon reaching the 15th floor, conditions took a turn for the better. Most doors here were tightly shut, and they could faintly hear the growls of zombies from within. Finally, we've encountered a floor that hasn't been scavenged. I was beginning to think the entire building had been stripped bare. Zhao Tianheng exhaled in relief, having feared that they would soon be compelled to venture outside in search of supplies. Qin Zhong, step back a bit and be cautious. I will break down the door. Zhao Tianheng positioned himself before the security door, raising a wooden stick and striking forcefully at the lock. With a resounding crash, a dent formed at the point of impact. He struck again and again, and soon the door yielded to his relentless blows, collapsing inward and knocking several zombies behind it to the ground. However, those zombies quickly regained their footing and lunged toward Zhao Tianheng and Qin Zhong. Seeing this, Zhao Tianheng displayed no fear. He swung the wooden club in his hand directly at the approaching zombie. With a resounding crash, the zombie was sent flying, colliding violently against the wall, its bones shattering upon impact. Chapter 28, The Strange Bloodstain. Suddenly, a fireball shot forth from behind Zhao Tianheng, striking another zombie directly. An explosive sound echoed as a gaping hole was blown into the zombie's chest, and in an instant, its entire body ignited in flames. Yet, the creature exhibited no sense of pain. Even as it was engulfed in fire, its relentless charge did not waver. Damn it! The power of the fire ability is still too feeble to slay this zombie in one blow. Qin Zhong swiftly dodged to the side and then delivered a powerful kick to the zombie. With a thud, the impact sent the creature hurtling backward, crashing into the wall. The zombie, however, quickly regained its footing, letting out a menacing growl, and began to thrash about in the corridor. The flames engulfing its body obscured its sensory perception, disorienting it, causing it to crash into the wall once more. With a loud bang, it collapsed onto the ground, thrashing violently amidst the flames. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianheng faced 3 zombies alone, wielding his wooden club with precision, shattering their skulls and swiftly ending the confrontation. These zombies are truly formidable. Their vitality is astonishing. Without crushing their skulls, they cannot be killed. After dispatching the foes, Zhao Tianheng wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, feeling a pang of trepidation. A normal person would never rise again after such a crushing blow, yet these zombies surged forward as if unscathed. One misstep could lead to a grievous injury, highlighting their terrifying nature. Let us go, Qin Zhong. Let us venture inside and see if we can find some food. With that, Zhao Tianheng gestured for him to follow and stepped into the building. The two searched through the room and managed to find some rice, instant noodles, and a few uneaten eggs. Finally, they had found sustenance, alleviating their hunger concerns. Qin Zhong's face brightened at the sight of food. Their consumption had significantly increased over the past few days, and the scant supplies at home were utterly insufficient. They had often endured the discomfort of hunger, but now, with this newfound provision, they could finally satisfy their urgent needs. All right, let us continue. Let us clear out a few more rooms and see if we can uncover additional supplies. We can gather everything and enjoy a hearty meal, Zhao Tianheng remarked. A broad smile illuminating his face as he looked at the food in his hands. They first gathered the food in the living room and then stepped outside, sequentially unlocking the other 3 security doors just as they had done before. From these houses, they managed to collect a modest amount of food, sufficient to sustain them for several days, which filled them with a sense of joy. However, upon entering the last house, they encountered a peculiar sight. Bloodstains marred the floor. It was evident that someone had perished here, their body having been dragged to the window and discarded outside. Strangely, some food remained in the house, though scarce. It was ample enough to sustain the former occupants for several days. What baffled them was that the assailant had left the food untouched after committing such a heinous act. Though the scene was unsettling, they refrained from overthinking it. In this apocalyptic world, anything was possible. Perhaps the family had succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies, leading to their demise at the hands of the intruder, who then cast their bodies out in despair, unable to bear the loneliness of their existence. After searching the final house, Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng returned to the 30th floor, laden with a substantial bundle of food. "Husband, you're back. How did it go? Did you find food?" Lin Ruoshi's face lit up with a smile, brimming with anticipation as she inquired upon their return. "Yes, we found some provisions sufficient for several days. You should start cooking now. We're nearly starving." Zhao Tianheng promptly replied, extracting the food from the package and handing it to Lin Ruoshi. Upon receiving the bundle, Lin Ruoshi eagerly opened it to reveal rice, flour, oil, salt, and a few eggs, her face brightening with delight. Meanwhile, Han Qingru entered the kitchen. Even with just a handful of eggs, her spirits soared, as acquiring such luxuries in this desolate world was no easy feat on the other side. Gao Tianyu remained vigilant, closely monitoring the movements of the group. Seeing Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng return unscathed, bearing food, surprised him. It was odd that the strange creature had not attacked them. Perhaps they had not ventured down to the 15th floor. Gao Tianyu mused silently, wishing to use the creature to eliminate them, yet it remained beyond his control. Soon, he shifted his focus away from them, immersing himself in training. After several rounds of practicing his boxing techniques, he transitioned to honing his swordsmanship, followed by exercises to strengthen his mental fortitude. Once finished, he indulged in a hearty meal before curling up with a meteorite for an afternoon nap. The effects of the meteorite radiation are remarkably profound. He perceives his strength advancing at an astonishingly visible rate each day. The mental prowess within his mind is also rapidly intensifying. Previously, he could only scan objects within a mere dozen meters. But now he is capable of extending that range to 20 meters, should he have an ample supply of sustenance. He envisions remaining in his chamber until his potential reaches its utmost limits, before contemplating an exit. Being a recluse by nature, spending prolonged periods indoors poses no challenge for him whatsoever. Meanwhile, Qin Zhong, Zhao Tianheng, Han Qingru, and Lin Ruoshi savored a rare feast that day. Their appetites have significantly surged, particularly for Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng, whose consumption has nearly tripled. They devoured an impressive 6 or 7 bowls of rice before pausing, with Zhao Tianheng feeling he could still indulge further. This astonishing capacity left others utterly astounded. Based on their current intake, the provisions they possess would only sustain them for about 3 to 4 days before they would face a dire shortage once more. Chapter 29. The Monster. After satiating their hunger, Zhao Tianheng and Qin Zhong sprang into action once again. The resources within the building are limited, while the number of survivors is considerable. The supplies are utterly insufficient to sustain those still living. Crucially, most of the resources have already been claimed by their neighbors. Had they delayed their efforts any longer, the remaining provisions might have been entirely appropriated by others. At that juncture, their options for obtaining food would be reduced to 2, the first being to seize from their neighbors, and the second to venture outside in search of sustenance. The first option is not presently under consideration, as a solitary individual moving from the 30th to the 16th floor would undoubtedly be formidable. It is likely that their adversaries have also awakened their own abilities. Even if they have not, they are certainly skilled martial artists. Otherwise, how could they have vanquished so many zombies? As for the second option, it too harbors significant risks, as the dangers lurking outside remain unknown. The external environment is still characterized by extreme heat, with either torrential rains or dense fog enveloping the city, compounded by the relentless sun beating down in an unyieldingly sweltering atmosphere. In such extreme conditions, it is exceedingly easy to lose one's way. making any substantial distance nearly impossible to traverse. Zhao Tianheng and Qin Zhong arrived at the 14th floor, adhering to their previous tactics. Zhao Tianheng wielded a wooden stick, violently breaching doors ahead, while Qin Zhong provided fire support from behind. In the apartment they chose to invade, 5 ferocious zombies awaited. Their raucous entrance had already alerted these creatures. The moment the security door swung open, the horde of zombies surged forward, and Qin Zhong unleashed several fireballs, igniting their bodies in a blaze. Immediately, Zhao Tianheng wielded a large wooden stick and struck the heads of the zombies with precision. The two worked in perfect harmony, swiftly dispatching the undead with remarkable efficiency. Following this, he began to search through the household, which, due to its numerous inhabitants and penchant for stockpiling supplies, yielded several dozen pounds of rice. They also discovered a few pounds of cured meat and some eggs, which filled them with immense joy. Next, they ventured into 3 additional houses. One was completely barren, devoid of any food, suggesting it had not been inhabited for some time. The other 2 houses lacked occupants as well, yet bore ominous bloodstains on the floor, reminiscent of those in the previous room. Why were there such peculiar bloodstains? It appeared as if something had dragged them away through the window. Upon encountering this strange phenomenon for the second time, Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng sensed something amiss. Plunging into deep contemplation, they were not foolish. The oddity of the bloodstains raised suspicions. If only one area bore such marks, it might be dismissed as an accident. But the presence of 2 similar sites suggested something far more sinister. Could it be that some zombies had mutated, crawling in from outside to slay the homeowners and subsequently dragging their bodies away to feast upon? Qin Zhong pondered for a moment and then addressed Zhao Tianheng. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. If we can awaken our abilities, who can guarantee that there aren't zombies possessing extraordinary powers? Zhao Tianheng furrowed his brow, finding some agreement with Qin Zhong's conjecture. So what should we do next? Should we continue searching for supplies or leave at once? Qin Zhong hesitated, uncertain of the best course of action. If these were indeed mutated zombies, they would undoubtedly possess significant strength. Although they had awakened their own abilities, they could not be certain of triumphing over such foes, leading to his indecision. Let us proceed cautiously. As for this entity, its nature and strength remain unclear. It would be wise to exercise prudence, Zhao Tianheng concluded after a moment's reflection, deciding that without knowledge of the creature's true capabilities, it was best not to act rashly. Very well, let us search this place for any remaining items to take with us. Qin Zhong agreed with a nod, his voice low. However, unbeknownst to them, as they conversed, a figure stealthily emerged behind them. The being's eyes glowed with a blue light, its body adorned with bone spikes, and its hands and chest were covered in bony armor. Although it retained a humanoid form, it had lost all semblance of humanity, its mouth filled with jagged teeth. With a ferocious roar, the creature lunged at Zhao Tianheng, who was closest. Watch out, Zhao! Quickly evade! The sudden appearance of that figure startled Qin Zhong, prompting him to shout loudly. Instantly, a fireball materialized in his hand, hurtling towards the monstrous entity before him. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianheng, upon hearing the roar behind him, felt a chill run down his spine as an overwhelming sense of dread surged from behind, causing his very soul to shudder. He attempted to evade to the side with remarkable speed, yet it was too late. The creature's hands sliced through his chest, tearing away a substantial piece of flesh. In the next moment, his body was sent flying by the creature's immense strength. Simultaneously, Qin Zhong's fireball swiftly approached the monster, but it merely sidestepped with a subtle movement, effortlessly evading the fiery assault. It then lunged towards Qin Zhong, its claws adorned with sharp bony spikes, stained with blood, emanating an aura of chilling menace. As the creature charged, Qin Zhong felt the hair on his body stand on end. He conjured 2 fireballs in his hands and hurled them at the beast. Bang! Bang! The monster, witnessing the fireballs hurtling towards it, raised a hand to deflect them, its robust bony armor absorbing the impact. With a powerful move, it then pinned Qin Zhong to the ground. Observing this scene, Zhao Tianheng, despite enduring his own pain, staggered to his feet, brandishing a wooden stick to strike at the creature. The monster retaliated with a swift punch, shattering the stick into splinters that scattered everywhere. The room echoed with ghastly cries, creating a chilling atmosphere. Chapter 30. Not a good person. The horrifying screams below jolted Gao Tianyu from his slumber. Though separated by several floors, the anguished cries penetrated his consciousness, his hearing unusually acute. While he might miss minor sounds, the cacophony generated this time was impossible to overlook. Recognizing the voices of Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng, he pondered whether they had encountered the otherworldly fiend. Both were awakened beings, although they had only recently gained their powers. They were not weak. The agony in their cries suggested they had sustained severe injuries. It appeared that the entity's strength surpassed my expectations. Even two awakened beings found themselves in peril. My decision to avoid confrontation with it was indeed prudent. Without assurance of victory, it is unwise to engage. After listening intently and realizing that the commotion had subsided, he chose not to dwell further on the matter. Awakened from his stupor, Gao Tianyu found himself devoid of any desire to return to sleep. Embracing the meteorite, he made his way to the living room, boiled some water, and prepared a cup of milk powder to drink. The radiation from the meteorite indeed invigorates his cells, enhancing his physical constitution. However, sustenance remains indispensable, for the vitality and strength derived from his cells require energy. Presently, his sole means of obtaining this energy is through consumption, drawing nourishment from food to sustain his body. A cup of milk powder provides significantly more energy than a bowl of rice, and upon ingestion, it is rapidly digested, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Subsequently, he practices his swordsmanship in the living room. In this apocalyptic world, trust in others is futile. Only one's own strength can be relied upon. As time drifts by, night swiftly descends. Lin Ruoxi and Han Qingru sit on the sofa, anxiously fixated on their phones. Concern grows within them as Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng have yet to return. Every message sent has gone unanswered, and their calls continually ring without response. This scenario leaves the two women pale with worry. Ruoxi, could something have happened to our husbands? Why can't we even reach them by phone? Han Qingru's face is ashen. Her eyes redden, desperately holding back tears as she speaks to her close friend Lin Ruoxi. Qingru, try not to overthink it. Perhaps they encountered some difficulties that prevented them from answering our calls. Let us wait a while longer before trying again, Lin Ruoxi reassures her, though she too feels an ominous cloud of dread settle in her heart. Both women are acutely aware that in the same building, their prolonged absence and the inability to connect by phone suggest that something has indeed gone awry. Yet, they are reluctant to concede this truth, for their husbands have only just awakened their abilities and had even returned earlier with provisions. How could misfortune befall them so easily? As moments stretch into silence, the two women remain in the living room, the atmosphere thick with tension. The only sound is the ticking of the wall clock, marking the passage of time. An hour passes in this manner, with their eyes glued to their phones, waiting for messages from their beloveds, yet receiving no sign of life. With each passing minute, their hearts sink further into despair. Ruoxi, perhaps we should go down and search for them, Han Qingru finally suggests. Lin Ruoxi, taken aback by this notion, glances outside to find a pitch-black void, devoid of any light. The living room itself is enveloped in darkness, rendering the path ahead invisible. How could they venture out like this? Yet, her concern for her husband prevails, and she nods in agreement, biting her lip and whispers, "All right." Two women emerge from their home, each armed with a flashlight and a knife for self-defense, stepping into the enveloping darkness of the eerily silent corridor. A flicker of fear surfaced in their hearts, apprehensive of the potential emergence of a zombie. After taking a few steps, Lin Ruoxi suddenly halted and turned to Han Qingru, saying, "Wait, Qingru, as two women venturing down, we are at great risk. In the face of danger, we have little chance of defending ourselves, let alone locating Qin Zhong. We must seek assistance. But where shall we find such help?" Han Qingru paused, momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brow and offered a wry smile. "Let us call your neighbor. He possesses a weapon and has experience in dealing with zombies. His strength could prove invaluable. If we have him with us, we might stand a better chance against any threats we encounter." Lin Ruoxi gestured toward Gao Tianyu's apartment as she spoke. "He is not a good person. He surely won, T agree." Han Qingru shook her head. Although their exchanges had been minimal, she understood that her neighbor was no altruist, and persuading him to take risks was nearly impossible. Their conversation reached Gao Tianyu, who was in the living room engrossed in a show, leaving him somewhat speechless. How well did this neighbor lady understand him? She had discerned his nature and his reluctance to accept requests that bore no benefit. Yet, how audacious were these two women? Their husbands had perished below, and still, they dared to venture into the depths. Truly, ignorance breeds courage. I'll speak with him and see if he might accompany us, Lin Ruashi declared, biting her lips softly as she approached Gao Tianyu's door and knocked a few times. Knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Gao Tianyu couldn't help but twitch his lips in bemusement. It was late at night, visibility was poor, and danger lurked in the shadows. It was one thing for these women to seek their own demise. It was another to think of bringing him along. Should he feel honored or dismayed? Despite his reservations, he opened the door, curious to hear Lin Ruashi's pitch. With a thud, Gao Tianyu swung the door open, frowning as he regarded the two women. What is it? Upon seeing him, the women shone their flashlights in his direction, revealing Gao Tianyu, bare-chested and clad in shorts. Chapter 31. Do you have any evidence? Here, the situation. Lin Ruashi began, her voice earnest. I need your help. My husband went out during the day to gather supplies, and he hasn't returned. I'm worried something has happened to him. I would like to ask you to join us in searching for him. I realize this request may seem presumptuous, but if you have any conditions, please share them. We will do our utmost to meet them. Upon seeing Gao Tianyu open the door, Lin Ruashi gazed at him intently and was the first to speak. Is that so? What if I wish for both of you to accompany me? Upon hearing Lin Ruashi's words, a mocking expression instantly appeared on Gao Tianyu's face. He could never agree to such a request, as he was not prepared to confront the otherworldly creature. Moreover, he could not guarantee victory. What if he were to inadvertently lose his life at its hands? Sacrificing his life for two women was utterly unwarranted, especially since, after he rises to prominence, an abundance of women would seek his company. In this apocalyptic world, women were in no short supply, and he would have countless admirers vying for his attention. Therefore, the paramount objective was to survive, to grow stronger in silence, and only then consider other matters once his prowess was sufficient. What? That is impossible. I shall never consent to such a thing. You may as well abandon that thought. Even in death, I will not grant you that satisfaction. Han Qingro's countenance darkened upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, her voice unwavering as she gazed at him with palpable disdain. Even Lin Ruashi's expression towards Gao Tianyu shifted to one of hostility. This man not only harbored intentions towards her, but also towards her close friend. An unforgivable offense. You shameless rogue, how dare you think so highly of yourself? We are not to be trifled with. Come, Qingru, let us descend and ignore this scoundrel. Lin Ruashi, nearly incensed enough to hurl the flashlight in her hand at Gao Tianyu, angrily grasped Han Qingro's hand and made her way towards the staircase. Observing the scene, Gao Tianyu stroked his chin, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. How dare they insult me? Just wait. I shall ensure you see my true colors soon enough. He fiddled with his phone for a moment, then summoned a shoe, manipulating it with his mental prowess, causing it to swiftly fly ahead of the two women. How dare that despicable rogue make such demands of us? What does he take us for? Truly shameless. Lin Ruashi continued to berate Gao Tianyu as she and Han Qingru ascended the stairs, both seething with indignation at his proposition. Suddenly, they heard two thudding sounds emanating from below, which grew increasingly louder, seemingly drawing closer. Qingru, do you hear that sound? The two women halted in fear, with Lin Ruashi leaning closer to Han Qingru and whispering. It sounds like footsteps, and they seem to be getting nearer. Could it be zombies? Han Qingru replied uncertainly. Roar! Roar! Hud, 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 hud. Suddenly, feral roars echoed from downstairs, and the thudding footsteps intensified, growing ever more frantic. No, it's a zombie. We must run. Lin Ruashi's face turned pale upon hearing the shout, and she quickly grasped Han Qingro's hand, urging her to flee upwards. The moment Han Qingru heard the ominous sound, her legs trembled uncontrollably, momentarily rooted in place. Had it not been for Lin Ruashi's grip, she would have remained frozen. However, upon hearing Lin Ruashi's urgent words, she quickly began to run, emitting a series of piercing screams. Yet, they could still hear the footsteps and roars behind them, growing ever closer, instilling a terror that rendered them too afraid to glance back. Before long, they found themselves back on the 30th floor, where they saw Gao Tianyu, who was just about to close the door. Don't shut the door. Please, save us. There's zombies chasing us. Lin Ruashi cried out in panic, her beautiful face reflecting her fear as she spotted Gao Tianyu. Upon seeing the two women rushing towards him, Gao Tianyu halted his action of closing the door. The two women barreled in at an astonishing speed, eager to continue deeper inside. Gao Tianyu, reacting swiftly, caught them around the waist with one arm each, blocking their path. What on earth is happening? Didn't you just go down? Why are you back up here? He asked with a smile, looking at them curiously. Quick, shut the door. There's zombies outside. They're nearly upon us. Lin Ruashi's expression remained one of terror as she urged Gao Tianyu. Oh, Gao Tianyu exclaimed lightly, extending his left foot to hook the door, then kicked forward. With a resounding bang, the security door slammed shut. Roar, bang, bang, the moment the door closed. The outside was immediately filled with the deafening roars of zombies and the sound of relentless banging on the door. Hearing these terrifying sounds, Lin Ruashi and Han Qingru trembled in fear once more. What? Lin Ruashi was the first to burst into tears, soon followed by Han Qingru. All right, do not cry. The zombies are behind the door now. You are safe. Gao Tianyu embraced the two weeping women, gently stroking their hair and offering soothing words. It seemed his comforting gestures only intensified their sobs, with tears cascading down like raindrops. He soon felt his clothing becoming damp as their tears fell onto him like beads of sweat. Holding the two lovely ladies and inhaling their distinct fragrances stirred an undeniable excitement within Gao Tianyu, causing his hands, in a moment of distraction, to wander to inappropriate places. You shameless rogue. Where are your hands going? Han Qingru quickly sensed the awkwardness, pushing him away and rebuking him angrily. Witnessing this, Lin Ruashi also hurriedly distanced herself from Gao Tianyu, casting him a similarly disapproving glare. What hands? What nonsense are you spouting? I was merely comforting you both out of concern for your fright. Do not speak ill of me. Gao Tianyu blinked, waved his hand, and, with an innocent expression, remarked, You are shameless. You were clearly taking advantage of both of us just now. Han Qingru, biting her silver teeth, glared coldly at Gao Tianyu and retorted angrily. Do you have any evidence? Gao Tianyu continued to deny the accusation, slightly lifting his chin and displaying a hint of smugness towards Han Qingru, his demeanor exuding arrogance. His expression blatantly conveyed the message. Even if I did, what could you possibly do about it? If you have the guts, come and hit me. Chapter 32, A Lesson. You despicable rogue, I shall confront you. Lin Ruashi, witnessing Gao Tianyu's brazen attitude, was instantly incensed and charged at him, her hands clawing at the air. Overestimating yourself. I am an evolved being. How could I allow a mere ordinary person like you to bully me? Upon seeing this, Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes and muttered a few sarcastic comments under his breath. He then swiftly seized Lin Ruashi's hand, yanked her, causing her to spin in place. Her arms pinned behind her back and pressed against the security door. Let Ruashi go. On the other side, Han Qingru rushed over to pull Gao Tianyu, attempting to rescue Lin Ruashi. However, her efforts proved futile, as Gao Tianyu effortlessly held her against the security door as well, rendering her immobile. You bastard! Let's go. You scoundrel! The two, humiliated and pressed against the door, began to struggle violently while hurling curses. Enough! Both of you be quiet. Can't you see you've attracted the zombies? Gao Tianyu exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to their behinds, his voice stern. Suddenly, the unmistakable growls of zombies echoed from outside, accompanied by the violent shaking of the security door. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ruashi and Han Qingru were startled into silence, halting their struggles. The thought that the zombies were merely separated from them by a security door, clawing at the air, sent chills down their spines, raising goosebumps upon their skin. Have you calmed down yet? If not, I may have to open the door to help you cool off. Gao Tianyu remarked leisurely, observing that the two had ceased their movements. We have calmed down. Please let us go. Lin Ruashi, hearing Gao Tianyu's threatening words, bit her lip in frustration and reluctantly conceded. I shall spare you this time, but do not speak to me in such a tone again. I do not appreciate it. After hearing their submission, Gao Tianyu finally released them, yet not without adding, in this apocalyptic world, I wield immense power. As long as I uphold my principles, I shall act as I please. Although he found the two women appealing, he would never allow them to overstep their bounds in his presence. A suitable reprimand was indispensable, otherwise they would become unruly. After delivering a lesson to the two, Gao Tianyu returned to the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and began to sip it. With his mental prowess, he manipulated his phone and the shoe, which stealthily flew back through the open window. The footsteps and the zombies' growls he had orchestrated were merely distractions to prevent the two from descending the stairs. It appeared to have worked quite well. Before encountering any zombies, They were already frightened enough to hastily retreat, even to the point of tears. Quite impressive. Could you handle the zombies outside? We wish to go out. Lin Ruoshi and Han Qingru, having calmed their nerves, looked at Gao Tianyu, who remained composed while drinking water, and spoke softly. She understood that this man possessed formidable strength, and if he intervened, he would effortlessly deal with the zombies outside. There's no rush. It's merely a small zombie. We can deal with it tomorrow. I simply do not wish to exert myself today. Besides, weren't you two just about to go find your husbands? Why did you return so quickly? Gao Tianyu reclined lazily on the sofa, taking out his phone to indulge in a show. Fortunately, he had previously bought a solar charger to save on electricity, albeit it was of little use. Barely able to power household appliances, it could still provide enough charge for his phone, keeping him entertained. We encountered a zombie as soon as we stepped outside, and being two vulnerable women, how could we possibly contend with it? What else could we do but flee? Lin Ruoshi's face darkened upon hearing Gao Tianyu's teasing remarks. She struggled to suppress her urge to lash out at him. TSK, TSK, do you still dare to go down? There are plenty of zombies in the corridor below, and you can't handle even one. Wouldn't going down just be akin to delivering yourselves as prey? Gao Tianyu continued his mockery, bemused by the two novices, whose timidness was amusing, especially as they sought to find someone. What does it matter to you? Han Qingru retorted, unable to withstand his condescension any longer. Indeed, it does not concern me. However, had I not opened the door to let you in, you would likely be in dire straits right now. Gao Tianyu's words left the two speechless as he spoke the truth. Strictly speaking, he had saved their lives. They were not unreasonable individuals. Had Gao Tianyu not taken advantage of them, they might have even expressed gratitude. Your husbands haven't ventured below the 15th floor, have they? Gao Tianyu then posed another question. How do you know? Han Qingru replied coldly. I know because I have already scavenged the floors above the 15th, except for those occupied by living individuals. All available food in the other residences has been brought to my home. What other options do they have besides searching the floors below the 15th? Can you guess why I halted on the 15th floor? Gao Tianyu spoke slowly, posing a rhetorical question. Is there danger below? Han Qingru's complexion paled at his words, and she inquired with a hint of panic. Correct. You must be aware of Zhao Dazhu. Prior to the onset of that mysterious virus, he underwent a strange transformation, losing his sanity and becoming a creature of insatiable bloodlust. The 15th floor is his territory, and I sense his presence there. Thus, I dared not descend further. Our building is likely his hunting ground, with all the living as his prey. The closer one is to him, the more susceptible they become to his attacks. If your husband has encountered him, it is likely a grim fate awaits him. Therefore, it is best for you to remain above. Even if you go down, it will be futile. Moreover, once that monster has consumed those on the lower floors, he will inevitably ascend to hunt. One day, he will reach our level, and then you may reunite. Gao Tianyu methodically explained to the two women, his tone unruffled. How do you know all this? I recall that on the day the apocalypse began, you stocked up on provisions in advance. How could you have foreseen all of this? Han Qingru stared at him in disbelief, perplexed by how he had predicted everything. The situation with Zhao Dazhu was deduced by me. It may not be entirely accurate, but it is likely close to the truth. As for your final question, Gao Tianyu calmly sipped water before responding leisurely. The news of the apocalypse came to me unexpectedly. I stumbled upon it in a post. Initially, I was skeptical, but upon witnessing the extreme temperatures and torrential rains outside, I sensed something was amiss with the weather. Coupled with the constant references to experts in the news, I, being someone who trusts experts the least, decided to stock up on food. Who would have thought that post would turn out to be true? I feel quite fortunate. Had it not been for that post, I might not have purchased as much food and could have very well starved. What? Lin Ruoshi and Han Qingru's mouths fell agape. Astonishment etched on their faces. They never anticipated receiving such an answer from Gao Tianyu. Yet, a flicker of skepticism lingered in their eyes, for the tale was fantastical. Who would believe a post from the internet about an apocalypse? Well, I've said all that I needed to say. You may return now. I still need to get some sleep. Gao Tianyu yawned and waved his hand, signaling them to leave. He had no intention of allowing the two women to stay here overnight, fearing that they might stab him while he slept. Although the likelihood of such an event was slim, it was prudent to remain cautious, was it not? There were zombies outside the door. How could we possibly venture out? Lin Ruoshi, upon hearing Gao Tianyu's insistence that they leave, was immediately incensed and expressed her dissatisfaction. Rest assured, The zombie has descended. I heard it go downstairs. Outside, there were no zombies at all. This was all a fabrication orchestrated by Gao Tianyu. Now that he wished to expel them, naturally, the zombies would vanish. You're lying. How could that be possible? A flicker of anger crossed Lin Ruoshi's delicate face as she doubted the veracity of his claims. They were so close and had heard nothing. How could he possibly have heard anything? Truly, I have no reason to deceive you. After all, your demise would bring me no advantage. Moreover, I still have my designs on you. How could I bear to let you perish? Gao Tianyu's expression was earnest as his gaze swept over the two women. Even in the dim light of the flashlight illuminating the living room at night, he could still discern their exquisite figures, which stirred a wave of excitement within him. Unfortunately, the timing was not right. They had not yet been completely subdued by him. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to play cards with them. With that, Gao Tianyu rose and made his way to open the security door. The two women felt a twinge of apprehension at his actions, but after a prolonged silence outside, they gradually let go of their fears. Did you really mean it when you said that creature will eventually climb up here and we will all perish? As Lin Ruoshi approached the door, she suddenly looked up at Gao Tianyu and inquired, No, it is you who will face death, while I shall remain unscathed. Although I am unaware of the strength of that otherworldly creature, I possess confidence in my own abilities. In a confrontation between us, the outcome is uncertain. I merely wish to avoid injury and refrain from battling it. Gao Tianyu shook his head. Though he harbored some trepidation regarding the specter, he was not fearful, for he trusted in his own strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoshi fell silent, merely casting a deep glance at Gao Tianyu before returning with Han Qingru to their room across the way. Ruoshi, do you think something has truly happened to our husbands? It's all our fault. Had we not sent them out to search for food, they would not have encountered danger. Once they were back in the bedroom, Han Qingru's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she spoke with a tone of self-reproach. Qingru, do not be too hard on yourself. This is not our fault. None of us wish to find ourselves in such a situation. Lin Ruoshi embraced her dear friends, gently patting her back in comfort. Her own eyes were beginning to glisten as well. As she had articulated, this sudden apocalypse had claimed countless lives. Who would willingly endure such a brutal reality? The two individuals embraced and wept for a while. Seemingly exhausted from their tears, they eventually retreated to their respective rooms to rest. A sudden knock echoed at midnight, rousing Gao Tianyu from his slumber. Damn it, who could it be at this hour? Can't anyone let a person sleep peacefully? Disturbed from his rest, Gao Tianyu felt a surge of irritation. He was naturally grumpy upon awakening, especially when sleep had just begun to envelop him, expelling a wave of mental energy outward. He quickly discerned the identity of the visitor, a strikingly attractive young woman named Lin Ruoshi. What brings you here at such a late hour, in this sweltering heat? Is there no consideration for a person's need for rest? Despite recognizing her, Gao Tianyu remained far from pleased. He set aside the meteorite he had been examining, donned a disgruntled expression, and reluctantly opened the security door. What is it? Why have you come again? He inquired, his tone lacking in courtesy. Let us talk inside. It's not convenient out here, Lin Ruoshi replied, gazing at him quietly before pushing past him into the living room and settling onto the couch. Speak quickly. I still need to sleep, Gao Tianyu said as he shut the security door and rubbed his eyes. Don't you want to keep me company? If you help me eliminate the monster that Zhao Daju has transformed into, avenging my husband, I will become yours, Lin Ruoshi stated, her voice tinged with complexity as she bit her red lip. Her husband had always treated her well, and they shared a deep bond, but now he was missing. Likely a victim of the very monster she sought revenge against. Realizing that two seemingly frail women could not hope to confront such a creature, she turned to Gao Tianyu, perceiving his formidable strength from his demeanor. I'm sorry, but that monster possesses significant power, and confronting it would be exceedingly perilous. Though your proposition is tempting, I must decline. I will not place myself in danger for the sake of desire, Gao Tianyu replied, shaking his head resolutely. He was a man of principles and boundaries, with his foremost principle being the preservation of his own life. He avoided any perilous endeavors, seeking to evade harm whenever possible. The aura left by the creature, transformed from Zhao Daju, exuded a palpable sense of danger. He had no intention of engaging it unless absolutely necessary. Are you afraid? I thought you were quite formidable. Why do you hesitate to confront it? If you can vanquish it, I will be yours. Do you not desire me? Lin Ruoshi rose and approached Gao Tianyu, her breath like fragrant orchids wafting against his cheek, invading his senses. I naturally desire it. Mrs. Zhao, your allure is immense, and I am quite fond of you. However, to survive in this apocalyptic world, one must exercise utmost caution. Caution upon caution. Engage not in endeavors fraught with uncertainty, and avoid all perilous situations whenever possible. Only thus can one truly thrive. I have yet to encounter that otherworldly creature, nor do I know the extent of its power. Should I recklessly confront it? What if I prove no match? Gao Tianyu wrapped his arms around her slender waist, gazing intently into her eyes. Even with beauty so close at hand, within his reach, he remained resolute, unwavering in his convictions. He would not be swayed by mere allure. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's steadfast words, Lin Ruoxi fell into a contemplative silence. He had never concealed his scrutiny of both her and her close friend. Yet, despite her proactive advances, he had still rebuffed her propositions, leaving her rather astonished. Nevertheless, he spoke true. In this world of despair, one must tread carefully to survive, avoiding danger and refraining from uncertain actions. Perhaps only those with such prudence could endure in these dire times. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. When you have vanquished that monster, do seek me out, Lin Ruoxi declared, preparing to depart. Mrs. Zhao, seeing as you are here, why not linger a while longer? Departing now would be a disservice to the hospitality I owe you. Gao Tianyu tightened his grip around Lin Ruoxi's waist, preventing her from rising, and leaned closer, aiming for her crimson lips. It was inconceivable that she could disturb his slumber and still hope to leave unscathed. Before long, Lin Ruoxi found herself gently reclining against Gao Tianyu. Wait, you cannot, she protested, attempting to halt his advances. Yet, Gao Tianyu feigned deafness, ignoring her pleas. You may have your desires, but you must consent to one condition. Once you feel assured, you must aid me in slaying that creature below. Faced with Gao Tianyu's relentless pursuit, Lin Ruoxi finally proposed a stipulation. Very well, Gao Tianyu nodded in agreement, deciding that matters could be addressed later. Once his strength was sufficient, disposing of the otherworldly fiend would be a mere formality. If you dare deceive me, I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit, Lin Ruoxi warned, her resistance waning as she softly acquiesced. 3 hours later, the battle reached its conclusion. Lin Ruoxi, utterly defeated by Gao Tianyu, had no capacity for retaliation. In the end, with no other recourse, Gao Tianyu lifted her into his arms and carried her to the adjacent building. Gao Tianyu carefully sensed the surroundings, then opened an empty room, placing the woman onto the bed before departing. For safety's sake, he had no intention of allowing her to stay overnight. Even after their intimate encounter, after attending to these matters, he returned to his own bedroom, where he fell asleep clutching a meteorite. Beneath the cloak of night, a torrential downpour continued outside, shrouding the world in low visibility. Yet, amidst this deluge, figures emerged undaunted by the rain, moving forward in a daze. Their steps were unsteady, their eyes crimson, uncertain of their destination, lost in the chaos. By the riverbank, relentless rains had caused floods that claimed countless lives. The bodies of the drowned were washed ashore, strewn haphazardly, a sight both shocking and tragic. Suddenly, a hand broke free from the mud, a bewildered figure struggling to rise. He surveyed his surroundings and let out a primal roar. In quick succession, the bodies that had once succumbed to the river began to stir, mirroring his movements. Their eyes, now bloodshot, darted around in confusion. Yet, the pouring rain had no effect on them as they emerged from their watery graves. Abruptly, one of the corpses began to move, seemingly compelled by an unseen force, heading in a specific direction. Following suit, the other risen figures also found their purpose, shuffling along in tandem. Along the way, more zombies joined the throng, coalescing into a horde, all moving toward a singular destination. The following morning, Han Qingru awoke and prepared a meal, intending to rouse Lin Ruoxi, who slept in the adjacent room. Ruoxi, it's time to get up for breakfast. I made the food. She gently tapped Lin Ruoxi's thigh, speaking softly. Qingru, just let me be. You eat first. I'm utterly exhausted. Let me sleep a little longer, and I'll eat when I wake up, Lin Ruoxi mumbled, burying her head deeper into the pillow without even opening her eyes. She felt utterly drained, her body devoid of energy, longing only for rest, with no appetite for food. All right then, sleep a bit more. I'll keep the food warm for you, but remember to eat when you wake, Han Qingru replied, shaking her head slightly at Lin Ruoxi's reluctance before heading out to eat alone. Close to noon, Lin Ruashi groggily rose from her slumber, awakened by hunger. After a day of exhaustion, compounded by the lack of breakfast, hunger was inevitable. After freshening up, she took out bowls and chopsticks, sitting at the table to devour her porridge. At last, you're awake. It's nearly noon, and you've slept for so long. If you hadn't woken up soon, I would have come to get you. Han Qingru also took out bowls and chopsticks, serving herself a bowl of rice porridge before sitting down opposite Lin Ruashi, smiling as she spoke. Chapter 35, Don't Call. It's me. Oh, Ruashi, why do you have so many red marks on your neck? Have you been injured? Suddenly, Han Qingru noticed the conspicuous red marks adorning Lin Ruashi's fair neck, which stood out strikingly. What? No way. Perhaps I accidentally got them while escaping yesterday, Lin Ruashi replied, her heart racing at Han Qingru's words, feeling a twinge of guilt as she offered her explanation. Simultaneously, she began to silently curse Gao Tianyu, that wretched fellow, who had behaved like a bull the previous night, showing no regard for her fragility and leaving various red marks on her neck that would take time to fade. Now that her best friend had seen them, how could she possibly explain? Really? Han Qingru observed, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. The marks on her best friend's neck did not appear to be injuries, but rather the result of a man's affection. However, noticing that Lin Ruashi seemed unwilling to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further, though a hint of suspicion lingered in her mind as her gaze occasionally scrutinized Lin Ruashi. Feeling the weight of her friend's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Ruashi averted her eyes, unable to meet Han Qingru's stare. The expression of guilt on her face only deepened Han Qingru's suspicions. Could it be? Suddenly, Gao Tianyu's smirk flashed through Han Qingru's mind, leading her to consider a certain possibility. Nevertheless, in deference to her friend's dignity, she chose not to voice her thoughts outright. Meanwhile, after a morning of exercise, Gao Tianyu sat down at the dining table, devouring his meal with wild abandon, shoveling large spoonfuls into his mouth. In no time, he had consumed an entire pot of rice, along with several boiled eggs and steamed cured meat. After finishing his meal, Gao Tianyu lazily reclined on the sofa, one hand cradling a meteorite, basking in its radiation, while the other held his phone, watching videos and scrolling through shows. Yet as he scrolled, his thoughts drifted back to Lin Ruashi. The sensations from yesterday were simply unforgettable. Indeed, men should not remain idle, as it leads to wandering thoughts. I should focus on my training. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he effortlessly lifted a dining table weighing over 100 pounds above his head with one hand. During this time, his strength had increased remarkably, lacking specific measuring tools. He was unaware of the terrifying extent of his newfound power. However, his physical condition was exceptional, allowing him to leap over 10 meters in a single bound. His physique astonishingly robust. A 100-meter sprint would likely take him just 2 or 3 seconds, and a single punch could create a hole in the wall. However, due to spending the majority of his time secluded within his room and lacking encounters with formidable adversaries, he found himself unable to accurately assess his own capabilities. He had caught glimpses online of individuals beginning to awaken their extraordinary abilities and engage in battles against the undead, though such images were scarce. Numerous regions across the nation had succumbed to power outages, loss of internet connectivity, and water supply disruptions. The reason his area maintained a stable internet connection was due to the newly established base station equipped with solar photovoltaic panels and some renewable energy batteries. Nevertheless, the primary reliance remained on traditional electricity. The solar panels and batteries merely served as supplementary sources, and this particular base station was still in its pilot phase, not yet fully implemented. Simultaneously, in various locales, some possessed unique networking systems that allowed them to connect to satellites even in the event of internet outages, enabling them to disseminate certain information. However, most websites on mobile devices had already collapsed, rendering them inoperable with vast amounts of data corrupted. The individuals online were predominantly those who had recently awakened, and their numbers were limited, resulting in the absence of a cohesive evolutionary framework. This lack of comparison led to varying perceptions of self-strength among each individual. Gao Tianyu was no exception. He had encountered only 2 awakened beings, both of whom had recently undergone their transformations and were not particularly formidable. He felt confident in his ability to defeat them single-handedly. Yet, this was merely a feeling, not necessarily reflective of reality, as each awakened individual was distinct. His powers had manifested before the onslaught of the mysterious virus, and after being infected, Their potency had significantly intensified. A post he had seen mentioned an imminent resurgence of spiritual energy, suggesting that people would awaken their abilities and enter an era of great evolution. He believed he could now be classified as an evolved being, but was he a first-level or a second-level evolver? A flicker of contemplation crossed Gao Tianyu's eyes. If awakening his abilities signified being a first-level evolver, then he should currently be considered a second-level evolver. However, if one were to regard the awakening of abilities as a preliminary means, categorizing it as an early stage of evolution, he would only be equivalent to a first-level evolver. In any case, there were known nations or powerful organizations currently delineating the levels of evolution. The apocalypse had only recently descended, and chaos reigned across the land. Many official governmental organizations had been utterly annihilated, and people lived in a precarious state, struggling for survival. Who would have the capacity to concern themselves with such classifications? As he engaged in his training, time flew swiftly, and before he knew it, night had fallen once again. Outside, the torrential rain continued. Visibility was exceedingly low, and apart from the flashes of lightning, no other light could be seen. Their community had also experienced a power outage, leaving them in complete darkness. With no nighttime activities and no electricity to power their devices, many had retired to bed early. It is already 9:30. Time is of the essence. I wonder if that woman is feeling any better. No, I must go and check on her. Gao Tianyu, somewhat distracted, glanced at his phone. His mind filled with images of Lin Ruoshi. As a passionate youth, having savored the pleasures of life, his appetite had naturally grown. In no time, he skillfully pried open the security door across from him with a piece of wire, then stealthily opened Lin Ruoshi's bedroom door. Lying in bed, Lin Ruoshi, still in a light slumber, sensed the door opening, and a figure approached her bedside. Lin Ruoshi gasped, startled, and was about to scream, but Gao Tianyu swiftly covered her mouth. Don't scream. It's me, he whispered into her ear. What are you doing here? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Lin Ruoshi finally recognized Gao Tianyu's voice and calmed down, exhaling a sigh of relief. I missed you, so I came to see how you are. Are you feeling better? Gao Tianyu leaned closer to her ear, speaking softly. Not yet. You should leave quickly and let me rest. If Qingru finds out, it would be a problem. Lin Ruoshi urged, pushing him away anxiously. She understood what this man wanted, but it was not feasible. Her friend was just next door and had not yet fallen asleep. If they made too much noise, it would surely disturb Qingru, and she would not know how to face her dear friend afterward. Gao Tianyu, sensing her distress, focused his mental energy to gauge Han Qingru's condition next door and noted her uneven breathing and constant tossing. Clearly, she was still awake. However, having come this far, how could he simply retreat? Let me take a look at you and give you a massage. It will aid in your recovery. No. Be gentle. Qingru is still next door. I shall be gentle. 3 hours later, Lin Ruoshi finally succumbed to slumber beneath Gao Tianyu's soothing massage. Seeing her asleep, he covered her with a blanket before quietly exiting her room. Just as he stepped out, he sensed a cool gaze upon him. A graceful woman sat on the living room sofa, and upon noticing Gao Tianyu, her attention shifted from her phone to him. They locked eyes for a moment, neither willing to break the silence. With a faint smile, Gao Tianyu approached and took a seat beside Han Qingru. Do you have something to discuss with me, Mrs. Qin? Hearing his words, a flash of coldness surged within Han Qingru, her gaze towards Gao Tianyu brimming with dissatisfaction and anger. Scoundrel, what did you do to Ruoshi? Han Qingru hissed through clenched teeth. I did nothing. He merely offered her a gentle massage, easing her muscles, so there is no need for concern. Gao Tianyu shrugged with a smile before softly stating, Do you take me for a fool? Do you truly believe I would by such absurdity? Upon hearing his words, Han Qingru was immediately incensed, glaring fiercely at him. The commotion they had caused was so significant that even a wall could not muffle it from her ears. Did he truly think she was as naive as a 3-year-old, unable to discern any sound? Oh, it seems I cannot deceive Mrs. Qin after all. I shall be frank. Our relationship is precisely as you imagine, Gao Tianyu remarked lightly, showing no intention of concealing the truth. He spread his hands, speaking softly, unconcerned about the revelation, as if it was of little consequence. You scoundrel, you rogue. What methods have you employed on Ruoshi? Did you force her? His words ignited Han Qingru's fury, her anger surging like a mother leopard ready to pounce. Her gaze fixed on Gao Tianyu with an intensity that suggested she wished to tear him apart. What nonsense are you spouting? While I may not be a paragon of virtue, I possess my principles. I would never act against a woman's will. My feelings for Ruashi are entirely mutual. It is not as sordid as you presume. Moreover, if I had truly forced her, do you think you could escape? Strength is strength, whether one or two. And given your looks, do you believe I would let you go? Gao Tianyu raised an eyebrow, his gaze unabashedly roving over Han Qingru. The intensity of his stare sent shivers down her spine. Dare you? If you lay a finger on me, I shall haunt you as a specter. Han Qingru retorted, shrinking back slightly, yet refusing to yield. Do you truly believe I would hesitate? This is a new world where old laws no longer apply. The strong shall dictate the rules. With your beauty, you will undoubtedly attract the attention of countless men, and they will not be as accommodating as I. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Han Qingru felt a chill run down her spine. She understood that his warning was not a mere threat. In this apocalyptic reality, women like her faced dire fates. Though they were beautiful, they lacked the strength to protect their allure. The fortunate few became playthings for the powerful, while the unfortunate suffered far worse indignities. Leave my house. This matter does not concern you. Despite acknowledging the validity of Gao Tianyu's perspective, she still harbored little fondness for him. Pointing towards the door, she bit her lip and asserted, your affairs may indeed not involve me, but regarding Ruashi, if your intentions are truly for her well-being, I implore you to refrain from interfering. After all, she relies on me as my woman. I can assure her that she will never suffer from hunger or thirst, and I can guarantee her safety. When the time comes to leave this place, I will take her with me, which is far better than staying here with you and waiting for death. In the face of Han Qingru's anger, Gao Tianyu remained unfazed and spoke in a calm tone. After finishing his words, he lost interest in continuing the conversation and returned to his own dwelling. On the other side, Han Qingru listened to Gao Tianyu's remarks, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. She sat silently on the sofa, lost in thought, pondering what might be hidden in the dark outside the window, where only the sounds of torrential rain and intermittent thunder could be heard, concealing countless dangers. Perhaps her friend's choice was indeed the correct one, a means to survive better. The following noon, Lin Ruashi wearily crawled out of bed and was met with the sight of Han Qingru sitting on the sofa, her expression intricate. Qingru, morning. Have you cooked yet? I'm a bit hungry. Lin Ruashi rubbed her eyes, oblivious to the complex emotions on Han Qingru's face, and greeted her cheerily. It's ready. You should wash up first. Then you can eat. Han Qingru replied with a resigned sigh. Oh, thank you, Qingru. You're the best to me. If it weren't for you, I would be starving. He. Lin Ruashi beamed at Han Qingru and then headed into the bathroom to wash up. Chapter 37. Let go of me quickly. Soon, Lin Ruashi finished her grooming and joined Han Qingru at the dining table. They each held a bowl of white rice porridge, which contained merely a pinch of salt and a drizzle of peanut oil, with nothing else added. The rations brought back by Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng had left little in the way of eggs and cured meats, all of which had been consumed on the very day they arrived. Thus, aside from porridge, their only other option was to boil some noodles. However, while they were eating, Han Qingru appeared hesitant, as if she wished to speak to Lin Ruashi. Qingru, why are you looking at me like that? Hurry and eat. Are you not hungry? After finishing half a bowl of porridge, Lin Ruashi noticed Han Qingru's demeanor and asked, puzzled. Their food supply was indeed dwindling, and this white rice porridge was the best they could muster. Even if one had no appetite, they had to eat to avoid hunger. It's not that I lack an appetite. I have something to discuss with you, Han Qingru began, but just as she was about to speak, a series of knocks interrupted her words. Is someone at the door? Qingru, could you check and see who it is? Lin Ruashi, drawn away by the knocking, turned her attention to Han Qingru. All right, Han Qingru replied. Han Qingru let out a soft hum, then stood up and walked to the security door, peering through the peephole. Immediately, she spotted Gao Tianyu, who greeted her with a smile and a wave. Upon seeing him, Han Qingru snorted coldly, her expression turning icy. She turned on her heel and headed towards the dining room, clearly having no intention of opening the door. That little brat deserves a good scolding. I will certainly have my chance to spank her later. Gao Tianyu, witnessing her reaction, was left speechless, internally lamenting that he had indeed spanked her before. And the sensation remained vivid in his memory. He retrieved a wire and, using his mental prowess, deftly unlocked the security door. Qingru, is it your neighbor across the hall? Lin Ruashi inquired cautiously upon seeing Han Qingru return, her face stern. On their floor, aside from the two of them, there was no one else living, So it was clear that the person knocking was Gao Tianyu. No one, just a zombie, Han Qingru replied, her face still expressionless, her tone flat. Creak. Just as Han Qingru finished her sentence, a sound of the door opening echoed from outside. Madam Qin, are you displeased with me? You refer to a living person as a zombie, Gao Tianyu said as he slowly stepped inside after unlocking the security door. He made his way directly to Lin Ruoshi's side, pulling out a chair and sitting down, then turning his gaze back to Han Qingru. This is my home. I kindly ask you to leave, Han Qingru said, displeased that Gao Tianyu had entered her space without her permission, as if it were his own house. I came to find Ruoshi, not you. What can you do if I refuse to leave? Gao Tianyu replied with a faint smile, casually wrapping his arm around Lin Ruoshi's waist, provoking Han Qingru further. Let go of me. Lin Ruoshi stiffened at Gao Tianyu's intimate gesture, nervously glancing at Han Qingru before turning to Gao Tianyu. She attempted to swat his hand away from her waist. Cough. Our situation was discovered by her last night, so you needn't worry. Gao Tianyu lightly coughed, still not releasing his hold on Lin Ruoshi, but instead addressing her directly. After all, discussing such matters openly posed no detriment to him, so he saw no reason to conceal it. What? Qingru, let me explain. Lin Ruoshi, upon realizing that Han Qingru was aware of a relationship with Gao Tianyu, grew flustered, stammering in an attempt to clarify. However, despite her efforts, words failed her. Was there to explain? The events have transpired. We might as well make it public. Gao Tianyu shrugged nonchalantly and said, Don't say any more. Lin Ruoshi, noticing that Gao Tianyu's remarks were becoming increasingly absurd, felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively twisted his arm. Why are you twisting me? There's nothing to hide. It will be discovered sooner or later, Gao Tianyu remarked, rolling his eyes as he felt a tickling sensation at his waist. His robust physique rendered Lin Ruoshi's feeble grip utterly painless, akin to a gentle tickle. Seeing that she could not deter Gao Tianyu from continuing his tirade, Lin Ruoshi lowered her head, unable to meet the gaze of her close friend. What? Is this all you eat? Plain rice porridge? Can this truly stave off hunger? Suddenly, Gao Tianyu glanced at the bowl of white porridge before the two girls and spoke softly. Humph. Do you think everyone is like you, hoarding so much food in advance? The fact that we can still have rice porridge is already quite fortunate. Han Qingru's face darkened at this, and she retorted with irritation. These foods lack nutrition and energy. Apart from quelling hunger, they are virtually useless and detrimental to our health. Ever since that meteor exploded in the sky, the air has been infused with a mysterious energy that significantly affects the body, awakening latent abilities. To awaken such powers, the body requires energy, which can only be derived from food. Have you not noticed that your appetites have increased recently? You feel hungrier more easily? This is because your physiques have strengthened, and your cells have become more active, demanding greater energy. If you cannot supply this energy, you will frequently experience hunger, and, at that point, not only will you struggle to awaken any abilities, but your very bodies may falter. Having said this, Gao Tianyu seized the half-eaten bowl of rice porridge in front of Lin Ruoshi and took a hearty gulp. What you are consuming now cannot possibly meet the energy demands of your bodies. He then set the bowl down and, without hesitation, scooped Lin Ruoshi into his arms, stating firmly, Let us go. I will take you to eat some meat and other high-energy, high-protein foods. Let me go. Startled by this sudden action, Lin Ruoshi, who had been absorbing Gao Tianyu's words, let out a shriek. Chapter 38. Seeking a Caregiver. What are you talking about? You are already with me. I cannot allow you to continue suffering here. Come with me, and I shall treat you to something delicious. Gao Tianyu insisted, refusing to release her as he carried her into his home. Scoundrel! Pervert! Let Ruoshi go. Han Qingru, witnessing Gao Tianyu's intent to carry Lin Ruoshi away, became frantic and rushed to grasp his arm. However, due to the disparity in their strength, she was unable to restrain him and was instead pulled into his house alongside them. Gao Tianyu placed Lin Ruoshi down in the kitchen before finally setting her free. He pointed to the bacon and eggs in the kitchen and said to Lin Ruoshi, Ruoshi, I have cooked the rice, but I lack some vegetables. Could you please stir-fry them? Once they're done, we can eat. You brought me here just to make me cook? Why don't you do it yourself? Lin Ruoshi was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the ingredients in the kitchen, filled with confusion. This obnoxious man had brought her along, and she had thought he intended to do something nefarious, only to find he wanted her to do the labor. Why don't you cook? Why do you expect Ruoshi to help you? Han Qingru, who had been dragged along, also felt quite displeased upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words. I'm not good at cooking, and I'm too lazy to do it. Gao Tianyu shrugged, speaking the truth. He was not particularly skilled in the kitchen, usually just frying eggs or boiling soup, which was hardly delicious. Being naturally lazy, he typically tossed the eggs and bacon into the pot to cook together. In the past, when he lived alone, he could make do with such simplicity. Now that he had found a woman, how could he possibly continue to do the cooking himself? Naturally, he wanted Lin Ruashi to take charge. Ruashi, get to it. You haven't eaten all day. You must be hungry. Once the dishes are ready, we can have a meal together. Gao Tianyu patted Lin Ruashi on the shoulder, smiled at her, and then left the kitchen. How could you do this? Lin Ruashi, seeing Gao Tianyu walk out, stamped her foot in anger. What kind of person does this? Bringing her out to say he would treat her to something delicious, only to make her cook. This is treating her like a maid. Ruashi, let's go, don't mind him. At that moment, Han Qingru grasped Lin Ruashi's hand, trying to pull her away. This dog of a man was clearly not good news, bringing her best friend over just to make her cook. Yet Lin Ruashi remained where she was, her face filled with indignation, but showing no intention of leaving. Qingru, don't be hasty. Don't you think he has a point? We eat plain rice porridge every day, which really lacks nutrition, and doesn't tea fill us up? This can't continue. Lin Ruashi quickly explained to Han Qingru. As she looked at the eggs, bacon, and other ingredients before her, she felt a sense of security. If this had been in the past, she might not have glanced at these items, as she used to have much better food every day. However, now she had been drinking plain rice porridge for many consecutive days, and her stomach was devoid of richness. I won't bother with you. Hearing her friend say this, Han Qingru stamped her foot in frustration, huffing as she turned to leave. Moreover, it was evident that Gao Tianyu had no intention of inviting her to stay for dinner. Lingering would only invite disdain. His anger stemmed entirely from the fact that his close friend was now thoroughly ensnared by that rogue. She appeared to harbor a sense of disappointment. As if lamenting the situation, Gao Tianyu quietly observed Han Qingru exit, making no attempt to stop her, just as she had anticipated. He had no desire to prolong her stay for a meal. With no familial ties or friendship between them, he found it hard to justify sharing his provisions without cause. He could not afford the risk of losing both his companion and his sustenance. Once Han Qingru departed, Lin Ruashi busied herself in the kitchen, and before long, she emerged with several dishes: a plate of fried eggs, a plate of stir-fried potato strips with cured meat, and a bowl of cured duck soup. Gao Tianyu sampled each dish, appreciating their taste, which surpassed his own culinary skills, reaching the standard of a hearty home-cooked meal. Come join me for dinner next time. But you must arrive early to help with the cooking, he remarked after tasting a few bites. Certainly, Lin Ruashi responded, serving a bowl of rice to Gao Tianyu before filling one for herself and nodding in agreement. Soon, they engaged in light conversation, and before they knew it, the entire pot of rice had vanished. Gao Tianyu consumed the majority, while Lin Ruashi managed to eat 4 bowls herself, nearly doubling her usual appetite, which left her feeling quite astonished. After the meal, she sensed a warm vitality coursing through her, as though her constitution had significantly improved. This was not merely an illusion. Since the onset of the apocalypse, many individuals had experienced a subtle enhancement in their physical prowess due to the mysterious energy emanating from a meteorite. Consequently, their appetites had surged, necessitating greater quantities of food than before. Should they fail to satiate their hunger or consume insufficient energy, their physical strength would wane, leaving them lethargic and perpetually ravenous. After the meal, Lin Ruashi took the initiative to clear the table and wash the dishes. I'll head back now, but I'll come by this afternoon, she gently informed Gao Tianyu after completing her tasks. Wait, come sit for a moment. There's something I wish to discuss, Gao Tianyu urged, patting the sofa beside him. Is there something else you need me to do? Lin Ruashi inquired, as she approached and took a seat, dabbing her brow with a few tissues to wipe away the perspiration. Gao Tianyu wrapped his arm around Lin Ruashi's waist and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her flawless, stunning visage. As the apocalypse descends upon us, survival necessitates formidable strength. Your current abilities are woefully inadequate. You cannot even contend with an ordinary zombie. In the face of danger, escape will be a futile endeavor. Henceforth, let's train together, honing your combat skills while simultaneously fortifying your physical condition. For your constitution leaves much to be desired. Gao Tianyu leaned closer to Lin Ruashi, speaking in a low, earnest tone. I understand. Lin Ruashi responded with a resolute nod, acknowledging the truth in his words. She recognized that his intentions were for her benefit. Her weakness rendered her ill-equipped to face even the most mundane of zombies, reducing her to mere screams in their presence. Such frailty would make survival in this desolate world exceedingly challenging. Let's begin with knife training. As a woman, your physique is comparatively delicate, making heavy weaponry less suitable. A knife offers greater agility. Gao Tianyu produced a katana, placing it firmly in Lin Ruoshi's hands. The fundamentals of wielding the blade are straightforward. You need only master two techniques, chopping and stabbing. Currently, the latter inflicts minimal damage on zombies unless you can pierce directly through their eyes and into their skulls. Therefore, chopping is the more effective approach. Aim directly for their necks to sever their heads with relative ease. Should that prove impossible, targeting their legs will significantly diminish their speed, making them far easier to handle. Gao Tianyu elaborated on various strategies for combating zombies, emphasizing critical points to heed. After his explanation, he stood by, guiding Lin Ruoshi in her practice with the knife. His instruction was direct and unembellished, focusing solely on simple slashes. Although the movements were basic, the results were remarkably effective. The katana was exceptionally sharp, enabling even a woman to sever limbs or necks with precision, provided she struck the right targets. Lin Ruoshi practiced for an hour, following Gao Tianyu's techniques, until fatigue rendered her arms sore and unable to continue. He gently took her delicate hand, massaging it to alleviate her strain. Your constitution is rather weak. You must engage in more rigorous training moving forward, he remarked. Indeed, Lin Ruoshi replied, gently wiping the sweat from her brow, nodding in agreement. She noted the earnestness in Gao Tianyu's expression as he tended to her arm, a hint of warmth blossoming on her face. At the very least, this man did not perceive her merely as a plaything. He treated her with kindness. I am feeling somewhat fatigued and wish to return for rest. May I resume training upon awakening? Lin Ruoshi murmured shyly, her head bowed in slight embarrassment. After just an hour of practice, she found herself utterly spent. Her physical state was undeniably lacking. Of course, Gao Tianyu nodded in understanding, refraining from pressuring her to continue. However, I do require a small favor from you. What favor? Lin Ruoshi gazed at him with a hint of confusion. You should earnestly persuade your dear friend to follow me, just as you do. As a woman who has lost her husband and lacks strength, surviving in this apocalyptic world is exceedingly challenging. Given that we are neighbors and acquaintances, how could I bear to witness her demise? Since you share a close bond with her, I would appreciate your assistance in convincing her. Gao Tianyu chuckled as he spoke to Lin Ruoshi. Through their brief interactions, he had discerned the essence of Han Qingrou's character. Persuading her would not be a simple task. Until she faced utter despair, he anticipated it would be arduous to sway her will. To expedite his objectives, he deemed it prudent to approach Lin Ruoshi first. As Han Qingrou's confidant, she likely understood her friend's temperament well. If she were willing to lend a hand, it would alleviate much of his burden. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's audacious request, Lin Ruoshi felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. It was one thing to consider her friend in his presence, but to seek her assistance was utterly shameless. I can speak with Qingrou, but you must prepare yourself. She is unlikely to agree. Though reluctant, Lin Ruoshi acquiesced without outright rejection. Fear not. I'm merely attempting to gauge her response. If she refuses, then so be it. I sense that the creature below is relentlessly hunting its prey, and at the current pace, it will likely ascend to our floor within 7 or 8 days. Prepare yourself accordingly. I intend to depart on the 5th or 6th day. Should your friend consent to become my companion, I shall take her with me. If not, I shall leave her behind, for I will not support a burden with no ties to me. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly, his demeanor cold. He was neither a saint nor a benevolent figure. His desires were driven solely by his own inclinations, unconcerned with moral admonitions. While Han Qingru was indeed beautiful, his attraction was merely superficial. They were not well acquainted, nor did they share any emotional bond. If she refused to accompany him, he would not insist. After all, there were countless beautiful women in the world, and with sufficient strength, one could attain any desire. There was no need for him to squander energy on a single woman, nor to grovel like a sycophant. Understood. I will earnestly counsel her, Lin Ruoshi affirmed, noting the frigid expression on Gao Tianyu's face. She recognized the seriousness in his gaze. He was not jesting. Although their time together was brief, she had discerned that this man was principled and possessed a ruthless heart. Once he made a decision, it was nearly impossible to alter. If he insisted he would not take Han Qingru, he would undoubtedly watch her remain behind to face her fate, indifferent to her plight. Thus, she resolved to return and earnestly counsel her dear friend. All right, you may head back now. Do not dwell too much on it. Even if your friend does not agree, it is not of great consequence. You must understand that in this apocalyptic world, we each face choices. And regardless of right or wrong, the path we tread is ours to select. We should relinquish the urge to assist others and learn to respect the destinies of those around us. Gao Tianyu observed Lin Ruoxi's anxious demeanor and gently offered words of comfort. Ever since the demise of his parents, he had become a solitary figure, viewing everything with a sense of detachment. To him, Han Qingru was merely a fleeting infatuation. Naturally, he felt elated at the prospect of winning her affection. For who could resist such beauty? Yet, even in the absence of her favor, he would not be overly disheartened, for he believed that beyond lay even greater possibilities, rendering it unnecessary to expend excessive energy on a single woman. Chapter 40. The Hordes Ascend. Lin Ruoxi returned, her mind swirling with thoughts, to Han Qingru's residence. Upon entering, she found Han Qingru seated on the sofa, her expression taut and avoiding eye contact. As childhood companions, Lin Ruoxi recognized that Han Qingru was sulking. She approached her friend, took a seat beside her, and playfully nudged her waist. Dear Qingru, are you upset? Come now, do not be angry. Look what I have brought back for you. Lin Ruoxi retrieved 2 boiled eggs from her pocket and placed them before Han Qingru, then shook her gently. You cannot survive on porridge alone. I brought you these eggs to replenish your strength. Oof. Who wants your wretched eggs? Just the sight of them makes me nauseous. Take them back. Han Qingru dismissed the eggs with a scowl, refusing to even glance at them. These were secretly procured for you, a token of my affection. Unrelated to him, you may rest assured to enjoy them. Lin Ruoxi laughed and explained, noticing that Han Qingru remained miffed. Moreover, this is the reward for my cooking, especially brought back for you. If you do not eat them, it would be a waste. Oomph. Han Qingru's expression softened slightly upon hearing Lin Ruoxi's words. She shot her a sidelong glance, remarking, Consider yourself fortunate. I thought you had abandoned me as a friend. How could I? We have grown up together as sisters. There is no way I could forsake you. Lin Ruoxi replied, wrapping her arm around Han Qingru's shoulders with a cheerful smile. She refrained from immediately persuading Han Qingru, knowing that such an approach would be futile. First, she needed to soothe her friend's feelings. As night descended, another scream echoed from below, though faint. The sound pierced the stillness, reaching Gao Tianyu's ears. His senses had become acutely heightened, his hearing several times sharper than before, rendering him aware of every whisper and rustle in his vicinity. In his perception, a piercing scream emanated from the 18th floor, indicating that someone had fallen victim to an assault. The wraith had returned to hunt once more, its appearance and strength remaining an enigma to Gao Tianyu. He murmured to himself, having never encountered this specter or witnessed its combat prowess, leaving him in a state of trepidation and uncertainty. Suddenly, he detected a peculiar sound of footsteps ascending the staircase, soon reaching the 26th floor. Upon realizing this, Gao Tianyu's eyes narrowed, and a grave expression crossed his face. He grasped his katana and exited his room, making his way to Han Qingru's abode. What brings you here? Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi, who were engaged in casual conversation in the living room, were taken aback by Gao Tianyu's sudden entry, prompting an immediate inquiry. Do you have no manners? Don't you know to knock before entering someone else's home? Han Qingru's countenance darkened at Gao Tianyu's intrusion. Ignoring her remarks, Gao Tianyu approached Lin Ruoxi directly. Something has ascended, but I cannot discern whether it is a zombie or a wraith. You should come with me for a while. Remaining here could pose a danger. He seized Lin Ruoxi's arm, intent on leading her outside. What? Lin Ruoxi's heart raced at his words, a flicker of fear crossing her features. She had encountered zombies before, and the memories still haunted her. Wait, bring Qingru along. I can't leave her here alone. Lin Ruoxi firmly grasped Gao Tianyu's arm, glancing at Han Qingru. Don't concern yourself with her. If she wishes to follow, she may. If not, let her remain here, Gao Tianyu replied, his attention drawn to the increasingly close footsteps below. He spoke softly, then, disregarding Han Qingru's reaction, pulled Lin Ruoxi towards the exit. Hearing of the impending danger, Han Qingru felt a jolt of fear, her expression betraying her alarm. After listening to Lin Ruoxi's plea, she hesitated, contemplating whether to join them. She had little desire to associate with Gao Tianyu. harboring a poor impression of him. Yet, as she surveyed the surrounding darkness and contemplated the looming threat, panic surged within her, compelling her to follow suit without a moment's hesitation. Thud, 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 roar, roar, roar. As Han Qingru stepped out of her door, she was immediately met with the sound of footsteps and the guttural roars of beasts. Instinctively, she shone her flashlight into the distance, revealing a horde of grotesque zombies, their bloodied forms drenched as if they had clawed their way up from the depths of the earth, an utterly terrifying sight. The horde of zombies seemed to have detected the commotion, surging relentlessly towards Han Qingru. Upon witnessing the approaching throng, she appeared frozen in fear, her body stiffening as her heart raced violently, even her breath quickening. She yearned to flee, yet her feet felt as though they were firmly rooted to the ground, leaving her to helplessly watch as the zombies drew ever closer. Troublesome. Gao Tianyu, who had just entered the room and was about to close the door, witnessed this alarming scene and immediately furrowed his brow. He reached out, grasping the dazed Han Qingru and pulling her into his embrace. In one swift motion, he darted into his home, quickly securing the anti-theft door behind him. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of violent collisions soon erupted against the door, as the zombies outside relentlessly battered it, causing it to reverberate ominously. What was happening with this horde? How had they managed to ascend? They were drenched and caked in mud, evidently having come from outside, but how had this come to pass? Gao Tianyu fell into deep contemplation as he observed the swarm of zombies outside. There were no fewer than a dozen, and he sensed the presence of several more on the 29th floor. These zombies were not residents of their building. They seemed to have emerged from the outside, inexplicably drawn to their location. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant banging brought Han Qingru back to her senses, and she instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Gao Tianyu's waist. Her face, once beautiful, now appeared ashen with fear. What is happening outside? How do these zombies manage to get up here? Lin Ruoxi, hearing the relentless pounding, also wore a pale expression as she softly inquired of Gao Tianyu. I am uncertain, he replied, shaking his head. There were two possibilities for the sudden arrival of these zombies. The first was that something had driven them upwards. The second was that something had attracted them. Regardless of which scenario it was, neither boded well. Fortunately, the quality of his anti-theft door was commendable. Though it vibrated under the impact, it remained securely closed, allowing him to temporarily evade direct confrontation with the horde. Though he was capable of dispatching the dozen or so zombies, he hesitated, fearing that the noise might draw the zombies from below. For the moment, there was no immediate cause for concern. They were barricaded outside, and it seemed unlikely they could breach the door. Thus, he reassured Lin Ruoxi, who was visibly terrified. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Lin Ruoxi's expression of terror eased somewhat, yet unease still lingered on her face. Her gaze shifted towards Han Qingru, who was nestled in Gao Tianyu's embrace. At that moment, a wave of fear washed over her. Had it not been for her best friend occupying Gao Tianyu's arms, she would have yearned to leap into them herself. Gao Tianyu, following her line of sight, glanced down to see Han Qingru with her face pressed against his chest, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, seemingly still trapped in her state of fright. Moreover, Han Qingru exuded an enchanting fragrance that wafted into his nostrils, igniting a fervor within him, his body responding obediently. Naturally, Han Qingru, tightly clinging to Gao Tianyu, sensed his reaction. She immediately stiffened, a deep blush spreading across her face. Swiftly, she pushed him away and retreated, her head bowed in shyness, unable to meet his gaze. Tonight, you both should rest here. Tomorrow, after I deal with the zombies outside, you may return. Gao Tianyu surveyed the two of them and spoke gently. In truth, he was reluctant to have the two women stay in his room, fearing they might uncover the secret of the meteorite in his possession. Although he was the sole keeper of that secret for now, it was bound to come to light in the future. The more individuals who knew, the greater the peril. Returning to his room, Gao Tianyu opened a storage box and placed the meteorite inside. When he emerged once more, he found Lin Ruoxi and Han Qingru huddled together, whispering softly, "Enough with the chatter. It's getting late, and it's time to rest. Mrs. Qin, I must trouble you to sleep in the living room." The other two rooms, though equipped with beds, lacked pillows and blankets, rendering them uninhabitable. Gao Tianyu approached them and directly lifted Lin Ruoxi into his arms, addressing Han Qingru as he did so. Having been stirred by his own inner flames, he sought a means to quell them. "Let me go. Don't do this." Lin Ruoxi, taken aback by Gao Tianyu's sudden action, blushed deeply and lowered her head, speaking in a hushed tone. Her best friend, Han Qingru, was still nearby, and this intimate gesture from Gao Tianyu made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Bam! Ignoring Lin Ruashi's protests, Gao Tianyu carried her into the room. Ruashi, you haven't had a chance to exercise since lunch. Now is the perfect time for me to guide you, he stated, placing her on the bed. Exercise? What should I do? Lin Ruashi was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated something inappropriate, but to her surprise, he merely suggested exercise, leaving her astonished. Just some basic exercises will suffice, such as running and weightlifting. Didn't you mention you practice Taekwondo? You could throw a few punches, Gao Tianyu explained. A flurry of questions raced through Lin Ruashi's mind. Was this exercise truly feasible? Soon, Gao Tianyu demonstrated through his actions that this training was indeed feasible and meticulously tailored to her needs. However, his requirements were somewhat stringent, incorporating certain personal stipulations. Within a mere hour, Lin Ruashi was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the bed, reluctant to even open her eyes. Her constitution was truly frail. If she could not endure such minimal exertion, how could she possibly escape in times of crisis? Witnessing this, Gao Tianyu sighed deeply. Lin Ruashi's physical condition was lacking. It had only been a short while, and she was already spent. He then exited the room and made his way to the living room, where he encountered Han Qingru, who was seated on the sofa, burying her head between her legs. The sound of the door startled her, and she jumped in fright, initially fearing that a zombie had intruded. Upon realizing it was Gao Tianyu, she exhaled in relief. Are you all right? Gao Tianyu inquired as he settled beside her. Not really. Han Qingru responded with a slight shake of her head, her beautiful, pale face betraying her distress. Are you certain you are well? Your complexion is quite poor. Are you frightened? Rest assured, those zombies cannot get in here, Gao Tianyu observed silently. Although the zombies outside had ceased their relentless banging, they still roamed about, emitting occasional growls. Yes, Han Qingru nodded slightly before once again hiding her face between her legs. That's good. It's getting late. You should rest early. Gao Tianyu replied reassuringly, rising to return to his room. Wait, Han Qingru suddenly called out to him, biting her lip as if summoning her courage. I want to thank you for today. Thank you for saving us. Her gaze met Gao Tianyu's, revealing a glimmer of gratitude. Despite her previous negative impression of him, he had just saved her life, and for that, she felt a profound sense of appreciation. Is that so? How do you intend to express your gratitude? Gao Tianyu teased, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. Han Qingru was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a response. I don't know. What do you want? Gao Tianyu chuckled, inching closer to her. Can I have anything I desire? What if I want you? His eyes sparkled with a hint of flirtation. Han Qingru's heart raced, and she quickly averted her gaze. This isn't right. You are with Ruashi. We cannot. Ruashi wouldn't mind, Gao Tianyu assured her, gazing intently at Han Qingru with a playful smile. Besides, what truly is off limits? Chapter 42, Undermining the Wall. Boom! Just as Han Qingru was about to respond, a sudden, thunderous noise interrupted her. A brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings, followed by a thunderclap that struck a nearby mountaintop, resonating with an enormous roar. Startled by the lightning, Han Qingru instinctively collapsed on a Gao Tianyu, her body trembling in fear. Her exquisite visage bore a pallor reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking a sense of tender compassion in the hearts of onlookers. Witnessing this scene, Gao Tianyu felt his previously simmering anger ignite anew. Fear not. With me here, nothing shall go awry. He gently reassured Han Qingru, patting her back as one would soothe a frightened child. He then lifted her delicate chin, gazing intently into her eyes, which were ablaze with fervor. Upon meeting his passionate gaze, Han Qingru's previously pale complexion flushed a deep crimson, her eyes daring not to meet his. Noticing her subdued reaction, Gao Tianyu's heart swelled with delight, as if emboldened by her response. He leaned in closer. Boom! The relentless thunder continued to rumble outside, while the torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens as if it were free, drenching the earth below. Amidst the downpour, the faint echoes of zombie growls could be heard. Yet within Gao Tianyu's abode, an atmosphere of warmth enveloped them. The thunder had shattered Han Qingru's defenses, allowing Gao Tianyu to seize the moment, fulfilling his desires. At last, he had ensnared this enchanting neighbor. A thrill surged within him. Han Qingru was undoubtedly the belle of their community, having recently moved in and already captivating numerous eyes. Even Gao Tianyu found himself daydreaming whenever they crossed paths. She was the object of desire for all the men in the neighborhood. Before the apocalypse, he had admired her from afar, but societal order had prevailed and she was already married to a handsome and affluent husband, leaving him with no hope of winning her over. Thus, he could only harbor his thoughts in silence until the advent of the apocalypse awakened his extraordinary abilities, offering him the prospect of success. Now, he had finally realized his aspirations. Among all the women Gao Tianyu had encountered, Han Qingru was the most stunning, even surpassing Lin Ruoxi in beauty, though her figure was not as voluptuous. Yet this did not imply any deficiency in her physique. Han Qingru possessed a tall and slender stature, with long, straight legs, a voluptuous bosom, a slim waist, and an alluring silhouette, exuding a pure and elegant charm akin to that of a celestial being. Such a figure and grace could ensnare the hearts of all men who beheld her, drawing them into her captivating allure. 2.5 hours later, Gao Tianyu reclined contentedly on the sofa, caressing Han Qingru's silky hair. Rest assured, Mrs. Qin, I shall take full responsibility for this matter and ensure that Mr. Qin is well cared for. Leave me be. A voice, tinged with exasperation, resonated from his embrace. Upon hearing his teasing words, Han Qingru couldn't help but respond with a hint of irritation. She reached out and pinched the soft flesh at Gao Tianyu's waist, seemingly intent on teaching him a lesson. However, due to her considerable fatigue, her grip lacked strength, and Gao Tianyu felt no pain whatsoever. A hearty laugh escaped Gao Tianyu as he detected the annoyance in Han Qingru's tone. He guided her into the room, cradling both women in his arms, and soon they drifted into slumber. The following morning, as Gao Tianyu opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of two stunning faces flanking him. Their hair cascaded over their features, obscuring their beauty. Gently, he tucked the stray locks behind their ears, revealing their fair, radiant, and exquisitely smooth faces. He planted a soft kiss on each cheek before rising and making his way to the living room. Once he departed, Lin Ruoxi and Han Qingru fluttered their eyelashes, awakening and exchanging glances. A moment of shared embarrassment passed between them as they quickly averted their eyes. They hadn't anticipated that both of them would find themselves entangled with the same man. How fortunate for that rascal to have won over such a beauty as my dear Qingru. A flicker of indignation crossed Lin Ruoxi's face before she remarked, "But perhaps it's for the best. We want to have to part ways as friends." Han Qingru shot Lin Ruoxi an exasperated glance, noting her friend's propensity for whimsical speech. Yet, with Lin Ruoxi's words, the tension dissolved, and they resumed their playful banter, akin to sisters, before leisurely exiting the room. Upon emerging, they found Gao Tianyu seated at the dining table, enjoying a bowl of noodles. "You're awake. I made some noodles. Go freshen up, and then join me for breakfast," he called out to them. Both Lin Ruoxi and Han Qingru nodded slightly before heading to the bathroom. After a brief interval, they reappeared at the table, joining Gao Tianyu for breakfast. After the meal, he remarked, "I'll go outside to clear some of the zombies. You two should accompany me. I'll leave a few for you to practice on, to bolster your courage." As he spoke, he continued to enjoy his noodles. Lin Ruoxi and Han Qingru, having been sheltered like delicate flowers, displayed a marked lack of adaptability, evident from their reactions upon encountering zombies. He understood that he needed to administer a strong dose of reality to prepare them for the harshness of their world, for confrontations with the undead were inevitable. If they did not adapt, they would only become a liability, mere ornaments of no practical use. Once confronted with peril, the prospect of escape becomes an impossibility, rendering any further considerations futile. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi were struck by the terrifying visage of the zombies lurking outside, causing a shiver to run down their spines. Nevertheless, they understood that Gao Tianyu's intentions were rooted in concern for their safety, and they nodded gently, affirming, "Yes. We comprehend your message, and we shall not let you down. Rest assured, they are merely zombies. Their movements are hindered in the corridor, and we need only confront the 2 or 3 directly ahead, posing no real danger." Noticing the distracted expressions on the two women's faces, Gao Tianyu immediately offered soothing words. Chapter 43. The Mutant Zombie. After the three had finished their meal, they commenced their mission. Gao Tianyu retrieved several tools collected from below the storeroom. Among these tools, he selected 2 formidable axes and handed them to the women. He had thoroughly scoured half of the building, yet had found few suitable weapons, which was understandable. Who among respectable individuals would harbor such controlled implements or axes in their homes? Thus, the two women, each wielding an axe, nervously positioned themselves behind Gao Tianyu. "Do not be anxious. I shall lead the way, and you need only follow closely behind me." Sensing their trepidation, Gao Tianyu reassured them softly. Gao Tianyu concentrated, utilizing his mental prowess to assess the situation outside. The horde of zombies, unable to breach the door and unaware of the commotion within, had dispersed and were now wandering the corridor. Observing this scenario, Gao Tianyu boldly opened the door. With a crisp snap, the sound echoed through the hallway, startling the wandering zombies, who turned towards them like sharks catching the scent of blood. A male zombie, clad in tattered, filthy short sleeves, reached out with its decaying claws towards Gao Tianyu. However, he remained unperturbed, swiftly drawing his katana and slashing forward. With a whoosh, the blade gleamed as it severed the zombie's arms, and without hesitation, he executed a swift strike towards its head. Thud! Thud! The echoes of two bodies hitting the ground reverberated through the corridor. Just as he dispatched the two zombies, two more lunged at him, their rancid breath emanating from their gaping mouths, while visible maggots feasted upon their rotting flesh. Gao Tianyu raised his hand and delivered a decisive blow, severing the head of one of the zombies. Then, with a forceful kick of his left foot, he propelled another zombie backwards, the impact sending it crashing into a cluster of zombies behind him, unable to halt their advance. Suddenly, a zombie expelled a dark liquid towards Gao Tianyu. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Gao Tianyu's eyes, for he sensed an aura of danger emanating from the viscous substance. He extended his hand and, with a surge of mental energy, propelled the liquid against the wall. Upon impact, the dark liquid erupted into a cloud of white smoke, swiftly corroding the wall and creating a visible pit. Good heavens, is this a mutated zombie? The corrosiveness of this venom is extraordinarily potent. Should it come into contact with me, I would surely meet my demise. Observing this scene, Gao Tianyu's lips twitched involuntarily, his eyes flashing with astonishment. Despite his inner trepidation, his movements did not falter. In a single stride, he advanced rapidly before the mutated zombie. With remarkable force, he swung his sword directly at the creature's cranium. The mutated zombie, sensing Gao Tianyu's assault, retaliated by spewing venom in his direction. Yet, it proved futile, as Gao Tianyu's mental prowess intercepted the toxic spray, redirecting it harmlessly against the wall. In a swift motion, a glimmer of cold steel flashed, and the zombie's head was cleaved in twain, revealing its pale, gelatinous brain matter. To prevent the decapitated head from continuing to spew venom, Gao Tianyu opted to slice through its brain rather than severing its neck, as was customary. With a resounding crash, the mutated zombie collapsed to the ground, its lifeblood gushing forth and pooling upon the corridor floor. As the blood came into contact with the flooring, it began to emit white smoke, as if the marble itself was succumbing to corrosion, gradually deteriorating. However, this rate of decay was not as formidable as the venom it had expelled. This mutated zombie posed a grave threat. Not only could it spew venom, but its blood was also toxic. A mere accidental touch could prove fatal. Although Gao Tianyu had neutralized this mutated zombie, the encounter left a profound impression on him. Were an ordinary evolved being to confront it, they would likely encounter significant peril, as a moment's inattention could lead to their demise at the hands of the zombie's venom. Roar! 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 Hardly had Gao Tianyu dealt with the mutated zombie when several fallen zombies began to rise again, launching another assault against him. Rather than retreating, Gao Tianyu boldly advanced a few more steps. His sword flashed with deadly precision, its razor-sharp edge combined with his immense strength, cleaving through any zombie that crossed his path in half. Before long, the advancing zombies were vanquished, leaving the ground strewn with their corpses and the severed heads still emitting eerie hisses and growls. Thud, thud, thud. The commotion above quickly attracted the attention of the zombies below, who rushed up the stairs, filling the corridor with the sound of heavy footsteps. A burly middle-aged zombie was the first to ascend, its grotesque eyes fixated on Gao Tianyu and his companions, and it lunged forward with alarming speed. Following it were the second, third, and fourth zombies. Gao Tianyu, witnessing the horde charging towards him, displayed no trace of fear. In this corridor, he could easily handle these zombies single-handedly. They were no match for him. With his current strength, unless faced with mutated zombies. He could effortlessly dispatch an endless number of ordinary ones. 7 zombies ascended from below, adding to the 15 that had already been on the rooftop, bringing the total to 22. As the last zombie had its legs severed by Gao Tianyu, the corridor became a grim tableau of fallen corpses, with 2 more zombies. Their legs destroyed, still crawling toward them. Lin Ruoshi and Han Qingru, who had been standing behind Gao Tianyu, initially felt apprehensive, but their expressions turned to sheer astonishment as they witnessed Gao Tianyu's formidable prowess in obliterating so many zombies with ease. They were aware of his strength, yet they had not anticipated it to be so overwhelming. He was a terrifying force indeed. As for the next 2 zombies, they will be your challenge, Gao Tianyu instructed, gesturing towards the crawling creatures. Each of you shall take one and decapitate them with your axes. This is your trial. In this apocalyptic world, danger lurks everywhere, and none can guarantee their survival to the end. Hence, one must find ways to grow stronger. If the 2 of you cannot conquer your fears, your future will inevitably be that of mere ornamental vases, fragile and easily shattered. The 2 girls exchanged fearful glances at the struggling zombies on the ground. I'll go first, Lin Ruoshi declared. Stepping forward with her axe raised, she struck at the head of one of the crawling zombies. With a resounding thud, the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, its ghastly gray matter spilling forth, a sight both repulsive and grotesque. Seeing her friend take action, Han Qingru gritted her teeth and lifted her own axe, aiming for the other zombie. With a forceful swing, she struck its head. However, her blow lacked sufficient strength to finish it off. The zombie continued to crawl toward her. Ah! Han Qingru screamed, closing her eyes as she swung her axe repeatedly at the creature's head in a frantic attempt to drive it away. Hud, hud, hud. Soon, the head was hacked to pieces, brain matter splattering everywhere, a scene drenched in gruesomeness. Meanwhile, Gao Tianyu quietly observed this macabre spectacle, offering no assistance to the 2 individuals. He reminisced about his first encounter with a zombie, recalling that he felt no revulsion or fear at that moment. Instead, there was a faint thrill and exhilaration coursing through him. Perhaps he possessed an innate resilience, adept at swiftly adapting his mindset to even the most arduous circumstances. Suddenly, under Gao Tianyu's watchful gaze, both women clutched their chests and began to retch. The noodles they had consumed that morning were expelled onto the floor. The corridor soon became saturated with the stench of decaying flesh, mingling with a sour odor, creating an exceptionally unpleasant aroma. Gao Tianyu stood silently to the side, observing their distress without any inclination to offer comfort. Once the 2 had finished retching, he approached them, gently patting their backs and softly encouraging, "You both did remarkably well, exhibiting far more courage than I had anticipated. Now, return to rest. I shall take care of the bodies." Lin Ruoshi and Han Qingru nodded faintly in response, though their faces remained pale and their spirits visibly depleted. Watching them retreat into the house, Gao Tianyu redirected his attention to the horde of zombies before him. The creatures were caked in mud and drenched from the rain, evidently having traversed through a torrential downpour from outside. After assessing the situation, Gao Tianyu donned gloves and began to dispose of the corpses one by one, swiftly clearing the hallway of the gruesome remnants. Once he had completed the task, he fetched a bucket of water and meticulously cleaned the corridor. After finishing, he clapped his hands together, discarded the gloves, and returned to the house. Upon his return, he found Lin Ruoshi and Han Qingru sitting on the sofa, lost in thought, clearly bearing the weight of psychological trauma. For this, Gao Tianyu felt powerless. After all, each individual's mental fortitude varies, and he was no psychologist. However, he believed this was not a significant issue, as a warm bath and a good night's sleep would likely restore their spirits. "You both look quite unwell. Go wash up in the bathroom and take some time to rest," he advised them. Although water and electricity had been cut off, the relentless rain continued to pour, and he had been diligently collecting rainwater, ensuring an adequate supply for their needs. The 2 women nodded slightly at his words and entered the bathroom, emerging after what seemed like an eternity. However, upon their return, their complexions had noticeably improved, shedding much of the pallor that had marked their earlier distress. After the 2 had finished bathing, Gao Tianyu entered the bathroom as well, cleansing himself of the stench of decay and discarding his blood-stained garments from the window. Upon emerging, he sat down between the 2, wrapping his arms around their waists and gently caressing their hair. "You must adapt swiftly. I can distinctly sense that these zombies are growing stronger, and among them are mutated ones that ordinary people cannot contend with. If you do not acclimatize quickly, you will soon be rendered obsolete by the tides of time. Gao Tianyu's words were not mere alarmism. Following their recent skirmish, he had noted that these zombies exhibited heightened agility compared to those encountered days prior, indicating their own evolution. If humanity remained stagnant, it would likely face imminent extinction. Lin Ruoshi and Han Qingru nodded in agreement, fully grasping the gravity of his statement. They understood their psychological fortitude was lacking, and if they wished to survive, they must bolster their strength. Let us rest for a while. We shall dine after awakening, as I surmise you are not particularly inclined to eat at the moment. Gao Tianyu then guided them into the bedroom before stepping back out, where he commenced practicing his martial arts in the living room. Though he had recently engaged in battle, his stamina remained largely intact, thus he felt no need for rest. As he practiced the 8 Extremes Fist, his movements grew increasingly rapid and powerful. He felt capable of delivering a blow strong enough to obliterate a zombie, yet he refrained from doing so, aware that the zombie's body harbored viruses, making the aftermath of such an encounter messy. Utilizing a blade would prove simpler in eliminating threats, yet his fists remained a valuable asset. In this apocalyptic world, humanity posed the gravest danger. The first impression of a zombie clearly marked it as an enemy, allowing for unreserved action. However, when confronted with a human, one could not ascertain their true intentions. A friend could swiftly become a foe, ready to take your life in an instant. In this desolate world, the foundation of trust was precariously fragile. Gao Tianyu remained wary of everyone, maintaining a vigilant heart towards all of humanity. Chapter 45. The Arrival of the Otherworldly Beings. As night fell, darkness once again enveloped the earth. Outside, torrential rain continued to pour, accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. The temperature had significantly dropped, no longer retaining the oppressive heat of previous days. Yet, the external environment remained harsh. The sun had long been absent from the sky, with relentless storms and dense fog obscuring the majority of vision for those outside. In the midst of thick fog, visibility dwindles to a mere 3 meters, compounded by the sporadic threat of sudden zombie appearances. While the fog and torrential rain do not significantly hinder the creatures, they pose a grave danger to humans who are unable to discern their surroundings. At this moment, Gao Tianyu is nestled in slumber, cradling his precious meteorite. After dealing with a horde of zombies in the corridor during the day, he had sent the 2 women, Han Qingru and Lin Ruoshi, back to the opposite side. Their presence inhibited his ability to sleep with his beloved meteorite, which he values far more than any woman. It is, after all, his lifeblood. Suddenly, a shadow stealthily ascends the smooth, vertical wall of the building where Gao Tianyu resides. It traverses the surface as if it were solid ground, undeterred by the rain that cascades upon it. A flash of lightning illuminates the figure, revealing piercing blue eyes and a body adorned with sharp bone spines. A long tail, similarly spiked, extends behind it, exuding a menacing aura. Its hands and feet are equipped with razor-sharp claws, glinting ominously, while bone armor shields vital areas of its torso. With a mere brush of its claws, the creature embeds itself into the solid concrete wall, leaving deep gouges in its wake. It climbs swiftly, reaching the 30th floor and positioning itself outside the window of the room where Gao Tianyu sleeps soundly, fixating its icy blue gaze upon the unsuspecting Gao Tianyu. It resembles a predator eyeing its prey. In an instant, the creature lunges at him, shattering the window with a violent crash, sending shards of glass spiraling like lethal shrapnel in all directions. In that moment, Gao Tianyu awakens abruptly, springing upright as his katana is swiftly drawn from its sheath, slicing toward the oncoming beast. A spark erupts as the blade collides with the creature's claw, producing a resonant metallic clang. Both the man and the monster are propelled backward, Gao Tianyu colliding with the wall behind him before landing back on his bed. The creature narrowly avoids being flung out the window, its powerful hind legs bracing against the wall. In a flurry, Gao Tianyu unleashes a barrage of sharp projectiles from his desk, targeting the creature's eyes and vulnerable spots on its body. He had sensed the monster's ascent to the 28th floor while still in slumber, but opting for stealth, he feigned sleep to avoid alarming the predator. Yet, he tightly grasped the katana in his hand, simultaneously utilizing his mental prowess to manipulate the array of knives laid upon the table, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. The moment this creature made a move, he would seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, determined to vanquish his foe with all his strength. Bang, bang, bang. The monstrous entity before him swung its claws, and the bony protrusions adorning its form, deflecting Gao Tianyu's assaults and sending the incoming knives flying away. Whoosh! A glimmer of cold light flashed as Gao Tianyu swung his katana towards the beast's neck with remarkable speed, far too swift for the average observer to comprehend. Bang! A shower of sparks illuminated the pitch-black bedroom, as the creature blocked his strike with its dual claws, which were as unyielding as steel. Gao Tianyu's blade merely grazed its surface, leaving behind a shallow indentation, unable to sever them completely. Roar! The monster unleashed a deafening roar, and with a powerful thrust of its legs, charged directly at Gao Tianyu. Damn it! Realizing the imminent danger, Gao Tianyu's eyes narrowed. The distance between them was perilously close, leaving him no time to evade. He could only cross his arms defensively across his chest to absorb the impact. Bang! The force of the collision struck his arms, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him, and in an instant his body was propelled backward. Boom! Gao Tianyu was hurled away, crashing violently against the wall behind him, creating a crater upon impact before his form was flung into the living room. Damn it! The pain was unbearable. Gao Tianyu felt an intense agony enveloping his entire body. His hands were numb, nearly slipping from his grasp of the blade, while his chest, back, and the back of his head throbbed with excruciating pain. Yet, he dared not relent. This otherworldly fiend was far too terrifying, its speed and strength overwhelming. Engaging in close combat had cost him dearly. Whoosh, 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 drawing upon his mental energy. Gao Tianyu commanded the assortment of knives he had collected to launch an assault from all directions towards the otherworldly creature. Bang, bang, bang. The creature immediately swung its claws to intercept, batting away the oncoming knives aimed at its vital points. Roar, roar. However, the intensity of Gao Tianyu's assault was relentless. Several knives still found their way into the creature's flesh, inflicting wounds. Although these injuries were not severe, they served only to enrage the beast further, rather than diminish its combat capability. Boom! The otherworldly fiend lunged through the wall Gao Tianyu had just been slammed against, its sharp claws glinting ominously in the darkness, exuding an aura of chilling terror. Unfazed, Gao Tianyu stood his ground. Under the influence of his mental force, a fire axe materialized in his left hand. With a knife in one hand and an axe in the other, augmented by telekinetic control over a small blade, he charged fiercely towards the otherworldly creature. Engaging in an intense battle, Gao Tianyu understood that retreat was no longer an option. The meteorite within the room represented the cornerstone of his future ascendance. Even if escape were possible, he would not entertain the thought of fleeing. Clang, clang, clang. The knife and axe in Gao Tianyu's hands relentlessly struck the creature, producing a cacophony of metallic clashes. The katana and axe carved deep gashes into the foe, yet the otherworldly being was not without its own suffering, as several of its claws and bony protrusions were cleaved as well. Chapter 46. The Fierce Battle Ruo Shi. It seems something has occurred next door. Should we investigate? The violent tremors emanating from Gao Tianyu's residence awakened Lin Ruo, Shi, and Han Qingro. The intermittent roars of beasts and the overwhelming noise penetrated the walls, easily reaching the two women. The monstrous roars were more terrifying than those of tigers or zombies, sending shivers down their spines and instilling a palpable fear. I don't know. If we go, what assistance can we possibly provide? Lin Ruo, she felt an overwhelming dread. The ghastly sound from the other side were too horrifying. Just the echo of those sounds made her body tremble uncontrollably. In such circumstances, what help could they offer? They would likely become a liability. Meanwhile, the few who had survived in Gao Tianyu's building were just awakening from their slumber, their nerves heightened as they listened intently to the myriad of sounds emanating from above. At that moment, the battle between Gao Tianyu and the otherworldly creature had escalated to a fever pitch. His katana was shattered, his axe bore numerous gashes, and his body was covered in wounds, drenched in crimson. The creature was similarly afflicted. One of its eyes had been gouged out, and had it not been for its swift evasion, Gao Tianyu's strikes might have pierced its very brain. Additionally, one of its legs had been severed, significantly reducing its speed and threat level. At this juncture, both adversaries had paid a heavy toll. The assortment of small knives Gao Tianyu had gathered was nearly exhausted, most having been broken in the fray. Breathing heavily, he fixated on the creature before him, remaining composed amidst the chaos. He understood that this was the pivotal moment that would determine the outcome of their clash. Should he falter, death would surely follow. With a surge of mental focus, Gao Tianyu commanded several kitchen knives to dart towards the creature's remaining leg from all directions. If he could sever its last limb, its speed would diminish drastically, rendering it incapable of resistance and ensuring its demise at his hands. Clang, clang, clang. The otherworldly specter had become acutely aware of Gao Tianyu's intentions, relentlessly swinging its claws to swat away the flying kitchen knives. Simultaneously, its spiked tail writhed menacingly. It batted away knife after knife, successfully thwarting Gao Tianyu's assaults. Suddenly, an opportunity presented itself. Gao Tianyu hurled his axe with all his might, enhancing its speed with his mental prowess, directing it straight towards the creature's head. With a resounding thud, the axe struck the specter's skull, shattering its cranium, with a segment of the blade embedding itself deep within its brain. A ferocious roar erupted from the creature, a sound so thunderous that it reverberated across the land, penetrating even the torrential rain, reaching every soul within the vicinity. Many were jolted awake by this earth-shattering bellow, cowering beneath their blankets in sheer terror. Gao Tianyu, closest to the beast, felt the vibrations resonate within his skull, rendering him momentarily dazed. Fortunately, his formidable mental strength quelled the disorienting sensation. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness, having sustained severe damage. The specter immediately entered a frenzied state, transforming into a relentless killing machine, thrashing about in Gao Tianyu's living room. Its razor-sharp claws and bony protrusions left a trail of gashes and craters throughout the space, reducing the room to a scene reminiscent of a war-torn battlefield. Gao Tianyu realized that the creature was on the brink of collapse. All he needed was to deliver the decisive blow to vanquish it completely. Without hesitation, he seized a small knife and lunged towards the creature's remaining eye. With a swift motion, the blade pierced through the specter's eye, vanishing into its skull. In an instant, the once violent specter, now rendered immobile by pain, staggered 2 steps before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Gao Tianyu, witnessing this moment, exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the floor. This fiend is truly terrifying. Had I hesitated even a moment longer, I would surely have met my end, he exclaimed, wiping away the sweat and blood from his brow, shaken by the ordeal. At that moment, he was gravely injured, having lost an immeasurable amount of blood. His physical strength waning, compounded by the severe depletion of his mental energy, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. After resting briefly on the ground to regain some strength, he approached the fallen specter. He sensed a peculiar fluctuation within the head of the otherworldly creature, as though a faint energy lay concealed within, almost negligible. Grasping the fire axe embedded in the creature's skull, he wrenched it free, then forcefully shattered the head, revealing a small, finger-sized, earthen crystal. Could this be an energy core? What purpose might it serve? Gao Tianyu delicately extracted it, placing it upon the floor for careful examination. However, as this was his first encounter with such an object, he refrained from recklessly experimenting with it. It appeared to be a valuable item. Thus, he resolved to conceal it until he could ascertain its true function. With meticulous care, he used a tissue to pick it up and gently clean it, all the while contemplating silently. After completing these tasks, he returned to his bedroom to retrieve the meteorite, then proceeded to another room, the storeroom. He placed the meteorite in a box, followed by the newly acquired crystal, sealing it tightly before extracting a medical kit and locking the door securely. Once all was done, he staggered through the pain coursing through his body, making his way toward Han Qingruo's house. Chapter 47. Hemostasis. Qingru, it seems quiet on the other side. Do you think the battle has concluded? Do you suppose that fellow emerged victorious? Lin Ruoshi and Han Qingru, their expressions taut with anxiety, squeezed together in the living room, their gazes fixed on the front door as they whispered their concerns. The clash beyond was terrifying, the sounds echoing like a demolition crew at work, instilling a profound fear within them. Perhaps, Han Qingru replied uncertainly. While she was aware that Gao Tianyu was also an awakened one with supernatural abilities, she was unsure of his exact strength, which left her feeling somewhat apprehensive. What if that fellow perished? What shall we do then? Lin Ruoshi asked, her heart racing. The 2 sisters had finally mustered the courage to follow him, hoping he would guide them to safety. Should he fall now, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, as they were not endowed with any powers, merely two vulnerable women, how could they hope to survive in this apocalyptic world? Have faith. We must believe in him. He is formidable and unlikely to face misfortune, Han Qingru replied, her expression a mix of complexity. Just then, as their conversation unfolded, a sudden series of knocks reverberated at their door, startling the two women amidst the serene atmosphere of the living room. Qingru, did you hear that? Someone is knocking outside. Who could it be? Lin Ruoshi swallowed hard, her voice tinged with apprehension. I don't know. We should take a look, Han Qingru responded, equally tense and cautious. Knock, knock, knock. As the two conversed, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. The two women quickly rose and approached the entrance, peering through the peephole, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness. Who is it? Who are you? Lin Ruoshi summoned her courage and shouted into the void. It's me. Let me in, came the gruff reply from Gao Tianyu, his face darkening upon hearing her inquiry. Is it really you? You're alive. That's wonderful. Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Lin Ruoshi's heart lifted, and she hastily opened the door, simultaneously flicking on the lamp in her hand. Ah, how did you end up like this? You're covered in blood. The illumination revealed Gao Tianyu's bloodied figure, prompting simultaneous gasps of disbelief from the two women. Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Why do you think I look like this? You're standing so close, can't you see? With all this noise. I wager everyone in the building knows something is amiss. Enough chatter. Can't you see I'm still bleeding? Hurry and tend to my wounds. He strode into the living room, sank onto the sofa, and pointed at the medical kit, urging them to act. Oh. Lin Ruoshi and Han Qingru snapped out of their shock and quickly shut the door. They approached Gao Tianyu with the lamp in hand. They opened the medical kit, extracting various supplies, but upon witnessing Gao Tianyu's condition, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for what to do. His body was drenched in blood, marred by numerous wounds, around 30 to 40 in total. The most alarming injuries were 3 deep gashes located on his chest, back, and thigh, while the remainder were minor. Why are you just standing there? First, wipe the blood off me, then disinfect with alcohol, and finally bandage the wounds. If I lose too much blood, I might perish. Seeing the two women's frantic confusion, Gao Tianyu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. What useless ornaments you are! If it weren't for your beauty, I'd have considered abandoning you both. He lamented inwardly. Despite the apocalypse having persisted for so long, they still hadn't adapted, unable to even manage such a simple task as dressing a wound. What good were they? Oh. Lin Ruoshi and Han Qingru finally comprehended Gao Tianyu's words. One rushed to fetch paper towels to help wipe his body, while the other sanitized his injuries with alcohol and prepared bandages. Both were novices at such tasks, leading to a flurry of clumsiness as they attended to him. After an hour of diligent effort, they finally managed to clean and dress Gao Tianyu's wounds. However, their methods were utterly inept, lacking any semblance of experience, resulting in him being bound like a mummy, his entire body swathed in bandages. Gao Tianyu cast a glance at his disheveled appearance, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. It seemed imperative to seek out a doctor or nurse, for should he sustain any further injuries, he would be at a loss on how to manage them, with little hope of assistance from these two. Fortunately, the wounds had ceased bleeding, providing him with a moment's relief. What had transpired moments ago? Had he encountered some danger? Once matters were settled, Lin Ruoshi cautiously inquired from the side. Gao Tianyu's recent state had been utterly alarming, making it hard to fathom the peril that had left him in such a condition. The creature below climbed up and suddenly attacked me. I engaged in a fierce battle with it. Although I vanquished it, I too was left in this state. Gao Tianyu gritted his teeth as he spoke, recalling the severity of his injuries, which he had never before experienced. He felt as though he had come perilously close to death. Had it not been for the evolution of his physique, he would have surely succumbed. What? You killed it? Well done. Lin Ruoshi's expression turned complex, struggling to refrain from shedding tears. She had previously made a pact with Gao Tianyu, hoping that once he grew stronger, he would slay the creature below. Little did she expect that just days later, he had fulfilled her request, albeit in self-defense. On another note, Han Qingru felt a surge of joy upon hearing that the monster had been slain by Gao Tianyu. Both of their husbands had fallen victim to this creature, instilling a deep-seated hatred within them. Thus, the news of its demise brought them immense relief. All right, enough celebration. Head to my kitchen and bring back food, especially meat, eggs, and honey. After you retrieve them, prepare some honey water and meat porridge. I'm famished. Gao Tianyu spoke weakly. For the recent battle had drained both his physical and mental energy, necessitating a replenishment of sustenance. Chapter 48. Are you plotting to murder your husband? Oh. Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi nodded in agreement, then opened the door and entered Gao Tianyu's abode. Upon seeing the state of his room, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Gao Tianyu's quarters were in utter disarray, resembling the aftermath of an explosion, with chaos reigning supreme. The walls and floor were marred with scratches, and fragments of small knives lay scattered about. The sofa, refrigerator, and television in the living room had been utterly destroyed, leaving no part of the space intact. A truly terrifying sight. In the center of the living room lay the corpse of a grotesque monster, with blood splattered everywhere. Although its head had been brutally crushed, one could still sense the terror emanating from its fearsome body. Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi found it hard to fathom how Gao Tianyu managed to defeat such a horrifying creature. If it were them, they would likely succumb in mere moments, as the disparity in strength was far too great. Let us not linger here. We should head to the kitchen and gather what we need, Han Qingru urged, suppressing her nausea as she gently tugged at Lin Ruoxi's arm. Okay, Lin Ruoxi nodded. Following Han Qingru into the kitchen, they rummaged through the space, gradually transporting an abundance of food back to their residence. Following Gao Tianyu's instructions, they prepared honey water and a large pot of meat porridge for him. After consuming a generous bowl of honey water and meat porridge, Gao Tianyu felt his spirits lift somewhat, as if a surge of energy had infused his body, alleviating the overwhelming weakness that had previously enveloped him. I'm feeling a bit fatigued and need a rest. For the time being, please remain indoors and avoid going out, he stated, rising from the sofa and making his way to a nearby room. After securing the door, he lay down on the bed, shutting his eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. The recent battle had left both his body and spirit utterly exhausted. He desperately needed this respite. As the day gradually passed, afternoon arrived the next day. Gao Tianyu awoke, slowly opening his eyes and assessing his physical condition. After a night of rest, his injuries had improved significantly. The wounds were healing, and even his mental energy had regained half its strength. Though still somewhat weak, he felt markedly better than the previous day. Looking around, he realized he was in an impeccably tidy room. Above his bedside hung a large wedding photograph featuring Han Qingru, who was embraced by Qin Zhong. The man was handsome and refined, while the woman radiated beauty with a smile as bright as a flower, making them appear as a perfect couple. To his surprise, he found himself in Han Qingru's new home. Observing the scene elicited a few murmurs from him, captivated by her stunning appearance in the wedding dress. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, he sat up and opened the door, stepping into the living room. Brother, you're awake, Lin Ruoxi exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Gao Tianyu emerge from the room. Even Han Qingru, usually so composed, visibly relaxed at his awakening. Upon recognizing Gao Tianyu's prowess, they had already deemed him their forthcoming pillar of support, naturally unwilling to witness any misfortune befall him. Have you prepared the meal? I find myself quite famished, Gao Tianyu inquired softly, nodding slightly. The reason for his awakening was the gnawing hunger in his abdomen. Otherwise, he believed he could have slumbered a while longer. Yes, brother, please take a seat. I shall serve you rice immediately. Lin Ruoxi responded promptly, nodding in affirmation. She approached the dining table, pulled out a chair, and gestured for Gao Tianyu to sit down. Then, she entered the kitchen to wash the dishes, scooping out a bowl of rice, alongside some stir-fried cured meat and a fried egg. Gao Tianyu accepted the bowl of rice from Lin Ruoxi's hands, deftly picking up several pieces of cured meat before devouring his meal with gusto, finishing it in mere moments. Observing the empty bowl, Lin Ruoxi, displaying remarkable attentiveness, quickly filled it again. Thus, before long, an entire pot of rice had vanished into Gao Tianyu's stomach. Still not satisfied? Prepare some more, and toss in additional cured meat while you're at it. This isn't enough. After finishing the rice, Gao Tianyu rubbed his still hungry belly, frowning as he spoke. Ever since becoming an evolved being, his appetite had surged, and he could now consume 12 bowls of rice in a single meal, equivalent to the intake of 6 individuals. Furthermore, after engaging in strenuous activity, he would easily grow ravenous, for the energy provided by rice was woefully inadequate. Oh, please sit on the sofa for a moment. I'll get started on the rice. Lin Ruoxi nodded quickly upon hearing this, then hurried to the kitchen with the pot in hand. Once Gao Tianyu settled onto the sofa, he immediately noticed a pair of cool, piercing eyes fixed upon him. "What's the matter? Why do you gaze at me so?" he asked, tilting his head in curiosity at Han Qingru's scrutinizing stare. "How is your health? Are you feeling better?" Han Qingru unexpectedly expressed a concern. Upon seeing the genuine concern in Han Qingru's eyes, Gao Tianyu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He was well aware that their acquaintance had spanned a considerable time, yet she had consistently maintained an aloof demeanor. Although they were neighbors, their interactions had been minimal. Following his previous proposition, their relationship had soured to an extreme. To his astonishment, she now took the initiative to inquire about his well-being after his nap. Indeed, the ancients were right. The simplest path to a woman's heart is through genuine concern. "What's this? You're worried about me? Fear not. I am quite well, and won't leave you in solitude." Gao Tianyu scooted closer to Han Qingru, wrapping an arm around her waist with a playful grin. Han Qingru, caught off guard by his embrace, immediately stiffened, a hint of discomfort flashing across her face. "What nonsense are you spouting? Quickly let go." Han Qingru yent le nu diet go on you. A flicker of embarrassment and anger crossing her face. "Ouch! Don't move! You're hurting me! Are you trying to commit murder against your own husband?" Gao Tianyu gasped in pain as her actions caused discomfort, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Chapter 49. Darling, you are the best. Observing Gao Tianyu's pained expression, Han Qingru quickly withdrew her hand, concern etched on her features. "What's wrong? I'm sorry. It was unintentional. You know I'm injured. Yet you push me so hard? I suspect it was deliberate." Gao Tianyu retorted with skepticism. "I truly didn't mean it. You were just speaking carelessly. And when you move your hands, I acted out of impulse." Han Qingru explained, her tone flustered upon seeing his expression. "We've shared intimate moments before. Was it necessary to be so rough just because I embrace your waist?" Gao Tianyu pressed on, taking advantage of the situation. "I apologize. I overreacted just now." Han Qingru admitted, a hint of shame creeping onto her face, acknowledging that her reaction had indeed been excessive, especially as it had aggravated his injury. She offered her sincere apology without further argument. "If apologies were sufficient, we wouldn't need the police, would we? You just hurt me, and you owe me a compensation." Although Gao Tianyu appreciated her contrition, he decided to seize the moment to assert himself. "What kind of compensation do you want?" Han Qingru inquired, her brow furrowed. With hands wrapped like a mummy, Gao Tianyu slowly lifted her chin, gazing at her vibrant red lips. "Just let me kiss you, and I'll forgive you." "Absolutely not. How can you think of such things when you're injured?" Realizing his intentions, Han Qingru's face flushed with embarrassment as she firmly rejected him, retreating from his grasp. "Don't move. If you struggle too much, you'll open my wound." Gao Tianyu held her firmly, preventing her escape. Han Qingru, hearing his words, ceased her struggles, appearing genuinely concerned about causing him further harm. Seeing her reaction, a smile spread across Gao Tianyu's face as he leaned in to close the distance. In the kitchen, Lin Ruoshi, having finished washing rice and placing it on the stove, stepped into the living room. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of the two in an embrace and shook her head disapprovingly. "Ahem." Lin Ruoshi lightly cleared her throat, signaling the pair. Startled by her friend's cough, Han Qingru quickly pushed Gao Tianyu away and retreated to the opposite end of the sofa, distancing herself. "Ruoshi, what are you doing here?" "Let me explain. She forced me." As Han Qingru noticed the teasing expression on Lin Ruoshi's face, her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly sought to clarify the situation. Beside him, Gao Tianyu, whose pleasant reverie had been abruptly interrupted, felt an immediate surge of displeasure upon witnessing the scene. His countenance darkened as he cast a discontented glance at Lin Ruoshi. The exquisite sensation he had yet to fully savor was cruelly disrupted by her, leaving him in a rather foul mood. Observing the sullen expression on Gao Tianyu's face, Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but find it amusing. She sidled up to him, wrapping her arms around his neck, and bestowed a kiss upon his cheek with her vibrant crimson lips. "Hee, darling, are you upset? Is it my fault for ruining your good fortune? How about I make it up to you? My kissing skills are far superior to Qingru's." Lin Ruoshi chirped playfully. Gao Tianyu, taken aback by her words, was left speechless. "Who are you calling darling? I am not your husband. I merely find you alluring, not seeking any commitments. And your sudden shift in address is rather perplexing. Just a moment ago, you referred to me as brother you, and now it has transformed into darling?" He silently scoffed, though he refrained from correcting her. It was merely a term of endearment, and he deemed it not worth the effort to contest. However, this interaction unveiled certain traits of Lin Ruashi's character: her fiery temperament, her exuberance, and a hint of cunning. She was far bolder and more uninhibited than Han Qingru. Faced with the passionate Lin Ruashi, Gao Tianyu soon found himself overwhelmed. He would have relished the opportunity to engage in a fervent battle of wits with this enchanting creature. Yet his body, still recovering from injury and deprived of sustenance, rendered him unable to pursue such desires. Little enchantress, hold still. Can't you see I'm injured? Are you truly so indiscriminate in your pursuits? Gao Tianyu hastily pushed Lin Ruashi away from his face, exclaiming in exasperation, "Hee darling, how did you manage to slay that monstrous creature last night? Such a terrifying being could send chills down anyone's spine, yet you managed to defeat it. Truly remarkable." Lin Ruashi remarked, her admiration evident as she leaned in closer, undeterred by his discomfort. Even Han Qingru, who had been lurking nearby, cast a curious glance in their direction. Upon hearing her words, Gao Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. How had he vanquished that otherworldly foe? It had undoubtedly been a struggle for survival. In the face of danger, one often reacts in one of two ways: to resist or to resign oneself to fate. Gao Tianyu, however, was clearly not one to capitulate easily. When confronted with peril, he fought with all his might. The malevolent entity sought to hunt him down, and he would never have submitted meekly. After a fierce confrontation, he ultimately emerged victorious, reveling in the triumph. Had that creature not sought him out, he would have had no intention of engaging it. After all, he was a man who never acted without the prospect of gain. The otherworldly creatures are indeed ruthless, with certain parts of their bodies as hard as iron. Even my katana was shattered in the attempt to vanquish one of them. Had it not been for my superior skills in the end, as I crushed its skull with a fire axe, I might very well have been the one lying there. Gao Tianyu recalled the brutal struggle, still somewhat astonished as he spoke. This damned world is perilously treacherous. Even while staying indoors, I find myself pursued by these fiends. It's utterly unbearable. Yes, darling, you are truly remarkable. Lin Ruashi nodded in agreement, planting a kiss on Gao Tianyu's cheek as a compliment. Upon hearing her praise and witnessing the admiration in her eyes, Gao Tianyu felt a surge of joy. Who does not relish kind words? Besides, how many men can resist the adoration of a beautiful woman? Indeed, I am formidable. But as you have seen, this world grows increasingly perilous. It would be wise for you to train diligently and enhance your abilities. Awakening latent powers would be ideal. Otherwise, should I become preoccupied with danger, you may find yourself in grave peril. Although Lin Ruashi's admiration had momentarily inflated Gao Tianyu's ego, he quickly regained his composure and reminded her. In his heart, both Lin Ruashi and Han Qingru held little weight. They were merely ornamental, beautiful vases to be displayed and cherished. However, when faced with adversity, he would undoubtedly choose to wield a weapon rather than carry a decorative trinket. Chapter 50, The Lead Box. Gao Tianyu continued conversing with Han Qingru and Lin Ruashi for a while longer. Once the rice was cooked, he took a seat at the dining table. After consuming another bowl of rice, he felt his hunger diminish significantly. Yet, once sated, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He patted his belly and retreated to his room for more sleep. Another day had passed, and upon awakening once more, Gao Tianyu noted an improvement in his condition compared to the previous day. He sensed that his wounds were gradually healing, and he estimated that within a few days, he would return to his former self. Upon exiting his room, he found that Lin Ruashi and Han Qingru had already prepared rice. As soon as they saw him, they beckoned him to sit and eat. Finally, they had come to understand Gao Tianyu's considerable appetite, preparing an ample amount of food: 3 pots of rice, a pot of egg drop soup, and a plate of cured meat. Gao Tianyu glanced at the sparse egg drop in the pot and the meager portion of cured meat on the plate. Why is there only this little? Have the eggs and cured meat already been consumed? He inquired, frowning. Well, there are only 2 eggs left, and there's just a bit of cured meat remaining. It seems we can only stretch it until tomorrow, came the response. Lin Ruashi listened to Gao Tianyu's words and gently nodded in response. I understand. After dinner, I will go out and see if I can bring some more back. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianyu slightly nodded and resumed his meal. Due to extensive water and power outages, fresh meat had largely spoiled, leaving only some cured meats and eggs, which could endure for a while. However, the supplies in the building were limited, as much had been consumed during the initial days of the zombie outbreak. Although he managed to gather some during his previous excursion, his substantial appetite had consumed much of it. "Is your injury improving, dear? Is it too dangerous to continue like this?" Lin Ruashi asked, her concern evident upon hearing Gao Tianyu's intention to go out. "It's not fully healed yet, but there has been some recovery. I should be fine dealing with ordinary zombies." "The danger is manageable," Gao Tianyu replied, chewing on a piece of cured meat. "I require meat and high-energy protein. Ordinary white rice no longer suffices. If I can't satisfy my hunger, recovery will be exceedingly difficult." "Oh, please be careful. Would you like me to accompany you?" Lin Ruashi contemplated before asking. "No need. You wouldn't be of any assistance. If danger arises, I would have to protect you," Gao Tianyu firmly declined. He intended to clear the zombies from the building, creating a more stable environment. After dealing with the unusual creature below, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Rather, he decided to remain and assess the situation before making any decisions about departing. "Oh, please take care. I will wait for your return at home," Lin Ruashi said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "Rest assured, with my current strength, even if I can't defeat them, I can still escape," Gao Tianyu reassured her. With his psychic abilities, he was highly perceptive to danger. Within a 20-meter radius around him, few things could evade his awareness. In the event of an attack, he could react swiftly and formulate a response. Thus, even if he stepped outside the building, he would remain safe, untroubled by sudden ambushes. After finishing his meal, Gao Tianyu returned to his quarters. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the unusual creature's corpse lying in the center of his living room. The oppressive heat had caused the body to emit a foul odor, quite unbearable. He picked up a small axe and began to chop away some of the bony protrusions from the corpse. The hardness of these bones spurs rivals that of steel, making them perfectly suitable for use as darts, far more resilient than the shattered blades hanging on the wall. Following this, it is said that the body was simply dragged and tossed out of the window. After completing this task, he opened the door to the storage room and, using his mental prowess, carefully sensed the surroundings, finding no trace of the meteorite's emitted waves. This sudden realization sent a jolt of anxiety through him. Had the meteorite been lost? He hastily opened the box containing the meteorite and, to his relief, discovered it remained intact within. A sigh of relief escaped him. He understood that this meteorite was his lifeline, and its loss would have driven him to madness. What material was this box made of? It managed to block my mental probing and also shield against meteorite radiation. Gazing intently at the box, Gao Tianyu discerned that it appeared to be made of lead, a lead box. So, lead can effectively isolate against meteorite radiation and mental forces. After several attempts, he quickly grasped the utility of this substance. It could indeed be used to store meteorites, preventing any leakage of information that might alert other evolved beings. He carefully returned the meteorite to the box, lifted it, and made his way to a newly renovated house that stood vacant. Choosing the largest room, he placed the box inside. His previous residence was no longer livable, and he intended to move here permanently. Harboring secrets he wished to keep hidden from Lin Ruashi and Han Qingru. After all, when night fell, he preferred to cradle the meteorite in his arms for slumber. Nothing could compare to the comfort of the meteorite over a woman. Subsequently, he returned to his former abode to gather his essentials, especially clothes and bedding, transferring them to the new house. Regrettably, many items in his room had been damaged, particularly his clothing and bedding, with over half rendered unusable. Had it not been for a few items left drying on his balcony, he might have found himself in quite a predicament. Once all was arranged, Gao Tianyu clapped his hands and descended the stairs, planning to deal with the horde of zombies below. He also intended to venture outside in search of food, as provisions within the building were limited, especially meat, which would barely last a few days even if thoroughly scavenged. Therefore, he had no expectations of finding sustenance within the building and instead set his sights on the supermarket within the community. Chapter 51. The Living Below. With determined footsteps, Gao Tianyu descended directly to the 12th floor. Suddenly, he was assaulted by an extremely pungent odor, a nauseating stench akin to rotting eggs mixed with boiling excrement. This filthy environment was utterly unbearable. Frowning in disgust, he followed the odor to the residence where Zhao Daju once lived. Upon entering, he was immediately confronted with a chamber filled with skeletal remains, still adorned with morsels of flesh that had not been entirely consumed, and the bones bore distinct bite marks. The floor and walls were stained with dark crimson blood, long-dried and firmly adhered to the surfaces. Human skulls lay scattered alongside leg bones and ribs, creating a gruesome tableau. The brain matter within the skulls had been completely devoured, yet tufts of hair remained grotesquely affixed, presenting a terrifying sight. A mere glance was enough to disgust Gao Tianyu, prompting him to hastily retreat from the house. The insatiable appetite of this ghastly creature was astonishing. In merely a few days, it had devoured over 30 individuals, a truly perilous situation. Gao Tianyu sighed, reflecting that had it not been for the meteorite he acquired at the onset of the apocalypse, which awakened his psychic powers, and the inexplicable infection by that mysterious virus, his strength would not have surged, and he might have perished long ago. He wondered how many of these abominations lurked outside. If one could wreak such havoc upon him, encountering two would surely be his undoing. Relocation was imperative, although he currently resided in an upper floor, which appeared relatively secure. With the roaming zombies unlikely to scale such heights, the building itself was merely an ordinary residence, utterly incapable of withstanding an assault from such monstrous entities. In a single confrontation, even the walls had been breached. Such a living arrangement offered little comfort. He pondered the existence of safe houses or underground shelters. Before the apocalypse, he had been an ordinary person, completely unaware of the official underground facilities or the luxurious safe havens constructed by the affluent, thus lacking any knowledge of them. The matter of safe houses could be addressed later. At present, his most pressing concern was sustenance. He required meat and high-energy provisions, for without them, his condition would be intolerable. Gao Tianyu's appetite was remarkable, necessitating at least 12 bowls of rice as a foundation, equivalent to the consumption of 6 individuals. His digestion was rapid, leading to frequent hunger pangs, while meat provided a swift replenishment of energy and was exceptionally satiating, his most urgent dietary need. Centering himself, Gao Tianyu extended his psychic awareness to survey his surroundings, then proceeded cautiously downward. Upon reaching the 11th floor, he sensed no signs of life, not even the presence of zombies. This silence persisted through the 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, and 6th floors, an unsettling stillness. It was not until he arrived at the 5th floor that he detected the unmistakable presence of living beings, numbering around 20, all residing on this level. Finally, he glimpsed fellow survivors. For a moment, he had feared they had all fled. The stairway door on the 5th floor has been securely locked, and at its entrance sits a middle-aged man wielding an axe. This man appears to have heard the footsteps of Gao Tianyu descending the stairs, glancing through the glass towards him. "Ah, brother, did you just come down from upstairs? Did you not encounter that monster?" Zhao Jianhua exclaimed, his expression betraying shock as he took in Gao Tianyu, who was wrapped in bandages and holding an axe. He was well aware of the creature residing on the 12th floor, which had claimed the lives of several neighbors on the upper levels, with the survivors fleeing in terror. No one dared to ascend anymore. He had assumed that those above were all dead, so he was astonished to see a living person emerge. "I did encounter it. It left me in this state," Gao Tianyu replied, his countenance turning serious as he spoke in a somber tone. "Oh, I see. No wonder you are bandaged. You were injured by that monster. Yet, you are indeed fortunate to have escaped its clutches," Zhao Jianhua remarked, scrutinizing Gao Tianyu. Clearly, he bore significant injuries, but surviving an encounter with the creature was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. "Haha, I suppose so," Gao Tianyu chuckled lightly, refraining from disclosing that he had slain the monster. "Brother, are you venturing down in search of food? It's perilous below. Zombies roam the 1st floor and the underground garage, and the thick fog outside obscures the path. Within that mist, the silhouettes of zombies lurk, making it exceedingly dangerous." Their continued stay in this place was not merely due to a lack of alternatives. The weather outside was truly dreadful. It was either pouring rain or shrouded in dense fog, accompanied by a horde of unseen zombies wandering within it. Exiting would lead to danger. They had attempted to venture out, but after only a few steps, they were ambushed by zombies, resulting in the death of one of their companions. The visibility in the fog was so poor that they could not see the imminent threat, leading to their misfortune. "I understand, but our supplies are depleted. If I do not venture out to find food, I shall starve." Gao Tianyu's face displayed a melancholic expression as he sighed deeply, speaking with a sense of resignation. He did not wish to go outside, especially in his injured state, still not fully healed, and with the outside world so fraught with danger. If possible, he would prefer to remain sheltered at home for a few more months. However, there was no option. Their home was devoid of meat, and his current craving for it was immense. A lack of meat would inevitably lead to starvation and hinder his evolutionary progress. Furthermore, residing in the city, under normal circumstances, he would never lack for meat. However, in the face of the impending apocalypse, the cities can no longer produce meat, and fresh meat is utterly non-existent. Moreover, after so many days without electricity, it is likely that the frozen meat has already begun to rot. Aside from some cured meats, packaged meats, and canned varieties, he surmised that it would be exceedingly difficult to procure any further sources of meat if he did not seize the opportunity to venture out and gather supplies now. As time passes, these provisions will dwindle, making them even harder to find later on. Chapter 52. Supermarket Supplies. Alas, this world is truly unforgiving. Brother, you must exercise caution. Zhao Jianhua sighed. Their food supplies were dwindling, and they could only sustain themselves on 2 bowls of thin porridge each day, which would not last much longer. If they cannot find food soon, death would be inevitable. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly and continued his descent down the stairs. The apocalypse had only just begun. Although chaos had descended upon society, many individuals still retained their kindness and had not succumbed to the despair of the times. Years from now, those who survive will become seasoned survivors, no longer possessing the purity evident in the present. On the 4th floor, Gao Tianyu sensed the presence of a dozen individuals. Much like the group on the 5th floor, they had tightly secured the stairwell door and stationed guards to prevent outsiders from entering. The 3rd floor, however, was devoid of any occupants. Not even a single zombie was in sight, and there were clear signs of human activity within the residences. The inhabitants had either vacated the building or moved up to cohabit with those on the 4th and 5th floors, clearing the zombies from the premises. The 2nd floor had also been similarly cleared. When Gao Tianyu reached the 1st floor, he finally encountered traces of zombies. 3 of them were wandering in the stairwell corridor. Upon hearing his footsteps, they immediately lunged toward him. Roar! 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 The 3 zombies emitted ghastly howls, extending their arms, their eyes filled with a ravenous hunger. Their clothing was tattered, dried blood caked on their bodies, and they were infested with maggots, exuding a putrid stench. Goodness, what an explosive welcome. This reception brings back memories of warmth long forgotten. Gao Tianyu silently scoffed at the scene, yet he remained vigilant, swiftly swinging the axe in his hand. Bang! With a single strike, the nearest zombie's head was cleaved open, exploding like a watermelon, the brain matter and blood spraying in all directions. However, before the blood could reach Gao Tianyu, he deftly used his mental powers to shield himself. Bang! Bang! He swiftly delivered 2 more blows, each one striking true against the heads of the advancing zombies. Under his formidable strength, the skulls of these zombies were utterly obliterated. Having lost the control of its head, the headless corpse of the zombie collapsed to the ground, its body involuntarily twitching. Gao Tianyu paid no heed to these lifeless forms and boldly stepped past them, making his way toward the exit of the building. The front door on the 1st floor had long been shattered, allowing the zombies to infiltrate the corridor. As he stepped outside, a thick blanket of fog enveloped him, accompanied by a palpable dampness. The visibility in this dense fog was alarmingly low. Even with his evolved physique and exceptionally heightened senses, he could see no further than 3 meters. Beyond that, everything was obscured by the swirling mist. For an ordinary person, visibility would be even worse, likely less than a meter. At such a meager range, one might struggle even to see their own feet, let alone navigate a path. Humans are highly reliant on their vision, and under these circumstances, most would become disoriented and lose their sense of direction. Fortunately, with my mental telekinesis, I can map the surrounding environment in my mind, freeing me from the worry of becoming lost. A sense of relief surged within Gao Tianyu. His psychic ability was perfectly suited to cope with such adverse conditions. He resolved to head toward the nearest supermarket. Within his community, there were 2 supermarkets, neither particularly large, but rather medium-sized, catering to the needs of the residents. The supplies he had recently procured were sourced from the nearest one. Cautiously, Gao Tianyu extended his mental energy, surveying everything around him before proceeding toward the supermarket. He had scarcely walked 20 meters when his psychic perception detected a zombie, standing vacantly atop a patch of grass. Its expression dazed. Suddenly, as if sensing something, it stiffly turned its head toward Gao Tianyu's direction and swiftly charged at him. Encountering a zombie so soon after stepping out was rather alarming. The density of the undead in this area was evidently high. Frowning, Gao Tianyu swung his axe with force, hurling it toward the approaching zombie. With a resounding thud, the axe shattered the zombie's skull, causing its body to crumple to the ground. Without delay, Gao Tianyu gestured, and under the control of his mental energy, the axe flew back into his hand. After traversing several more meters, he stumbled upon another corpse, its body marred by numerous bite marks, with much of the flesh already devoured. Particularly, the flesh around its neck had been entirely consumed, leaving only the cervical vertebrae connecting to the skull. However, what astonished Gao Tianyu was that this corpse had transformed into a zombie and was not yet fully deceased. Its head retained some semblance of vitality, with its eyes darting about. The terrifying nature of this zombie virus was evident. It could indeed animate a corpse into a zombie. It appears I must exercise caution, lest I fall victim to these ghastly zombies. Gao Tianyu cast one last glance at the corpse lying on the ground before continuing his journey forward. Before long, he encountered several more zombies, all of which he dispatched with ease. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, he finally arrived at the entrance of a supermarket. The large doors were firmly shut, but this posed no challenge for him, for he was a skilled locksmith in this apocalyptic era. With his mental prowess, he needed only a piece of wire to effortlessly unlock the door. With a click, the lock at the supermarket entrance yielded to Gao Tianyu's deft hand, and he pushed the door open to step inside. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a foul stench, the unmistakable odor of decaying meat. Employing his mental abilities, Gao Tianyu meticulously scanned the interior of the supermarket, and, finding no immediate threats, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to explore. His first stop was the fresh meat section, where he was confronted by a pile of spoiled meat, exuding a rancid aroma. The frozen meats, fish, and shrimp had all succumbed to rot due to the absence of electricity. Next, he ventured into the vegetable section, where the produce was severely dehydrated and desiccated, rendered inedible. Fortunately, many items had been purchased prior to the apocalypse, leaving only a scant few behind. Otherwise, they would have gone to waste. However, he was relieved to discover that some beverages, packaged foods, and staples like rice, flour, and cooking oil remained in good condition and were still usable. Chapter 53. Exploration in the Thick Fog. To his delight, there was an abundance of cured meats and sausages in this section. Upon arriving at the cured meat area, Gao Tianyu's eyes brightened, and a glimmer of joy crossed his face. The quantity of cured meats and sausages was substantial. He estimated over 100 pounds, sufficient to sustain him for a month or two when paired with rice. Moreover, he stumbled upon many delectable items, such as sugar and chocolate, high-energy food sources, as well as various canned meats, fruit preserves, and sturgeon cans. Additionally, there were neatly packaged processed chicken wings, feet, and thighs. Beyond these, he found an ample supply of bread, snacks, rice, flour, and daily necessities. The sheer volume of goods was overwhelming. If he were to transport them alone, he could not fathom how long it would take. After the initial excitement, a wave of frustration washed over him. The limited capacity of his two hands rendered the task of moving all these items back home exceedingly cumbersome, and he could only speculate on how much time it would consume. He would need to recruit a few laborers to assist him, and with so many provisions, it would be imprudent to attempt to consume them all alone. This would also serve as a means to attract others to assist him. Gao Tianyu was acutely aware that the apocalypse had only just begun, and a long, arduous journey lay ahead. Even as an evolved being, surviving alone in this desolate world would not be an easy endeavor. He must establish a network of influence, compelling his subordinates to gather intelligence and execute tasks on his behalf. Only through this strategy can he train unencumbered and bolster his strength. The individuals downstairs are conveniently positioned to be recruited, serving his interests while he resides safely above. However, the pervasive fog poses a significant challenge. Even if he were to lead them out, their vision would remain obscured, and they would be unable to carry much. A truck is essential for their needs. While the community lacks such vehicles, a neighboring moving company possesses several mid-sized trucks that he might borrow, although he is uncertain about their operability. A few days prior, the soaring temperatures had rendered the asphalt scorching, with many vehicles succumbing to the heat and bursting their tires. Thus, he cannot guarantee the truck's condition. The moving company lies just outside the residential area where Gao Tianyu resides, and the density of zombies outside is noticeably greater than within. Shortly after departing the community, he encountered a few zombies lunging towards him, 2 women and a man. The women included a middle-aged lady and a girl of approximately 13 or 14. while the male zombie appeared to be a septuagenarian. Although they bore no signs of having been bitten, their bodies were caked with mud, and their clothing was wet, as though they had just emerged from the depths of a body of water. With determination, Gao Qianyu wielded his fire axe and charged forward, aiming for their heads with a fierce swing. His speed was remarkable, and these zombies, lacking any mutations, could not keep pace with him. He swiftly dispatched them one by one. Given the multitude of zombies outside and the obscured view of their surroundings, ordinary individuals would struggle to contend with them. Even awakened beings would find it daunting to confront such foes unless they possessed similar psychic abilities or unique powers to navigate through the fog. Despite the peril posed by these zombies, adults armed with weapons can manage one-on-one confrontations with due caution. Moreover, if they form squads and strategically utilize the terrain, they can generally overcome ordinary zombies. Humanity, being a species of intellect, holds an advantage over these mindless creatures. However, the persistent fog, whether by day or night, and even during rain, presents an immense obstacle for humankind. In this dense fog, where visibility is reduced to mere meters, individuals are rendered nearly blind, and wielding weapons becomes exceedingly perilous. Gao Qianyu firmly believes that without this oppressive fog, the zombies would hardly pose a significant threat, and he is confident that they would soon be eradicated by humanity. Furthermore, should the military intervene, their efficiency would undoubtedly accelerate the process, as few zombies could withstand the threat posed by modern weaponry. With a single shot, the zombie's head could be obliterated. Even the otherworldly creature encountered by Gao Tianyu was no match for the onslaught of rifles and sniper guns. However, in such atrocious weather with severely limited visibility, the efficacy of these firearms was significantly diminished, as it was nearly impossible to discern anything beyond 2 meters. All that surrounded him was an expanse of blinding white. It was uncertain when this thick fog would disperse. If such conditions persisted, danger loomed on the horizon. This dense mist severely obstructed human sight, exerting a profound impact on people's lives, while also wreaking havoc on the flora. Without photosynthesis, plants would cease to grow and could face widespread demise. Humanity would thus lose its potential crops of grains, vegetables, and fruits, a calamity of monumental proportions. Alas, worrying was futile, for these circumstances could not be altered by individual efforts alone. Unless the state employed climatic weaponry or scientific methods, the problem remained insurmountable. Shaking his head, Gao Qianyu cast aside these thoughts. His immediate priority was to locate a truck and return to gather others to transport the food from the supermarket. He could not afford to dwell on matters beyond his control. He could only take one step at a time. The road was teeming with zombies. Nearly every few hundred meters, he encountered one. After dispatching over a dozen of these creatures, Gao Tianyu finally arrived at the entrance of the moving company. Observing the vehicles parked outside, he noted 2 small trucks among several ordinary cars. However, nearly all of these vehicles had suffered flat tires, lying helplessly on the ground, reduced to mere metal carcasses. Fortunately, the gasoline within them had not ignited, averting an explosion that would have rendered them utterly destroyed. Gao Qianyu passed through the entrance and made his way toward the underground garage of the moving company. The temperature there was more temperate than the sweltering heat outside. If all went well, the vehicles inside would surely be in better condition than those exposed to the elements. Chapter 54. Driving through the zombie horde. Roar. Upon entering the underground garage, Gao Qianyu was immediately ambushed. To his astonishment, several zombies lurked within, perhaps instinctively seeking refuge from the harsh sun. As soon as Gao Tianyu entered, they detected the scent of the living and lunged at him with ferocity. Whoosh! One particular zombie, the fastest among them, covered the more than 20 meters separating them in less than 2 seconds, launching itself at Gao Tianyu. Startled, he quickly sidestepped to evade the creature's attack. Feeling its hand brush perilously close to his chest, barely 5 centimeters away, a truly harrowing moment. Such speed for a zombie. Could it have awakened some form of enhanced agility? In his encounters with awakened zombies, Gao Qianyu had previously encountered a venomous zombie on his floor, one that could spew highly toxic venom capable of corroding floors and walls, truly terrifying. However, the speed of that venomous zombie was rather sluggish. In stark contrast, the current zombie he faced exhibited an astonishing velocity, closing the distance between them in less than 2 seconds upon entering his psychic range. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have been overwhelmed before they could react. With a fierce roar, the zombie lunged at him but missed, quickly pivoting to charge at Gao Tianyu once more. Enraged by the creature's audacity, Gao Tianyu summoned a bone spike into his hand and hurled it towards the zombie's head. This spike, extracted from a supernatural entity, was exceptionally hard and sharp, rivaling steel, and he had kept it as a concealed weapon, with tremendous force propelling it. The bone spike flew like a swift arrow, piercing through the zombie's skull and leaving a gaping hole. As the creature's brain was destroyed, its body fell uncontrollably to the ground. Having dispatched the agile zombie, Gao Tianyu retrieved a fire axe and plunged into the horde of undead. His movements were exceptionally agile and swift, coupled with immense strength, allowing him to outpace nearly all the zombies. Each swing of his fire axe shattered a zombie's skull, and within less than a minute, he had eradicated a dozen of them, leaving only their lifeless bodies strewn across the floor. Surveying the underground garage, Gao Tianyu noticed several vehicles, including 2 medium-sized trucks and 3 smaller vans. Upon inspection, he found the 2 medium trucks in remarkably good condition, with over half a tank of gasoline in each. Satisfied with his discovery, he set out to retrieve the keys and intended to drive one back. After a thorough search, he located the keys in a storage room and took the keys for the 2 medium trucks. Selecting the newest among them, he opened the door, sat inside, inserted the key, and started the vehicle. With a loud roar, the truck burst through the garage's barriers, emerging into the outside world. The noise of the engine quickly attracted the attention of the wandering zombies on the road. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies immediately shrieked and swarmed towards the truck from all directions. Not long after setting off, a horde of 5 or 6 zombies soon pursued them. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, the number of zombies trailing behind the vehicle surged to 12. They wildly brandished their claws and teeth, crashing against the cargo truck. A mindless throng, daring to obstruct my vehicle. Just watch as I run you all down. Gao Tianyu's face hardened as he swiftly reversed, colliding into the mass of corpses behind him, toppling several zombies and crushing them under the weight of the truck. Immediately, he accelerated forward, ramming into them once more. This relentless cycle continued multiple times as the zombies encircling the vehicle were mercilessly struck down and crushed by Gao Tianyu. In an instant, the road transformed into a river of blood, with the bodies of the fallen zombies leaving a gruesome trail behind. The blood stained the truck's tires, while severed limbs lay scattered everywhere. Many zombies suffered broken spines and shattered thighs, yet they persisted in their futile struggle, clawing at the ground and attempting to crawl toward the truck like soulless puppets, desperately striving to reach it. Once he had dispatched the zombies, Gao Tianyu drove directly to the supermarket's entrance. He pushed open the large doors and stepped inside. There, he grabbed a box meant for carrying goods and began to fill it with cured meats, sausages, and canned goods. After loading these provisions onto the truck, he set off toward the building where he resided. In a room on the 5th floor, 6 or 7 adult men gathered in the living room, engaged in conversation. Among them was Zhao Jianhua, the middle-aged man Gao Tianyu had encountered downstairs. "Uncle Zhao, we must devise a plan to search for food. Our supplies are dwindling. At most, we have 2 days before we exhaust our rations." Zhang Zihao lamented to Zhao Jianhua. Due to the zombie crisis, these men had chosen to band together for warmth and safety. However, with more people, the consumption increased significantly. They had thoroughly scavenged several floors below the 8th, gathering every morsel they could find, yet their provisions continued to diminish day by day. Even with stringent rationing, limiting themselves to 2 bowls of thin porridge daily, it proved futile. Their food was nearing its end. They had attempted to venture outside in search of sustenance, but after only 30 meters, they encountered a zombie ambush, resulting in 1 fatality and another injured. Unable to discern the zombies shrouded in the thick fog, they were left with no choice but to turn back and retreat to the safety of the building. Subsequently, they made several more attempts, yet the obscured pathways left them disoriented, with some losing their way entirely and failing to return thus far. "I understand," Zhao Jianhua replied. "Let us wait until tomorrow noon when the sun is blazing. The fog outside should thin a bit. Then, we can devise a method to venture out and check the supermarket in the community." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jianhua let out a deep sigh. He was acutely aware of the situation, having ventured outside himself, only to quickly lose his way. Moreover, he had encountered a zombie attack. Had it not been for his agility, he would have succumbed to the undead long ago. Chapter 55, Invitation. "Uncle Zhao, do you think we still have hope for the future? The water and electricity have been cut off, and even the mobile signal is intermittent. Many government agencies have collapsed. Can we still expect rescue? Zhang Ziheo's eyes glimmered with confusion. In less than half a month, the situation had deteriorated to its current dire state. Official channels had completely gone dark, and the electronic devices they possessed had become mere scraps without power. Outside, a thick, white fog enveloped everything, rendering it nearly impossible to navigate. No one dared to drive, and even if the authorities were still operational, they likely would not be able to await rescue. The others, upon hearing Zhang Ziheo's words, found themselves equally lost in despair, their hearts racing against the backdrop of such a grim reality. With no food at home and danger lurking outside, the paralysis of governmental support left them devoid of hope for salvation. Ziheo, do not lose heart. There will be hope for us. As long as we are alive, hope will always exist. Zhao Jianhua spoke softly, attempting to console the despondent group. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupted their thoughts. They were startled to hear the unmistakable noise of a car approaching outside. It seemed improbable that anyone would be driving in such conditions where visibility was virtually nil. Confused, they gathered at the balcony to peer down below. But the thick fog obscured their view of the situation beneath them. Yet, the sound of the car's engine was unmistakable and genuine. Could someone be arriving? Or perhaps someone is trying to drive out. Puzzlement washed over the group. Moments later, they heard the engine shut off. Someone had parked at their doorstep. Someone's come up. Let us check the door. Zhang Ziheo exclaimed. Uncle Zhao, could it be that young man you mentioned who went downstairs? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jianhua nodded affirmatively. It is quite possible. Let us see at the stairwell. Soon, the group arrived at the main entrance of the stairwell. Curiosity etched on their faces as they gazed outside. Before long, they heard the distinct sound of footsteps ascending the stairs, and shortly thereafter, they beheld a young man, his body wrapped in bandages, carrying a large box. Gao Tianyu seemed to sense their gaze and turned, nodding in greeting. Uncle, it's good to see you again. Brother, have you just returned from outside? Did you drive that car back? Zhao Jianhua inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the box perched on Gao Tianyu's shoulder, swallowing hard. The individuals beside him mirrored his expression, their eyes ablaze with anticipation as they awaited Gao Tianyu's response. Indeed, I have just returned from the outside. Having made a trip to the supermarket and brought back some provisions, Gao Tianyu replied, extracting a string of sausages from a box and hanging them above the stairwell door. There are more delightful items at the supermarket, but I cannot transport them all alone. I require some assistance. I wonder if you might be interested in joining me? If you are keen, we can clear out the supermarket together. There's an abundance of food that will sustain us for quite some time. What? Is that true? Are there really that many supplies? One of them exclaimed. Brother, you actually managed to reach there without getting lost, and you could drive back. It's simply astonishing. Of course. It's true. Otherwise, how would I have these sausages? Gao Tianyu responded. If you're interested, you may select 10 individuals to accompany me to haul the items back. However, I must clarify that I will dictate the distribution of these goods. Prepare yourselves if you wish to join. I will take these items upstairs and return in an hour to discuss further, he added, nodding slightly at the group before shouldering the box of cured meat and ascending. Before long, he vanished from their sight. The others, witnessing his departure, hurriedly opened the door and reached for the sausages, incredulously squeezing them in their hands. How did this young man manage such a feat? It's truly remarkable that he could reach the supermarket and return safely. A middle-aged man, of similar age to Zhao Jianhua, marveled while holding the sausages. Uncle Zhao, should we accompany him? There are plentiful supplies at the supermarket, and if we could retrieve them all, we wouldn't face a food shortage for a while. Zhang Ziheo turned to Zhao Jianhua, seeking his counsel. Zhao Jianhua held the highest regard among the group. Having served in the military and possessing commendable skills, he was the one who had united them, clearing the lower floors of zombies. Is there any need to deliberate? Naturally, we shall follow him. The fact that he could single-handedly venture to the supermarket and return with such a bounty indicates his capabilities. By accompanying him, we minimize the danger, avoid getting lost, and can return safely. Besides, our food supplies are dwindling, and we must venture out sooner or later. A young man, donned in thick glasses and exuding a refined demeanor, tall and slender, reminiscent of a university student, reached out to adjust the frame above his eyes and spoke. Yu Tao was indeed correct. The young man managed to procure food from the supermarket, undoubtedly employing some special means. This presents an opportunity to address our food crisis. We must accompany him to investigate further Upon hearing Yu Tao's words, Zhao Jianhua nodded in agreement, expressing his enthusiasm. I shall summon others and bring a few more people along. Zhang Zihao, observing Zhao Jianhua's assent and the absence of dissent from the others, felt a surge of excitement and promptly descended to the 4th floor, knocking on their door. The combined population of the 4th and 5th floors numbered 46, with approximately half of them being young adults like themselves, about 20 individuals. The number of minors and elderly was scarce, totaling only 10, with the remainder being adult women. Chapter 56. The mysterious white mist. Meanwhile, as Zhao Jianhua and the others engaged in conversation below, Gao Qianyu, carrying a box, returned to his dwelling on the 30th floor. Ordinarily, even without carrying anything, ascending to the 30th floor would be a formidable task. However, after the evolution of his body, he effortlessly scaled the stairs, bearing over 100 pounds without the slightest hint of fatigue. His breathing remained remarkably steady, a testament to his newfound strength. Upon arriving at the 30th floor, Gao Tianyu made his way directly to the residence of Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi. Dismissing the idea of cooking, his culinary skills being rather lackluster, he decided to deposit the food in their abode. As he approached the door and knocked lightly, it swung open immediately. Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi stood at the threshold, their expressions fraught with concern. Upon seeing him enter with a box, their faces lit up with joy as they eagerly ushered him inside. My dear, you have finally returned. You didn't encounter any dangers, did you? I was so worried. Lin Ruoxi exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace Gao Tianyu, her face beaming with relief. Even Han Qingru, witnessing his return, exhaled a sigh of relief. There was no danger. I merely encountered a few zombies, which I dealt with easily. Come, let us discuss further inside, Gao Tianyu reassured, patting Lin Ruoxi's back before leading both women into the living room. He then set down the box of cured meats he had been carrying. Upon seeing the content of the box, filled with cured meats, sausages, canned meat, packaged chicken legs, chicken feet, and chicken wings, Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi rushed forward, their faces instantly alight with joy. My dear husband, you are truly remarkable for having brought back such an abundance of meat. These provisions are sufficient for us to feast for several months. Under normal circumstances, they seldom indulge in such delicacies. Yet at this moment, their hearts brim with joy. They are acutely aware that, in this apocalyptic environment, the livestock, chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and the like, will likely perish in large numbers. If they wish to savor meat again in the future, it will prove to be an arduous task. However, if they ration these meats wisely, they could sustain themselves for a year and a half without worry. Indeed, having a strong man by their side is immensely beneficial, alleviating their concerns about food. Gazing at the bounty before her, Lin Ruoxi's heart swells with delight. This is merely a fraction. The supermarket still holds a plethora of provisions. If we were to transport everything back, it would likely sustain us for quite some time. There are still some neighbors alive downstairs. I plan to take a few people to completely empty that supermarket and, if possible, to check another supermarket nearby for more supplies to bring back. Food is scarce now, especially meat and vegetables, which are exceedingly rare. In the wake of this disaster, producing such goods is nearly impossible. This implies that in the coming year or two, the resources in their city will dwindle without replenishment. If they do not seize this opportunity to stockpile, finding food in the future will become increasingly challenging. Thus, he must gather as much sustenance as possible now, allowing him to focus on his cultivation and enable his body to absorb the meteorite's radiation, thereby enhancing his strength. Is it dangerous? Should we accompany you down? We can lend a hand. Han Qingru, after pondering for a brief moment following Gao Tianyu's plans, immediately spoke up. In such a doomsday scenario, no one would ever consider having too much food. Naturally, the more, the better. Thus, she wholeheartedly supported Gao Tianyu's intention to gather supplies. Yes, there are so many items in the supermarket. We will accompany you to help. Lin Ruoxi chimed in with a nod, expressing her willingness to assist. No need. There are free laborers below. Why would I require your help? Gao Tianyu shook his head, for he was not a selfless individual who would distribute provisions to those below for no reason. His desire to bring them along stemmed from a wish to recruit them, to have them serve him by transporting items or performing menial tasks. He understood that he could not predict how long this apocalypse would last, so it was essential to form a team and band together for survival. Even with formidable strength, he could not guarantee his ability to survive alone. First, Arrange these items properly, then prepare the meal. When I return, I shall dine. With that, Gao Qianyu departed from the abode shared by the two women and returned to the selected new residence. He then retrieved the meteorite from a box, cradling it in his arms. This meteorite seemed to harbor a mysterious energy. Each time he held it, Gao Qianyu felt an extraordinary sense of comfort, as if the very cells within his body were rejoicing. It was precisely due to this meteorite that he opted not to live with Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi, choosing instead to reside alone. The secret it contained was far too significant. Should it be revealed, he would undoubtedly face catastrophic consequences. With his current strength, he could hardly protect this enigmatic meteorite. Thus, he would not divulge this secret, not even to a lover or wife, exercising utmost caution to conceal the meteorite from prying eyes. In this apocalyptic world, human nature is the most fragile. He would not jeopardize his safety by placing it at the mercy of human frailty. Having ventured outside for a brief reconnaissance, he noted the dire situation. Not a soul was to be seen on the streets. For ordinary individuals to venture out recklessly would be perilous, and it remained uncertain when the dense fog would dissipate. Frowning, Gao Qianyu gazed out at the peculiar fog, pondering its strangeness. It was known that even fog formed from condensed water vapor would not be as dense as this. Typically, fog would evaporate and disperse once the sun rose and temperatures increased, yet that was not the case now. The sun hung high in the sky, yet not a single ray of light reached the ground, completely obscured by the thick mist. People could still sense the sweltering heat, yet not a glimmer of sunlight was visible. The fog floated in the air like trapped water vapor. Chapter 57, A Simple Response. Never mind. I shall not dwell on this matter. Let us take it one step at a time. This is beyond my capacity to resolve, and worrying serves no purpose. Although Gao Qianyu found the fog exceedingly strange, he felt powerless to act, choosing instead to suppress his concerns and focus on the present. The time was drawing near. Those below should be prepared, and it was time to engage with them. He glanced at the clock on the wall, noting it was already 2:40, and decided it was time to take action. Rising, he placed the meteorite back into the box, secured the door, and proceeded downstairs. As Gao Qianyu descended to the 5th floor once more, he found the stairwell door ajar. Zhao Jianhua awaited him, accompanied by 9 adult men, all curious eyes fixed upon Gao Qianyu as he emerged. "Brother, you have finally arrived. We are all set and ready to proceed. I am Zhao Jianhua. May I inquire your name?" Upon encountering Gao Qianyu, Zhao Jianhua immediately displayed a candid expression and inquired. Although they were neighbors, urban neighbors often shared a rather indifferent relationship, seldom knowing each other's names despite residing on the same floor. Rather than neighbors, they resembled acquaintances who had merely crossed paths. "Uncle Zhao, my name is Gao Tianyu." Gao Tianyu replied with a smile, glancing at the selected adults. Perhaps due to an extended period of insufficient nourishment, their faces bore a hint of pallor. However, as they were all in their prime, moving some items should pose no issue. Since you are all present, let us discuss the allocation of food beforehand. First and foremost, this will not be an equitable distribution. Rather, it will be subjectively determined by me. I shall select a portion of the provisions to reward you for your assistance in moving items. Of course, I cannot consume the remaining supplies alone. I certainly will not hoard them for myself. I intend to temporarily form a team, placing these provisions within the group as compensation and incentives for team members. Gao Tianyu scrutinized the assembly, gradually articulating his thoughts. The food from the supermarket bore great significance. If he wished to establish a team and command a loyal contingent, these provisions must be distributed. Hoarding them would be unwise, for no one would willingly follow a miserly leader, and such a leader would be destined for a short tenure. Conversely, distributing the food equally to these individuals would also be imprudent. If they possessed ample supplies, they would feel emboldened and less inclined to heed his directives. It is simple to compel the impoverished to toil, yet persuading the affluent to do so is a far more arduous task. Therefore, to ensure compliance from this group, he must maintain control over the distribution of food. What? Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, several individuals exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their understanding. They were not fools. They recognized that Gao Tianyu sought to win them over, intending for them to serve under him. "Brother, while there is no issue with you distributing the food, we need to deliberate on the matter of joining your team," Zhao Jianhua stated, furrowing his brow. He was unable to make such a decision, although he was reluctant to serve as someone else's subordinate. The prospect of being able to disregard the ominous mist below and freely forage for food outside made joining the team a consideration. With a capable leader, at the very least, they would not go hungry. If you can truly lead us to retrieve the supplies from the supermarket, I would be willing to join your team and acknowledge you as our leader. At that moment, Yutao adjusted his glasses and spoke in a serious tone. In this apocalyptic scenario, survival necessitated the warmth of camaraderie. However, it is imperative to select a suitable team. The leader must possess leadership qualities, guiding them to find sustenance while instilling a sense of security and unity among them. If the individual before them can indeed lead them to retrieve food, then he largely meets these fundamental criteria. He even suggested joining and assessing the other's capabilities. This unexpected remark from Yutao left his companions astonished. Yet they refrained from voicing further opinions, as they had only recently formed this temporary alliance. Having spent merely a few days together, they were naturally unfamiliar with each other's personalities, having banded together solely out of necessity in the face of danger, resulting in a lack of strong cohesion within the group. Each individual holds the right to make their own choices, and they possess no authority to impede such decisions. Isn't the dense fog outside affecting you? How did you manage to reach the supermarket? Zhang Zihao inquired, casting a surprised glance at Gao Tianyu. If the latter could navigate and locate food amid such thick fog, Zhang would have no objections to following him. Gao Tianyu replied, "The fog does affect me to some extent, but not significantly. You all may take your time to deliberate. But for now, we should set off to retrieve the items from the supermarket. You can provide me with your answers later." Gao Tianyu did not rush them into making a decision, allowing them some time for contemplation. Zhao Jianhua nodded slightly. "Yes, we will consider it carefully. Dad, be careful. Honey, please take care." As the group prepared to descend, their families voiced their concerns, fully aware of the dangers lurking outside. Gao Tianyu led the 10 individuals down to the first floor, where the truck he had driven was parked at the entrance. "Shortly, I will open the truck's compartment. You all can sit inside while I drive you there." Gao Tianyu understood that the surrounding fog was exceedingly thick, making it difficult for his ordinary neighbors to see far ahead. Thus, the best course of action was to drive them himself. "If that's the case, it sounds ideal. But how did you manage to see the road in such weather?" Zhao Jianhua marveled, his tone brimming with curiosity. The others also turned their gazes toward Gao Tianyu, their eyes reflecting the same inquisitiveness. "This is my secret," Gao Tianyu answered. "However, since you have asked, I shall briefly clarify your doubts. First and foremost, this world has undergone a tremendous transformation, and none can predict what the future holds. When the virus struck, I too was infected, yet I survived and gained extraordinary abilities, significantly enhancing my physical prowess. My speed has increased remarkably, my strength is formidable, and my senses have sharpened. I can kick a zombie over 20 meters away, rendering most zombies incapable of posing any threat to me." Chapter 58, The Astonishment of the Crowd. Moreover, I'm not the only one who has awakened extraordinary abilities. I'm not an anomaly. 2 neighbors on my floor have also manifested their powers, one with the ability of flames and the other with newfound strength. Unfortunately, their fate was less than fortunate. After awakening their powers, they ventured down in search of sustenance and ultimately encountered the monster on the 12th floor. This creature, as you may be aware, possesses terrifying strength, having transformed from Zhao Daju for reasons unknown, and is mercilessly brutal. After their encounter with the beast, they vanished without a trace, and it is reasonable to assume they are no longer among the living. Gao Tianyu slowly elucidated to the crowd, concealing his psychic energy, presenting himself as a type of power-based ability user. After all, his psychic power was his trump card, and it was prudent to keep it hidden to prevent others from discerning his true capabilities, thus ensuring his own safety. "What?" As Gao Tianyu spoke, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the listeners. Abilities? Could it be akin to the powers depicted in films, like those of Spider-Man or Superman? Their eyes were filled with incredulity. Could something that seemed the stuff of movies and novels truly exist in reality? Surely, he could not be deceiving them. Each individual harbored distinct thoughts. Some were convinced by Gao Tianyu's words. Others remained skeptical, while a few outright dismissed the notion. "Brother, what about that monster upstairs? Did you not encounter it on your way down? Why did it not attack you?" The question came from Yutao, who had been vigilantly observing the creature above, fearful that it might descend upon them unexpectedly. His anxiety, compounded by the sudden appearance of zombies outside, left him feeling utterly unsafe. Hence, he opted to ally with Zhao Jianhua and others, forming a group to ensure their collective security. I have slain it, Gao Tianyu replied. The day before yesterday. You must have heard the commotion. The monster approached me at night, and we engaged in combat, culminating in its demise. Here is a bone spike I extracted from that creature. Feel free to examine it. As he spoke, Gao Tianyu produced a bone spike from his sleeve and presented it to Yu Tao. What? Yu Tao was immediately taken aback upon hearing Gao Tianyu's declaration. He took the bone spike from Gao Tianyu's hand and scrutinized it closely, his astonishment growing with each passing moment. He had been monitoring the monster on the 12th floor, employing hacking techniques to manipulate cameras and observe its every move. He had even captured some clear features of the creature, noting its body was covered in sharp bone spikes. Gao Tianyu's possession of such a spike provided irrefutable evidence that the monster had indeed fallen at his hands. The dreadfulness of this creature was apparent to all. Its claws could effortlessly tear through walls, instilling a profound terror. The fact that Gao Tianyu could vanquish it left him utterly astonished. Others who overheard Gao Tianyu's claims, and who resisted the bone spike, were equally taken aback. They were well acquainted with the monster, having seen the footage that Yu Tao had shown them. Just a fleeting glance was enough to make them feel as though they were being hunted by a ferocious beast, evoking an involuntary sense of fear. The notion that this individual could slay such a creature, regardless of whether he possessed supernatural abilities, was sufficient to attest to the terrifying nature of his strength. With this in mind, Zhang Zihao and the others regarded Gao Tianyu with a hint of reverence in their eyes. Yet, Gao Tianyu paid no heed to their gazes. He led the group to the side of the truck and opened the rear compartment. Please get inside the vehicle. I will drive, he instructed, gesturing towards the truck. The truck was not far from them, and they could vaguely discern a shadow in the distance, though its exact form remained unclear. After hearing Gao Tianyu's words, they approached the truck and made their way to the back. One by one, they climbed into the cargo area. Once they were inside, Gao Tianyu took his place in the driver's seat and started the vehicle, heading towards the supermarket. Initially, those seated in the truck felt a pang of anxiety. After all, they could hardly see the road behind them, and in such an environment, a sense of security eluded them. However, as the truck traveled a short distance, they exhaled in relief. The vehicle moved at a slow pace, assuring them that even if they were to collide with something, they would likely remain unharmed. Moreover, Gao Tianyu drove with remarkable smoothness, avoiding any obstacles. Uncle Zhao, could it be that he truly possesses supernatural powers? How else could he navigate the road so clearly? Zhang Zihao wondered aloud. Remarkably, they encountered no incidents along the journey, not even a single attacking zombie, which left Zhang Zihao astounded. It was well known that ordinary people like them struggled to find their way, moving with utmost caution, while Gao Tianyu appeared entirely unaffected. This stark contrast led him to entertain the possibility that Gao Tianyu had indeed acquired some form of extraordinary ability. That is a possibility, though I cannot say for certain. Zhao Jianhua replied, stroking his head in contemplation. He hesitated briefly before responding with uncertainty. In a pre-apocalyptic world, such statements would have seemed mere jest or nonsense. However, having witnessed the monstrous entity on the 12th floor, the zombies outside, and Gao Tianyu's ability to drive under these dire circumstances, his worldview had undergone a significant upheaval, leaving him feeling somewhat insecure. Do you think there's a chance for us to gain such powers? Zhang Zihao's eyes sparkled with excitement, his expression brimming with fervor. Even the others, upon hearing his words, found their eyes alight with enthusiasm and an insatiable yearning. Who among them wouldn't desire superpowers? Such phenomena had hitherto existed solely in legends, utterly beyond their reach. Yet now, if Gao Tianyu's assertions were indeed true, it would signify a monumental shift in their world. Superpowers would no longer be mere myth, and they might even have a chance to attain them. Who could say for certain? Perhaps there was hope, or perhaps not, but awakening such powers likely wouldn't be a simple endeavor. Among the 40-odd individuals present, none had yet manifested any abilities, had they? Yu Tao, a figure of calm demeanor, also harbored a deep yearning for these abilities, yet he remained unclouded by desire, opting instead for meticulous analysis. Judging by their collective experiences, it was evident that awakening these powers was no trivial matter. Not a single one among the 40 of them had succeeded in doing so. This indicated a remarkably low probability of awakening, far less than they had anticipated. Chapter 59. Emptying the supermarket. As the group engaged in conversation, the truck gradually came to a halt. Following this, Gao Tianyu deftly adjusted the vehicle's direction, positioning the cargo area toward the supermarket entrance for easier unloading. We've arrived, everyone. Please disembark. Gao Tianyu's voice resonated in their ears. The distance between the supermarket and their residence was not substantial, merely a few hundred meters. Had it not been for the zombies lurking along the way, navigating the dark and treacherous path to the supermarket would not have posed a significant challenge. However, the presence of zombies outside amplified their fears in this murky haze of uncertainty and peril. Consequently, their excursions were repeatedly thwarted, leaving them huddled together on the 4th and 5th floors for warmth and security. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's call, Zhao, Jianhua, and the others quickly descended from the truck and followed him into the supermarket. Food. It's food. The provisions in the supermarket are still intact. We won't have to endure hunger any longer. Upon seeing the array of food within the supermarket, joy illuminated their faces, and their excitement surged. Only those who had experienced hunger could truly appreciate the value of food. After subsisting on little more than 2 bowls of thin porridge for days, their endurance was wearing thin. Thus, the sight of so much food in the supermarket was nothing short of exhilarating. All right, hold your excitement for a moment. Let's load everything onto the truck first. Danger lurks here at all times, and zombies could approach at any moment. Gather all the food, daily necessities, and even any usable appliances. We will surely need them in the future. Gao Tianyu waved his hand, directing their efforts toward the supermarket's provisions and essentials. Understood. The crowd exhibited no signs of resistance to Gao Tianyu's command. The array of provisions within the supermarket had completely captivated their hearts. Thus, they began to mobilize, transporting box after box of rice, flour, oil, and salt into the cargo truck. Meanwhile, Gao Tianyu extended his mental vigilance, remaining alert for any potential zombie attacks. With so many individuals gathered in one place and creating such commotion, it was inevitable that any nearby zombies would be drawn to their presence and likely approach them. Hence, he had to be prepared. Suddenly, a zombie seemed to catch their scent, letting out a chilling roar as it lunged toward them from a distance. Alarmed, the bustling individuals in the supermarket quickly retrieved their weapons, bracing for confrontation. With a resounding thud, Gao Tianyu swung his fire axe with precision, delivering a single blow that shattered the zombie's skull. In the wake of their astonishment, the lifeless body of the creature collapsed to the ground with a thud. Continue moving the supplies. I will guard this area. There is no need for concern, he reassured them, lifting his axe in a gesture of calm. Yes, the group, witnessing this display of strength, swallowed hard. To obliterate a zombie's skull with a single strike revealed a terrifying power, one that made them shudder at the thought of such force directed against them. However, having witnessed Gao Tianyu's prowess, they began to relax, knowing they could proceed with their task under his watchful eye. As they continued to transport goods into the truck, 4 additional zombies charged toward them, but each was met with Gao Tianyu's swift, decisive strike, their heads crushed before they could advance. Within just an hour, the truck was filled to the brim, yet a significant portion of the supermarket's inventory remained untouched. This truck is nearly full. I will take this load back. You 4 stay here to guard. The remaining 6 will return with me to move more supplies, Gao Tianyu instructed softly, addressing Zhao, Jianhua, and the others. Hey Zihao, Yutao, Xiao Jiang, you 6 come back with Brother Gao to help move supplies. We will remain here. Zhao, Jianhua promptly designated the individuals to accompany Gao Tianyu, while the 4 of them stayed behind in the supermarket. Let us get in the truck and head back. Gao Tianyu beckoned to the 6, then made his way to the driver's seat. Once everyone was seated, he drove towards the building where they resided, soon arriving at the base of the edifice. Gao Tianyu alighted from the vehicle and addressed the gathered crowd, instructing them to transport all the items to the 6th floor. He further requested that those individuals who were available come down to assist in this endeavor, assuring them that he would allocate rewards for their efforts. The gathered individuals, including Zhang Zihao and others, had no objections to Gao Tianyu's arrangements, as these had been pre-discussed. Thus, each person took up various bundles and began their ascent. Before long, a large group descended from above, comprising both men and women of all ages. Upon seeing the abundance of food in the truck, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and smiles graced their faces as they eagerly commenced unloading the cargo. Gradually, they transported the items upstairs. Observing the bustling crowd, Gao Tianyu could not help but commend his decision. Had he been tasked with the labor alone, he would have faced an arduous and prolonged endeavor. The collective strength of the group proved invaluable, and after several trips, the truck was swiftly emptied of its provisions. Subsequently, Gao Tianyu returned to the supermarket with a few individuals to begin loading more supplies. After making approximately 7 or 8 round trips, they had entirely cleared the supermarket of usable items, including daily necessities, kitchenware, and appliances. Once the final items were moved, the 10 companions who had assisted were nearly exhausted. Their clothes drenched in sweat and their hair damp. They settled in a lounge on the 6th floor, awaiting Gao Tianyu's distribution of the supplies. The 6th floor was now filled with a plethora of goods, with several rooms open to accommodate the meticulously organized items they had brought. Despite their fatigue, the group felt a profound sense of security upon surveying the amassed provisions. In Chapter 60, titled Distribution of Supplies and Future Plans, Gao Tianyu retrieved several bottles of beverages from the supplies and distributed them among the group. "Let's quench our thirst and take a moment to relax," he suggested. The haul from the supermarket was substantial, albeit primarily comprised of snacks, alongside some seasonings and sauces. There were also 3,000 pounds of rice, which, calculated at £1 per person per day, could sustain them for approximately 2 months. In appreciation for their assistance, each person would be entitled to take home 100 pounds of rice. Additionally, they could each take a case of beverages, and those in need could also select snacks, bread, and other condiments. Moreover, those who had just helped with the transportation would receive 20 pounds of rice or the equivalent in bread and food items. "This is your compensation for your hard work, while the remainder will be reserved for my plans to assemble a team," he concluded. "If you wish to be a part of this endeavor, you must join my team and contribute your efforts. I shall settle your remuneration weekly, which will include provisions and resources. My team comprises only 12 individuals, and I cannot accommodate those who are incapable of contributing. Moreover, the composition of the team is not fixed. Some may join while others may be dismissed." Hai Tianyu sat upon the sofa, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly before speaking slowly. "I am the leader, and I am called Yu Tao. I am eager to join your team." As soon as Hai Tianyu's words left his lips, Yu Tao hastily expressed his enthusiasm. Hai Tianyu's prowess had captivated him. Not only could he navigate through the fog, but his strength was formidable enough to shatter a zombie skull with a single blow. Being under such a leader assured him of greater safety. Zhang Zihao, observing Yu Tao's eagerness, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Was he not encroaching upon his moment? "I am Zhang Zihao, and from this day forth, I shall serve as your subordinate. When you command me to go east, I shall go east. When you bid me go west, I shall go west." Zhang Zihao rose impulsively, thumping his chest as he declared, "Count me in. I am Li Shaojing, and I shall follow you as well, leader." Before long, a multitude expressed their desire to join Hai Tianyu's team, including Zhao Jianhua. They were not foolish. Under Hai Tianyu's leadership, they would at least have sustenance, and he could support their families. Relying solely on their own abilities, they would likely not survive long enough to escape the building. From this moment, we shall be brothers sharing the same pot of food. I hope our future interactions will be amicable. Hai Tianyu smiled and nodded at those willing to join his team. "Now that we have formed a team, allow me to share my plans. Firstly, we must ensure that news of our emptying the supermarket does not leak. Upon returning, remind everyone to keep their lips sealed. You must understand that we are in an apocalypse where food is exceedingly precious. If others discover that we have amassed such a bounty, they will surely attempt to seize it. Should the information be divulged, the danger will fall upon you and your families, not me. With my abilities, I can escape if necessary. They would not catch me, and I could thrive wherever I go. However, should this food be taken, you and your loved ones will be in peril. This is of utmost importance." Upon hearing Hai Tianyu's admonitions, Zhao Jianhua and the others nodded solemnly, recognizing the wisdom in his words. They understood that the existence of food on their side must remain a secret to avoid attracting unwanted attention. "Indeed, leader, you are correct. We shall be vigilant and ensure that they are well advised." Gao Tianyu observed that his words had resonated with the crowd, and he nodded in satisfaction. It is not the formidable opponents that instill fear, but rather the ineptitude of one's comrades. Should these individuals lack discernment, he would certainly consider replacing them. In this apocalyptic era, one need only offer sustenance to attract new allies. Furthermore, our food supply remains insufficient. Therefore, I urge you all to rest well tonight. For tomorrow we shall venture to another supermarket. We must also procure some gas canisters, as our meals require fuel. With the current power outage, gas is our only option. Additionally, we need to gather some oil and weaponry. If you are aware of any generators, we must acquire a few. The hardships of living without electricity are something you all can surely appreciate. This is all I can presently conceive. Do any of you have further suggestions? Gao Tianyu laid out his plans, but recognized that his thoughts were limited and sought input from his subordinates. Boss, your insights are quite comprehensive, yet we lack one crucial element: medicine. We must secure some pharmaceuticals, as illness can be fatal in this world. These medicines are undoubtedly more precious than gold, and we should use them sparingly. Yu Tao interjected after a moment of contemplation. Zhao Jianhua added, indeed, if possible, it would be prudent to bring back a few doctors. Medicines should not be misused. Having a physician's guidance would be ideal. As Zhang Zihao saw others voicing their opinions, he too expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing Zhang's remarks, Gao Tianyu was taken aback. How did I overlook that? A firearm is swift beyond 7 paces, and it strikes true and fast within that distance. Even with my current abilities, the sight of a gun would send tremors through me. A bullet can still wound or kill. With this realization, Gao Tianyu resolved to visit the police station and see if they could acquire firearms, for such weapons would significantly bolster their team's strength. The others readily agreed with Zhang Zihao's suggestion. In the chaotic apocalypse, 2 things are paramount: food and weapons. Aside from aircraft and artillery, what holds greater deterrent power than guns and ammunition? While high-end weaponry may be out of reach, procuring firearms is certainly within the realm of possibility. Chapter 61. Speculation. Through collective deliberation, all the matters Gao Tianyu had not considered were brought to light. Boss, may I inquire how your abilities were awakened? Is there a way for us to awaken our powers as well? Zhang Zihao seemed to have an epiphany as he eagerly turned to Gao Tianyu with anticipation. Ever since he had heard about the extraordinary abilities described by Gao Tianyu, he was immediately captivated. Thus, whenever an opportunity arose, he could not help but inquire further. The others, upon hearing Zhang Zihao's question, perked up their ears, intrigued by the notion of these supernatural powers. They, too, were eager to discover how one might awaken such abilities, pondering whether they had a chance themselves. Gao Tianyu, upon hearing Zhang Zihao's inquiry, chuckled knowingly, remarking that awakening such powers was no simple feat and that he could not facilitate their awakening. His own abilities had manifested solely due to the radiation from a meteorite, which he had no intention of sharing. As for the recent zombie virus, which they had all witnessed, it was this very virus that had afflicted him, leading to his awakening. Similarly, his 2 neighbors who had also awakened their powers had endured a high fever, lying in bed for a day and a night, and upon surviving, they too had discovered their abilities. He speculated that the enigmatic virus had unlocked genetic potentials within the human body, granting inexplicable capabilities. With a penetrating gaze, Gao Tianyu looked at Zhang Zihao and posed a daring suggestion. Would you like to give it a try? The corpses of those zombies outside harbor the same virus. If you can withstand it without succumbing to transformation, there's a significant possibility that you might awaken your own powers. Zhang Zihao's face turned pale at Gao Tianyu's words. The zombies were formidable, having claimed countless lives. He was no fool and would not engage in such a perilous experiment. With an awkward smile, he quickly declined, saying, Boss, please, no jokes. I intend to live a bit longer. The others, hearing the harsh conditions for awakening such powers, shared Zhang Zihao's dismay. The high mortality rate associated with such an endeavor was a risk they would never take unless they were mad. Gao Tianyu noted their expressions of disappointment and offered reassurance. Do not be disheartened. I suspect that the zombie virus has not entirely vanished. It still lingers in the air. The reason you have not been infected is likely due to the antibodies your bodies have produced. This suggests that you possess the prerequisites for awakening your powers in the future. Moreover, have you not noticed? The environment has undergone significant changes. People are becoming increasingly susceptible to hunger, and their appetites are growing. For instance, my 2 neighbors and I have experienced a daily enhancement in our physical constitution and strength. If you're encountering similar changes, your bodies might also be gradually strengthening. Once you reach a certain threshold, it is conceivable that you may surprise us all. Thus, the most crucial task for you now is to ensure you are well nourished, replenishing your nutrients, and attentively sensing the changes within your bodies. Gao Tianyu shared all the information he had acquired with a select few, choosing not to keep anything to himself. After all, as these individuals grew stronger, the influence he had established would also gradually strengthen, an undoubtedly favorable outcome. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, The others immediately displayed expressions of contemplation. In recent days, they had struggled to satisfy their hunger, feeling increasingly weak and oblivious to the changes in their bodies. However, upon reflection, they realized that they indeed seemed to be more prone to hunger. Often, not long after finishing a meal, they found themselves feeling famished once again. Had Gao Tianyu not pointed it out, they might have taken much longer to notice such a change. After conveying this information, Gao Tianyu dedicated an additional hour to distributing food among them. He also assigned tasks, instructing a couple of them to guard the stairwell, while others were designated to oversee the supplies on the 6th floor, ensuring that no one could come up to take anything away. Once these responsibilities were delegated, Gao Tianyu began to select items from the remaining supplies. He retrieved some potatoes, sweet potatoes, onions, and a few remaining vegetables, as well as some chocolate and other sugary treats, and returned to the 30th floor with these provisions. By the time he finished, it was already past 9 o'clock. He made his way directly to the residence of Han Qingru and Lin Ruoshi. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by the delectable aroma of a prepared meal. The two women had already set the table, eagerly awaiting his return. Lin Ruoshi rushed forward to welcome him, her face radiating a stunning smile. "Darling, you're finally back. The meal is ready. Come and eat." She promptly took the bags that Gao Tianyu had brought and placed them in the kitchen. Lin Ruoshi, with her fiery and open personality, was quick to adapt. Her emotional intelligence allowed her to read the room, contrasting sharply with Han Qingru's more reserved demeanor. After deciding to follow Gao Tianyu, she swiftly transformed her role, dedicating herself to his service. In contrast, Han Qingru had not yet made such a transition. She remained somewhat distant in her interactions with him. Gao Tianyu approached the dining table and sat down, sharing a meal with the two women. "I just emptied the supermarket downstairs and stored the supplies on the 6th floor. There are plenty of drinks and snacks below. If there is anything you'd like to eat, we can go down together later to fetch some," he said, eating while conversing with them. He was generous with his women, never withholding food or material comforts from them. "Really? That's wonderful," Lin Ruoshi exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. The supermarket below contained ample provisions, enough to sustain them for quite some time. With these supplies, they likely wouldn't face a shortage of food anytime soon, especially considering the snacks and drinks she hadn't indulged in for ages. Even Han Qingru, whose demeanor was somewhat aloof, displayed a flicker of joy upon hearing those words. In this apocalyptic world, an abundance of food was undoubtedly a blessing. After their meal, Gao Tianyu accompanied the two ladies downstairs, retrieving an assortment of snacks and beverages. Ultimately, he did not stay the night with them. Instead, he returned alone to the newly rented house, cradling the Meteorite in his arms, and lay down on the bed, drifting into a blissful slumber. Between the choice of sleeping with a woman or the Meteorite, he unhesitatingly opted for the latter. Chapter 62. The police station. The night passed in the blink of an eye. After sharing breakfast with the two ladies, Gao Tianyu seized his axe and ventured downstairs once more. This time, he intended to lead a team to another supermarket to gather the supplies he had contemplated the previous day. Once this task was completed, he could relish the comfort of home, embracing the Meteorite and honing his skills, a sensation of constant enhancement that he found utterly intoxicating. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he discovered that his team of 10 had already assembled, each member armed with a weapon, some wielding the same fire axe as him, others brandishing iron rods, and a few clutching kitchen knives. "Now that everyone is present, let us set forth. Our first stop will be the police station. Perhaps we can procure a few firearms," Gao Tianyu announced, gesturing to the group before leading the way down the stairs. Equipping themselves with guns was crucial, as it would significantly elevate their stature within the community, ensuring their safety even if news of their supplies spread. Seeing this, Zhao Jianhua and the others promptly followed suit, climbing into the back of the truck as they had done the day before. Gao Tianyu took the wheel, recalling the location of the police station, which was situated on a bustling thoroughfare frequented by many. Suddenly, the truck collided with a rushing zombie, the wheels crushing it beneath, dragging the lifeless body along the road for over 20 meters, leaving a trail of crimson blood. The grinding of flesh against asphalt was particularly jarring. The vehicle felt somewhat inadequate. Had it been a heavy-duty truck, the sound of the impact would have been satisfyingly crisp. As Gao Tianyu savored the sensation of the truck rolling over the corpse, vivid images filled his mind, evoking a thrill he couldn't quite resist. Bang! Not long after, he struck another zombie. With no other vehicles on the road, the noise made by their truck was alarmingly conspicuous, attracting the attention of numerous zombies, who began to surge towards them. Trouble ahead. As he gazed at the relentless horde of zombies surging towards him, Gao Tianyu furrowed his brow. The thick fog impeded his ability to accelerate, and the zombies, not lacking in speed, soon surrounded the truck, incessantly pounding and pursuing it. Roaring, two of the zombies directed their feral howls towards the 10 individuals within the cargo area, clawing and attempting to breach the confines of the truck. "Get the hell away from here," Zhang Zihao shouted, wielding a fire axe, and delivered a crushing blow to one zombie's skull. The impact from the blunt weapon resulted in the creature's head splitting open. Nearby, Zhao Jianhua joined the fray, swinging a hefty iron hammer with equal ferocity, causing another zombie's head to cave in under the tremendous force. This group was adapting remarkably well. Gao Tianyu observed the scene with a sense of satisfaction, nodding approvingly. It was preferable that this group could manage without his intervention. Should they prove overly inept, he would have to devise a means to expel them. To escape the encroaching zombies, Gao Tianyu pressed the accelerator, increasing the truck's speed, and without hesitation, he crushed any zombie that crossed his path. Although these creatures were impervious to pain, their physical forms could not withstand the force of the vehicle, and they were all sent sprawling to the ground. After dispatching over 20 zombies, Gao Tianyu arrived at the entrance of the police station. However, he dare not stop, as over 30 zombies trailed behind him. Many of those he had knocked down were already rising, resuming their pursuit and launching attacks. Even those inside the cargo area, including Zhao Jianhua, had dispatched several zombies. The number of zombies was becoming overwhelming. A solution was imperative, or they would have no choice but to remain in the vehicle. Gao Tianyu, somewhat exasperated by the throng of zombies surrounding the truck, had not anticipated such an attraction to the vehicle. He continued driving forward for a short distance, then maneuvered the truck at a broad intersection. "Foolish creatures, dare to pursue me? I will crush you. I refuse to enter as long as you obstruct my path," Gao Tianyu declared with determination, flooring the accelerator. The truck surged forward with renewed vigor. Bang, 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 bang. Blood and dismembered limbs flew as the truck's formidable momentum obliterated any zombie in its path, splattering blood in its wake. The windshield shattered, smeared with blood, and upon closer inspection, one could discern small chunks of flesh and shattered bones. The road was stained crimson, and the truck bore numerous dents from the collisions. Over 20 zombies lay grievously injured, their bones likely shattered, helplessly sprawled on the ground. The remaining undead were left behind, cast aside by the vehicle's relentless advance. Soon, Gao Tianyu swiftly maneuvered his truck, evading the pursuing horde of zombies, and came to a halt at the entrance of the police station, armed with an axe. He exited the vehicle and approached the rear, calling out to those within, "We have arrived. Come down immediately and stick with me. Do not get lost." With a flourish, he swung his axe, cleaving the head of an approaching zombie, before making his way into the police station. The main door of the station stood firmly closed. Gao Tianyu delivered a powerful kick, forcefully bursting it open, and led his companions into the main hall of the police station. Let us venture inside and ascertain the location of the firearms. Such weapons are of great value, and even within a police station, their number may be limited, likely stored in the armory. However, as I have never been here before, we must search room by room. Suddenly, a ferocious roar emanated from a nearby room, followed by the distinct sound of banging on a door. It is a zombie. Someone in the duty room has turned. We must investigate. Prepare yourselves. I'm about to open the door, Gao Tianyu announced, having heard the commotion. He placed his hand on the doorknob, exerted force, and thrust the door open, sending the zombie lurking behind it sprawling to the ground. Without hesitation, he charged inside, delivering a decisive blow with his axe to the fallen creature's head, eliminating the threat. Yet there was not just one zombie within. Another lunged at Gao Tianyu. "Boss, be careful. There's another one," Zhang Zihao shouted urgently, eager to warn him. Before he could finish his sentence, Gao Tianyu deftly swung his axe, dispatching the second zombie with remarkable precision and grace. Witnessing such swift and powerful movements, Zhang Zihao could not help but swallow hard, marveling at his leader's speed, strength, and reflexes. Chapter 63. Once again encountering the otherworldly. Let's continue our search. The group examined the signs above the doors, methodically checking each room. Within the police station, they discovered 4 or 5 officers who had succumbed to the infection, still stationed at their posts in their final moments. Yet, the merciless virus spared no one, claiming even those who once upheld the law. Before long, Gao Tianyu and his companions arrived at a door marked with the words armory. This armory was secured by a thick blast door, heavily fortified and complicated with an intricate locking mechanism. Without a key, it would be exceedingly difficult to gain entry. Boss, this must be the armory, but without the key. How shall we enter? We have no idea where it might be. Should we not search for it? Zhao Jianhua remarked, gazing at the imposing blast door, feeling a sense of frustration wash over him. The thickness of this door is likely capable of withstanding the assault of a small bomb. With the axes and other tools in their possession, it would be utterly impossible to breach. No need to worry, this is not a challenge for me. I possess a method, Gao Tianyu declared, retrieving a piece of iron wire from his pocket. He inserted it into the keyhole and pretended to fumble with it for a moment. To the astonishment of those around him, he effortlessly unlocked the door using his mental prowess and pushed it open. Boss, you are truly remarkable. You can unlock such a door. You weren't previously a locksmith, were you? Zhang Zihao exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement. The surprises presented by this newly acquainted leader were indeed overwhelming. Not only was he formidable, but he also possessed the ability to unlock doors. What skills did he not have? It's merely something I learned briefly. It's not an exceptionally difficult craft. Gao Tianyu replied, lightly clearing his throat without elaborating further. He stepped into the armory, where rows of shelves came into view, adorned with bulletproof vests. In addition, there were riot shields and electric batons scattered about. Moreover, Gao Tianyu discovered 4 rifles and a dozen handguns on another shelf. This sight invigorated him, and he eagerly took one of the rifles down, examining it intently. It was his first encounter with firearms, and he couldn't resist the temptation to fondle the rifle with great fascination. Zhao Jianhua, Zhang Zihao, and Yu Tao, filled with excitement, approached and picked up the weapons, scrutinizing them closely. Men often find it hard to resist such armaments. Having previously lacked the opportunity to engage with them, they now clutched these weapons tightly, inspecting them from various angles. They occasionally rubbed their hands over the guns, as if polishing their newfound treasures. Boss, we've struck gold. With these, even if we encounter zombies, we need not fear. One shot each will surely eliminate them. Zhang Zihao exclaimed, polishing the rifle in his hands, his eyes gleaming with fervor. With these arms at their disposal, their safety had significantly increased. Even if someone were to discover their stockpile of food, they would no longer be intimidated. If anyone dared to steal, they would have to reckon with the weapons in their hands. However, despite the allure of these firearms, the ammunition was scarce. Once it was expended, it would be gone. Gao Tianyu shot him a glance and pointed to the 4 boxes below. There are only 4 boxes of ammunition, totaling just over 2,000 rounds. Divided evenly, each gun would receive only 1 or 200 rounds, which is hardly sufficient. All right, everyone should load their guns to capacity, and we'll pack the remaining ammunition to take with us. Also, conserve the bullets. Do not fire indiscriminately. Gao Tianyu commanded, promptly directing the group. He began loading his rifle magazine, filling 2 clips before pausing. As he surveyed the arsenal once more, he discovered a plethora of intriguing items, including flashbangs, fire axes, chainsaws, prohibited knives, and an assortment of crossbows. These weapons could effectively arm their entire group. Are we finished? If so, move everything to the vehicle without leaving a single weapon behind, including the riot shields and handcuffs. We may find a use for them in the future. Gao Tianyu called out loudly after observing that his companions had nearly completed their task. Absolutely. We heed your command, boss. Zhang Zihao was the first to respond, hoisting a box of ammunition and heading outside. The others followed suit, lifting either bullets or various other items, trailing after Zhang Zihao. Gao Tianyu also stepped outside, but rather than carrying anything, he remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings to safeguard his comrades. With a rifle in hand, he stood beside the truck, focusing his mental acuity on the environment to prevent any zombie attacks. While his subordinates busied themselves, he appeared remarkably at ease. Suddenly, he sensed something swiftly approaching from behind. The speed was astonishing, covering a distance of 20 meters in less than a second, arriving directly at his back. A chill ran down Gao Tianyu's spine, prompting him to instinctively lunge sideways. With a sharp sound, he felt a stinging pain pierce his back as a gash opened, blood immediately flowing forth. The intense pain contorted his face. Just as he had begun to recover from his previous injury, he found himself wounded anew. The outside world was perilously dangerous. Simultaneously, Gao Tianyu discerned the identity of his attacker. Not far from him stood a small, agile creature, its eyes a haunting shade of blue. filled with sharp teeth and razor-like claws covered in scales. Despite its diminutive size, it moved with extraordinary agility. It boasted a mane of hair reminiscent of a woman's, and its tongue extended long and flexible, akin to that of a lizard. What is this? A wight? I cannot believe I have encountered another. Upon seeing those haunting blue eyes, Gao Tianyu gasped in disbelief. He had just dealt with the wight that Zhao Dazhu had transformed into, only to face yet another. This one, aside from its eerie blue eyes, bore little resemblance to the previous creature. The former was adorned with bone spines, while this one was covered in scales and exhibited far greater speed. If it were anyone else, they likely would not have had time to react before being slain by this wight. Chapter 64. Baiting with one's own body. Roar. The eerie specter, upon missing its strike, swiftly adjusted its form and lunged menacingly towards Gao Tianyu, its claws sharp as daggers reaching for his throat. You beast! Gao Tianyu shouted as he raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. However, an unforeseen mishap occurred, being a novice with firearms and under duress. He had neglected to disengage the safety, resulting in a futile click without a bullet being discharged. Curse luck! Gao Tianyu cursed inwardly, realizing the folly of his blunder in such a critical moment. With no time to rectify the safety, he instinctively lashed out with his left foot, delivering a powerful kick towards the specter. Thud! His foot connected with the creature, sending it hurtling away. A flicker of surprise crossed Gao Tianyu's face, quickly replaced by elation. Though this specter was swift, it lacked formidable strength. It paled in comparison to the one that had previously attacked him, which had boasted not only speed but also impressive defense and power, able to overpower him in direct confrontation. Had it not been for his psychic abilities, he would have perished long ago. The fact that he could send this specter flying with a mere kick signified its considerable weakness, leaning more towards speed than strength, alleviating his pressure considerably. Not good. Trouble is brewing. Boss, I'm coming to assist. Zhang Zihao and the others, alerted by the commotion outside, immediately rushed out, their expressions grave and weapons drawn. Roar! After being kicked away, the specter let out a ferocious howl, glaring at Gao Tianyu with its malevolent azure eyes before slipping into the dense fog, disappearing from the reach of his psychic awareness. Do not approach. Everyone get inside. This creature is beyond your capabilities. Seeing Zhang Zihao and the others rushing out, Gao Tianyu quickly gestured for them to retreat. The specter's speed was unparalleled, and it could navigate the fog with ease. It was not something ordinary individuals could contend with. Even armed, Zhang Zihao and his companions would stand no chance against the specter, as they could not discern its position amidst the mist. A gun in their hands would be rendered useless, akin to a hunk of iron, far inferior to a blade. Gao Tianyu concentrated all his attention on his surroundings. Though visibility in the fog was limited, his ears were acutely attuned, faintly picking up the sound of subtle footsteps. This indicated that the specter had not departed, but was lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. Get inside, do not linger outside. Gao Tianyu cautiously retreated back into the police station, ushering everyone within. Boss, what happened outside? How did you get injured? Upon seeing the wound on Gao Tianyu's back, Yu Tao was taken aback and remarked, though his acquaintance with Gao Tianyu had been brief, his strength was indeed formidable. It was hard to fathom that he could sustain an injury while wielding a firearm. Outside, there lurked a swiftly moving otherworldly creature, adept at ambush. Had it not been for my quick reflexes, I would have surely fallen victim to its attack. Gao Tianyu stood in the corridor of the police station, his gaze fixed intently on the outside, observing the unfolding situation. Otherworldly creature? The others, upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, were immediately filled with confusion, unsure of what he meant by such a term. Recognizing their bewilderment, Gao Tianyu promptly elucidated it resembles the monstrous transformation of Zhao Dazhu from the 12th floor. Due to their terrifying appearance, characterized by eerie blue eyes and a resemblance to malevolent spirits, they are referred to as otherworldly creatures. What? The revelation sent a jolt of shock through the group. The monster that Zhao Dazhu had morphed into on the 12th floor had left a lasting impression on them, still vivid in their memories. The thought that they were now facing a similar threat, one that had set its sights on them, filled their hearts with trepidation. Gazing into the thick fog outside, they exchanged worried glances, gripping their firearms tightly, yet feeling an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. Boss, is that otherworldly creature outside? What should we do? Yu Tao inquired earnestly, casting a serious glance at Gao Tianyu. Although he held a rifle, the dense fog rendered him incapable of discerning the creature's form, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. There's no need for excessive worry. This creature is merely faster than the last one. Its strength pales in comparison. Had it not been for the fog obscuring my vision, it would stand no chance against me. If it dares to enter, I am confident I can vanquish it. Gao Tianyu's eyes narrowed, revealing a fierce expression. He harbored a grudge. This creature had inflicted harm upon him. If it had been stronger, he might have swallowed his pride. But the fact remained that its power was inferior, with only speed as its advantage, bolstered by the environment that provided it cover. However, this advantage was not insurmountable. With a modicum of caution, he believed he could eliminate it. Since he possessed the means to exact revenge, he would not let the opportunity slip away. This creature must be exceedingly bloodthirsty. With my injury, the scent of blood is unmistakable. I refuse to believe it can resist the temptation. As Gao Tianyu envisioned the creature rushing into the fog, its savage expression indicated a certain level of intelligence and vengefulness. Otherwise, it would have fled long ago. He disengaged the safety on his rifle, fixing his gaze on the outside. Although he could not see the creature, he sensed its presence, patiently waiting to strike. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Zhao, Jianhua, and the others swallowed hard, gazing at him in astonishment. They had not anticipated that their newly acknowledged leader would be so fierce, using himself as bait to lure the lurking wraith outside. Within the thick fog, the wraith concealed itself behind the grass. Its eerie blue eyes filled with hatred as it observed Gao Tianyu and the others in the corridor of the police station. The dense white mist could not obscure its vision. Its eyes, akin to thermal sensors, were unaffected by the fog, and it was astute enough to exploit its advantages. Extending its elongated tongue, it licked the air vigorously, seemingly savoring the scent of blood, its gaze taking on a predatory gleam. However, sensing that its prey remained vigilant, it restrained its impulse, embodying the patience of an exceptional predator, waiting for a moment of vulnerability to deliver a fatal strike. As time passed slowly, both Gao Tianyu and the wraith demonstrated ample patience, locked in a stalemate. Boss, is the wraith still outside? Has it perhaps departed? Zhang Zihao, noticing the prolonged silence outside, tugged gently at Gao Tianyu's sleeve and whispered his inquiry. I am uncertain, but I sense it remains out there. That malevolent creature is unlikely to give up easily. Perhaps you should venture out to check. If it refrains from attacking you, it could indicate that it has left. However, if it does attack, we shall seize the opportunity to eliminate it, Gao Tianyu suggested, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Zhang Zihao hesitated. Well, boss, I lack the courage. I cannot do it. He quickly shook his head, well aware of the peril of playing the role of bait. Pathetic. A mere wraith has frightened you so? Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes at Zhang Zihao's demeanor, yet he did not force him to go out. Recognizing that Zhang's strength was somewhat lacking, venturing outside would likely only lead to his demise. Zhang Zihao retorted silently. Is it wrong to fear death? Zhao Jianhua furrowed his brow, analyzing the situation. However, with the wraith guarding outside, we are too afraid to exit. There is no food here, and remaining will be detrimental to us. Shall we search the interior to see if we can find anything useful? Simultaneously, we could attempt to lure it in. If that fails, we shall have to find a suitable moment to burst out. After pondering for a moment, Gao Tianyu could not devise a better plan. Without the dense fog, with a rifle in hand, he could have easily dispatched the wraith. Yet, with the fog obstructing his vision, as long as the wraith remained beyond the reach of his mental perception, he would be unable to discern its presence, rendering his weapon useless, a dilemma that plagued him deeply. All right. Upon hearing his suggestion, the group nodded in agreement, recognizing it as the best course of action available to them. At least their newly recognized leader did not treat them as mere cannon fodder to lure in the lurking specter. Each of them now possessed a firearm, instilling a sense of courage within them. The group cautiously retreated, glancing at the staircase beside them before ascending to the second floor. Outside, the specter fixated on Gao Tianyu and his companions revealed an expression of urgency upon witnessing its prey vanish from sight. Although it could still detect the scent of its quarry, the aroma grew increasingly faint, as if slipping from its grasp. Anxious to maintain its pursuit, it stealthily followed them into the police station. With a lightness of foot, it moved without making a sound, its tongue flicking through the air, capturing the essence of its prey. Following the scent trail, it ascended the staircase. Finally, you couldn't resist following us, could you? Despite the specter's silent approach, Gao Tianyu's mental acuity caught its presence. He raised his firearm, fixating on the staircase, poised for the creature's emergence. Soon, he spotted a pair of eerie blue eyes peering from the steps, exuding a menacing glare. Without hesitation, Gao Tianyu squeezed the trigger. The bullet hurtled towards the specter's head with astonishing speed. Sensing imminent danger, the creature attempted to flee, but it was too late. The distance between them was too short, and Gao Tianyu had been prepared, waiting for its appearance. Bang! The bullet struck the specter's skull with a resounding impact, causing a spray of crimson to erupt as its brain matter spilled forth. The creature collapsed onto the staircase, writhing and contorting as if decapitated like a frog. After a prolonged struggle, it finally lay still, lifeless. The gunfire roused Zhao Jianhua, Zhang Ziheo, and the others, who hurriedly rushed towards the staircase. They beheld the scaly creature with sharp claws, its elongated tongue, and haunting blue eyes, still wide open in death. "Boss, you've slain the specter," exclaimed Zhang Ziheo, swallowing hard in astonishment. His gaze darted towards the creature on the stairs, a chill coursing through him. This monster is terrifying in appearance, resembling an evil spirit. No wonder the boss refers to them as specters. They truly are grotesque. Indeed, fortunately, it lacked intelligence and was lured here. Otherwise, had it remained outside, I would have found it quite challenging to confront. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly, then picked up the fire axe resting beside him and approached the corpse of the wight, swinging the axe with force toward its skull. He had previously slain wights and extracted a crystal from their heads. Just moments ago, he had utilized his mental prowess to probe the creature's cranium, discovering a similar crystal within. However, this crystal was considerably smaller, measuring only half the size of the previous one. With a resounding crack, the wight's skull shattered, and Gao Tianyu deftly extracted the crystal from the creature's brain matter using the axe. He then retrieved the tissue from his pocket and meticulously wiped the crystal clean. Soon, a pale blue crystal emerged before him. This crystal differed from the last, exhibiting a soft azure hue. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The crystal found in the monster transformed from Zhao Daju was a dull yellow, while this one was a delicate blue. Did their contrasting colors imply differing functions? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Gao Tianyu, thus far, had not discerned any particular purpose for the wight's crystal, yet his intuition suggested it bore significant value, prompting him to keep it safe. "Boss, what is this? How could such a gem-like crystal exist in its skull? What purpose does it serve?" Zhang Ziheo inquired. Descending to join him, his curiosity piqued by the peculiar crystal in Gao Tianyu's hand. "I have no idea," Gao Tianyu replied, shaking his head. Zhang Ziheo, slightly puzzled, pressed on. "Then how did you know it was there?" "Because I found one before. Although I'm uncertain of its purpose, my instincts tell me it's something valuable. If you encounter one in the future, make sure to collect it." Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes, pondering whether he should disclose that he had detected it using his mental scanning abilities. Chapter 66. Insufficient Sincerity. "Let us go. We need to continue gathering supplies and take everything useful. Encountering such a creature right away gives me an ominous feeling about today. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return." Gao Tianyu lamented, still not fully recovered from his injuries and now burdened with new ones, feeling rather unfortunate. Upon hearing his words, the group busied themselves in the police station, scavenging a considerable amount of usable items, filling nearly half of a truck's cargo area. Subsequently, Gao Tianyu led them to a shop dealing in gas canisters, where they found over 20 partially filled tanks. They also visited a hardware store and a welding shop, acquiring various useful tools. Regrettably, they did not locate a generator. Once the truck was filled to capacity, they drove back to their building. By the time they returned, it was already 1 in the afternoon, and everyone was famished. Please call everyone up to assist in moving these items and ensure they are properly arranged, especially the gas canisters. It is imperative to handle them with utmost care, as they are hazardous materials. An explosion could spell disaster for us all, Gao Tianyu cautioned. Gesturing towards the supplies below, he expressed his concern that a detonation could have catastrophic consequences, potentially obliterating the entire building. "Rest assured, boss, we will secure these items properly," Zhao Jianhua replied, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. He understood that if the gas canisters were not handled correctly, it could lead to calamity. And even without Gao Tianyu's warning, he would have exercised caution. "Then I shall head upstairs for now. I entrust the rest to you," Gao Tianyu affirmed, nodding as he retrieved a bag and ascended the stairs. With each person armed and capable of self-defense, he felt it unnecessary to remain on guard below. Shortly thereafter, Gao Tianyu reached the 30th floor, placing his rifle in his room before entering Han Qingruo's apartment, feeling as if he had returned home. Upon seeing him, Lin Ruoshi immediately brightened, wrapping her arms around his. "Darling, you're back. The meal is ready and waiting for you." However, her joy quickly faded as she noticed the blood staining his shirt from a wound on his back. "Darling, how did you get hurt? Is it serious?" Lin Ruoshi's voice brimmed with concern. Qingru, fetch the first aid kit. "He.S. injured," she urged, her face etched with worry. "What? Oh, I'll get it right away," Han Qingru exclaimed, startled, as she hurried to retrieve the kit. "Don't worry, it's just a minor injury. Nothing to fret over," Gao Tianyu reassured, feeling a warmth in his heart at Lin Ruoshi's anxious demeanor. Since the passing of his parents, he had not experienced such genuine concern. It was a comforting feeling to have someone care. "This is hardly a minor injury. That's a substantial wound, and you've lost quite a bit of blood. Please sit down and don't move. I'll bandage it for you," Lin Ruoshi insisted, disregarding his words as she gently pressed him onto the sofa. Taking the medical kit from Han Qingru, she began to tend to his injury with utmost seriousness. Though her technique was not professional and appeared somewhat clumsy, Gao Tianyu sensed her carefulness and sincerity in addressing his wound. After she had finished, Lin Ruoshi wrapped multiple layers of bandage around the injury and tossed his bloodied shirt into the trash. "How are you feeling now? Is it still hurting?" she asked cautiously. Gao Tianyu shook his head. "It's nothing. The pain has already subsided." He then lifted the bag from beneath his feet onto the table, saying, "Here, this is a gift I brought back for you. Let us see if you like it." "A gift?" Lin Ruoshi looked at Gao Tianyu with a hint of surprise, thrilled that this man had thought to bring them a present. She opened the bag on the table, and her eyes widened in shock. "Is this a gun? Where did you find this, darling?" A flicker of excitement crossed her face as she held the firearm in her hands. On the other side, Han Qingru's expression mirrored Lin Ruoshi's astonishment, her eyes brimming with disbelief. A gun was something they had only witnessed on television or in films, and it was rare to encounter one in reality. To think this man had actually obtained a firearm. Gao Tianyu gently caressed Lin Ruoshi's flowing hair and spoke softly. "I acquired it from the police station. It's for your protection. When I go out, knowing you have a gun will give you peace of mind, won't it?" Lin Ruoshi planted a kiss on Gao Tianyu's left cheek. "Thank you, darling. I truly love this gift." Gao Tianyu glanced at Lin Ruoshi's luscious red lips. Noticing she had applied lipstick this year, he took out his phone and looked at his reflection on the screen. Indeed, there was a mark of lipstick on his cheek. "Thank you," Han Qingru echoed as she took a handgun from the bag, expressing her gratitude similarly to Lin Ruoshi. "Your expression of gratitude lacks sincerity. You must redo it." Just like Ruoshi, Gao Tianyu said, pointing to his right cheek, his intention unmistakable. Seeing Gao Tianyu's gesture, a flush crept onto Han Qingruo's face. Though they had been intimate, she still felt a bit shy. Compared to the bold and passionate Lin Ruoshi, her demeanor was more reserved. Nevertheless, she lowered her head and gently kissed Gao Tianyu's right cheek. "I have already loaded bullets into the gun. Just disengage the safety, and it can fire immediately." Even though he had never used a handgun, he was not entirely ignorant of its operation. He understood the process of using a firearm. The bullets are limited, so don't use it recklessly unless necessary, Gao Tianyu advised. After sharing these instructions, he sat down at the dining table and began to eat. Having brought back an array of delightful provisions from the supermarket, the meal prepared by the two women was exceptionally lavish, making him exclaim in delight as if he had returned to the eve of a world before the apocalypse. Chapter 67, The Generator. After finishing the meal, Gao Tianyu once again gathered everyone. This time, he planned to lead them to another supermarket for exploration. This second supermarket was also located within their community, albeit on the opposite side, and it was even larger than the first. "Let us proceed to another supermarket and empty it as well. If we can procure supplies from there, we will have enough provisions to sustain ourselves for several years, perhaps even allowing us to survive this apocalyptic era. Therefore, it is imperative that we make this journey." Gao Tianyu addressed the group with a steady voice. Although he was generally more of a homebody, reluctant to venture out unless absolutely necessary, he resolved to return home after this endeavor to minimize his outings. He envisioned spending his time nestled at home, sleeping with meteorites, engaging in some boxing exercises, and enjoying leisurely card games with Lin Ruoshi and Han Qingru. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Zhao Jianhua and the others expressed no dissent. Instead, their eyes sparkled with excitement. As Gao Tianyu had articulated, acquiring the supplies from a second supermarket would ensure that their group would not face food shortages for the foreseeable future. Furthermore, now armed with firearms, they possessed formidable self-defense capabilities. Once the goods were secured, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to seize them from their grasp. Thus, they wholeheartedly supported Gao Tianyu's plan. For this mission, Gao Tianyu chose not to take the entire team of 10, instead leaving Zhao Jianhua and 3 others to guard their home. From the remaining members, he selected 10 individuals who, along with the remaining 6, set off towards the second supermarket. Bang! Bang! As Gao Tianyu drove, he navigated the vehicle with reckless abandon, mowing down any zombies that obstructed his path. His speed was not particularly fast. After 10 minutes of weaving through the community, he finally arrived at the supermarket's entrance. However, the scene before him was markedly different. The supermarket's main doors had been forcefully breached, with shards of glass littering the ground. Surrounding the premises were several zombie corpses, each with their heads brutally shattered, coldly lying on the ground. Additionally, 8 or 9 zombies continued to wander nearby, with 2 outside and the rest meandering within the supermarket. "Everyone, we have arrived," Gao Tianyu announced loudly to those in the vehicle. Roar! As soon as he halted, the 2 zombies outside immediately screamed and charged towards him. Bang! Bang! Unfazed by their approach, Gao Tianyu picked up his axe and, with a few swift motions, cleaved through their skulls. Be cautious of any zombies inside, and refrain from using firearms. Rely on axes and knives instead. The noise from guns will attract others, he instructed as the group disembarked. Without hesitation, he led the way into the supermarket. Upon entering, he was immediately confronted by a zombie lunging towards him, its face contorted in a grotesque expression, marked by a bite wound that appeared as if a chunk of flesh had been torn away. With a swift motion of his right hand, Gao Tianyu swung his axe, cleaving through the creature's skull, and then unleashed a powerful kick with his left foot, sending the entire corpse flying. Thud! The body collided with another zombie, propelling it into the air as well. In quick succession, Gao Tianyu's subordinates surged in behind him, each armed with weapons, be it machetes or axes. They advanced toward the zombies within the supermarket, displaying little fear, bolstered by their weaponry and knowledge of the zombies' vulnerabilities. Before long, the undead within the supermarket were vanquished. Once the zombies were dealt with, the group turned their attention to the interior of the supermarket. They observed that many supplies on the shelves had vanished, and various goods were strewn across the floor. Additionally, they noted the presence of several zombie corpses, indicating that others had been there before them. Taking a portion of the supplies, Gao Tianyu wandered through the aisles and discovered that most of the cured meats had been taken, leaving behind a selection of snacks and daily necessities, as well as some electronics. However, the amount taken was not substantial, perhaps only about 1/10 of the total stock. "Boss, it's clear that someone has been here before. Many valuable items have been removed," Zhang Zihao remarked, frowning after his own inspection. He was surprised to find that they had arrived too late, with much of the good stock already claimed by others. The remaining items were mostly snacks and processed goods, ample in quantity, but lacking in sustenance. "It's fine, there is still plenty of food left. Let us gather what we can and take it back. What has been taken is gone, and there is little we can do about that," Gao Tianyu replied, shaking his head. This was an unavoidable situation. After all, these 2 locations were the only ones within the neighborhood with abundant food supplies, and the survivors were well aware that, with a bit of courage and cooperation, it was not difficult to venture out and procure some provisions. However, it was evident that those who had taken so many supplies were not alone. They likely formed a team, enabling them to retrieve such resources amidst the throngs of zombies. Boss, there is something here. I found a generator. Come take a look." At that moment, Yu Tao's excited voice rang in Gao Tianyu's ears, causing him to startle. He quickly made his way to Yu Tao's location, where he discovered a generator in the supermarket's machinery room. Upon careful inspection, he realized it was a small gasoline generator, a high-capacity dual-cylinder electric start model, presumably the supermarket's backup power source. Beside the generator, there was also a barrel of unused gasoline. "Sure, let us retrieve this generator and set it up in a compact manner. From now on, we shall no longer worry about electricity on our side. Once we return, we will send someone to the underground garage to extract some gasoline and find additional supplies. It should suffice." Gao Tianyu was equally elated, as his own home had experienced a power outage, and the solar panels were rendered useless. completely obscured by the dense fog that blocked out the sunlight. For the past few days, his phone had been inoperable, causing him considerable agitation and discomfort. Chapter 68. Just now, the subordinate failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. Brother Who, it's bad news. A vehicle has arrived below, and they're loading items from the supermarket. From above, near a window on the second floor, a man clad in black, with sharp, discerning eyes, heard the commotion below and gazed down, immediately spotting the silhouette of a truck. He also caught snippets of the conversation below and promptly dashed upstairs to the fourth floor. Knocking on a door and calling out loudly, "Lu Bai, are you still asleep?" With such dense fog outside, how could a vehicle possibly be driving through? After a brief moment, the door creaked open, revealing a towering figure, muscular and imposing, standing nearly 2 meters tall, adorned with a tattoo of a fierce tiger. He glared menacingly at Lu Bai, bellowing in reprimand. Clad in shorts, the man exuded an air of confidence, yet his expression was grim, clearly brimming with suppressed fury. He fixed a fierce gaze on Lu Bai, seemingly awaiting an explanation. Should it fail to satisfy him, he would not hesitate to teach this fellow a lesson. Observing Chun Biao's demeanor and catching a glimpse of a stunning woman in revealing lingerie, her fair skin accentuating her beauty, Lu Bai instantly understood that he had arrived at an inopportune moment, interrupting their private engagement. With great caution, he swallowed hard, a look of feigned innocence adorning his face. Brother Who, please don't be angry. I have an urgent matter to report. There's indeed a vehicle that has entered outside, and it's a truck. Numerous individuals have disembarked and are currently ransacking the supermarket. If we don't act swiftly, they will surely carry everything away. Is that so? Lu Bai, I will take your word for it this one time. Quickly, summon the brothers. We shall descend together and drive those intruders away. How dare they attempt to steal from me? They are truly courting death. Though Chun Biao found it hard to believe that anyone could navigate the roads in such weather, he adopted a mindset of cautious optimism. Regardless of the veracity of Lu Bai's claims, he felt compelled to investigate. He had long regarded the supplies within the supermarket as his own, and he would not permit anyone to pilfer them. With this thought in mind, his eyes glinted with fierce determination. Though the apocalypse was a trial, for him, it was undeniably a paradise. In the twilight of civilization, he was merely a petty hoodlum, following a gangster and navigating the underbelly of society, often scorned and having spent several years in prison, bearing the biases of this world. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, he seemed to flourish, adapting seamlessly to the chaos and swiftly amassing a following of subordinates, reveling in his newfound power within the building. He successfully orchestrated a raid on the supermarket below, returning with a bounty of supplies, which significantly elevated his standing. With an abundance of food and water, and a cadre of loyal followers, he swiftly became the most esteemed individual in the building, even attracting the attention of women he had previously deemed unattainable, like the woman in his room, whom he had seduced with a mere box of instant noodles. Recognizing the paramount importance of sustenance, he had already laid claim to the supplies downstairs, planning to retrieve them all in the coming days. Yet, before he could set his plans into motion, others dared to encroach upon his territory, an affront he could scarcely tolerate. Soon, his gang descended, gathering under Chun Biao's leadership, each armed and ready as they descended to confront the intruders. Upon reaching the first floor, Chun Biao was met with a cacophony of activity. A group was busily transporting boxes from the supermarket. "Halt! Who gave you permission to touch my belongings?" Chun Biao's voice thundered, brandishing a fire axe as he approached menacingly. A fierce expression etched across his face. His commanding shout interrupted the bustling crowd, who immediately shifted their focus to the newcomers, instinctively reaching for their firearms. "Are you fools unaware that these items belong to someone? They are all mine, under the authority of Lord Tiger. Get out of my sight, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." Chun Biao swung his axe violently against a shelf, shattering it to pieces, and turned to berate the intruders. However, his tirade was soon stifled. One of his subordinates tugged at his sleeve, desperately attempting to dissuade him from his reckless behavior. As Chun Biao's threats echoed through the air, the opposing group, led by Gao Qianyu, raised their weapons, aiming them squarely at him, the cold steel instilling a palpable fear. Even Chun Biao, initially brimming with rage, felt a chill run down his spine, swiftly finding composure. In this era, no one was unfamiliar with firearms, even if one had never encountered them in real life. They had certainly seen them in films and television. Faced with so many guns pointed at him, fear gripped the hearts of all present. Damn it, who are these people? How can they possess so many weapons? Chun Biao silently cursed in his heart as his expression transformed dramatically. The fierce demeanor he had just exhibited was instantly replaced by a beaming smile. Esteemed gentlemen, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. My subordinate has failed to recognize your esteemed selves and has inadvertently offended you. I shall take my leave now. Please continue with your affairs. With that, he signaled to his followers behind him to hasten their departure. Wait, why the rush? At that moment, Gao Tianyu intervened, halting Chun Biao's retreat. He emerged from the crowd, rifle in hand, and approached Chun Biao with keen interest. His mental perception scanned Chun Biao, revealing that he was not an ordinary individual. There was a peculiar energy within him, and his cellular density surpassed that of an average person. Like him and Qin Zhong, who had awakened their abilities, it became evident that Chun Biao was also an extraordinary being. This esteemed brother, may I inquire why you have summoned my subordinate? Chun Biao, noticing Gao Tianyu's authoritative presence and the rifle he wielded, donned a facade of congeniality. Gao Tianyu scrutinized Chun Biao, detecting a distinct air of a ruffian about him, indicative of a past steeped in underworld dealings. With a smirk, he remarked, "Ah, you're known as Tiger, I presume? Did you not just claim that all these possessions are yours?" "Not at all, brother. You may call me Little Tiger. Who would dare call you brother in your presence?" Chun Biao quickly capitulated, feigning humility. Yet internally, he felt a swell of frustration. He had believed he was favored by fate with his awakened powers, expecting to thrive in this apocalyptic world. Little did he anticipate that before he could truly embark on his journey, he would encounter this armed group, jeopardizing his aspirations. The thought of potentially meeting his demise here sent shivers down his spine. Although he had awakened abilities, they were merely marginally stronger than the average person, far from granting him immunity against bullets. "Little Tiger, did you happen to take the items from the supermarket earlier?" Gao Tianyu questioned with a disarming smile, his tone grave yet sincere. He was not surprised by Chun Biao's reaction. Were he in the same predicament, confronted by numerous weapons, he too would likely yield, which was no disgrace. After all, whether one was an awakened or evolved being, they remained human, and until one could withstand bullets, reckless bravado could lead to peril. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's inquiry, Chun Biao's lips twitched involuntarily. He understood the implication behind the words. Gao Tianyu was demanding the return of the items taken from the supermarket. The elder brother, seeing the younger one, acknowledged that he had indeed taken some items from the supermarket. "Since you require them, take everything as a token of my sincere apology." Although Chun Biao felt a pang of regret and was reluctant to part with the goods, he managed to maintain a smile on his face. "Haha, you are quite perceptive. Given your awareness of the situation, I shall not press you further. I have a penchant for meat, but as you know, acquiring it has become quite challenging. I had set my sights on the cured meat here, only to find that you had beaten me to it." Gao Tianyu chuckled heartily at the younger man's astuteness and patted him on the shoulder. "It is indeed my fault. Since you have a taste for meat, I must make amends. I shall send someone to retrieve all that cured meat as a greeting gift for you." Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Chun Biao sighed in relief and then turned to his subordinate, who resembled a quail, and whispered, "Lu Bai, take a few brothers and go upstairs to bring down all the cured meat for our esteemed guest." "Yes, Brother Tiger, I will fetch it right away." Lu Bai, who had been called upon, felt a surge of joy and quickly gathered a few companions, hurrying upstairs. He was anxious not to be delayed, fearing that the many weapons pointed at him might accidentally discharge and lead to dire consequences. "You lot, do not dawdle. Come help load the items onto the vehicle." Gao Tianyu glanced at Chun Biao's subordinates behind him, addressing them. "This free labor should not go to waste, as we could use a bit more vigor on our side." "Yes." Chun Biao's subordinates, not daring to defy, nodded in agreement and began transporting the goods. "Come here, Little Tiger, let's have a proper chat. I have something I wish to inquire about." Gao Tianyu draped an arm around Chun Biao's shoulder, leading him aside with enthusiasm. His other hand rested on the trigger of his rifle, ready to act should the situation take an unexpected turn. "Brother, what is it you wish to ask?" Chun Biao, feeling the proximity, had contemplated seizing the rifle from Gao Tianyu. However, he quickly recognized the futility of his intention, as the weapon was always aimed at him, and the finger rested firmly on the trigger. Any sudden movement would surely result in disaster. "I'm quite curious about your awakened abilities. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate them?" "What?" Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's inquiry, Chun Biao's eyes widened in alarm. How could this man, whom he had only met once, possibly know of his awakened powers? Could there be a traitor among his subordinates, betraying his secrets? There is no need for such astonishment. You are not the sole possessor of extraordinary abilities. I too share this gift. Moreover, I have encountered two others who, like you, have awakened their powers. You are not unique in this regard. The aura surrounding those with special abilities is peculiar, and with careful discernment, it can be recognized. Seeing the astonished expression on the other's face, Gao Tianyu slowly elaborated. Brother, you too are an extraordinary being. I had thought that only my younger brother was fortunate enough to awaken such powers. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Chun Biao immediately offered an awkward smile, secretly relieved that he had refrained from acting hastily. Had he engaged, he might have been overwhelmed, for he could not guarantee his strength against this individual, especially with a firearm in hand. My younger brother has indeed awakened his abilities. They allow my body to transform into metal. Chun Biao extended his hand, which, before Gao Tianyu and the others, morphed into a deep gray iron hand. Gao Tianyu gently tapped Chun Biao's hand, producing a resonant metallic sound, as if the hand were sheathed in iron. Your ability is quite remarkable. Impervious to blades and fire, one would presume you have no fear of bullets. Why then, do you so readily concede? Gao Tianyu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing upon his lips as he regarded Chun Biao. Brother, you jest. How could I harbor ill intentions? Chun Biao replied with caution. While my ability allows for partial metal transformation, it is merely superficial. A bullet could easily penetrate it, and even a sharp knife could breach this outer layer. He felt a chill at Gao Tianyu's expression and hurriedly clarified his position. If he were capable of full metal transformation, he would not be intimidated by mere firearms. He would even dare to confront artillery. As long as he was not struck directly, he would certainly remain unscathed. However, in his current state, a bullet would unequivocally spell his demise. Chapter 70. How about joining me? Indeed, Gao Tianyu nodded slightly, then continued, Xiaohu, your ability is commendable. You are well suited for the front lines. How about aligning yourself with me? I will appoint you as the captain of my first squad. Having encountered another extraordinary being, Gao Tianyu felt a surge of compassion and considered whether he could recruit Chun Biao. Compared to ordinary individuals, those with extraordinary abilities possess greater potential and are thus more worthy of recruitment. This proposal left Chun Biao hesitant. Upon gaining his powers, he had become somewhat conceited, desiring to reign as the leader and unwilling to revert to the days of being a subordinate. Yet, faced with the unwavering barrel of Gao Tianyu's firearm, he found himself at a loss for words to refuse. For who knows whether the other party might become enraged and retaliate due to a refusal, ultimately leading to their own demise? O Great One, henceforth, I shall be your subordinate, and wherever you direct me, whether to the east or the west, I shall comply. Faced with the ominous threat of a firearm, Chun Biao, despite his inner reluctance, managed to smile, thumping his chest and exclaiming loudly. Indeed, Xiaohu, you are a clever individual, and your demeanor is commendable. I hold great admiration for you. Gao Tianyu regarded Chun Biao with an expression of approval. If the other had truly dared to refuse, he might have indeed sent them to their end, for the individual possessed extraordinary abilities. Who could predict their future potential? Should they grow stronger than him and harbor resentment for today's incident of food theft, it would merely create a formidable adversary for himself. Moreover, the available food within the community was limited, and these extraordinary beings represented potential rivals. If they could not be drawn into the same alliance, they would have to be eliminated. After all, their side possessed the most resources, despite having firearms and the means to protect themselves. Even a strong tiger fears the pack of wolves. If a group were to scheme against them, it was likely they would not withstand the assault. Thus, Gao Tianyu's strategy was simple: to recruit powerful individuals and convert them into allies, thus fortifying his own ranks. By minimizing enemies and maximizing friends, he could ensure greater safety for himself. Choosing to follow me is an exceedingly wise decision, for the thick fog affects me little. I possess the capability to traverse and gather food and resources. By aligning with me, at least you need not fear starvation, correct? Gao Tianyu remarked cheerfully to Chun Biao. Furthermore, you likely have not ventured beyond the community, unaware of the dangers that lurk outside. Beyond the zombies, there exists a creature known as a monstrous being transformed from human, with eerie blue eyes and a ferocious nature. I have encountered 2 of these creatures. Had it not been for my own abilities, I might have perished at their hands. The future may hold even greater peril, and it is imperative that we extraordinary beings unite to navigate these challenges effectively. Wouldn't you agree? Xiaohu? Gao Tianyu engaged Chun Biao in conversation, with the latter mostly nodding and responding in agreement. After a while, Chun Biao's subordinates descended from the upper floors, bringing with them over 200 pounds of cured sausages and meats, which they promptly loaded into the vehicle. Before long, the entire truck was filled to capacity, unable to accommodate any more goods. Come, Xiaohu, get in the vehicle. Let me take you for a ride and show you around. Gao Tianyu clapped Chun Biao on the shoulder, smiling at him, then turned to Zhang Zihao and the others, saying, "You all remain here and continue moving the items. Organize everything, and I shall return with the truck shortly." Understood. After Zhang Zihao and others heard Gao Tianyu's command, they immediately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Chun Biao, upon learning that Gao Tianyu intended to take him for a drive, wore a sorrowful expression. He realized that his companion was concerned about his safety, which led to his insistence on accompanying him. Thus, he felt he could not refuse. Soon, Chun Biao obediently settled into the passenger seat of the vehicle. Then, he witnessed Gao Tianyu ignite the engine and leisurely navigate the truck through the community. This scene left Chun Biao feeling both surprised and astonished, as he too gazed forward, only to be met with a vast expanse of thick fog, rendering the road nearly invisible. The truck traversing through such an environment elicited a peculiar sense of disorientation within him. He quickly lost his bearings, unable even to recognize the way back. However, at that moment, Gao Tianyu remained steady at the wheel, seemingly unfazed by the obscuring mist. Possessing such an ability undoubtedly allowed one to venture out in search of supplies without the fear of getting lost. A thought suddenly flickered through Chun Biao's mind. Following Gao Tianyu might not be such a bad idea. Food, no matter how abundant, would inevitably run out. Yet with this skill, procuring sustenance seemed effortlessly attainable. They could seek provisions without being confined to the building, unlike themselves, who risked losing their way if they strayed too far from their own floor. In such foggy conditions, their experience was hardly different from that of the blind. Unbeknownst to Gao Tianyu, who was vigilant in observing Chun Biao's actions, he was ready to act decisively should any inappropriate behavior arise. Fortunately, Chun Biao remained rational throughout the drive, sitting quietly in the passenger seat until they arrived at the building. "Xiaohu, we have arrived. Let us disembark. This is where I reside," Gao Tianyu announced as he led Chun Biao down from the truck and proceeded into the building. "Boss, you're back. Who is this?" Zhao Jianhua and his companions, stationed at the second-floor staircase, rose to greet Gao Tianyu upon his return. Upon noticing Chun Biao following behind, they inquired with a hint of curiosity. In response to Zhao Jianhua's question, Gao Tianyu turned to Chun Biao, who had introduced himself as Tiger. Yet Gao was still unaware of his actual name. "Greetings, everyone. I am Chun Biao. You may call me Xiaohu," Chun Biao responded, displaying a keen sense of propriety. His gaze briefly fell upon Zhao Jianhua's rifle and the handguns at the waist of the other 3, prompting him to speculate about the identities of Gao Tianyu and his companions. In this era of peace, encountering a single firearm was rare for an ordinary person. Yet the individuals within this building possessed an astounding number of guns, all genuine. It was indeed hard to fathom where they had acquired them. Could they possibly be arms dealers? Chapter 71. Sparring. Indeed, we are all brothers here, so there is no need for formality. Zhao Jianhua, upon witnessing Chun Biao's demeanor, offered him a gentle smile, signaling him to relax. "Xiaohu is someone I encountered at the supermarket. We had a minor altercation, but has been resolved. Moreover, Xiaohu is an ability user who can transform flesh into metal, showcasing tremendous potential for the future." Gao Tianyu chuckled and began explaining to the others. "Today, I brought him back to familiarize himself with the place. From now on, we shall share the same table as brothers. I'll take him upstairs first. You all can bring the items from the car up shortly." Gao Tianyu instructed Zhao Jianhua and the others. He was somewhat indolent, as he usually left the labor of moving things to his subordinates, family, and neighbors. As a leader, especially one who contributed the most and held the highest status, it would be unbecoming for him to engage in menial tasks. Otherwise, he might as well venerate them as deities. Furthermore, he understood human nature well, People tend to respect power over virtue, and one must not be overly generous to strangers. The most prudent approach was to exchange labor for sustenance. Gao Tianyu led Chun Biao to the 7th floor, opened a room, and stepped inside. Subsequently, he tossed his rifle onto the sofa and turned to Chun Biao. "Shall we spar a little? Ever since I awakened my abilities, I haven't had the chance to engage with another ability user, and I am curious to gauge my strength." Gao Tianyu felt a surge of excitement. His powers were continually increasing, yet he remained uncertain of his exact standing. After all, ability users were rare and newly emerged. Coupled with the absence of a clear ranking system, many were left oblivious to their true capabilities. "This seems unwise. How can I dare to strike you?" Chun Biao expressed his doubts, pondering Gao Tianyu's intentions. "Enough chatter. Let us get started," Gao Tianyu declared, launching a punch aimed at Chun Biao's head. Chun Biao instinctively sidestepped the approaching fist, then countered with his left hand, meeting Gao Tianyu's punch head-on. Bang! Chun Biao felt an overwhelming force coursing through his hand, causing his arm to tingle as he was propelled backward. This newly recognized elder brother possessed remarkable strength. Just a simple exchange left Chun Biao astounded. After awakening his abilities, he had experienced a significant enhancement in power, though he was uncertain of the exact degree of improvement. Nevertheless, he could effortlessly throw an adult man several meters away and lift 2 grown men without breaking a sweat. This strength was likely around 600 or 700 pounds. Yet even with such prowess, he was easily repelled by Gao Tianyu, indicating that the latter's strength was undoubtedly superior. Gao Tianyu did not relent. He pressed his advantage, unleashing several more punches. Chun Biao realized he could no longer afford to be passive, so he concentrated his energy, channeling his abilities into his hands. Suddenly, his hands transformed into iron, and he clenched his fists, launching a powerful strike forward. The 2 fists collided, producing a dull thud. Chun Biao staggered back a few steps, his fists trembling despite his efforts to envelop them in his abilities. Even with this enhancement, he found himself at a disadvantage. Gao Tianyu possessed immense strength, and his punches were both hard and swift, rendering Chun Biao somewhat overwhelmed. Employing the 8 Extremes fist, Gao Tianyu observed that Chun Biao could withstand some blows, prompting him to test the fruits of his training. He swiftly delivered a punch aimed at Chun Biao's chest, moving with astonishing speed. Chun Biao felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly crossed his arms over his chest, transforming his hands into metal, akin to a protective shield. Bang! Gao Tianyu's strike landed on Chun Biao's hands, resonating with a sharp metallic clang that echoed loudly. The force sent Chun Biao hurtling backward, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground, his hands aching as if they might shatter. Observing Chun Biao, who had been thrown back by his punch, Gao Tianyu furrowed his brow. He had held back, exerting only about 60% of his strength, yet Chun Biao struggled to withstand it. As a fellow ability user, Chun Biao's power seemed rather lacking. "Are you all right?" Gao Tianyu approached Chun Biao, helping him up with a concerned expression, an unmistakable look of regret on his face. "I apologize for the force of my earlier strike." No, it's fine. I was careless. My abilities are simply too weak," Chun Biao replied as he rose from the ground, feeling a tightness in his chest. After that brief exchange, he recognized the terrifying prowess of his opponent. Gao Tianyu surpassed him in both speed and strength, possessing superior physical conditioning and formidable punches. Chun Biao had considered himself a tough fighter, yet he had failed to find any opportunity for counterattack. Given Gao Tianyu's current capabilities, it would be rather simple for him to eliminate Chun Biao. Furthermore, throughout their encounter, Chun Biao had yet to ascertain the specifics of Gao Tianyu's abilities. With such immense strength, could Gao Tianyu be a strength-based ability user? However, Gao Tianyu remained silent on the matter, and Chun Biao, understanding the unspoken, refrained from inquiring further. "Your ability has considerable potential for development. If you could fully metallize your body, I suspect you would be nearly impervious to my strikes," Gao Tianyu remarked, reflecting on the unique aspects of Chun Biao's abilities. Invulnerable to blades and impervious to fire, one might even withstand cannon fire with such a power. At this moment, Chun Biao's extraordinary abilities appeared somewhat diminished, insufficient to encompass his entire being, and could only achieve superficial metallicization. It stands to reason that if his powers were to fully develop, his entire physique, including muscles and organs, should attain a metallic form. Hence, there exists considerable potential for further growth within Chun Biao. "Heh, you jest, my brother. My abilities were acquired by mere chance, and I remain oblivious as to how to enhance them. Reaching the level you describe is no trivial endeavor. Chen Biao scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. He had only recently awakened his powers and had yet to discover methods to augment them. Unlike Gao Tianyu, who simply needed to embrace a meteorite during slumber to absorb its radiation, thereby gradually enhancing his physical attributes and mental prowess. This predicament is one that all those who have awakened their abilities currently face. They lack a concrete method for cultivating their powers. They can only familiarize themselves with their skills and, through consistent training, seek to strengthen them. However, the frequent utilization of their abilities leads to another challenge: substantial energy depletion, resulting in heightened hunger. Without sufficient sustenance to replenish their energy, perseverance becomes nearly impossible. After giving Chen Biao a gentle nudge, Gao Tianyu gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Following his encounter with that mysterious virus, it felt as though he had shattered some form of restraint, experiencing a significant evolution. His physical capabilities were comprehensively enhanced. In terms of strength, speed, and reflexes, he far surpassed the average individual. Most crucially, his mental prowess underwent a remarkable transformation, elevating his abilities well above those of ordinary practitioners. Even without employing his powers, his current physical condition could enable him to triumph over many of his peers. From his interactions with several other practitioners, it seemed that while they might possess some advantages over ordinary individuals, their strengths were still limited. Should they encounter skilled martial artists or those with exceptional physiques, they might find themselves at a disadvantage. For instance, when he first harnessed his mental abilities, their lethality was quite restricted, perhaps only slightly superior to that of an average person, failing to achieve a dominating state. However, following his physical enhancement, he felt as though he could contend against 100 adversaries. This supermarket boasted more supplies than the previous one, and Gao Tianyu made 10 trips back and forth to retrieve all the provisions. He carefully distributed these resources across the second and third floors, also bringing back some steel reinforcements and iron doors, which he installed at the main entrance, replacing the original glass door. Additionally, he mounted an iron door at the entrance of the second floor and cleared out the underground garage, sealing its entrance. This rendered the entire building fortified, providing a degree of defensive capability. Even in the event of a zombie attack, they would be kept at bay, ensuring greater safety for the residents within. Simultaneously, Gao Tianyu commenced the arrangements, delegating Zhao Jianhua to lead the training, adhering to military standards for the recruits. He positioned them strategically between the first and second floors, safeguarding the access routes to the upper levels. Concurrently, he assigned tasks to the idle personnel, instructing them to thoroughly cleanse the entire building, disposing of the corpses that had accumulated outside. Particularly concerning were the remains within the 12th floor apartment, as well as the bloodstains scattered across various floors. All must be meticulously eradicated. After all, this was their residence, and the presence of decaying bodies had already begun to emit a foul stench. If left unattended, it could potentially lead to an outbreak of disease. Gao Tianyu even contemplated casting the bodies outside the building into the river. Yet the lateness of the hour and the multitude of tasks at hand compelled him to defer this plan for the time being. Feeling the inadequacy of manpower, Gao Tianyu summoned Chen Biao's team and their families back, accommodating them within the building. However, this contingent remained under Chen Biao's command, albeit without firearms, and they were required to undergo military training alongside Zhao Jianhua's group. With the recent influx of provisions, he generously distributed a month's worth of supplies to each individual, recognizing that stability in these apocalyptic times necessitated a secure food supply. Once these duties were fulfilled, Gao Tianyu found himself with some leisure time. Aside from training, he often indulged in gaming with meteorite fragments. As mealtime approached, he would visit Han Xingrou's apartment to dine with the two women. Following their acquisition of a generator from a supermarket, electricity was restored to their building. However, the generator's output was limited, unable to sustain all devices and appliances. Currently, only lighting and charging for mobile devices have been reinstated. Larger appliances like refrigerators and air conditioners remained inoperative. As the 15th day of the apocalypse unfolded, half a month had swiftly passed since its onset. The external weather appeared to improve slightly. Although temperatures still soar between 30 and 40 degrees Celsius, rainfall had diminished. A most welcome sign. After dinner, Gao Tianyu reclined on the sofa his arms wrapped around the slender waists of Lin Ruashi and Han Qingru. Both women possessed remarkably delicate figures, with smooth, flat abdomens and enticing abdominal lines. While they were nearly equal in this regard, Lin Ruashi's physique was particularly striking, characterized by a generous bust and rounded hips, her curves exuding a powerful allure. In contrast, Han Qingru, though also captivating, appeared somewhat less voluptuous when compared to Lin Ruashi. However, Gao Tianyu had an exceptional fondness for her long, straight legs, often reflecting on how he could relish in their beauty for an entire year. Darling, why do you choose to reside alone outside? Why not move in with us? This way, you wouldn't have to travel back and forth. Lin Ruashi leaned against Gao Tianyu's chest, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing circles as she languidly spoke. Gao Tianyu had only stayed in their residence during the 2 days he was injured. For the rest of the time, he preferred to sleep in another house. Aside from meals, he rarely lingered, which left her perplexed. Lie with you too? At her words, Gao Tianyu raised an eyebrow, then shook his head without a second thought. No, I prefer living alone. You both are enchantresses. Being around you would distract me from my training. In this apocalyptic world, only through diligent exercise can one grow stronger and survive. My willpower is not steadfast. If I were with you, my mind would be consumed with thoughts of indulgence, wanting to engage in games of poker with you both, leading to my downfall. His gaze fell upon Lin Ruashi's exquisite figure, clad in a loose, pristine white shirt that accentuated her alluring form, making it impossible to divert his attention. However, this was not his primary concern. The crux of the matter lay in his need to embrace the meteorite while sleeping, absorbing its radiation to enhance his strength, all the while fearing that the two women might uncover its secret. This secret was something he intended to keep buried within his heart for a lifetime, never to be revealed to anyone, ensuring that no one could stumble upon it. Thus, he had no choice but to maintain his distance. Chapter 73. Not bowing to beauty enchantresses? Poker? Han Qingru and Lin Ruashi were instantly flushed with color upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, making them appear particularly enticing. How dare you? Is this our fault now? Lin Ruashi shot him an exasperated glance. Your lack of self-control and your lecherous tendencies can't be blamed on us. Is it our fault that we are beautiful? She wished she could crack open his head to discern his thoughts. Yet, his words held some truth. He was indeed not a man of strong resolve, easily swayed by beauty. Even during his injury, he had a tendency to be overly familiar, showing little restraint. At that moment, his hands were particularly restless, not knowing how to be gentle. Of course, it's your fault. As the saying goes, the land of beauty is a hero's grave. If I were a man of lesser will, I would have undoubtedly been seduced by you two enchantresses, losing my way and yearning to spend every night serenading you both. Unlike me, who remains steadfast in the face of beauty, not bending my will for allure. Such noble men as I are indeed rare in this world. Gao Tianyu spoke earnestly to the two women, his expression grave, and even boasted about himself at the end, portraying himself as an unparalleled gentleman, displaying a rather shameless demeanor. You audacious fellow, before you utter such claims, perhaps you should remove your hands from both me and Qingru. Otherwise, your words carry no weight. Lin Ruashi cast a disdainful glance at Gao Tianyu, who was currently frivolously embracing both women, and wondered how he could muster the audacity to speak in such a manner. I am merely offering you both a massage. Recognizing the effort you exert in cooking, it is not an attempt to take advantage of you. In response to Lin Ruashi's scornful remarks and her slightly mocking eye roll, Gao Tianyu remained unfazed and continued to argue defiantly. Dingling. Just as Gao Tianyu and Lin Ruashi were engaged in their banter, a sudden ringtone emanated from the phone placed on the table. The three of them turned their gaze and discovered that the ringtone belonged to Han Qingru's phone. What a surprise! A phone call during such times is indeed rare. Gao Tianyu was taken aback upon noticing the incoming call, for most places had lost internet and power, and even the signal towers were non-operational. How could it be that the phone still had battery life and could receive calls? Han Qingru, her expression filled with excitement, picked up her phone and discovered it was a video call, and notably, it was from a Penguin account. As the call connected, a delicate and charming woman appeared on the screen. However, her hair was somewhat disheveled, her complexion pale, and fatigue was evident on her face, indicating that she had been enduring a difficult time lately. Qingru, it is such a relief to see you alive. The moment the call connected, the woman's face illuminated with joy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I noticed your penguin account was still active, so I decided to call, and now that I see you're all right, I can finally breathe easy. Upon seeing the woman on the other end, Han Qingru's face brightened with joy, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Kursin, you are alive too. This is wonderful. How have you been doing lately? Why does your face look so unwell? Has something happened?" Immediately, Han Qingru noticed the pallor on Lan Kursin's face, and her concern deepened. Lan Kursin shook her head slightly, hesitating to speak, but ultimately seemed to gather her resolve. "Qingru, do you have any food left? I have run out of provisions here and have not eaten for over a day. Even Exiner has cried from hunger several times. I know food is precious, but I truly have no other options. Could you lend me some? I promise to repay you as soon as I can." With her eyes reddened and brimming with tears, Lan Kursin felt her heart ache at the thought of her young daughter crying from hunger. If it weren't for the dire circumstances, she would never have asked Han Qingru for food, for she understood that in this apocalyptic world, such supplies could be a matter of life and death, and even wealth could not procure them. "Kuxian, please don't cry. Where are you now? We still have some food here, but how can we send it to you?" Han Qingru, upon seeing Lan Kuxian in tears, immediately grew anxious and spoke hurriedly. "I'm at home, not far from you." Lan Kuxian's face brightened momentarily upon hearing Han Qingru's words, but soon her expression turned troubled again. She glanced outside, where the night had descended into darkness, shrouded in thick fog, obscuring the road ahead, compounded by the heavy rain. Although their homes were merely a few hundred meters apart within the same community, she feared that venturing out would lead her astray, especially with the threat of zombies lurking about. As a frail woman, the prospect of reaching her friends felt daunting. She cast a weary glance at her daughter, who had cried herself to sleep, and, after a moment of contemplation, she resolved, "I will prepare and try to come over to you. Kuxian, don't act impulsively. It's still raining outside, and the road is unclear. It's too dangerous for you to go out. Please calm down." At that moment, Lin Ruoshi intervened, her voice filled with concern. She and Lan Kuxian had a close bond, having shared a dormitory during their university days, and they often spent time together after marriage. "Ruoshi, I'm so relieved to see you're safe. Are you staying with Qingru?" Lan Kuxian's face lit up with joy upon seeing Lin Ruoshi, grateful that both of her dear friends were unharmed. "Yes, I'm currently at Qingru's place." "Kuxian, listen to me. Don't rush into anything. It's very dangerous outside, and as a vulnerable woman, it's quite challenging for you to make it here safely." "Ruoshi, I have no choice. Exiner has been hungry for quite some time. I can endure it, but she is still so young." Lan Kuxian's expression turned bitter as she recognized the peril outside and her reluctance to leave, yet felt compelled to do so. "Would you consider moving in with us? We have food, and it's much safer here. You would be better off than staying alone with your daughter. We can look out for each other," Han Qingru suggested, believing it was too risky for her friend and her daughter to remain where they were. "Move to your place? But Exiner is still little, and I'm afraid of what might happen." Lan Kuxian's eyes brightened at Han Qingru's suggestion, eager to agree, yet hesitated upon thinking of her young daughter and the potential dangers on the way. "Don't worry, I can send my husband to pick you up. He is quite capable, and with him around, both of you will be safe." Lin Ruoshi pulled Gao Tianyu over, pointed at him, and addressed Lan Kursin. Among the three of them, only Gao Tianyu possessed the capability to safely bring someone over. She believed that as long as he took action, the issue would be easily resolved. "Stop. Have I agreed to this matter? I never said I would go and fetch them." Upon being pulled into the conversation by Lin Ruoshi, Gao Tianyu immediately rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. The decision had been made without his consent, which irked him considerably. Moreover, he did not keep idle individuals around, and the presence of a burden, particularly a baby, made survival in the apocalypse even more challenging. Bringing them back would only create additional complications. Shaking his head, he showed no intention of going. He was no benevolent hero or savior, but rather a man who only acted for his own benefit. If he found no utility in the other party, he would disregard their well-being entirely. Lan Kursin, upon hearing Lin Ruoshi refer to Gao Tianyu as her husband, was momentarily taken aback, for she knew Lin Ruoshi's spouse, and it was evident that Gao Tianyu was not him. Just as her confusion arose, she heard Gao Tianyu's words, and the flicker of hope within her plummeted into despair, leaving her at a loss. "Husband, Kursin is my friend. She is in trouble right now." Lin Ruoshi began, but Gao Tianyu interrupted her. "I know she is your friend, and I understand your desire to assist her, But she's not my friend, is she? If you want me to save her, she must also possess value. I cannot be expected to take care of her and her child. The reason I am willing to support you is that you are my woman, willing to be by my side. It would be unreasonable to expect me to provide for another's woman and child. He had no intention of being a soft touch. While he was not lacking in provisions, he was not foolishly generous. To obtain resources from him, one had to either offer something in exchange, demonstrate their worth, or be willing to become one of his women, like Lin Ruashi or Han Chinru. He would not give freely to strangers unless there was a promise of reciprocity or reward. Lin Ruashi found herself at a loss for words upon hearing Gao Tianyu's statements. After spending some time with him, she had come to understand his character. He was generally easygoing, engaging in light-hearted banter, yet he possessed a strong sense of principle. Once he made a decision, it was challenging to alter it. Suddenly, Lin Ruashi seemed to have an epiphany. Could his words be driven by an ulterior motive? Stealing a glance at Gao Tianyu, she noticed his gaze fixed on his phone screen. Before him, Lon Curson appeared. Though her complexion was pale and she seemed somewhat haggard, her delicate features still radiated an undeniable beauty. Within the confines of the school, there exists a multitude of admirers. Although slightly inferior to Han Chinru, she is still a beauty of the school flower caliber, and her countenance, reminiscent of a beloved younger sister, exudes a warm familiarity. Such a woman is bound to attract the affections of many men. Observing this, Lin Ruashi surmised that this man likely harbored feelings for Lon Curson and was concocting some dubious scheme. With this thought in mind, she resolved to assist this canine-hearted man of hers and address Lon Curson, saying, "Curson, what do you think of my husband? Why not join us and become his woman?" The moment these words escaped her lips, a stunned silence enveloped the gathering, including Lon Curson herself. Even Gao Tianyu cast a bewildered glance at Lin Ruashi, a flicker of peculiarity crossing his features, perplexed by her sudden utterance. Only moments prior, he had expressed a disinterest in burdening others with a wife and children. Yet here was Lin Ruashi, posing such a provocative proposition. Had he known the thoughts swirling within Lin Ruashi's mind, he would undoubtedly have protested his innocence. He had merely cast a passing glance, devoid of any ulterior motives. Though Lon Curson was indeed strikingly beautiful, she was encumbered by a genuine liability, a child who required constant care. In this post-apocalyptic world, the presence of such an infant raised the question of survival. Even before the onset of calamity, the fragility of infants rendered them susceptible to untimely demise. The current circumstances only exacerbated this reality. His aversion to complications was sincere and not a ploy to manipulate her. "Ruashi, please do not jest. You are aware that I am already married and have a child." Lon Curson replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to comprehend why her close friend would suggest such an ill-conceived notion, given her understanding of Curson-esque circumstances. "I am aware of that, but currently, Jinwei's fate is uncertain. We do not know if he still lives. Your food supplies are dwindling, and if this continues, you and your daughter will face starvation. However, if you were to accompany my husband, all of this could be resolved. He has recently cleared out 2 supermarkets in our neighborhood, stocked with ample provisions, including plenty of formula to nourish Xiner until she grows up. Moreover, he possesses formidable strength, ensuring our safety, thus alleviating the need for you to forage for food, which would be beneficial for both you and Xiner." After hearing Lin Ruashi's words, Lon Curson felt her resolve wavering. Casting a glance at her slumbering daughter, she steeled herself and declared, "Very well. If you are willing to care for us and provide us sustenance, I shall become your husband-esque woman, just as Ruashi and the others are." Lon Curson gazed earnestly at Gao Tianyu, believing that Lin Ruashi's persuasive words stemmed from an unspoken hint from him, suggesting that he had taken a liking to her, thus prompting Lin Ruashi to encourage her to follow him. Gao Tianyu listened to the conversation between the two, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth and a head full of black lines, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chapter 75. The zombies have grown stronger. "Don't you wish to inquire about my opinion?" Gao Tianyu silently complained. Although Lon Curson was indeed a stunning beauty, her current haggard appearance paled in comparison to Lin Ruashi and Han Chinru. With these 2 dazzling women by his side, she failed to capture his attention. He vowed he had no ulterior motives, merely an aversion to the burden she represented. He found it troublesome. Yet at that moment, Lin Ruashi unexpectedly presented him with a woman, and he felt utterly perplexed. While Lon Curson's beauty was indeed captivating, the presence of her daughter significantly detracted from her appeal. presenting a conundrum for him. He wished to keep the mother, but had no desire to take on the daughter, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. However, before he could dwell on his conflict for too long, a parasol appeared in his hand. Simultaneously, Lin Ruashi stuffed 2 bottles of milk and a piece of bread into his hands. Darling, don't hesitate. Quickly bring Kirsten back. Once you arrive, make sure to give them something to eat to tide them over. They are currently residing in room 3 on the 22nd floor of Building 5. The sooner you go, the sooner you return. Lin Ruashi urged him, pushing him out of the house. In the corridor, Gao Tianyu stood there, dazed, holding the umbrella and food. He sensed something was amiss. Lin Ruashi seemed to be acting deliberately. She had discerned his reluctance to get involved and help Lan Kursin, thus concocting this clever scheme. By leveraging his attraction to beauty, she aimed to compel him into action. If he wished to win the affection of the beauty, he would have to take on the troublesome daughter as well. Sigh. Such cleverness in a woman isn't always a boon. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Gao Tianyu sighed, lamenting that a woman's sharp intellect often leads to intricate thoughts that are difficult to decipher, causing headaches. Rather than proceeding directly to fetch the person, Gao Tianyu returned to his residence, retrieved a fire axe, and armed himself before setting off. After he departed, Han Qingru looked at Lin Ruashi in confusion, anxiously asking, Ruashi, what are you thinking? How could you let Kursin accompany him? She already has a child. Lin Ruashi gazed at Han Qingru, letting out a soft sigh. Qingru, you've known that rascal longer than I have. You should understand his character. He won't act without benefit. If we want him to take in Xiner, Kursin must make a sacrifice. Otherwise, he will refuse to support Xiner. Moreover, I can guarantee that he remains reluctant to care for Xiner while being unwilling to part with the beautiful Kursin. He is likely still grappling with this dilemma. Certainly, in addition to that, I have some other considerations. This fellow resembles a bull, and it is somewhat arduous for the two of us to handle him. It would be prudent to enlist a helper to share the burden. Lin Ruashi winked at Han Qingru, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing this, Han Qingru shot her a disapproving glance, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Her dear friend certainly had no qualms about speaking her mind. Gao Tianyu, holding an umbrella, traversed the community amidst the heavy downpour, which was further compounded by thick fog that obscured his sense of direction. He extended his mental energy, scanning the surrounding environment, ever vigilant for any lurking dangers as he navigated towards the 5th building, following the path etched in his memory. In this profound darkness, not a glimmer of light could be seen, and apart from the sound of rain hitting the ground, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, rendering it desolate. As he progressed, Gao Tianyu encountered merely 2 zombies meandering in the rain, their senses seemingly dulled by the downpour. It was only when he approached them closely that they reacted, catching a whiff of their prey. However, before they could make a move, Gao Tianyu swiftly dispatched them, shattering their skulls. Truth be told, the environment was exceedingly harsh. Humans are visual creatures, and in such obscurity, the sense of danger magnifies exponentially, drastically impairing survival instincts. Surviving in such conditions is profoundly challenging. It is akin to a blind person striving to survive. They require care. Presently, the situation was such that anyone venturing outside would largely become blind, unable to see the path ahead, thus jeopardizing their very survival. After wandering in the rain for nearly 10 minutes, Gao Tianyu finally arrived at the door of the 5th building. The glass doors, much like those of his own building, had long been shattered. At the entrance lay several corpses, all of them zombies. In the stairwell, 3 zombies sought refuge from the rain, and the moment Gao Tianyu stepped inside, they detected his presence, roaring as they lunged towards him. The trio comprised 2 women and 1 man. The male was an elderly zombie, while the females were a middle-aged woman and a young girl. Leading the charge was the elderly male zombie, whose speed surpassed that of the average zombie, his decaying visage a testament to his struggle. Gao Tianyu swung his axe with precision, cleaving through the zombie's skull. With a fierce cry, having dispatched the first zombie, the remaining 2 surged forward, one to the left and the other to the right, launching their assault. Gao Tianyu discerned that these 2 zombies possessed greater strength than their counterparts, their attack speed noticeably enhanced, approximately by 1/3. Bang! Bang! However, the tasks at hand seemed trivial to him, swiftly dealt with by his 2 strikes. These 3 zombies appeared to possess a strength surpassing that of some encountered outside. Could it be that these creatures were gradually evolving in power? If that were the case, it would indeed be a dire predicament. Gao Tianyu furrowed his brows. If they were merely ordinary zombies, an adult wielding a weapon might stand a chance. But if these zombies were gaining strength and increasing in speed, then even armed civilians would be no match for them. Moreover, amidst this dense fog, attempting to clear the zombies was exceedingly challenging, let alone eliminating them entirely. If it weren't for the obstruction of this thick mist, the military could easily deploy their firearms and ammunition, taking a bit of time to eradicate all the zombies within the city. However, the army was unable to mobilize, and their situation was likely not much better. The virus showed no regard for one's status as a soldier. Those destined to be infected would succumb regardless. And even the crowds within the air raid shelter were not spared. Chapter 76, Lon Curson. After dispatching the 3 zombies, Gao Tianyu ascended to the upper floors. The conditions in this building were hardly superior to those in his own. Many lives had been lost, yet numerous individuals, after the initial panic, had begun to steady themselves, gradually clearing out the zombies and gathering supplies. Some had even banded together, forming small groups. After all, humans are inherently social creatures, instinctively seeking warmth in numbers when faced with peril, so he was not surprised by this development. Upon reaching the upper levels, he found no zombies lurking in the corridors, but there were traces of dragging across the floor, with blood trailing along these marks, leading to the window. Along the way, he encountered numerous forcibly broken doors, the remnants suggesting the use of a fire axe or crowbar. Eventually, he arrived at the floor where Lon Curson was located. After confirming the door number, he knocked on the door. "Who's it outside?" A crisp and melodious voice inquired from within, tinged with a hint of fear. Upon hearing the voice, Lon Curson leaned closer to the peephole to peer outside, but all she could see was darkness, obscuring her view entirely. Thus, she softly called out, "I am Gao Tianyu, sent by Ruashi to retrieve you. We just met on the phone." Through his mental energy, Gao Tianyu sensed the situation and responded in a deep voice. Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of joy appeared on Lon Curson's face, instantly confirming his identity. She opened the door and invited Gao Tianyu inside. Yet the room was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light, rendering even the outlines of figures indistinct. "Thank you for coming. I appreciate your trouble." Upon seeing Gao Tianyu, Lon Curson felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, causing her speech to stammer. Gao Tianyu retrieved his phone, activated the flashlight, and directed it toward Lon Curson. Soon, a delicate and strikingly beautiful face materialized before him, exquisitely crafted with finely chiseled features, as though sculpted with meticulous care. However, it was regrettable that at that moment, her complexion was pale, and evident signs of malnutrition marred her visage, clearly indicating she had not had breakfast in quite some time. "This is from Ruashi and the others. Please eat something to tide you over before we head back together," Gao Tianyu said, handing a bag to Lon Curson, which contained 2 bottles of milk and some bread, items Lin Ruashi had given him just before he left. Thank you, Lon Curson said as she received the food, bowing deeply in gratitude, her face alight with excitement. "Brother Yu, please take a seat. I will feed the baby first." She extracted a bottle of milk from the bag, hurried to a table, poured the milk into the bottle, and then dashed into another room, returning with an infant in her arms. She proceeded to feed the baby right before Gao Tianyu's eyes. While Lon Curson was occupied with the infant, Gao Tianyu took the opportunity to survey the living room. It exuded warmth and was impeccably tidy, with furniture and belongings arranged with great care. The arrangement of the living space reflected Lon Curson's diligent attention and thoughtfulness. The walls were adorned with numerous photographs, some featuring Lon Curson, while others capture moments of her holding the child. Among them hung a striking portrait of a handsome man, presumably Lon Curson's husband, whose fate remained uncertain. Additionally, Gao Tianyu noticed a large wedding photograph, where the bride and groom were none other than Lon Curson and that man. Clad in a pristine, delicate wedding gown, Lon Curson was embraced tenderly by her husband, her face radiating happiness, with a hint of bashfulness coloring her cheeks, exuding an aura of purity. The lightweight gown accentuated her graceful figure, highlighting her ample bosom, slender waist, and long, straight legs. Her skin as fair and smooth as that of a fairy descended from the heavens. The man in the photograph wore a bright smile, his eyes brimming with joy. "This wedding photo is stunning," Gao Tianyu remarked, admiring the beautiful bride captured in the image, noting how the photograph portrayed her far more beautifully than her current condition, which was pale and worn. After a flurry of activity, Lon Curson finally succeeded in feeding the child to satisfaction. She then took out the bread from the bag, mixing it with milk, and began to eat it in small bites. Before long, the entire bottle of milk and the bread had disappeared into her stomach. After finishing the bread, her pale complexion seemed to improve slightly, looking far less distressing than before. Thank you, you go. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what my daughter and I would do next. Lon Curson expressed her gratitude as she embraced her daughter and approached Gao Tianyu, her face adorned with appreciation. This display of gratitude piqued Gao Tianyu's interest in her. Since entering the room, she had already expressed her thanks 3 times. While words of thanks may hold little monetary value, her sincerity indicated that she was not the type to betray those who help her, reflecting her admirable character and elevating Gao Tianyu's opinion of her. Let us sit down and have a proper conversation, Gao Tianyu suggested, patting the adjacent sofa to indicate where she should sit. All right, Lon Curson replied with a slight nod, cautiously taking a seat beside him. As she settled in, Gao Tianyu was enveloped by the delicate fragrance of jasmine. He began to observe Lon Curson closely. She was not particularly tall, around 1.67 meters, with a slender figure that exuded a refreshing charm. It was evident that Lon Curson was a stunning beauty, though she lacked somewhat in physique. If her appearance warranted a score of 90, her figure might only receive an 86. Yet, there was an elegant and gentle aura about her, akin to that of a neighborly girl, making her presence exceedingly pleasant. Especially now, cradling an infant, a maternal glow graced her face, radiating tenderness. Lon Curson seemed to sense Gao Tianyu's gaze, a flicker of nervousness rising within her, causing her body to tense and her breathing to quicken. Chapter 77. This girl is quite captivating. Don't be anxious. I want tea bite, Gao Tianyu said softly, sensing her on knees. You are quite lovely, and I am very pleased. As Ruo she mentioned, if you are willing to follow me, I will provide food and support for both you and your daughter. Though they had only just met, he felt a strong affinity towards Lon Curson. The arrangement of the furniture in the living room and her demeanor indicated that she was a well-mannered young woman, a quality he greatly admired. Lon Curson was taken aback by Gao Tianyu's sudden proposition. A complex expression crossed her face as she glanced down at her daughter, determination then settling upon her features. You go. As long as you are willing to provide food for us, I will gladly follow you, she responded softly, her gaze cast downward. Rest assured, I will ensure that you both are well taken care of in terms of food, but you must be obedient. Understood? Gao Tianyu gently caressed Lon Curson's silky hair, speaking softly. Lon Curson nodded, slightly in response. Lift your head. Let me have a good look at you. Upon witnessing the vulnerable demeanor of Lon Curson, Gao Tianyu reached out, hooking her chin and raising her face. Utilizing the light of his phone's flashlight, he scrutinized her features closely. Lon Curson, feeling the intensity of his gaze, could not muster the courage to resist. A blush immediately adorned her cheeks, rendering her exceptionally captivating. She averted her gaze, her bright eyes shimmering with shyness, her fluttering eyelashes adding to her charm. This girl was undeniably enchanting. Observing her bashful demeanor, Gao Tianyu felt a stir in his heart. Unlike the allure of Lin Ruoxi or the icy beauty of Han Qingru, Lon Curson exuded a luminescence akin to moonlight, reminiscent of first love, imbued with a delightful sense of innocence. Under Gao Tianyu's watchful eyes, Lon Curson's face grew increasingly flushed, resembling a ripe apple, utterly tempting. Had her chin not been lifted by him, her head would likely have buried itself amidst her bosom. Noticing her irresistible shyness, Gao Tianyu averted his gaze, shifting his attention to the daughter nestled in her arms. This little girl, merely 5 or 6 months old, was exceptionally adorable, her large eyes curiously gazing at him. She was calmly sucking on her fingers, radiating tranquility. Ah, your daughter is extraordinary. Allow me to hold her. Suddenly, Gao Tianyu sensed an unusual energy and extended his hand toward Lon Curson, taking the girl into his embrace. He then focused his mental energy to examine her closely, discovering a faint energy within her, one that would likely go unnoticed upon cursory inspection. This energy seemed to be of a supernatural nature, but its feebleness rendered it impossible for him to identify the specific type of ability it represented. Brother, what's wrong? Is there something amiss with my daughter? Lon Curson, observing the serious expression on Gao Tianyu's face as he scrutinized her child, immediately felt a wave of concern. Could her daughter be unwell? Indeed, there was an issue. Your daughter is an ability user. Although her power is currently weak, she is still quite young. As she matures, her abilities may very well develop. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly, astonished that such a newborn girl possessed supernatural abilities. Her awakening truly surprised him. Supernatural abilities? Lon Kursin gazed at Gao Tianyu with curiosity. What are those? I've never heard of such a thing. Is it akin to the superpowers depicted in movies? Indeed, supernatural abilities, just like those superpowers portrayed in films. Upon encountering the puzzled expression on Lon Kursin's face, Gao Tianyu promptly began to elucidate her doubts. Really? Upon hearing his words, Lon Kursin's eyes sparkled with excitement. The revelation that her daughter possessed extraordinary abilities was simply astonishing. Yes, I have checked multiple times, and there should be no mistake, Gao Tianyu affirmed, recognizing that this was the fourth extraordinary individual he had encountered, and remarkably, it was an infant. It is noteworthy that all the extraordinary individuals he had previously met, including himself, were adults, and all were men. The presence of a young girl, especially an infant, was indeed a source of great surprise for him. Have you finished packing your things? If so, let's depart. Not yet. I will get ready right away. Lon Kursin shook her head in response to Gao Tianyu's inquiry and hurried into the room to begin her preparations. Soon, the sounds of her bustling about filled the air. In no time, she emerged with a small suitcase in hand. Let us go. We must head downstairs now. Gao Tianyu took the suitcase from Lon Kursin and returned the child to her arms, leading her directly down the stairs. Upon reaching the lower level, Lon Kursin's gaze fell upon several lifeless bodies in the corridor, instantly triggering a wave of anxiety. She instinctively clutched the hem of Gao Tianyu's clothing, her face reflecting an unmistakable fear, her complexion paling significantly. Do not be afraid. They are merely corpses, Gao Tianyu gently reassured her, giving her hand a light pat before picking up an umbrella that lay nearby. He held it over their heads and stepped out into the rain with her. Once outside, Lon Kursin's anxiety heightened. The darkness enveloped her, obscuring her view of the path ahead, leaving her disoriented and unable to determine her direction. She clung tightly to Gao Tianyu's garment, her heart racing with trepidation. Simultaneously, she felt a wave of relief for heeding Lin Ruoxi's advice to refrain from venturing out prematurely. Had she done so, she would undoubtedly have lost her way. The rain fell incessantly around them, yet remarkably, very little of it reached Lon Kursin, as Gao Tianyu's umbrella shielded most of her side. Suddenly, Gao Tianyu sensed an unsettling presence, as if something was watching him, sending a chill down his spine. He quickly halted, setting down the suitcase with one hand while reaching for the axe at his waist with the other, heightening his mental acuity to its utmost. He surveyed the surroundings with an intense gaze, his expression grave. A foreboding aura emanated from him as he fixed his eyes on the abnormal direction. Stay behind me. Hold the umbrella steady and do not move, Gao Tianyu instructed, positioning Lon Kursin securely behind him while placing the umbrella in her hands. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Lon Kursin's heart raced at the sight of Gao Tianyu's demeanor. Chapter 78. An unknown presence in the darkness. Gao Tianyu gazed into the depths of darkness, yet saw nothing. The night, thick with mist and rain, obscured his vision, rendering his intentions utterly inscrutable. Just 50 to 60 meters away, a vague silhouette with its glistening green eyes watched them intently. As it prepared to launch an attack, it suddenly sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Gao Tianyu, causing it to halt abruptly. The creature, torn between its instinct to flee and the tantalizing allure of its potential prey, the intoxicating scent of Gao Tianyu and the infant, held its ground, unwilling to depart. After approximately 5 minutes, impatience overtook the shadow, casting one last reluctant glance at Gao Tianyu before drifting into a nearby building. Once the ominous presence receded, Gao Tianyu exhaled deeply. The sensation of being observed vanished. Though the nature of the lurking terror remained unknown to him, he discerned an exceptionally chilling aura, one he had never encountered before. Let us go. It is likely left. We must return quickly. Gao Tianyu grabbed his suitcase and took the umbrella from Lon Kursin's hands, leading her swiftly toward their building. A few minutes later, they arrived inside. Boss, you're back, exclaimed a vigilant team member stationed in the corridor, joy lighting up his face at the sight of Gao Tianyu. Indeed, stay alert. The situation outside is becoming increasingly perilous. Tomorrow, have Zhao Jianhua gather a team to board up all the windows below. Additionally, reinforce the stairwell with several more defensive lines. The current level of security is far too inadequate. The recent excursion had instilled in Gao Tianyu a profound sense of impending danger. The zombies were growing stronger, and it seemed that some terrifying creature lurked in the shadows, the nature of which was shrouded in mystery. "Yes, sir." His two subordinates replied promptly, acknowledging his orders. With the directives issued, Gao Tianyu resumed his ascent, suitcase in tow, accompanied by Lon Curson. Upon reaching the 8th floor, he noticed her pace had significantly slowed, her breath coming in short gasps. "I'm tired. Let me carry you up. We still have over 20 floors to go." "I can manage." Before Lon Curson could finish a protest, Gao Tianyu wrapped one arm around her waist and the other beneath her legs, effortlessly lifting her into his arms while still maintaining his grip on the suitcase. The combined weight of the two posed no challenge to him as he continued onward with unwavering speed. Lon Curson held her daughter with one arm, while the other was draped around Gao Tianyu's neck, leaning against his chest, her cheeks slightly flushed and feeling somewhat out of place. However, upon sensing the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, a wave of security washed over her, instilling a profound sense of peace. Climbing over 20 flights of stairs while carrying a person in a suitcase, Gao Tianyu maintained his usual composure, not even a hint of alteration in his breathing. "Knock, knock. I'm back. Open the door." Gao Tianyu rapped on the door, calling out to those inside. Lin Ruoshi and Han Qingru, who had been seated in the living room, promptly sprang to their feet upon hearing the commotion outside and opened the door. They were greeted by the sight of Gao Tianyu carrying Lon Curson inside, a suitcase in hand. "Darling Curson, you're back," Lin Ruoshi exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the two, welcoming them both inside. "Ruoshi, Qingru." Lon Curson beamed with happiness at the sight of her friends. As Gao Tianyu set Lon Curson down onto the sofa, the three women embraced joyfully, their faces alight with delight. Suddenly, Han Qingru noticed that both Lon Curson and Gao Tianyu were damp, particularly Gao Tianyu, whose clothes were thoroughly soaked. Without hesitation, she turned and entered the bathroom to retrieve 2 towels. "Curson, you're all wet. Hurry and dry off with this towel and change into something else," she urged, handing one towel to Lon Curson. Then, Han Qingru approached Gao Tianyu's side. "Brother, you're soaked too. Let me help you dry off." With that, she gently began to towel dry his hair. Once his hair was dry, she glanced at his drenched clothing. "Your clothes are completely soaked. Come with me, and I'll get you something dry to wear." Upon seeing Gao Tianyu's drenched attire, she furrowed her brow and pulled him into the room. She rummaged through the wardrobe and retrieved a pristine white shirt and a pair of shorts. "This is something my husband used to wear. Put it on temporarily, or you might catch a chill," Han Qingru said softly as she handed the clothes to Gao Tianyu. "Sure, you can help me change," Gao Tianyu replied with a smile, extending his arms in jest. "All right." Han Qingru felt a rush of warmth to her cool demeanor but did not refuse. She placed the clothes on the bed and moved to his side, gracefully assisting him in removing his drenched garments. As she engaged in this task, a fragrant aroma wafted into Gao Tianyu's senses, particularly as she bent down, allowing him to glimpse the delicate curves beneath her loose shirt, rendering him momentarily entranced. Just as Han Qingyu was about to dress Gao Tianyu, he halted her. "We can change the clothes later. Let's focus on the important matters first." In the living room, Lin Ruoshi emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles, which she placed in front of Lon Curson, adorned with succulent pieces of meat. The dish exuded an enticing aroma and vibrant colors. As Lon Curson took a few bites, she was suddenly aware of the commotion coming from the room, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Ahem, this insufferable man is far too impatient. Can't he show some restraint with Curson here? Lin Ruoshi glanced at Lon Curson, who was bowing her head and eating the noodles, yet her face was tinged with crimson, and she gently coughed. "What is going on between you and Qingyu? Why do you call him husband? What about Tianheng and Qinzhong?" A hint of embarrassment flickered across Lon Curson's expression, but she seemed to recall something and immediately whispered her inquiry. Chapter 79, It's All His Fault for Lacking Resolve. At Lin Ruoshi's words, silence fell over the room. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke in a low tone. They encountered trouble. "I'm sorry, Ruoshi, I didn't anticipate that." Lon Curson seemed to realize her misstep and hastily sought to clarify. "It's all right, the past is behind us. One must always look forward in life, don't you think?" Lin Ruoshi shook her head, not holding the slip against Lon Curson, instead smiling as she spoke. "Though this insufferable man might be a bit lecherous, he is quite pleasant to be around, without many faults, as long as one accommodates him a little. After spending some time with Gao Tianyu, Lin Ruoxi found him to be rather agreeable, with no significant issues in his character. As long as one does not deliberately provoke him, he is quite amiable. You'll discover this once you spend more time together. From now on, we are good sisters. You must stand with us in solidarity to capture this insufferable man's heart. Given his nature, it is certain that he will seek other women in the future, leading to inevitable jealousy and rivalry. Only by uniting can we secure our place in his heart. Lin Ruoxi gently grasped Lan Kursen's delicate hand, sharing her insights about Gao Tianyu's character. His lecherous tendencies were undeniable. In this post-apocalyptic world, it is exceedingly challenging for beautiful women to live a stable life. They must either possess the strength to protect themselves or ally with a powerful man for protection. And Gao Tianyu is indeed a formidable man, lacking neither resources nor strength, which will undoubtedly attract many women seeking his favor. Although they possess exceptional beauty, there are certainly women in this world who are even more alluring and outstanding. Should they encounter such rivals, danger may loom. Thus, she must seize the opportunity to forge alliances and solidify their positions, ensuring that even if others attempt to intrude, their influence will be minimal. Lan Kursen nodded slightly, though with an air of confusion. Although the conversation between the two was hushed, it was impossible for Gao Tianyu, present in the room, not to overhear every word. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words regarding Lin Ruoxi. It was worth noting that at this moment, he was surrounded by only 2 women, and even with the addition of Lan Kursen, there were merely 3. Yet, all had been drawn to Lin Ruoxi's side, forming an intimate clique. Was she anxiously seeking to solidify her position? Such meticulous strategizing. However, he chose not to intervene, as the rivalry among these women ultimately benefited him. Competition breeds pressure. After all, what significance is there in an existence as stagnant as a still pond? An hour and a half later, clad in shorts with a shirt draped over his shoulder, Gao Tianyu strolled leisurely out of the room. It's getting late. I shall return home to rest, and will come back tomorrow, he cheerfully informed Lin Ruoxi and Lan Kursen. With a playful pinch on Lan Kursen's cheek, he added, "Take care of yourself, and rest well. I'll see you tomorrow," winking meaningfully at her. Upon witnessing his suggestive expression, Lan Kursen's face flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Gao Tianyu chuckled at her reaction before turning and leaving Han Qingro's home. Upon returning, he retrieved a meteorite from his box, cradling it in his arms as he lay upon his bed. "Damn it, women only hinder my progress," he mused. "Starting tomorrow, I shall abstain from indulgence." The realization that he had squandered several hours of training today left him somewhat exasperated, blaming his wavering resolve, having been tempted by these enchanting women. Time was precious. Losing even a few hours of practice daily would accumulate into significant waste over time. From tomorrow onwards. No, I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Let us say, from the day after, I must exercise strict self-discipline, practice my martial arts, and strengthen myself. He resolutely decided within his heart. In his perception, the meteorite emitted a continuous stream of radiation, which, upon entering his body, invigorated his cells with delight. Even the mental energy within his mind felt a refreshing surge, gradually intensifying. Women are mere distractions. Only the meteorite is my true love. Feeling himself gradually growing stronger, Gao Tianyu was filled with a sense of joy as he drifted into a deep slumber. As night descended, many succumbed to the realm of dreams. However, within the same community, in Building 11, an unexpected event unfolded. The shadow that had previously confronted Gao Tianyu entered this building and began its hunt. Its form was ethereal, resembling a wisp of black mist, utterly insubstantial. At this moment, he swiftly passed through the doorway and entered a room, gliding towards a man who lay in deep slumber. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the man, reverberating with a deafening intensity that shattered the stillness of the dark night. The man's eyes glowed with an eerie green light, his veins bulging as he struggled violently, ensnared by a horrifying force. His hands incessantly beat upon his head, while he scratched frantically at his body, witnessing his flesh vanish at a visible rate. Soon, his form became desiccated, leaving only a thin layer of skin tightly adhered to his skeletal structure. "Along! What has happened to you?" The door burst open, and 3 burly men armed with various weapons rushed in, gasping at the sight before them. Upon seeing the 3 intruders, The man possessed by the shadow immediately donned a bloodthirsty expression and lunged towards them. Simultaneously, a dark aura enveloped the entire room, submerging the trio within its depths. Ah, ah, ah. Another series of anguished screams resounded from within the room, each cry echoing the immense suffering and despair of its originator. After what felt like an eternity, the screams gradually subsided, leaving the room shrouded in darkness. Yet the floor bore witness to 3 lifeless skeletons. The residents of Building 11 were jolted awake by the harrowing cries, an unsettling sense of dread creeping into their hearts as fear cloaked their souls. Chapter 80. What is consumed is truly one's own. Morning dawned, and Gao Tianyu, along with Lin Ruoxi, Han Qingru, and Lan Kursin, gathered around the dining table to enjoy their breakfast. The table was laden with an abundance of food, various meat cans, cured meats, pickled vegetables, and an array of pastries. Gao Tianyu consumed his meal with remarkable speed, his hearty appetite devouring much of the spread before him. Lan Kursin was taken aback by Gao Tianyu's voracious eating. She had never witnessed anyone consume food with such fervor. "What's wrong? Why do you stare at me like that?" Gao Tianyu, sensing her gaze, turned to her with a puzzled expression. In nothing. Under his scrutiny, Lan Kursin quickly lowered her head, her demeanor somewhat awkward. "Eat more. You're too thin right now. Your figure is not sufficiently curvaceous, and it feels a bit uncomfortable to embrace you." Gao Tianyu cheerfully offered her a generous piece of fatty meat. Among the 3 women, Lan Kursin was the lightest and thinnest, clearly lacking stamina and strength. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Lan Kursin's head dropped even lower, a rosy hue gracing her delicate features as she dared not meet his gaze. Upon encountering the sight of Lan Kursin in such a state, Gao Tianyu could not help but raise an eyebrow. This young lady's disposition was exceedingly shy, appearing delicate and vulnerable, making her seem remarkably easy to intimidate. "You wretched husband. The moment you arrive, you start bullying Kursin. If you find her too slender, why don't you refrain from holding her?" Lin Ruoxi immediately interjected, defending her dear friend against Gao Tianyu's teasing. "I merely believe she is too thin, which cannot be good for her health. Hence, I wish for her to eat more. If she were to possess a figure as ample as yours, would I even need to say anything?" Gao Tianyu lifted Lin Ruoxi, placing her comfortably on his lap, exclaiming with delight. Among the 3 ladies, Lin Ruoxi had the most alluring physique. Her body was soft and plump, akin to a cotton ball, making her embrace exceedingly pleasant. "Dear husband, refrain from being so hands-on. I am still eating. How can I possibly enjoy my meal in this manner?" Lin Ruoxi pouted, feigning displeasure while her body leaned against Gao Tianyu, betraying no resistance. "Continue your meal. I'm not interrupting you." Gao Tianyu countered, merely smiling as he held Lin Ruoxi, his hands remaining respectful and still. "Yet, your actions make it inconvenient for me to eat. Qingru and Kursin will mock me." Lin Ruoxi shot a glance at Gao Tianyu. "Ah, I see. In that case, during lunch, I shall hold Qingru, and in the afternoon, I shall hold Kursin, ensuring no one feels slighted or envious." Gao Tianyu suggested after a moment of contemplation, presenting a solution he deemed reasonable. "Kursin, you truly ought to eat more. You appear significantly thinner than before." Han Qingru Shimedin, offering a piece of meat to Lan Kursin. Kursin's physique was naturally petite and delicate, lacking in flesh, and ever since the onset of the apocalypse, she had been rationing her food, fearful of indulgence, resulting in her considerable weight loss. Now that they had a temporary abundance of food, it was imperative that she replenished her strength. "Thank you, Qingru," Lan Kursin responded, feeling touched, as she cast a grateful glance toward Han Qingru. A warm breakfast concluded amidst playful banter. After finishing, the 3 ladies took the initiative to clear the table, while Gao Tianyu lounged lazily on the sofa. Once Lin Ruoxi and the others completed their chores, they settled onto the couch. Lan Kursin, cradling her daughter, entertained the little girl with playful antics. "You go. Did you not bring back some powdered milk from the supermarket? Xin cannot solely rely on regular milk. When will you fetch some for us?" Han Qingru, glancing at Lan Kursin, seemed to have had a revelation as she addressed Gao Tianyu. "While milk is nutritious, it certainly does not compare to the benefits of powdered milk. A child cannot thrive on plain milk alone. These matters are trifling. Shortly, I shall send a message requesting a few cans to be brought up." Gao Tianyu nodded slightly. The formula milk contains a wealth of protein, offering substantial nourishment. Even after a taxing training session, he would indulge in some to replenish his energy. He promptly retrieved his phone and dispatched a message to his subordinates below. Before long, several cans of formula milk were delivered and placed in Lon Curson's hands. "Thank you, brother you," Lon Curson exclaimed, her face illuminating with a sweet smile as she expressed her gratitude to Gao Tianyu. "Your thanks lack sincerity. A more tangible expression would be preferable." Gao Tianyu chuckled, his gaze fixating on Lon Curson's rosy lips, then pointed to his own mouth with his finger. The implication was unmistakable. He desired a kiss from Lon Curson as a token of appreciation. Not one to be oblivious, Lon Curson immediately grasped Gao Tianyu's intention. She set the cans on the table and, feeling bashful, approached him. Lowering her head, she lightly brushed her lips against his, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Following this, Lon Curson instinctively attempted to retreat. However, Gao Tianyu prevented her, grasping her delicate hand and drawing her closer, seating her upon his lap. "Your gesture also lacks sincerity. I shall procure my own reward, for your appreciation feels rather perfunctory," Gao Tianyu asserted, his fingers gently grasping Lon Curson's chin, turning her head to face him with earnest intent before lowering his own towards her. Before long, he lifted Lon Curson and entered Han Qingrou's exclusive chamber. 2 hours later, Gao Tianyu emerged, striding forth with an air of carefree delight, a short-sleeved shirt draped over his shoulder. "Dear husband, you finally emerged. Were you not a tad too hasty? Curson has only just arrived and is yet to acclimate. Your actions may startle her," Lin Ruashi remarked, a hint of irritation in her tone as she shot him an exasperated glance. "What do you understand? Only what is consumed is truly one's own." Gao Tianyu shrugged. He possessed neither the luxury of time to wait for others to adjust before acting, nor did he initiate anything with Lon Curson the previous day due to her frail condition and pale visage, which suggested fatigue. Now, however, Lon Curson had evidently regained her vigor, and he was unwilling to delay any further. Chapter 81, Push-Ups. "Ah, Ruashi, it seems you and Qingru have been rather lackadaisical of late. It has been ages since I observed your training. In this apocalyptic world, how can one thrive without a robust physique? It is time for you both to get moving," Gao Tianyu admonished, playfully patting Lin Ruashi's pert posterior, his dissatisfaction evident. These two women, unable to endure hardship, approached their training with a lackadaisical attitude, resulting in only marginal gains in strength. After the arrival of the meteorite, the atmosphere of the blue planet seemed to be infused with a peculiar energy, one that could enhance human constitution and even grant extraordinary abilities. In such an environment, the physical prowess of all inhabitants on the blue planet experienced a notable augmentation, with their strength significantly elevated. Furthermore, they could cultivate their physical forms and accelerate the absorption of this energy to grow stronger. However, Lin Ruashi and Han Qingru, the two women, were rather reluctant to engage in physical activity, remaining exceedingly indolent after an initial period of being coerced into exercise. "Husband, exercising is truly arduous. We simply cannot endure this hardship. Perhaps we should forego it? Besides, with your protection, what do we have to fear?" Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Lin Ruashi immediately donned a pained expression and playfully clung to his hand. "Enough of a nonsense. You must train as instructed. Your pleas are of no consequence. Do not say I did not forewarn you. My strength continues to grow unabated, and I can feel significant improvements each day. Should you fail to keep pace with me, you risk being left behind. Moreover, this world is undergoing inexplicable transformations. Even the zombies are becoming stronger. If you remain so feeble, you will become a burden when danger arises. Regardless, you must train," Gao Tianyu asserted with a serious demeanor. "Ruashi, did you not claim to be a black belt in Taekwondo? Now you and Qingru should demonstrate your push-up prowess to me and show whether your endurance has improved." Ignoring Lin Ruashi's playful demeanor, Gao Tianyu reprimanded the two women sternly. Upon hearing his words, Lin Ruashi and Han Qingru felt a surge of determination. Under Gao Tianyu's protection, they had encountered little danger during this period. Aside from being confined indoors, their lives had changed little. Electricity had been restored, and food was no longer a concern, leading them to feel somewhat complacent. In such a comfortable environment, their reluctance to exert themselves was only natural. "Very well, we shall exercise. Why are you being so harsh? But why not let me practice Taekwondo instead of doing push-ups?" "What is the connection between Taekwondo and push-ups?" Lin Ruashi queried with a perplexed expression. Gao Tianyu replied, There is indeed a connection. All martial arts and fighting techniques are merely skills. Only strength is the immutable truth. As the saying goes, one force breaks all techniques. Those with greater strength will undoubtedly have the advantage. Now, both of you, commence your training. I shall supervise from the side. Under Gao Tianyu's insistence, both stunning women were compelled to the ground and obediently began their push-ups. Meanwhile, Gao Tianyu counted, unhesitatingly delivering a slap whenever he observed improper form. It must be said, witnessing these two beauties perform push-ups was quite a delightful sight. After they completed their sets, Gao Tianyu pulled them up to practice martial arts. Meanwhile, he stood aside, offering them guidance with each move, demonstrating the techniques one by one. Given his current speed, strength, and reaction time, the two were no match for him. His instruction was more than sufficient. Before long, both women were drenched in sweat, their shirts clinging to their bodies, accentuating their exquisite figures, rendering them particularly alluring. All right, take a moment to rest. After your break, resume your practice. Do not let your guard down. I must return to my own training as well. Gao Tianyu embraced both women, planting a gentle kiss on each of their cheeks, softly reminding them, do not be complacent. This apocalypse is not easily overcome. It has only just begun. The future will undoubtedly bring great changes. Without strength, one can only be at the mercy of others. You both must grow stronger. When danger arises, we must be able to escape together. If you are too weak, you may not be able to flee, and I certainly cannot bear to abandon such unparalleled beauties. Lin Ruoxiai and Han Qingru leaned against Gao Tianyu's chest, warmed by his words, realizing they were genuinely cared for and not merely seen as playthings. After comforting the two women, Gao Tianyu returned to his room to commence his own training. In addition to practicing Bajiquan to hone his combat skills, he frequently employed his psychic abilities, focusing on object manipulation and throwing knives, thereby developing his mental prowess. Simultaneously, he contemplated various applications of his psychic energy, such as mental shockwaves and psychic stabs, which could bypass physical barriers and directly affect the soul, rendering them nearly impossible to defend against. However, these techniques remained purely theoretical for him, as his psychic strength was not yet sufficient to manifest them, and he lacked experimental subjects. After all, it would be futile to launch a psychic attack against a wall. No results could be discerned from that. Once his physical and psychic energies were exhausted, Gao Tianyu would embrace a meteorite, soaking in its radiation to replenish his energy. In this state, he could distinctly feel that both his physique and psychic strength were rapidly increasing. Nonetheless, such expenditure was equally staggering, as his body required substantial nourishment, necessitating the consumption of large quantities of food. After each workout, he would indulge in 2 pieces of chocolate and prepare a large cup of milk powder, consuming these high-calorie, high-protein, and easily absorbable foods to provide energy for his cells. Once he had regained his strength, Gao Tianyu would resume his training, perpetually cycling through the process. While he diligently practiced within the confines of his home, many surviving residents in the surrounding community began to unite. They formed survival teams, diligently clearing their floors of zombies and collecting provisions. However, there are also individuals who, driven by the scarcity of sustenance, unite to violently seize food from their neighbors, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. The malevolence within them amplifies, manifesting in acts of debauchery, robbery, slaughter, and tyranny, laying bare the darker facets of human nature. Chapter 82. The Mutant Bat. As night descended, Gao Tianyu illuminated his living room and diligently practiced bagwazang. His hands danced through the air, leaving trails of afterimages. As he struck with an incredible speed, each punch, when meeting the air, produced a series of explosive sounds. This was the sound of sonic booms. It is often said that a single resonant strike is priceless, a phenomenon that occurs only when speed and power reach a certain threshold during combat. Those who can reach such a level are undoubtedly masters of martial arts, capable of delivering a blow powerful enough to cleave mountains and shatter stone, a truly terrifying force. Bang! Bang! As he practiced, a series of loud knocks echoed against his window, as if some entity were persistently colliding with it. Gao Tianyu focused his mental energy and immediately identified the culprits, a swarm of minuscule beetles, seemingly drawn by some unseen force, relentlessly battering the glass. These wretched insects were exceedingly bothersome. They had only appeared in the past few days, and he had never encountered them before. Each time he turned on the lights, they would flock to him, only to vanish during daylight. Initially, there were only 2 or 3, but now there were at least 30 outside, having multiplied tenfold in just a couple of days. This was hardly an auspicious sign. Bang! Crack! Just as Gao Tianyu pondered the situation, a shadow darted past and shattered the exterior glass, hurtling directly towards him. With a shriek, the shadow maintained its velocity, arcing through the air as it lunged at him. What on earth is this? The speed was astonishing. Sensing the imminent threat, Gao Tianyu swiftly sidestepped. Whoosh! The shadow brushed past him, its sharp teeth nearly grazing his side. Missing its target, the shadow arced in the air, preparing to strike again. It was a bat, but how could it be so large? When Gao Tianyu discerned the true form of the shadow, he was taken aback. He had seen bats before, the largest no more than the size of 3 or 4 fingers. Yet this one resembled the size of a cat, at least 10 times larger than an ordinary bat, with blood-red eyes that exuded a savage thirst for blood. Though astonished, he did not forget to defend himself. Under the control of his mental energy, a bone spike shot forth from the table, aimed directly at the bat. Thud! The bone spur pierced through the bat, creating a gaping wound, and shortly thereafter, the bat plummeted to the ground with a thud. Despite its fall, the bat was not yet dead, struggling on the floor while emitting sharp, high-pitched cries. Its wings flapped incessantly, as if yearning to soar once more. With a decisive strike, Gao Tianyu brought down his axe upon its head, shattering its skull. Remarkably, this bat had undergone mutation. Its speed was such that a mere human would have succumbed instantly. Observing the lifeless body of the bat, Gao Tianyu furrowed his brow. The ferocity and bloodlust of these mutated creatures posed a grave threat, attacking humans without provocation. If their numbers remained low, they could be managed. But should they proliferate into the hundreds or thousands, it would spell disaster, even for him. Suddenly, the windows shattered, and the insects that had been lurking outside rushed into the living room, colliding with the light fixture and creating a cacophony of sounds. This was exasperating. After finally enjoying a brief respite, trouble had reared its head once more. Frustrated, Gao Tianyu discarded the bat's carcass out the window and seized the meteorite from the table, carrying it into the bedroom while turning off the living room lights. It was clear this place was no longer tenable. He needed to find a new location, preferably a secure residence with a basement, reinforced windows and doors, as well as ample space. Reclining on the bed with the meteorite in hand, he pondered his next move. Though he had a tendency to be somewhat lethargic and reclusive, he was also a man of action, and upon realizing that this location was unsuitable, thoughts of relocating immediately sprang to mind. Where could he find such a place in the vicinity? He stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. To the east of his neighborhood, near a picturesque river, lay a cluster of opulent villas, exquisitely adorned. These villas did indeed possess basements and were well furnished, making them quite livable. However, being situated on lower floors, coupled with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows and railings, they offered little in terms of security. Their defenses were woefully inadequate. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. How could he have forgotten? The developer of this neighborhood, in addition to constructing high-rise buildings and villas, had also erected 3 exceptionally unique villas, perched on a hillside. Each was encircled by towering walls, sprawling across vast grounds, and rising 4 stories high. Beneath the surface, there was not only a garage, but also 2 underground levels, all lavishly decorated. These 3 villas were known as the Supreme Villa No. 3, built with the finest materials. The windows were crafted from tempered, shatterproof glass. The doors were fortified against theft, and the walls were over a meter thick, remarkably sturdy. Moreover, the establishment boasts a lavish indoor swimming pool, a cozy cinema, a well-equipped gym, a game room, and various other indulgent amenities. It is rumored that these 3 villas were sold for exorbitant prices, with the lowest fetching one, $5 billion, each claimed by 3 enigmatic billionaires. Having previously gazed upon the opulent exterior of these villas from a distance, it is indeed a sight to behold. Situated in an exceptionally favorable terrain that provides an overwhelming sense of security, he decided that this would be the place to visit, should it prove suitable. He would relocate there by tomorrow. With a concrete goal in mind, Gao Tianyu promptly resolved to take action. Such luxurious villas must undoubtedly encompass various provisions, particularly backup generators and alternative energy sources, ensuring that even in the event of a power outage, the impact would be minimal. Furthermore, the sheer size of these villas could comfortably accommodate hundreds of residents simultaneously, with an abundance of rooms, as well as security offices and servant quarters among other supporting facilities. Once he moved in, he could undoubtedly transform it into a fortified sanctuary. Of course, all of this remained merely a contemplation for now. The decision to implement it would require a thorough inspection of the premises. Chapter 83. The Supreme Villa. One morning, after a hearty breakfast, Gao Tianyu equipped himself, grasping his rifle firmly, and plunged into the dense fog, driving the truck toward the villa district. This time, he opted for solitude, not bringing anyone along. The group would be hindered by the fog, and their presence would not significantly contribute to his reconnaissance mission. He was merely there to survey the area, not to transport items or engage in combat, so one was sufficient. As Gao Tianyu's vehicle entered the villa district, he was immediately met with a disheartening scene. The roads were littered with wandering zombies, shrouded in the thick mist, their forms barely discernible. Surrounding the streets were numerous corpses, both of the undead and the living. Some villa windows had been shattered, glass strewn across the ground, with traces of blood still lingering. Additionally, several villa doors had been flung open, revealing interiors in disarray, as if ransacked by intruders. However, Gao Tianyu paid no heed to these unsettling sights. He pressed the accelerator and sped past the disheveled villa area, entering a main road en route to the Supreme Villa number 3. Inside one villa, two tall, strikingly beautiful women clad in pajamas sat in the living room. Fei, when do you think help will arrive? Our food supplies are dwindling, and there are zombies lurking outside, not to mention individuals attempting to force entry. If it weren't for the security mesh you installed on the ground floor and the tempered glass, they might have already broken in, Ino murmured, peering through the balcony at the thick, swirling white mist, her brow furrowed in distress. In recent days, the gates of their residence have remained firmly shut, with no signs of zombies in the courtyard. Outside, however, the undead wander aimlessly, occasionally passing in front of their door, rendering them unable to venture out. Besides the zombies, 2 days prior, several men stealthily scaled the wall and approached their villa, attempting to pry open the door and even shatter the windows to gain entry. This frightened the two women immensely. Had it not been for the security measures installed in their villa, they would likely have succumbed to the intruders' intentions. 17 days have elapsed since the meteor struck Blue Star. Were it not for her close friend's habit of stockpiling snacks, they would have likely perished from hunger by now. Nevertheless, their supplies are dwindling rapidly, and if rescue does not arrive soon, they may well face starvation. The outside world is in utter disarray, making it exceedingly difficult for any assistance to reach them. Ouyang Fei, with a bitter smile gracing her face, shook her head. Although they had reached out to their family's influence, hoping for aid, the news they received was disheartening. Their family had also suffered tremendous losses and was mired in chaos. Unable to extend help at this time, they were advised to remain in their current location until the situation stabilized enough for a rescue. Since their last communication, contact had been severed. Their phones had run out of battery, leaving them unable to connect with the outside world, let alone expect assistance. Squeak. Do you hear that? Is that the sound of a car? At that moment, Ouyang Fei seemed to detect the frictional noise of a vehicle. Impossible. With such dreadful weather, how can anyone be driving? Bai shook her head, but barely had she spoken when she was swiftly proven wrong. She too heard the sound. It truly resembled that of a car. Could it be rescue arriving? A flicker of joy crossed by Yuno's face as she grasped Ouyang Fei's hand and hurried to the balcony, peering outside. Through the thick white fog, while they could not discern the conditions by the roadside, they could distinctly sense the sound of the vehicle approaching, and they faintly glimpsed a dark silhouette, the outline of a car. Over here. We're over here. As the vehicle drew nearer, excitement illuminated by Yuno's face, and she began to shout, vigorously waving her hand. However, her expression quickly fell. The car ignored her calls and drove past, swiftly vanishing from their sight. No matter how loudly she shouted, there was no response from the occupants, who continued onward. It was astonishing that anyone was still alive, and, judging by the sound, it seemed to be a woman. It was quite a remarkable feat indeed. Gao Tianyu naturally heard the voice of Bai Inua, yet he chose to disregard it, continuing to drive without the slightest intention of stopping. At this moment, his foremost priority was to find a safe haven. Everything else took a back seat. As for the woman's cries, he resolved to assess the situation later. Crash. Soon enough, Gao Tianyu arrived at a barricade, which marked the entrance to the Supreme Villa. Unlike other residential areas, This barrier was an automated recognition gate, effectively obstructing other vehicles from approaching the Supreme Villa. However, Gao Tianyu paid it no heed and drove straight through it. Before long, he found himself before an opulent villa, halting his vehicle in front of a grand iron gate. The villa's walls towered to a height of 5 or 6 meters, adorned with electric fencing and topped with barbed wire, presenting a formidable defense. Just moments after he parked, the sound of police sirens echoed from the entrance, and 4 figures swiftly emerged, vigilantly observing him. There are indeed living beings here, and their level of vigilance is quite remarkable. Gao Tianyu, taken aback by their reaction, soon found it less surprising. Among the 3 supreme villas, the residents were either affluent or noble, and their security was exceptionally stringent. The bodyguards were likely retired special forces, possessing formidable skills. Unless they all succumbed to the zombie virus, it was expected that this elite group would survive. "Who are you? What business do you have here?" A commanding voice called out from within, as the 4 individuals remained on high alert, weapons in hand. "Brothers, no need to be tense. I merely came to take a look." Gao Tianyu stepped out of his car and approached the gate, addressing the 4 with a calm demeanor. "Let us discuss this. I harbor no ill intentions and seek only to exchange information." Through the fog, he gestured towards the individuals inside. "What is your identity? What brings you here?" The 4 bodyguards, cautious at the entrance of the Supreme Villa, furrowed their brows upon hearing Gao Tianyu's voice, cautiously advancing toward him. "My surname is Gao. I have come seeking a new residence, wishing to ascertain whether anyone remains among your 3 Supreme Villas. If not, I intended to move in, yet I see you are still here." Gao Tianyu regarded the 4 with a hint of disappointment, exclaiming softly. These 4 were no ordinary individuals. Each was muscular and agile, clearly trained. The leader even bore a handgun at his waist, quite a fearless display. It was astonishing that these wealthy individuals could acquire such items. Indeed, poverty had limited his imagination. With wealth, even contraband could be obtained. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Zhang Zhun fell into a prolonged silence, contemplating the implications of their survival. Was it truly disappointing to him? They already had a master here, and their boss remained steadfast. It would be best for you to depart swiftly. Moreover, how did you manage to drive up here? Despite his silence, Zhang Zhun, known for his good temper, was not enraged. Had it been anyone else, they might have unleashed a barrage of curses. Just drive normally, maintaining a slow pace. Nothing untoward should occur. Gao Tianyu remarked with a relaxed demeanor. Zhang Zhun, the other 3. In such weather, if driving were that easy, would they not do so? Why would they need to ask you? Zhang Zhun cast a deep gaze at Gao Tianyu. Within this Supreme Villa number 3, specifically the Moon Villa, there are still inhabitants, residents of the Lin family, whose security is rather stringent. Your visit would be futile. However, you might consider checking out the Star Villa, which has remained unoccupied for some time and should be in a vacant state. Supreme Villa number 3 is a collective term for 3 villas named after celestial bodies: Sun, Moon, and Star. The villa in which Zhang Zhun and his companions resided is the Sun Villa. "Oh, is that so? Thank you, brother, for your insightful warning." Gao Tianyu's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and he waved his hand in gratitude towards Zhang Zhun. After expressing his thanks, he turned and re-entered his vehicle, driving away from the location. "Brother Zhun, why did you feel the need to offer him such advice, and why were you so courteous?" One of the bodyguards behind Zhang Zhun questioned him in confusion upon seeing Gao Tianyu leave in his car. Because he is not an ordinary person, he managed to navigate through this dense fog alone and could drive, indicating he possesses considerable skill. Let's regard this as cultivating a good relationship. It may prove beneficial in the future, Zhang Zhun replied, watching Gao Tianyu's departure, then softly addressed his companions. Such capable individuals deserve respect, and fostering goodwill may lead to fruitful connections later on. How could he possibly drive? I find it quite perplexing. Another bodyguard furrowed his brow, lost in thought, yet unable to comprehend. Who knows? Perhaps he, like our boss, has awakened some special ability. Zhang Zhun chuckled lightly, not dwelling on the matter. The world seems to be undergoing a significant transformation, with even supernatural powers manifesting. What remains impossible? Even if he witnessed someone flying without wings, he would hardly be surprised. After leaving the entrance of the Sun Villa, Gao Tianyu drove directly to the front of the Star Villa as Zhang Zhun had indicated. The grand gate remained tightly locked, yet no bodyguard were present, affirming Zhang Zhun's words. The owner of this villa seemingly did not reside here. lacking a key card and unwilling to damage the gate. He opted to scale it, directly entering the villa as he continued along the path leading to the grand entrance. He walked for nearly 10 minutes before finally catching sight of the villa's silhouette. Was this villa not excessively large? The life of the affluent was indeed deceptively simple. Even their residences were of such vast proportions. Upon witnessing this scene, Gao Tianyu could not help but exclaim that even if the impoverished toiled their entire lives, they would still be unable to afford even a restroom in such a villa. The avarice of capitalists was truly insidious. The villa's entrance was a robust, fortified door, exceedingly luxurious and sturdy, firmly shut to isolate the villa from the outside world. Such a thick door seemed impervious to even a small car. One could only imagine the sense of security it provided to its inhabitants. Observing the solid entrance, Gao Tianyu nodded in satisfaction before retrieving a piece of iron wire from his pocket. Although this security door was custom-made and connected to a network, providing formidable protection, it could not deter him. Inserting the wire into the keyhole, he utilized his mental prowess to manipulate it, managing to unlock the door with a few deft maneuvers. Upon stepping inside, he was immediately dazzled by the opulence of the interior decor. The floor was adorned with 1 meter square golden marble. The ceiling featured an extraordinarily luxurious crystal chandelier, and the walls displayed exquisite oil paintings, all underscoring the extravagant nature of the residence. At the center of the hall stood an exquisitely extravagant crystal fish tank, home to various precious goldfish, equipped with a timed feeder to nourish them regularly. The central area also housed an extremely lavish sofa, and even the refrigerator was a bespoke, high-end model of considerable size. Gao Tianyu then began to explore this villa, which boasted over 100 rooms, each with a distinct decorative style. Each floor contained a kitchen area, each styled in 3 different luxurious designs. The 2 underground levels featured a series of fitness rooms, game rooms, and recreational spaces, including a family cinema. Additionally, there was an indoor heated swimming pool, a sauna, and storage rooms. After completing a thorough tour, he nodded in immense satisfaction. The villa was exceptionally well designed, and he was truly pleased. Even the storage room contained various food items, an abundance of fine wine, and numerous gold bars and antiques. He also discovered an impressive collection of cold weapons, including tang swords, ancient armor, horse sculptures, halberds, silver spears, sabers, shields, and more, a veritable miniature exhibition of ancient weaponry. The lifestyle of the affluent was undeniably enjoyable, inciting a twinge of envy within him. However, from this moment onward, this villa would be his, allowing him to partake in the luxurious life of the wealthy. Just the thought of it filled him with blissful anticipation. Chapter 85. 2 major stars. In such a vast villa, accommodating merely 4 or 5 individuals seems rather insufficient. It appears that additional personnel must be employed. Furthermore, maintaining cleanliness in this expansive abode is not a trivial task, necessitating the hiring of several housekeepers. Ultimately, enlisting a few chefs would render the arrangement even more splendid. As Gao Tianyu meandered through the villa, he contemplated the logistics of relocating here. He envisioned inviting Han Qingru and her companions to reside within these walls, while also considering the recruitment of maids to ensure the place does not feel overly desolate. Moreover, upon surveying the multitude of rooms, he realized that his romantic entanglements were rather scant, comprising only 3 partners, which he deemed inadequate given his status. It was imperative to seek out additional lovers, at least enough to fill the rooms, for a vibrant atmosphere is essential. However, his standards had become rather discerning. He found himself disinterested in the ordinary. Filling the villa with suitable companions would prove to be a challenge. Additionally, the villa required security personnel. It would be imprudent to have his women on patrol. Thus, he planned to summon his subordinates to guard the premises, providing a vigilant presence. Fortunately, the villa's original construction had anticipated such needs, incorporating a security booth at the entrance and erecting 2 smaller villas nearby to accommodate the maids and bodyguards. Collectively, these quarters could house over 100 individuals, perfectly accommodating his subordinates and their families. The most opulent villa in the center would, of course, be reserved for himself and his lovers. Soon after, Gao Tianyu discovered a backup power room containing a generator and an unfamiliar battery, capable of storing a significant amount of electricity. This room served as the villa's auxiliary power supply. After several hours of thorough exploration, he finally departed with enthusiasm. Eager to relocate immediately, The high walls and sturdy iron gates provided ample protection against any potential zombie incursions, making it an ideal sanctuary. As he drove past the villa district, Gao Tianyu was suddenly reminded of the voice that had called out to him earlier. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he halted before that very villa. Inside, Sun Yinhua and Ouyang Feifei were preoccupied with their meal when they were startled by the sound of a car outside. It seemed to have parked directly below them, eliciting a wave of excitement. They hurried to the balcony, peering down in curiosity. Amidst the roar of the engine, they could discern only a dark silhouette, unmistakably that of a vehicle. Knock, knock. Soon, they heard a series of knocks on the door. Is anyone there? If not, I shall be entering. A voice resonated from below, echoing in their ears. Who could it be? Might it be someone come to rescue us? Upon hearing the sound from outside, Sun Yinhua instantly felt a surge of anxiety and turned to Ouyang Feifei, inquiring about the identity of the individuals beyond their door, uncertain and hesitant to respond. We should find out more before we act. There's no need to rush to open the door. Ouyang Feifei shook her head. Their phones were dead, severing all contact with their families, leaving them unable to ascertain the identity of the outsiders. Thus, caution was imperative. Just as the two women pondered their strategy, Gao Tianyu below grew impatient. He employed his psychic abilities to effortlessly unlock the door and enter the villa. This residence, while not as opulent as the starry villa he had just left, was still tastefully decorated, indicating that its owner had indeed put in considerable thought and effort. Even before the apocalypse, such a villa would have been valued in the tens of millions. However, now it stood largely uninhabited. He ascended the staircase to the second floor, having already surveyed the premises with his psychic powers prior to entering. The first floor was devoid of life, but he sensed the presence of two women on the second floor, prompting his decision to head upstairs. Oh no, it seems the front door has been opened. Someone has entered. What should we do? Feifei? Bai Yinhua exclaimed, startled by the sound of the door and footsteps below, her face betraying her fear as she turned to Ouyang Feifei. I don't know. Ouyang Feifei responded, her own expression mirroring the alarm, as she found herself momentarily thrown into confusion by the sudden turn of events. In the midst of their panic, Gao Tianyu had reached the second floor and entered the living room, his gaze immediately drawn to the two women. At a glance, he was captivated. Both were strikingly beautiful, rivaling the likes of Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi. With their tall, graceful figures, smooth skin like jade, and exquisite facial features, they were undoubtedly above 90 points in beauty, with the taller one even reaching a stunning 95, embodying the essence of a goddess. Upon seeing them, he felt an uncanny familiarity, as if he had encountered them before. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He recognized their identities. Both were renowned celebrities. The taller one, Ouyang Feifei, had risen to fame as a singer, celebrated for her sweet and melodious voice, captivating figure, and breathtaking beauty, earning her the title of Sultry Queen with immense popularity. The other, by Yinhua, slightly shorter yet equally famous, was an actress frequently seen on television in various dramas. With her sweet smile and pure appearance, she had garnered a substantial fan base, making her one of the most beloved young stars of the moment. Unexpectedly, at this moment, they all found themselves in this villa, residing in the same community as two celebrities. He had received not a whisper of news about it. These two women had concealed themselves quite thoroughly. Were it not for the shout from the other party, he likely would have remained oblivious to their presence. Who are you? This is my home. Who allowed you to enter? Leave at once. Ouyang Feifei, noticing Gao Tianyu's gaze scrutinizing the two of them, could no longer contain herself. Suppressing her fear, she shouted at Gao Tianyu. Oh, is that so? What if I refuse to leave? Upon hearing Ouyang Feifei's threat, Gao Tianyu regarded her with keen interest, a peculiar expression gracing his features as he jested. Do you think you can physically remove me? Do you possess such capability? Don't come any closer. If you do, I swear I'll smash you. Ouyang Feifei realized that Gao Tianyu's demeanor was not to be taken lightly. Seizing a nearby vase, she brandished it as a weapon against him. Beside her, Bai Yinhua lifted a cup from the table, glaring fiercely at Gao Tianyu, her face etched with menace. However, beneath their bravado, Gao Tianyu could distinctly sense their fear. This display was merely a facade of self-defense. Ahem. Observing their stance, Gao Tianyu cleared his throat softly, straightened his expression, and retracted his earlier playful demeanor. Ladies, there is no need for such alarm. I merely intended to share a light-hearted jest. I hope you won't take it to heart. Ouyang Fei and Bai Inua were momentarily speechless but maintained their vigilance, watching him warily. I'm a fan of both of you, truly. I have always admired you. Every night before I sleep, I take out my phone to appreciate your stunning beauty, which grants me peace for a restful night. You are my idols. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. Seeing that they remained on guard, Gao Tianyu continued to explain himself. Both women were quite appealing, precisely fitting the criteria for his romantic interests. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to win them over. Thus, his immediate priority was to soothe their apprehension and dispel their hostility toward him. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Ouyang Fei and Bai Inua's expressions darkened. His comment about viewing them before sleep clearly marked him as a lecher, and the implications of his dreams were undoubtedly vile. He was no good. I am not your fan. You are clearly a pervert. We must find a way to drive you away, or else we will surely fall victim to your nefarious intentions. I don't care whether you are our fan or not. This is my home. Leave immediately. If you do not depart, we shall smash you. Ouyang Fei threatened, still brandishing the vase with a fierce expression. Leave at once, or I shall resort to violence. Alongside him, Bai Inua echoed the sentiment. It seems there has been a misunderstanding in our communication. Your wariness towards me greatly hampers our discourse. Gao Tianyu sighed regretfully at the scene before him. The exchange among the three was proving to be quite arduous. It seemed he must demonstrate his prowess, for otherwise, compliance would be unlikely. Do not move. Raise your hands and set down your belongings, or I shall be forced to fire. He raised a rifle he had been concealing, its cold barrel now aimed at the two women, his countenance twisted into a menacing grimace. A gun? Upon seeing Gao Tianyu brandish the firearm, both Ouyang Fei and Bai Inua felt their legs weaken. After all, who could be unfamiliar with such a weapon? They could hardly believe that this man before them wielded such an instrument. Surely he could not be a criminal? Fei, what do we do? He has a gun. Bai Inua's voice trembled with fear as she turned to Ouyang Fei, nearly on the verge of tears. Inua, do not fear. Such a valuable item. He could not possibly possess one. It is clearly a toy. Ouyang Fei, feeling a similar trepidation, attempted to reassure her companion. Fake, is it? If you doubt its authenticity, allow me to demonstrate its true nature. Once you descend to the underworld, you may converse with the king of hell about it. Gao Tianyu's gaze turned icy, his tone laced with menace as he pulled the trigger. Please no, do not kill us. Ouyang Fei and Bai Inua erupted into tears, dropping the vase and cup they held, clinging tightly to one another, their tears flowing freely as they sobbed pitifully. Such cowardice. Yet you dare question the authenticity of a firearm. Gao Tianyu chuckled, stepping closer to the pair. In truth, the gun had not been loaded, and thus no bullets were discharged. One must admit, even in her fearful state, the goddess remained enchanting. Her frightened demeanor evoked a profound urge to protect her. You scoundrel! How dare you frighten us? After a brief moment of weeping, realizing they were unharmed and hearing no gunfire, the two women quickly understood that they had merely been intimidated. They ceased their sobbing and glared at Gao Tianyu with indignation. It was merely a jest. Who could have anticipated such a fright? You cannot blame me for your sensitivity. Gao Tianyu shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, the two women instantly clenched their teeth in indignation. However, a mere glance at the firearms in their hands rendered them cautious and restrained. Enough of your protests. I've taken a fancy to both of you. From this moment forth, you shall accompany me as my lovers. Now, gather your belongings and come with me. At this juncture, Gao Tianyu abandoned any pretense and unveiled his intentions with an authoritative tone, leaving no room for negotiation. What? You scoundrel! You expect us to become your lovers? Dream on. We will never agree to that. Ouyang Fei exclaimed, her face etched with disbelief, and without a moment's hesitation, she firmly rejected his proposition. Her gaze towards Gao Tianyu was rife with contempt. After all, she was a celebrated star, born into a distinguished family, and had been cherished and pampered since childhood. Despite her current predicament, she retained an air of dignity and pride that made it inconceivable for her to consider being anyone's mistress. You have no right to refuse. Should you choose not to accompany me, I shall take matters into my own hands. Once I am done, I will set your villa ablaze. Gao Tianyu shot them a sidelong glance before making himself comfortable on the sofa. You have 20 minutes to pack your belongings. Once that time elapses, regardless of your consent, I will forcibly take you with me. With a gun in hand, you cannot hope to resist. it would be wise to comply. Chapter 87. You could call the police on me, you know? How can you be so tyrannical? This is illegal. Do you understand? Bai Inua's face turned ashen with fury. Her small fists clenched, her innocent visage marred by anger. I am aware, Gao Tianyu replied with a nonchalant smile. But you could always alert the authorities and have them arrest me. Bai Inua, rendered speechless by his audacity, recognized the futility of her situation. Even if she were to report him, it would be of no consequence in a world where chaos reigned and many disregarded the law, much like the man before her. Enough of your rambling. Get back to packing. You have 20 minutes. Should you fail to finish in time, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Gao Tianyu threatened with a smile that belied his menace. Under the duress of Gao Tianyu's firearm, Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua, despite their reluctance, obediently retreated to their rooms to begin gathering their clothes. Feifei, what should we do? That man clearly is no good. Are we really expected to follow him? In a hushed tone, Bai Inua whispered to Ouyang Feifei, that fellow has a gun, and we cannot overpower him. If we make any sudden movements, it will certainly provoke his wrath. For now, let us comply with him and seek an opportunity to escape later. Ouyang Feifei, equally reluctant, murmured her agreement in response. As 20 minutes slowly passed, the two women, each with a suitcase in hand, pushed their way out of the room. Excellent. It seems you are both prepared. Let us depart. It is unsafe for you to remain here. Continuing to stay would surely lead to trouble. Stay close to me. At least I can offer you some protection, Gao Tianyu remarked, pleased to see his threats had borne fruit. The two women nodded in understanding. Who needs the protection of a scoundrel like you? Bai Inua silently scoffed. Ouyang Feifei shared the same sentiment, disregarding Gao Tianyu's words entirely. Come along, consider yourselves fortunate. I just visited the Starry Villa today, and it was unoccupied. I was about to move in when I encountered both of you. You shall enjoy a life of comfort there. Gao Tianyu informed them, having intended to relocate to the luxurious villa himself. He couldn't help but feel envious of the two women who had stumbled upon such opulence. What? The Starry Villa? Bai Inua and Ouyang Feifei exchanged astonished glances upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words. Given their backgrounds, they were well aware of the villa's significance. It had been constructed by a business magnate, lavishly adorned and worth billions, ranking among the most prestigious residences in their city. The owner, a billionaire, commanded immense power, capable of shaking the city with a mere gesture. The audacity of this man to occupy another's villa in the absence of its owner was staggering. I see you are familiar with it. The outer walls stand 5 or 6 meters tall, equipped with electric fencing, rendering it impervious to zombies. Living there would be exceedingly safe. Moreover, it boasts a swimming pool, a landscape courtyard, and a gym, ensuring utmost comfort. Far superior to languishing in this villa. Gao Tianyu observed their expressions, knowing they were aware of the villa's reputation, and thus provided them with a detailed description. Upon hearing this, Bai Inua and Ouyang Feifei furrowed their brows, sensing that such actions were rather inappropriate. Should that magnate return and discover his opulent home occupied by intruders, he would undoubtedly retaliate. However, as they pondered the situation further, it crossed their minds that the owner might very well be deceased. Even if they moved in, it might not pose a significant issue. Moreover, this situation was not of their choosing. They were entirely coerced into it, and any blame could hardly be placed upon them. Gao Tianyu, accompanied by two young women, approached his truck. He took the suitcases from their hands and tossed them into the truck's rear compartment. You two sit in the front. I will take you for a drive, he instructed, gesturing toward the passenger seat, where the two women squeezed in, while he assumed the driver's position. As he gradually started the vehicle, a look of astonishment spread across Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua's faces. How are you managing this? In such conditions, you can still see the road? Ouyang Feifei asked, gazing at the slowly advancing truck amidst the thick, obscuring fog that rendered the path nearly invisible. Initially, she had suspected that he utilized some advanced technology to navigate through the fog, but as they continued, she realized he was not relying on any such devices. He could see the road clearly, which puzzled her even more. This is my secret. Just know that this dense fog does not hinder my vision, Gao Tianyu replied cryptically, keeping his mental prowess concealed for as long as possible. He planned to surprise any potential adversaries down the line, though the truck moved at a leisurely pace. It soon arrived at the floor where Gao Tianyu resided. We've arrived, time to get out, he announced, opening the door and addressing Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua. Boss, you're back. Zhang Zhehao, who had been guarding the entrance, immediately swung the door open upon their descent. Indeed, Gao Tianyu nodded slightly. Who are these two? Wow. Ouyang Fei and Bai Inua. How'd you manage that? Two goddesses in our community? Zhang Zihao stammered, his astonishment evident as he recognized the two renowned celebrities. Both women were immensely famous, frequently appearing on television and social media, their stunning beauty, exceptional grace, and remarkable figures having earned them the admiration of countless men. Even Zhang Zihao himself was a fan, avidly following their updates online. The chance to encounter them in person left him utterly exhilarated. Oh, I drove to a villa area and happened to encounter them in a precarious situation. I rescued them and brought them back. It was merely a coincidence that they were in our neighborhood, Gao Tianyu explained, patting Zhang Zihao's shoulder with a smile. So, Zihao, are you a fan of theirs? You seem quite excited to see them. Indeed, my friend, I am an ardent admirer of both the divine Fei and the enchanting Ina. I have been following their Weibo accounts diligently. I listened to every song by the goddess Fei and have watched every drama featuring the goddess Ina. Zhang Zihao nodded, his expression brimming with excitement as he implored, could you possibly arrange for the two goddesses to grant me their autographs? Pathetic. In this apocalyptic world, you still cling to celebrity worship. Gao Tianyu retorted, rolling his eyes and playfully tapping Zhang Zihao on the head. What are you all standing around for? Did you not hear my brother express his desire for your signatures? Hurry, provide him with one. With that, Gao Tianyu cast a glance at Ouyang Fei and Bai Ina. Speaking with exasperation, we have no pens. We cannot sign. Bai Inua whispered, her gaze darting nervously at the armed individuals surrounding them, fear gripping her heart. Oh no! We've stumbled into a den of thieves. We cannot escape. Oh, it's quite all right, dear Ina. If you cannot sign this time, perhaps next time will suffice. Zhang Zihao replied, suddenly feeling bashful as he scratched his head, recognizing they lacked the means to provide an autograph. Very well, we shall discuss it next time. Please gather everyone. I have matters to address. With that, he turned to Ouyang Fei and Bai Inua, urging, let us ascend to the upper floor. As they made their way towards the staircase, Bai Inua and Ouyang Fei soon found themselves breathless after climbing to the 14th floor. How many more flights must we ascend? We simply cannot continue. They gasped, their sweat-soaked garments clinging to them. This is merely the beginning. I reside on the 30th floor. Zhang Zihao exclaimed. What? I cannot go any further. This is far too high. Bai Inua halted, her face contorted in distress as she leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Let us rest a moment. This is overwhelming. Ouyang Fei mirrored her sentiment, also leaning against the wall, her breath coming in shallow gasps as perspiration glistened on her porcelain skin, rendering her particularly alluring. This is quite troublesome. Your stamina is astonishingly feeble. If we were to engage in combat, I would surely have you both in tears. Gao Tianyu remarked, growing impatient. He stepped forward, effortlessly wrapping an arm around each of their waists before hoisting them onto his shoulders. The suddenness of Gao Tianyu's action startled both Ouyang Fei and Bai Inua, prompting them to shriek in alarm. Put us down. This is unacceptable. They protested, frantically striking his back with their hands. Stay still. We are on stairs. If you keep squirming, I might lose my grip, and you will surely land face first. Do not blame me for any disfigurement that ensues. Gao Tianyu admonished, his voice firm as he observed their struggles. Upon hearing his warning, the two women fell silent, their movements stilled by the fear of a potential fall. The two women weighed approximately 100 pounds each, totaling just over 200 pounds. However, Gao Tianyu lifted them effortlessly, his strength formidable beyond measure. He could not ascertain the exact extent of his power, as he lacked any measuring tools, but it was certain he possessed several thousand pounds of strength, capable of sending an adult flying dozens of meters with a single punch, their bones shattered upon impact. He carried the two women directly to the 30th floor, displaying an effortless grace, not even breaking a sweat. Upon reaching Han Qingrou's residence, Gao Tianyu knocked on the security door. Who is it? Came a voice from within, soon revealing itself to be Lin Ruashi. It's me, I'm back. Open the door. Upon recognizing Gao Tianyu's voice, Lin Ruashi, who had always been supportive, eagerly opened the door, her face lighting up with joy. Darling, you're back. Who are these two? Seeing Gao Tianyu return with two women, Lin Ruashi's expression shifted to one of surprise and curiosity. I found them on the way. They seemed quite charming, so I thought I might bring them back as concubines. Gao Tianyu replied with a playful wink and a cheerful smile. You? Not at all. You practically forced us to come. We have no intention of being your concubines. Bai Inuo retorted, her irritation evident as she clenched her small fists and lightly struck Gao Tianyu's back to express her discontent. Ignoring their grievances, Gao Tianyu gently placed the two women onto the sofa. It's Ouyang Fei and Bai Inuo. Brother, you actually brought them back. Did they used to live in our neighborhood? Han Qingru, having emerged from her room, was taken aback by this sight. Yes, I happened upon them. So I decided to bring them along. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly. What? These two are Ouyang Fei and Bai Inuo? Lin Ruoshi exclaimed in surprise as she closed the door. Quickly turning to look, she soon beheld two stunningly beautiful faces, accompanied by tall, graceful figures. Both women possessed exquisite features that surpassed her own, with only Han Qingru being a worthy comparison. As renowned stars, their allure was undeniably potent, instilling in Lin Ruoshi a sense of imminent threat regarding her own standing. With this thought, her gaze towards the two women turned scrutinizing. Lan Kursin emerged with her daughter, observing Ouyang Fei and Bai Inuo with curiosity. Unlike others, she wasn't a fan and had never had such close proximity to celebrities, which piqued her interest. Under the scrutiny of several pairs of eyes, Ouyang Fei and Bai Inuo felt a wave of unease wash over them. Greetings, my dear sisters. I am Lin Ruoshi. I have long been an admirer of your enchanting songs and the delightful dramas you have performed in. It is truly a joy to meet you in person. With a radiant smile, Lin Ruoshi approached Ouyang Fei and Bai Inuo, greeting them with grace and poise, reminiscent of a refined lady, exuding a natural charm. Chapter 89. Once you have partaken of my offerings, you belong to me. With this declaration, Lin Ruoshi swiftly drew closer to Ouyang Fei and Bai Inuo, their gazes softening with newfound warmth. Hello, Sister Ruoshi. I'm Ouyang Fei. I am Bai Inuo. You may call me Inuo. The two young ladies, not lacking in courtesy, promptly reciprocated Lin Ruoshi's greeting. My dear sisters, allow me to introduce you. This is my close friend Han Qingru, and this is Lan Kursin. With enthusiasm, Lin Ruoshi engaged in lively conversation with the two ladies, their dialogue flowing effortlessly as if they were old friends reuniting, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In the past, Gao Tianyu recognized that such displays were merely superficial. Women often wore masks. A dormitory of 4 women could easily spawn dozens of groups. Could one truly gauge their essence through appearances? My dear Qingru, have you missed me? Gu Tianyu Pulid Han Qingru, who stood nearby, close, embracing her slender waist and placing a kiss upon her exquisite visage. The neighbor he had long coveted had finally succumbed to his advances, filling him with a sense of triumph. Not here, there are others present. Han Qingru pushed him away gently, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Fear not. We are all family here. What is there to be shy about? I am famished. Are the dishes ready? He kissed her other cheek with playful intent. They have been prepared, awaiting your return. Han Qingru, still unaccustomed to such affectionate displays in public, replied softly, her face aglow. Excellent. Let us hasten to dine. Today, I wish to hold you while we eat. Gao Tianyu lifted Han Qingru effortlessly, seating her upon his lap at the dining table. We have all dined. You are the only one left. Han Qingru squirmed slightly, feeling a touch self-conscious. Oh, then accompany me. Serve me some dishes. Gao Tianyu showed no inclination to release Han Qingru from his embrace. With such beauty in his arms, he was reluctant to let her go. Fei, Yinuo. Have you eaten? Would you care to join us? Gao Tianyu seemed to have a sudden thought, beckoning Ouyang Fei and Bai Inuo with a wave. Oh dear. Bai Inuo contemplated a refusal, but as she caught a whiff of an enticing aroma, her mouth watered, and she nodded in silent agreement, unable to resist. Then, he took Ouyang Fei to the dining table and seated her. Don't just sit there. Go wash the dishes yourself. Do you expect us to do it for you? Gao Tianyu, noticing the two had settled down, fixed his gaze hungrily on the food laid out before them, only to realize that there were no bowls or chopsticks. Annoyed, he remarked, you should have thought to fetch some from the kitchen. Oh, Fei, you sit tight. I'll go get the bowls right away. Bai Inuo pressed Ouyang Fei down and headed towards the kitchen, soon returning with 2 sets of utensils. They then began to eat face-to-face with Gao Tianyu. In no time, the table was cleared of its bounty, consumed by the 3 of them. You've eaten my food, so from now on, you belong to me. Henceforth, you shall serve as my concubine. After the meal, Gao Tianyu lounged lazily, leaning against Han Qingru and cheerfully addressed Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua. What? You're the one who invited us to eat. How can you say that? Bai Inua fumed, a hint of resentment in her voice upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words. Come on, in this day and age, food is a precious commodity. Do you really think I'm a philanthropist? If it weren't for your modest beauty and my desire for 2 concubines, would I invite you to dine with me for no reason? Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes. You've eaten my food, so you ought to follow my lead. There's nothing wrong with that. Oomph. That's mere sophistry. I refuse to accept it. Bai Inuo remained unconvinced. Oh, then tonight, I'll have you serve me first. Gao Tianyu replied lightly, ignoring her protest. Ruashi, Kursin, come here. I need to discuss something with you. Gao Tianyu beckoned Lin Ruashi and Lan Kursin to join them at the dining table. I found a very secure villa that is quite suitable for living. It's luxuriously decorated and well-equipped. You should gather your things. We'll move there shortly. Once everyone was gathered, he laid out his plans before them. But we're living just fine here. Why must we move? Han Qingru asked, puzzled. She glanced around, a tinge of reluctance crossing her face, not wanting to leave the home she had meticulously decorated. The high floor is not very convenient or safe. It draws too much attention and can attract unwanted creatures. Logically, living on a high floor should have been secure, but the emergence of those mutated bats had changed everything. Living high up, especially with the lights on, was undeniably conspicuous and would undoubtedly catch the attention of many mutated beings, which was far from ideal. Their ordinary residence simply lacked adequate defenses. Oh, Han Qingru, with an understanding that was both vague and profound, nodded her head, although reluctance gnawed at her heart. She refrained from voicing any objections. Darling, where shall we relocate? Lin Ruashi expressed mild ambivalence about the move, yet she remained unaware of Gao Tianyu's intended destination. To the Villa District, specifically to the Xingchen Villa. I wonder if you have heard of it? The Xingchen Villa, one of the esteemed number 3 villas? My love, how did you come across that place? It sounds simply marvelous. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruashi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had indeed heard of the villa. Rumored to be outfitted with opulent amenities, lavish beyond measure, a grand residence meticulously arranged by a top-tier magnate, one of the finest villas in their vicinity. Gao Tianyu replied, the villa is currently unoccupied. Its owner seems to have never moved in. There is no knowledge of their fate, alive or deceased. As fortune would have it, I was searching for a new residence, and upon visiting, I found it quite satisfactory. Henceforth, it shall be our home. Lin Ruashi nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, I shall begin packing at once. Qingru, you will assist me, won't you? Qingru, you should also prepare by gathering your everyday clothing. The villa is well equipped with nearly everything, and we shall lack for nothing. Gao Tianyu gently pat Han Qingru, encouraging her softly. Han Qingru responded with a soft Rising from Gao Tianyu's lap and stepping into the room, where she and Lin Ruashi commenced the task of packing their garments. Chapter 90. Moving arrangements. While the 2 women busied themselves with their belongings, Gao Tianyu descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found his subordinates already assembled. Boss, good day. Upon seeing Gao Tianyu, everyone rose to greet him. He surveyed the gathering. Aside from 2 individuals stationed at the entrance, nearly all were present. The team led by Chun Biao, along with core members such as Zhao Jianhua, Yu Tao, and Zhang Zihao, had all convened in the living room, which now felt somewhat cramped. Now that everyone is here, I shall be brief. I have secured a new abode that is significantly safer than this one. Henceforth, we shall all relocate there. Those who are unwilling may remain here. Relocate? The crowd momentarily fell silent, bewildered. They were comfortably settled here, with no worries for sustenance, and their surroundings felt secure. Why would they complicate matters with a move? Boss, we are quite well here. Why must we move? Zhang Zihao scratched his head, perplexed. The safety level of our current residence is alarmingly low. We could face an attack at any moment. Its defenses are insufficient, particularly the windows, which are easily shattered, offering no protective capacity whatsoever. Have you not noticed? The creatures outside are mutating. Many insects have grown significantly larger, and certain bats and birds have also undergone transformations, becoming exceedingly ferocious and bloodthirsty. In the house where I reside, a bat once intruded, an entity the size of a cat, swift in its movements and possessing exceptionally sharp teeth. An encounter with such a creature would undoubtedly result in injury for an ordinary person, and it is conceivable that it harbors some form of virus. Being scratched by it would certainly not bode well. Bats are social creatures. Where there is one, there may be 2 or even 3. and encountering them is far from fortuitous. Moreover, the glass of our windows would provide no deterrence against a bat of this size. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, the crowd was taken aback, their brows furrowing in concern. They did not doubt his veracity, for they too could sense the changes occurring outside. Whether it be zombies, otherworldly beings, or evolved entities, the emergence of mutated bats was not wholly unexpected. If the situation were indeed as Gao Tianyu described, their dwelling was undeniably becoming less secure. Unless they could seal all doors and windows, it was inevitable that bats and birds would infiltrate. While it may seem harmless now, trouble was bound to arise in the future. Boss, where should we relocate to? What is the environment like? Is it safe? Is there enough space to accommodate us all? Zhao Jianhua, being a prudent individual, considered these aspects thoroughly, prioritizing the living conditions and the available space. Presently, the defensive measures in that area were sufficient to confront the prevailing circumstances, but if conditions continued to deteriorate, the situation there would be precarious. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Tianyu mused that the Xingqian villa currently boasted commendable defenses, adequate to handle the majority of scenarios. Even the glass and doors were of blast-proof quality, which was satisfactory for the time being. However, it was not a safe house nor a national-level sanctuary, rendering it a residence that was somewhat lacking, yet still superior to others. Such defenses would suffice against the present threat of zombies and otherworldly beings, yet in the future, these entities might grow stronger, leaving him uncertain of their safety then. For now, it was sufficient to manage the current predicament, and they would have to take things one step at a time. Zhao Jianhua nodded earnestly, recognizing that apart from some official giant shelters, few places could guarantee absolute safety. Ensuring they had adequate food, clothing, and an undisturbed living space was already a considerable achievement. Boss, when shall we move? Yu Tao inquired, adjusting his dark frame glasses. I will relocate today and spend a night there. As for you all, gather your belongings today, and I shall return to escort you tomorrow. Additionally, please make an effort to transport the supplies and food from upstairs to the first floor. Tomorrow, I will come back to help move everything over. Gao Tianyu contemplated for a moment before speaking slowly. These supplies were crucial for their survival, and he needed to ensure their transport at all costs. However, the current cargo capacity of his medium-sized truck is woefully insufficient. To transport all these items, he would need to make at least a dozen round trips, which is quite cumbersome. Tomorrow, he must venture out again to see if he can procure a heavy-duty truck, whose cargo capacity far exceeds that of this medium-sized vehicle. One trip would be equivalent to 3 trips with a medium truck. This would undoubtedly save a considerable amount of time and effort. Leave this to us, boss. We will handle it well. Zhao Jianwan nodded in agreement, assuring Gao Tianyu. Subsequently, Gao Tianyu conferred with the group about the specific moving details and delegated tasks accordingly. After finalizing everything, he selected a few robust subordinates to assist him upstairs, intending for them to help with the relocation. Since a move was at hand, it was only sensible to enlist some help. After all, the leader shouldn't bear the burden of every task alone. Is everything packed? Gao Tianyu inquired upon returning and glancing at the several suitcases in the living room. Almost, just a few articles of clothing remained to be sorted. Once that is done, we can leave, came the voice of Han Qingru from her room. Following the sound, Gao Tianyu entered to find Han Qingru organizing clothes in her wardrobe. This was her home, and her wardrobe was brimming with an array of trendy garments. Many of these clothes appeared brand new, evidently worn only a handful of times. It would likely require 5 or 6 suitcases to accommodate them all if removed. At that moment, Han Qingru was sifting through her vast collection, somewhat indecisive about her favorites. Among the garments, a striking white wedding dress hung prominently in the wardrobe, standing out like a crane among chickens. Upon seeing the wedding dress, an image of the wedding photo in the living room flashed into Gao Tianyu's mind. In that photograph, Han Qingru donned the same gown, resembling a radiant flower. Her smile enchanting and captivating. Come, let me help you choose. My taste is impeccable. Anything I select will surely be exquisite. Gao Tianyu said with a grin as he approached the wardrobe. This pink one and that azure piece are quite lovely. Also, this elegant long dress, those shorts, and the slim-fit pants are all excellent choices. His hands rummaged through the wardrobe, pulling out one garment after another, presenting them to Han Qingru for her consideration. As she beheld the clothes he selected, her cheeks flushed slightly, for they were all rather revealing and accentuated the figure beautifully. It must be said that Gao Tianyu's gaze is piercingly discerning. The garments he selected for Han Qingru are those she seldom has the inclination to wear. Yet they exude a captivating charm when adorned. Moreover, the final piece must undoubtedly be included, for it would look splendid on you, and I am certain I would adore it. At last, Gao Tianyu retrieved the pristine, ethereal wedding gown from the wardrobe and held it before Han Qingru, gesturing playfully. Upon witnessing the wedding dress being presented, a sense of foreboding washed over Han Qingru, and her cheeks flushed crimson upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words. This gown was purchased during her marriage to Qin Zhong and had been preserved in the wardrobe as a cherished memento. To her astonishment, it had now caught the attention of this rascal, and knowing Gao Tianyu, she was well aware that he must be concocting some mischievous scheme. This simply would not do. It was not to be used. Han Qingru hurriedly took the wedding dress from him, shaking her head firmly as she proclaimed her disapproval. It is meant to be worn. You would undoubtedly look exquisite in a wedding gown. I wish to see you in it when you have the time, Gao Tianyu replied, wrapping his arm around Han Qingru's slender waist, leaning his head close to her ear and inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. Han Qingru felt her face grow warmer at his words. She lowered her gaze, yet obediently placed the wedding gown into her suitcase, simultaneously opening a drawer to retrieve a small parcel, which she added to her luggage. Witnessing this, Gao Tianyu's heart swelled with joy. Han Qingru's willingness to wear the wedding gown for him signified that he had already made his way into her heart, and he held a certain place within her affections, which delighted him immensely. My dear, do you wish to see me in a wedding gown? I have preserved the very dress for my own wedding, and if you wish, I could wear it for you. At that moment, Lin Ruoshi approached Gao Tianyu, wrapping her arms around his neck, her lips brushing against his ear, her breath imbued with seduction. Really? That would be splendid. We shall retrieve it shortly. You must look enchanting in a wedding gown. Gao Tianyu's eyes sparkled at her words. Lin Ruoshi's figure was beyond compare, strikingly alluring, a veritable epitome of beauty, rivaled only by the fiery diva, Ouyang Feifei. However, as he had yet to win Ouyang Feifei's affections, Lin Ruoshi's form remained unparalleled in his eyes. Noticing the excitement in Gao Tianyu's expression, Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes. This wretched man was indeed up to no good. Nonetheless, to enhance her standing in his heart, she was quite willing to indulge this peculiar desire of his. Subsequently, Lin Ruoshi pulled Gao Tianyu downstairs and into her own living quarters, where she began to organize her clothing. During this time, she also took the opportunity to pack a few of her frequently worn outfits. As Gao Tianyu stood by, observing Lin Ruoshi packing her belongings, his gaze illuminated within the confines of the room. It ultimately settled upon the wedding photograph adorning the bedside, where Lin Ruoshi, resplendent in her bridal gown, appeared to dance with beauty and charm, alongside her husband Zhao Tianheng, radiating a bright and handsome demeanor. Yet at this moment, they were separated by the veil of death, which elicited a profound sense of melancholy. Brother Tianheng, though we are strangers, having shared the burden of arms, I vow to take good care of Ruoshi in your stead. Gao Tianyu silently promised as he gazed at Zhao Tianheng's image. Darling, I am ready. We can depart, Lin Ruoshi announced after a while, having neatly placed all the clothes she wished to organize into a suitcase before turning to Gao Tianyu. Indeed, let's be on our way. Gao Tianyu replied with a slight nod. Suddenly struck by a thought, he approached the bed and carefully removed the wedding photograph. Seeing this action, Lin Ruoshi's curiosity piqued. What do you intend to do with that photo? One cannot resurrect the deceased. It may be our last opportunity to return here. I shall take it for your remembrance. Gao Tianyu sighed softly, expressing his sentiment. Lin Ruoshi, taken aback by his words, regarded him with a lingering silence, ultimately refraining from further inquiries and permitting him to keep the photograph. Gao Tianyu placed the suitcase and the wedding photo in the hallway before ascending the stairs, as these items needed to be brought down. Have you finished organizing your things? If so, I shall arrange for the items to be moved. He inquired of Han Qingru upon his arrival. Lin Kerson's luggage was minimal, requiring little arrangement. Meanwhile, Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua's belongings had been left on the truck below and had not been brought up, leaving only Han Qingru's items to attend to. I am done. This is all that requires moving. The rest need not be touched, Han Qingru affirmed with a slight nod, gesturing towards the pile on the floor. Excellent. Then we shall proceed, Gao Tianyu acknowledged, before recalling something and entering Han Qingru's bedroom. He retrieved her wedding photograph as well, adding it to the collection. For if Lin Ruoshi's was taken, Hanshing Rose could not be overlooked. Everything is prepared. Please move these items to the truck below, Gao Tianyu instructed, pointing to the gathering in the living room, directing his accompanying subordinates. Also, there are items in the corridor on the 29th floor. Ensure these are taken down as well. Understood, boss. The young men who were brought in immediately responded in unison, springing into action. Each took a suitcase or carried a bag, diligently transferring all the items from the living room table downstairs. While these young men were busy moving things, he returned to his own room and retrieved a suitcase. Beginning to pack his clothes, his wardrobe was modest, and he faced no dilemma in choosing, so he swiftly packed all the usable garments. Subsequently, he grasped the lead box containing the meteorite with one hand and exited the room.